protagonist of this story would give every penny he has to have the chance to enter another world, because he heard that whoever comes out from there can bring back a pile of gold, becoming rich. So Seijin squeezes every penny to buy a ticket to enter the tower. He eats nearly expired food, buys withered vegetables, lives more miserably than a dog to save, but still hasn't saved up 10% of the money. Then suddenly the author intervenes, and the space gate leading to the tower unexpectedly opens in front of him. Seijin, as soon as he sees it, shouts excitedly, loudly declaring his name. I, Park Seijin, will dedicate my whole life to climbing the tower. Black hole, please suck me in, ha ha ha. Normally, people would find this gate terrifying. This guy should be scared stiff. Who would be excited like this? Probably lost his mind. Seeing the gate starting to narrow, wanting to say goodbye to Seijin, no way he will accept that. With determination, Seijin pushes himself into the black hole. If you don't suck me in, I'll jump in myself. He dives in headfirst, falls flat on his face, but feels quite happy inside. The first floor of the tower is definitely the place to choose a profession before making money. But when Seijin looks up, he only sees himself inside a cave, no training ground or shopping area like those who came back told. He's exactly in a cave underground, with sunlight shining down on the photosynthetic grass. Feeling bewildered, oh my goodness, is he really the protagonist of this story, or is this just a technical glitch? 10 years ago, on a beautiful day in Seoul, South Korea, a 99-story tower suddenly rose, darker than a dog's poop, standing proudly in Gangnam City. It's not just one tower in South Korea, but a total of 100 towers simultaneously appeared all over the world. But no, I decided to leave a review and make a vlog of the challenge to climb the Get-Go Tower in 6 days and 6 nights. Suddenly, this huge thing appeared, and governments from all over the world sent people to investigate. The conclusion drawn was that the tower is 990 meters tall, cast from an exceptionally solid material, bomb-proof, so no one can find a way to get inside. Suddenly, a few people appeared, penetrating the tower walls and coming out. Without going through training, but suddenly making a debut in front of the press, being pursued like idols to extract information about how to enter and exit the tower. I didn't know anything. I was sitting on the toilet after finishing a big cup of milk coffee, then suddenly being sucked into a black hole. When I woke up, I found myself on the first floor of the tower, luckily with full clothes on. Those people are called awakeners by the media, randomly selected by some secret forces from various places around the world and dropped into these 100 towers. They held press conferences only talking about what they knew, basically on the first floor. Awakeners are allowed to choose a profession, and most people choose to be mages or warriors. After cleaning one floor, they will receive various rewards along with a ticket. This leaf-like thing is indeed a ticket for freedom to enter and exit the tower, allowing others to use it as well. But only awakeners can actually climb up to the tower. A reporter raised her hand to ask, does anyone know why this tower exists, and why people would risk danger and the monsters inside just to enter? No one knows the reason for the appearance of these towers, but many know why people want to venture in. The awakener standing nearby waited for the opportunity and then opened the wooden box in her hand, from which a dazzling pile of gold poured out like a stream. Needless to say, the reporters were horrified. Being scolded by the boss while working and then seeing a pile of gold spilled on the ground like that, everyone there understood the reason immediately. Entering the tower feels humble, but coming out not knowing why one is rich. So it became natural for awakeners to sell their tickets for entry from 150 million to 200 million in a short time. Hundreds of people lined up to get them, gradually becoming commonplace. The grocery store owner didn't seem too excited about the news, thinking that these people were living a life of luxury. Do you see that? Park Seijin, then 26 years old, buying discounted onions. Whatever the store owner said, he just nodded along. Looking at his phone, calculating tuition fees, bank interest, and rent, his savings before were about 12 million. That's all he had accomplished in a few months. If the ticket price goes up again, I wonder if Sejun's teeth would all fall out before he could buy one. He stares at the towering black tower, suddenly letting out a heavy sigh. Then suddenly, he remembers he can't lose faith. He cheers himself up by shouting that he will become the chairman soon. Looking at the discounted bundle of onions Sejun just bought, maybe if he follows the way some idols share online, he might make a decent amount of money. Thinking about a bright future, from from a guy planting onions to becoming a tower-defeating hero, then proposing to Blackpink's Jisoo, he feels ecstatic just thinking about it. Cheering himself up eagerly, suddenly behind Sejin, something like a swirling vortex appears and expands. Until its shadow covers his head and the wind blows briskly, he realizes there's something there and turns his back to look. It's a gate. At a glance, Sejin recognizes it as the one that sucked the Awakeners into the tower. His face flushed with excitement. The opportunity has come. He jumps into the black hole, even though it had been rejecting him. And that's how he appears in this empty cave. Not the rumored first floor. It's even worse than a parking lot. To the right is a pond, unsure if it's drinkable water. Above is a skylight to watch the clouds. Overall, it's peaceful. Only inside, Sejin sits skinny like a sleep-deprived fool, lacking even hope. Wandering around this cave for a whole day, Sejin sees no way out. He screams, calls for help, cries, even raps, but then realizes there's no one nearby. Could this be the story of Alice's adventures in Wonderland? But with Sejin, the poor guy falling into a land no one knows? In extreme panic, suddenly the phone in his pocket rings. It's already 6 a.m. the next day. The 24-hour challenge as a prehistoric man is over. Now he realizes he's extremely hungry, glancing over at the bag he bought yesterday. Luckily, it's still fresh. A bottle of water, 27 cherry tomatoes, 10 stalks of green onions, a few sweet potatoes, a pumpkin, and an apple. Sejin grabs the apple and bites it eagerly. Eating an apple early in the morning is fine, but eating down to the core still doesn't fill his stomach much. Knowing this now, if he had bought a pack of hot dogs might last for 3 meals, but Sejin doesn't have that, so he turns to attack the sweet potatoes. Why do the sweet potatoes taste so good in his mouth today, crispy and sweet? Normally he'd steam or grill them, but now he's so hungry that eating them raw seems fine. This is unverified. Whoever has eaten raw sweet potatoes, comment and share your experience. Chewing too quickly, a piece of sweet potato gets stuck in his throat. Sejin grabs the water and drinks frantically, thinking he's about to die. Having eaten and stay alive, he lies back, panting heavily, temporarily relieving his growling stomach so that he can think. Normally, he doesn't have time to gaze at clouds and scenery. Now there is, a full continuous 24 hours. Sejin wonders if there's a way out before the food runs out. With this kind of food, even the healthy eating group would cry seeing this, and if no one comes to rescue him, he will of course turn into a complete dried-up corpse. And to make it worse, a dried-up corpse with a mouthful of green onion smell, horrifying just to think about. He snaps out of that dreadful vision, determined not to lie down and wait for death like that. He's made it into the dream tower, can't give up now. Suddenly, Sejin glances at the apple beside him and gets an idea. He finds a soft, damp spot, digs a small hole, puts the apple core in, and covers it with soil. Next, he divides the onion roots and greens in half. These 10 onions can be divided for both food and planting. Making 5 more plots, Sejin fills them with 3 tomatoes and 2 sweet potatoes. Adding a bit of water, he feels confidently alive and full of vitality. The future he's planting with his own hands is right here, not anywhere else. While he's excited, suddenly a loud noise startles Sejin. His brain loads faster than a Formula One race car, hearing a terrifying sound like this. Let's not say it's a monster attack. When he looks up at the cave ceiling, he realizes it's a solar eclipse occurring. The screeching sound continues to reverberate in the space, resembling the moans of 2 beasts, singing California Hotel, making his ears almost deaf. Some shadow hovers above, accompanied by flapping sounds. When he looks up again, he notices the silhouette of a dragon flying across the sky. Oh my, isn't that a black dragon? So beautiful, it's breathtakingly stunning. Sejin collapses on the ground, gasping for breath, not knowing how he ended up with a strange piece of root he snapped off earlier under the moonlight. The alarm hauntingly rings, waking Sejin up again, still at 6 a.m. in the sunlight-filled cave. He brings his phone closer to see how long he has been unconscious. Oh my, 2 days, unconscious for 2 whole days. Getting up too quickly, his back hurts lying in the same position for 48 hours. A 26-year-old's back now feels like 62's. After sighing, he sits back down and sighs again, feeling tired and hungry, completely drained of energy. But behind him is a huge, blackened tree. Sejin jumps back in shock, realizing it's the onions he planted. How did they grow so quickly, even taller than him? This supersized version only took 2 days to grow while he was unconscious. How absurd. Sejin calmly reconsiders that perhaps it's the soil conditions in the tower make the plants grow differently than outside. He bends down again to find a spot to plant potatoes and tomatoes. He's surprised that in just 2 days they've sprouted, and there are 52 of them, like a small farm. The seedlings are still small, so they enjoy good sunlight, but these onion plants have lost their sunlight due to the shade, so Seijin decides to trim the tops. With their size increased, the onion leaves have become quite tough, and it seems like he's pulling out entire trees rather than just cutting leaves. He harvests a bunch of small leaves, like harvesting rice. Curious about how giant onions taste, he puts one in his mouth and takes a bite. He opens his mouth wide, thinking he's breathing out a pile of fire like a dragon. The taste is like eating level 7 spicy noodles, so Seijin rushes to the nearby pond to scoop water into his mouth. His mouth swells, but his stomach doesn't seem to have any problems digesting it. It seems to be digesting fine, but he eats carefully to avoid swelling his lips. He takes the onion leaves to dry, then returns to the bunch of potatoes and tomatoes he had set aside from the beginning. This morning, there's only a tiny tomato, but Seijin starts to have hope that he won't die of hunger here. Here, there's no night. The sun never sets, with occasional lunar phenomena. It's a planet that looks like the moon, but has a green hue that obscures the light for a period. But Seijin recalls that this only occurs from the 10th floor onward, while he's clearly in the underground parking lot. Yet a gigantic black dragon appears underground, which likely isn't an illusion. Because he's longed for the day he could step into the tower, Seijin has researched a lot about the Phoenix Society cleaning the 37th floor. Most awakened individuals are on the lower floors, so this review channel is full of information. All you need is to join the society to access it. From floor 10 down, there are skeleton soldiers. From floors 11 to 20, there are demons, and above that are giant green devils. There's some information about spiders on floor 31, but no one has mentioned dragons yet. Even lizards aren't mentioned anymore, let alone dragons. However, compared to the information he knew, Seijin suddenly felt extremely doubtful about his worldview. After all, he's in a floor that no one has mentioned. His mind races, feeling like he stumbled upon a floor that no hunter has set foot on yet, feeling incredibly lonely. As he opens his eyes to look at the sky, suddenly some drop fall on his face, making Seijin sit up. He's surprised and can't believe it's rain because the Awakeners have said the weather in the tower is always harmonious. Look, there's someone's figure darting over there. Seijin freaks out, thinking some monsters just dropped by to say hello. Turns out it's something white with fur, shaped like a rabbit. But it's a rabbit with drooling mouth. The drops of water falling on Seijin's face seem to be from it for sure. He's never seen such a cute monster before, so he keeps staring at it until it jumps down. Oh my, this crazy rabbit. Does it want to die in a cave over 10 meters high? It kicks its foot on Seijun's head while he's still bewildered, then flips around and lands like a true ninja. Ignoring the owner of the onion field, the rabbit runs back there, pointing at a tree and squeaking pipey. It doesn't look like a normal rabbit at all, and it's even saying pie. Is it a Pikachu, a white version? Huh, do you want some onion? Seijin steps forward to cut off a piece of the green onion and decisively hands it to the Pikachu-like creature. It takes it eagerly, chewing happily without any sign of spiciness. Feel free to have more, there's plenty of onion, Seijin says. He's getting used to eating this spicy stuff, noticing the onions growing rapidly. At this rate, he could harvest twice a day and still be fine. After finishing the onion leaves, the Pikachu-like creature stands up excitedly, raising its hands. Seijin thought it was full and wanted to exercise, but it turns out it's calling someone from the cave entrance. Another unfamiliar rabbit-like figure jumps down and is promptly greeted by the Pikachu-like creature. It's holding a straw hat and a watering can in its hands. In no time, there are 2 Pikachu-like creatures dressed like farmers in front of Seijin. He stares blankly for a moment, finding these 2 rabbits strange. He even realizes they might be a married couple. Pie seems about right. They do look affectionate. Hey, don't tell me at this point, but we just realized the main characters of the story aren't the poor lad Seijin, but this rabbit couple. The gentle sunlight filters through the cave entrance, illuminating the fresh onion leaves. A pair of scissors cuts the onions swiftly, and nearby, a watering can sprinkles water on the tiny seedlings on the ground. The one doing those tasks is certainly not Seijin, but the rabbit pair he met yesterday. They happily sing while each doing their own tasks, looking like the hosts here. While the actual host is sitting in a corner, watching the male rabbit sings, arms holding the freshly cut onion leaves. Seijin begins to feel regret. Was eating onions all day not enough? Now he's forced to watch this romantic movie. But who's to blame now? Blame himself for being naive. Yesterday, the rabbits begged him to stay here with extremely pitiful looks, with sparkling round eyes and adorable pipey cries that could melt anyone's heart. Ordinary people like Seijin can't resist such a full-force attack. That super cute appearance has pierced his heart. All right, I'll stay as long as you want. I really like it here, but I still have to pretend to be cool outside. No work, no food. You can't just sit around and not eat, you know. Seijin demanded that they assist with farm work, even though there wasn't much to do in this cave besides cutting onion leaves. Before he could finish, the two rabbits jumped into his lap, their soft fur constantly rubbing against him, making him almost faint from their cuteness. Now that he's calmed down and thought about it, Seijin suddenly feels like he's being psychologically manipulated. These rabbits are too dangerous. He can only sigh. He's already agreed inadvertently, and now he has to accept it. Suddenly, his eyes catch the farming tools on the rabbits. It seems those items are equipment. The male rabbit's water bottle has an endless supply of water, while the apron the female rabbit wears is like Doraemon's magical pocket, constantly producing necessary farming tools. Even the rabbits are fully equipped from head to toe, yet Seijin has nothing. Does that make him feel jealous or angry? Lost in thought, the male rabbit waves his hand repeatedly, signaling that they've finished their work and want him to check. Aside from the drying onion leaves, everything else remained the same, with no changes to the potatoes. Glancing over at the tomatoes, Seijin was extremely excited to see that the saplings had grown significantly larger. Could it be because of the diligent care from the rabbit couple? While he was busy admiring the plants, the two rabbits watched anxiously, their eyes seeming to ask if that was enough to make them stay. Seijin slowly turned around and then gave a thumbs up. "Come on over, you two." As soon as he said that, the rabbits happily jumped up and then excitedly chattered with each other, leaving Seijin clueless. In less than a second, they transformed forward as fast as lightning, causing the ground dust to roll up into a circle, startling him and making him fall backward. Once he regained his senses, he saw them huddled in a corner. The female rabbit directed the male to dig, and after a while, he dug a hole. The female rabbit happily sang and made a flower wreath, then hung it on a wooden board. A rabbit hole appeared, and the female rabbit proudly pointed to their new home, while the male rabbit looked exhausted from the digging. Seijin couldn't help but marvel at the rabbit's speed, especially the male one, and praised him profusely, making him very pleased. While laughing happily, he suddenly felt a white arm slap him. The female rabbit was blushing and looked embarrassed, Seijin sensing something fishy going on. Indeed, seeing the female rabbit pointing towards the rabbit hole made the male rabbit turn pale, hastily shielding his body but still being dragged away by his wife. He pleaded for help from Seijin in despair, feeling breathless from the digging and now lacking the strength to come up with excuses for days on end. The male rabbit's screams vanished behind the door, replaced by the sounds of kisses from the female rabbit. Seijin stood outside, laughing to himself, wishing his friend strength to overcome this ordeal. What a life, indeed, dealing with such unexpected situations. A 26-year-old guy feeling jealous of a male rabbit, quite a bitter pill to swallow, isn't it? However, he quickly regained his optimism and retreated to his own space, respecting the privacy of the rabbit couple. Seijin leaned back on the pile of onion leaves, comforting himself, acknowledging that despite the solitude, having rabbit companions wasn't so bad after all. As he relaxed, black smoke rose from his armpits, wondering if it was due to being dirty for so long that it had reached this level of odor. Feeling too hot, he jumped up like a spring, accompanied by a sharp cry. Seijin rolled on the ground due to the burning sensation on his back. It was only later that he realized the cause was the dried onion leaves catching fire, as the sunlight passed directly through the water bottle aimed at the onion leaves. Watching that scene sparked an idea in his mind. Necessity truly is the mother of invention, activating his intelligence. Seijin's face looked as guilty as a thief, but in reality, he felt like he was narrating a survival vlog. In this harsh environment, I was fortunate to find onion leaves and a water bottle. Thanks to diligently watching YouTube while outside, he remembered how to use a clear plastic bottle as a lens to focus sunlight and create fire, like those survival vloggers on deserted islands. However, reality and imagination were worlds apart. He arched his back, holding up the water bottle, wanting to drop his arms, but only smoke rose instead of igniting a fire. Disappointed, he slammed his hand on the ground, not knowing where he went wrong. He sighed in frustration. Feeling dejected, he sat on the ground, wondering where he had made a mistake. He sighed heavily. And yet, a small flame flickered in the middle of the onion leaves, astonishing Seijin, though he seemed to understand a little. In the rabbit hole, after a fierce struggle, the male rabbit was exhausted, panting heavily, followed by the female rabbit's satisfied face emerging from the burrow, seeing the boss collapsed in front of them. Thinking the boss was depressed because he was abandoned, the male rabbit was extremely worried, approaching only to find him blowing air into the pile of dried onions. Although it didn't understand what was going on, it immediately offered help, and Seijin happily agreed. With the rabbits taking care of blowing air into the fire, Seijin cheered them on while holding up the water bottle to focus the light. This smooth teamwork finally paid off, and a flame burst forth, success achieved. Seijin cheered joyfully. Now that there was fire, they could cook and boil water like humans again. His eyes glanced over the onions behind, immediately cutting some to test out the fire. 2 obedient rabbits sat quietly watching him grill the onions. Is this okay? Seijin lifted the slightly charred onion to check, quickly removing all the burnt parts before eagerly taking a bite. With just one bite, his whole body trembled with excitement, making the rabbits think he was poisoned. Oh my, it's so sweet. Seijin's eyes suddenly lit up, the sweetness like sugar rushing straight to the brain, an explosion of flavor never before experienced, making him feel like a white horse galloping across vast green fields. Chewing eagerly, he continued grilling onions, praising their deliciousness, making the rabbit couple drool. The male rabbit immediately followed suit, grilling onions, alternating between chewing and praising. Both of them hugged each other's cheeks, never having tasted anything so delicious in their lives. Eat some more. Seijin generously told the 2 rabbits to make themselves at home. There's no meat, but they can eat as many vegetables as they want. Another day spent wandering in the Black Tower, but today his stomach was filled with cooked food, so he could sleep well tonight. The next morning, Seijin lazily stretched and got up, heading to the nearby pond to wash his face as usual. As he was washing his face, he happened to glance over to the side, where the garden that was barren a few days ago was now covered in greenery. The onions had been harvested, the tomatoes had been watered, and even the seemingly withered sweet potatoes had sprouted lush green vines. The rabbit couple did a great job. Seijin was extremely pleased with their diligence, then suddenly remembered last night. After they got the fire, all 3 of them made torches from onion leaves. The rabbits were in charge of cutting the onions while he tied the leaves together and placed them around the cave. With the light, moving around became easier. Because it was dark by the pond, he also carefully placed a large torch there. Before he could find a place to put the torch, there were small movements under the water. A fish suddenly darted straight at Seijin's face, startling him greatly, but thanks to his quick reflexes, he managed to dodge to the side in time. The fish missed its prey and flopped onto the ground, struggling helplessly, much to Seijin's surprise. Because it was the first time he had seen a fish being attracted by light, it was truly magical. The Tower of Magic was indeed different. Everything was surreal. So now, besides having light, he was also supplemented with protein. Seijin quickly grabbed the floundering fish on the ground, wrapped it in onion leaves, and placed it in the fire. Seijin eagerly grilled the fish. It had been a long time since he smelled this rich aroma, making his mouth watered incessantly. When the fish was cooked, he couldn't wait to take a big bite. It wasn't fishy at all. It was incredibly delicious. As he was chewing, he heard disappointed sounds nearby. He turned and saw a pair of white rabbits staring at him, pointing at his mouth, which was salivating profusely. What's this? Do rabbits also like salty food? They nodded in annoyance, and he suddenly remembered that these weren't ordinary rabbits. Life continued to pass by quietly like that, until a few days later Blue Moon appeared again, thanks to which Seijin knew its cycle was 30 days. To keep track of the days, he had used a laptop and a power bank to charge his phone, but they didn't last long either. One setback after another, he resorted to carving symbols on the stone to record the number of days he had been lost here. In the blink of an eye, it had been 61 days living like a primitive man, no electricity, no internet, but he managed to survive. Mostly thanks to the rabbits' routine like clockwork. They always went to sleep at 7 p.m. and woke up at 5 a.m., so he never feared counting the days wrong. and some good news had arrived at the farm a few days ago. Early in the morning, the rabbit husband had just opened the door, and a bunch of golden-furred rabbit babies ran outside. Looking at the mischievously adorable bunch of youngsters, he laughed with tears in his eyes, wanting to hug and cuddle them all, wishing to see them every day. Oh, old man. The 5 rabbit babies immediately hopped over, causing Sejin to fall backward to the ground, but he was extremely happy. The appearances of these fluffy little bundles had made his dull life become more joyful than ever. Suddenly, having an additional 5 workers to plant vegetables wasn't too bad, huh? But their 2 elderly parents weren't as thrilled. They were already feeling weary early in the morning. Being a kind uncle, he immediately took on the responsibility of looking after the children, so the rabbits could enjoy their breakfast leisurely. Carrying all 5 round fluffy bundles to the garden to admire the tomato flowers, but none of them wanted to sit still. The group of excited rabbit babies played hide and seek, leaving the uncle sitting there laughing foolishly. Taking advantage of the rabbit babies playing nicely, Sejin used the spare time to pollinate the flowers, using a stick to poke around for a while, making his 26-year-old life want to split in 2. Wouldn't it be nice if there were bees here? After sighing deeply and reluctantly bending his back to continue, he was about to resume when he saw a baby rabbit burying its head into a flower. Perhaps seeing the uncle working hard, the baby rabbit wanted to help with pollination using its nose, but ended up getting its nose covered in pollen, sneezing, and falling backward. Seeing this, he burst into laughter as if he had won a lottery. This scene was worth more than gold. Laughing until his jaw hurt, he finally helped the baby up and scolded it gently, telling it not to do that again, but suddenly his eyes widened with surprise. Fruit! After a grueling period of hard work, the tomato plants had produced their first fruits, bringing joyous singing and dancing to both man and rabbits in the garden. This was just one day before Blue Moon's appearance. Although the sunlight was still streaming into the cave, it was already late afternoon. Sejin hurriedly prepared for the upcoming event. To avoid attracting monsters to the cave, he extinguished the large fire, leaving only a small flame in a crevice between the rocks, and carefully blocked it with a small stone to prevent light from leaking out. He also camouflaged himself with a bunch of rolled-up onion leaves on his head and body. Personally, I think the main character looks no different. The rabbit couple were also coaxing their kids into the cave. Everything was ready. Glancing up at the sky, he guessed it was almost time, so he instructed the rabbit father to close the door carefully. If they survived the night, they would meet again tomorrow. After all, Blue Moon is just a mosquito game, right? Sejin raised his thumb to reassure both the rabbits and himself. Just a few hours later, the warm sunlight disappeared, replaced by the cold blue light of the moon. The blue moon officially began. The rustling of insects and the growling of monsters made him unable to sleep. When will it end? Sejin, exhausted, looked out at the familiar garden. Although he had carefully hidden everything with onion leaves to mask the scent, he still couldn't feel at ease. Every time he heard the chilling howls echoing in the distance, he tensed up, goosebumps covering his body. He prayed earnestly, hoping this time would end peacefully. As he was praying, a loud noise rang out, making Sejin freeze, terrified, as he looked up at the mouth of the cave. Outside, a large, chubby red foot was stomping heavily on the ground. A big, fat figure was waddling, causing trees to sway. After a while, it noticed the small mouth of the cave under the bright moonlight, and a giant red bear appeared, towering. It stood right in front of the cave mouth, casting its shadow on the ground. Sejin was speechless, shocked, thinking it's the end for them. Anxiously looking up, he saw the enraged bear, saliva dripping, limbs motionless. Sejin tried to calm down, planning to escape before being noticed, slowly and gently reaching for his backpack. Unfortunately, the backpack was not zipped, so the items inside immediately fell out. The tomatoes and plastic bottle tumbled to the ground. Sejin stood frozen, staring at the scattered items. Sweat continuously poured down, heart pounding, slowly raising his eyes. Wow! Surprise, young man! The bear's furry face was right in front of him, causing all the suppressed horror to burst out into immediate screams. Sejin widened his eyes and screamed, causing the bear to quickly growl and spit out foam. This is it! He's done for with this bear. The sun was shining directly on his head, but the old man was still sleeping, drooling. The baby rabbits tried to shake him awake, but to no avail. Oh my goodness! He'll wake up later, Sejin stuttered, intending to push the rabbits away. The rabbit father couldn't let this boss touch even a single hair of his babies. He didn't hesitate to act first, and there was a crisp slap. The rabbit father woke up and slapped him hard, making Seijun's eyes sparkle with pain just from watching it. "Oh, Seijun stuttered incoherently as he sat up. Oh my, he thought he had just returned from death's door. The entire rabbit family surrounded him, thinking he was dead. They were moments away from mourning their loss and appointing a new leader. Seijun looked around in a daze, realizing the sky was clear and Blue Moon had ended. He breathed a sigh of relief. The rabbit father let out a sound of agreement, looking very awake compared to Seijun. Why do I always faint during Blue Moon events? He wondered. Every time leaving me with aching body and a fuzzy mind, feeling nauseous. He tried to stimulate every nerve to remember what happened last night. From the moment our eyes met with the bear to its earth-shattering roar, the memory automatically stopped. Recalling that extreme fear still haunted him, almost becoming a midnight snack for the monster. Seeing the uncle trembling in fear, the little rabbits jumped on him for comfort, but somehow he kept shivering uncontrollably. It turns out, fainting in the middle of the dewy night led to catching a cold. The mother rabbit, upon noticing, rushed back to where he hid the fire yesterday, adding more dry onion leaves to make a big fire. Seijun was covered by a blanket of onion leaves, sitting huddled in front of the blazing fire. A while later, the mother rabbit even brought out a fish for him to eat. Feeling exhausted, yet having a hot, steaming piece of fish to eat, with a few cute kids around, all fatigue seemed to vanish. However, Seijun had a new concern, that the monster had discovered their hiding place, unsure if it would return. Yesterday, he narrowly escaped death because the cave was too small for it to enter, but if he encountered a smaller monster, he would have died long ago. Seijun had tried hard to survive until now, with a family and descendants to protect. He couldn't die so easily. Looking down at the fish nibbling away, taking another mouthful, he resolved to eat plenty of food to become stronger. The elders have taught that only with food can one find the way. The stomach must be full first to have the strength to fight. While chewing on the rabbit, Seijun was startled by a sudden shout. He immediately looked in the direction it pointed and discovered a tomato shining with a sea blue color. Thinking he still had aftershocks from the fainting spell, he hurried back to see that not only was it an unusual color, but it was also as big as a golf ball. Until now, tomatoes were always tiny. This strange-looking one must have come from heaven. Seijun held up the tomato in amazement. It looked uniquely fascinating. He wanted to recite a spell for the tomato to fall down, but before it could fall, Seijun fainted again. As he was marveling at the size of the tomato, a system notification suddenly appeared. Congratulations, he had completed the task of harvesting moon energy-containing fruits. This wasn't a typical notification window. Seijun was stunned, his mouth agape in disbelief. The system sent another message. This remarkable achievement has attracted the attention of the tower management. He thought he might receive a rewarding gift or prize, but the tower management showed displeasure, which bewildered him. What's wrong? Who wouldn't be happy about this? The tower manager explained that he had just discovered that Seijun was an uninvited guest, trying to figure out how to conceal his mistake. Reading the message made him extremely angry, realizing that his presence here was just a misunderstanding. Seijun frantically shook the system board. For the past 61 days, he had struggled to survive in this strange place. And now, they're saying it's just a mistake? Wait until I'm out, then I'll sue them all to the authorities. Maybe they think he's too aggressive and might throw a punch. The system silenced him again, making him feel incredibly uncouth. Suddenly, the message, "The tower manager is awakening you," appeared. Before he could even think whether he was a kitty or a Mickey Mouse, a green light emerged beneath his feet. As he transitioned from dream to reality, he slowly realized he was assigned by the tower manager to play the role of a fully awakened consciousness. Moreover, he was assigned a specific profession by the tower manager. Seijun excitedly hoped for luck to come to him as a wizard. In response to his strong hope, the tower manager assigned him a very relevant profession. He became a tower farmer, ranked F, with a bit of fireworks for extra fun. Too happy, Seijun and the rabbit stood frozen like statues. Is this expression too happy? The tower manager generously offered additional benefits for being a farmer, including robust health, closeness to nature, and points for harvesting crops. Hold on, status window. Explain it to me again. Why am I being asked to be a farmer when I'm planting crops? Why, it doesn't know. Because there's no darkness here, so there are no stars. The system always displays Park Seijun Level 1, Tower Farmer Profession, with no skills yet. Seijin felt like his blood pressure was dropping, envisioning a grim scenario. The day he leaves this place and gets invited to a talk show in a fancy suit. The host announces the awakening of the simulated Park Sejun, then respectfully asks what his profession is, to which he replies, "I'm a tower farmer." How humiliating. Seijin shouted in a hoarse voice. Even the chairman of the Farmers Association didn't seem impressed. Clutching the green tomato in his hand, anger surged through Seijin, almost crushing the fruit, until he noticed the rabbit family looking up at him. The whole family looked at Seijin with surprise. He stepped back gasping as he realized he was scaring them. Suddenly, Seijin felt his grip on the tomato weaken, realizing how hard everyone had worked to grow it. The fire on the pile of dry onions still burning brightly, the onions they planted swayed in the sun. The group had put in a lot of effort to grow this. With a gentle smile, Seijin decided to embrace his role as a farmer. From the surface of the tomato emerged a glowing circle like an electronic device, followed by a sudden appearance of information before Seijin, revealing it to be an E-grade magic tomato infused with Blue Moon's energy, granting 0.05 experience points. Going from one surprise to another, Seijin couldn't believe this seemingly ordinary fruit was actually an item. Although the experience points gained were small, it still brought Seijin a small joy. Seeing Seijin and his farm clearly inside the glass sphere, someone seemed unhappy and grinding their teeth. Seijin, oblivious to all these, was busy holding hands and dancing with the rabbit family. This system is most adept at stirring up trouble when people are happy, suddenly assigning him a task to provide magic tomatoes to the building's management. The reward is the farmer skill. Without completing the task of handing over the tomatoes, death is inevitable. The mission is stated as if it's threatening him. Extremely absurd, Seijin feels a shiver at the word death, calling it a task, but its main function seems to be intimidation, right? If you want something, ask for it politely. Speaking like that won't get you anywhere. Do you see how simple human life is? He shakes his head in frustration with an unaccepting demeanor, but the word death stubbornly remains on the window, eroding his determination. Reluctantly, Seijin bows deeply at a 90-degree angle, offering the tomato because he still very much desires to live. The item disappears from his hand, marking the completion of the mission, and the window switches to receiving a new task. Feeling tense, suddenly becoming simple makes Seijin lose his vigilance. He happily clicks on the receive button, obtaining the farming skill, albeit a basic one, seed planting level 1, slightly enhancing the germination ability when a seed is sown. He wants to curse so badly, but Seijin's heart has died a little. He's a farmer, not a one-handed farmer, so why give him the seed planting skill? And on top of that, only a slight enhancement. Why not make it stronger for a better gift? Well, he has to accept it as it is. The next day, he harvests green onions again. Seijin holds his onion torch and ventures into the pond in the cave, attracting the crazy fish that leaps up at the sight of light, hitting it with a blow that sends it crashing to the ground. He thought it was a carp or catfish, but it turns out to be a very strange piranha. Since waking up, Seijin can now earn experience points. For each fish caught, he earns 2 points, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, and they're the only source of protein in the cave. Now that he's reached level 2, he slows down a bit. The pond isn't that big. If he keeps greedily catching them, these fish will become extinct. He takes the grilled fish. Seijin eagerly calls the kids to come and eat with him. The slightly older bunny kids can already eat a whole fish by themselves, keeping him busy distributing. The rabbit couple quite enjoy this dish. They find the fish delicious. Since becoming a fake awakener, Seijin has seen information online that they're not white Pikachu, just simple white rabbits working as farmers. However, he's been following this channel for a long time and hasn't seen any mention of this monster species, perhaps because he hasn't registered as a member. Perhaps this species specializes in hardcore farming rather than fighting, so fake awakeners specialize in clearing levels and don't know about them. Unable to communicate with them, Seijin can't ask anything. He thinks the rabbit couple lost their farm for some reason, wandering until they coincidentally found him and their prehistoric cave. After everyone finishes eating, Seijin stands up excitedly, saying today is an important day for the farm, and the rabbit couple immediately respond. The moment everyone has been waiting for, the magical tomatoes ripen and hang thickly on the branches, drawing admiring gazes. After so long of sowing, watering, and caring, it's finally harvest day, and Seijin feels touched. Seijin reaches out his hand, ready to pick them, But as he comes close, he feels his hand trembling uncontrollably. The rabbits watch nervously, and he feels his heart pounding, afraid his fingers might accidentally knock them off. He raises the precious tomato high, and everyone marvels at this ripe, juicy fruit. The information window keeps popping up, announcing a gain of 10 experience points for harvesting ripe tomatoes. It turns out it's not just a plant, it's also an item with its own information. Releasing fat and adding 0.1 experience points for the eater are its greatest benefits. Although it's a small increase, it accumulates. Eating 10 tomatoes would yield a substantial score. Sejin starts thinking about harvesting more tomatoes to accumulate points. The second fruit, then the third, all reported by the system as ripe tomatoes. But by the seventh, it's no longer the case. It's only then that Sejin realizes he needs to pick the exact ripe tomatoes to gain points. Slightly green or slightly ripe won't count. It's tough, isn't it? The rabbits ignore him, happily playing around in the garden, dragging him along. After a while, Sejin manages to harvest quite a few tomatoes, earning enough points to reach level 4. Excitedly, he brings one tomato to his mouth, intending to taste it. Sejin hears some rustling nearby. It's the rabbit husband and the whole rabbit family signaling to him to share the food a bit. He realizes he didn't make the food alone, so he shouldn't eat it alone. Sejin puts on a pleading face and offers it to them, even having to beg them not to be angry anymore, sounding as humble as a master trying to please a pampered cat. Only when each one has a share in their hands does he dare to prepare to eat. The ripe tomato looks quite large compared to the rabbit family, but to Sejin, it's just like tossing a ball into a hoop. Chewing slowly in his mouth for a few seconds, his eyes widen in surprise as he realizes he's lying on lush green grass. A streak of yellow in the wide sky bursts into a blossoming flower, attracting Sejin to sit up and look closely. He feels the fresh taste of the grass in his throat, mingled with sweetness and sourness, like a summer fireworks display. It's an amazing feeling. Suddenly, Sejin's eyes filled with tears of emotion. But in the eyes of the rabbits, he seems foolish. If they could speak, they'd probably ask if this tomato was drugged, since their big brother is eating it and saying it smells like grass. The tomato harvest was so abundant that they couldn't finish eating them all. The rabbit family had to dig another storage pit, accompanied by freshly cut green onions. Each rabbit cub helped their parents, seeming a bit overwhelmed by the size, but Sejin lying there realized they had grown much bigger. The white rabbit's offspring, being farm rabbits, were indeed diligent. Instead of being a lazy bum like him, Sejin was already in bed preparing to sleep by this time. Pulling the dried onion mask over his eyes to block out the light, Sejin fell asleep as soon as he lay down. This system really has issues, only popping up in strange moments. Sejin had no idea. He rolled over and snored, causing the window to grumble and activate the Nokia Remix alarm clock. Nobody but the tower manager jumped up demanding tomatoes. His hand mechanically accepted the reward without any enthusiasm. Indeed, if you don't love, don't sow hope. He harvested so much fruit and yet only got the harvesting skill. He swallowed back his tears, but the next morning, he realized how useful this skill was. The tomatoes he picked were not ripe enough, but because of this skill, they all turned ripe. It was like having a golden touch for tomato harvesting. From then on, his points soared rapidly, and he didn't even need to wait for the tomatoes to ripe before harvesting them. Just as he was about to rest, the system, on behalf of the tower manager, popped up asking for a ridiculous 200 tomatoes. He knew this day would come sooner or later, and this time there wasn't even a reward. It was outright robbery. With a reluctant expression, Sejin reluctantly offered dozens of tomatoes to the tower manager, accompanied by a few apologies. But that was just the beginning. Any opportunity the manager got, he demanded more. If there was any slip-up, he'd demand 250 tomatoes, and if fate struck, it would be 300 tomatoes. By the end of the day, the demand was 500 tomatoes, with no room for negotiation. Seeing that number, 500, Sejin felt his temples pulsating, uttering a firm no. The tower manager couldn't believe someone dared to refuse his task. He felt rebelliousness for the first time. If he was going to rebel, he might as well do it in front of the system board. Demanding 500 tomatoes from a garden smaller than a nostril was like to demanding the king to bow down to the farmer. If he could argue, so could the system. It told him the tower manager didn't care. The farmer's job was to plant and harvest, so stop complaining and hand over the tomatoes quickly. Sejin smirked, reminding the manager that wasn't his problem, was it? He tightened his grip on the bunch of onions in his hand. his voice trembling, saying these fruits were the result of his hard work. If the manager cared, he wouldn't demand so much. Accusing Sejun of making a mountain out of a molehill officially triggered a rage within him. His face twisted in extreme anger. He refused. "Oh my goodness, this guy is in my tower, remember that." Sejun shrugged off the manager's demands, deciding not to comply, and turned to harvest onions with the rabbits. Ignoring the system's repeated reminders, the punishment for refusing tasks was death awaiting him. After grilling fish and sharing tomatoes, the system was ignored several times, getting slammed into Sejun's face, attracting his attention, and in return, the manager's face twisted in extreme anger. The tower manager wondered if a farmer's job was that simple. Why complain? Managers are managers, and farmers like him just follow instructions. Sejun was tired of arguing, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot, muttering that they forced him to do all these without acknowledging his abilities, offering rewards as tiny as grapes, but demanding countless tasks. As he looked up, his eyes welled with tears, his trembling voice criticizing, "What a terrible manager." On the other side of the globe, the manager heard the farmer cursing him, feeling both pain and heartache. Gritting his teeth, thinking he was about to get scolded, but instead heard the unexpected. I'm sorry." He didn't even finish his sentence. Sejun was happily eating a tomato, and the manager, with a relieved expression, swallowed the last word. Being scolded for not fulfilling his duties, don't blame the sea for being salty. Got it? If you want it fair and square, take these 5 tomatoes, then let's call it a break. No more demands. I won't give in. The rabbits don't even have anything to eat, and they're fighting over it. With the tomatoes disappearing from Sejun's hand, the tower manager accepted them, but he still felt bitter, saying this is the last time he'll let it slide. Got it? After conveying the message, the window disappeared immediately. Sejun smirked faintly. It seems like the tower manager wants to apologize to him. Suddenly, he found the manager quite cute, indeed. On the 91st day since Sejun jumped into the teleportation black hole, he met the blue planet for the 4th time. The dim light of the eclipse shone down on the crops, while Sejun covered himself with the Union leaf cloak, hugging a pillow against the cave wall. He worried he would have to endure the horrific screeching again due to not having enough experience points. Despite trying to eat tomatoes to increase his points, Sejun still felt afraid, hoping for time to pass quickly until nightfall. Suddenly, the light from the blue planet shimmered on the leaves. Sejun noticed something strange. The eclipse light, as usual, seemed to penetrate the green tomatoes on the branch, making them still green but with a toxic tint. The whole tree had only one sparkling blue-green fruit. Sejun, though stunned, realized he had to harvest it immediately. But that's not all. He also noticed the light shining on the sweet potato leaves on the ground. It seemed like there was some sort of arrangement. Sejun felt a strange idea in his head, so he stood up cautiously and ran back to the vegetable garden to verify his thoughts. Using his bare hands, he parted the leaves and dug into the soil beneath the sweet potato field until he could see everything underneath. The result was as expected, but Sejun was still pleasantly surprised. The sweet potatoes absorbed energy from the green moonlight, enhancing their delicious flavor and providing a boost to physical strength. This type of tuber ranked E with a storage time of up to 30 days and a slight increase in experience points. By pulling up the sweet potatoes, the system prompted a skill upgrade in harvesting, adding 50 experience points. Then he glanced at the green tomato on the branch, reached down, and felt an unbelievable sensation. With both hands holding 2 green fruits with a toxic tint, Sejun's heart was filled with joy. However, his happiness was short-lived as the secondary task window popped up again. Once again, the tower manager demanded aggressively for both the sweet potatoes and the green tomatoes, threatening consequences if not complied with. This time, he demanded both the sweet potatoes and the green tomatoes, refusing to accept refusal, each demanding their own, insisting on their own terms. Sejun cleverly presented a basket of freshly harvested red tomatoes to make up for the previous refusal, hoping to avoid further complications. Whether the manager knew how to reject or not, Sejun was determined not to compromise. Sejun stubbornly refused to hand over each item separately. The tower manager, reluctantly, eventually relented, allowing him to enjoy the time harvesting these 2 green fruits. Thinking too much gave Sejun a headache, so he tossed the tomato into his mouth and chewed slowly. His body trembled as if suppressing something, because now his mouth seemed to have dozens of fireworks exploding one after another, easily earning him half a point of experience. Such a small tomato had such effects and flavors that tingled his taste buds. Seijun cleverly wrapped the sweet potatoes in a bundle of onions and threw them into the fire. Even without silver paper, grilling like this was fine. The anticipation of waiting for the food to cook was delightful. The next morning, after the blue moon disappeared, the rabbit's shop opened. The whole rabbit family was puzzled to see Seijun already waiting there. Placing the hot sweet potato on a leaf, he held it out to show the whole rabbit family. Even though the leaf wasn't opened yet, they could smell the fragrant aroma emanating from inside, making their mouths water. Suddenly, the rabbit husband jumped out to stop his wife and children, pointing towards Seijun and saying something like, "Pee-pee," which seemed to make the family a bit sad, but they accepted it nonetheless. Seijun realized its intention was to let the human have it to eat because there was only one potato, which touched him deeply. He reached out to pet the rabbit husband's head, deeply moved by its affection towards him. But actually, it was because last night he had secretly eaten one alone. Slowly peeling the purple skin, Seijun brought it to his mouth and took a big bite, then sprayed the whole potato out of his mouth. It was too hot for his tongue. Seijun grabbed his throat and screamed, while the rabbit family only paid attention to the sweet potato he had just spat out. The rabbit husband didn't let it slide. He quickly tried to grab the sweet potato, but 5 other golden hands were faster. Its children each took a piece and stuffed it into their mouths eagerly, ignoring their father's longing gaze. Unexpectedly, as soon as the potato touched their tongues, they couldn't bear the heat and continuously spat it out, lasting about 2 seconds before spitting it onto the ground. Seijun couldn't eat. The baby rabbits cried bitterly with burnt mouths. The rabbit husband didn't get any pieces and was disappointed to the max. So the precious piece of sweet potato suddenly became a discarded item on the ground because it was too hot for anyone to eat casually. The next morning, Seijun announced that from today onwards he would plant sweet potato sprouts right when the baby rabbits were chewing on the sprouts. They looked up at Seijun in confusion, wondering if this human wanted to plant what they were eating. Indeed, he pointed at them, forbidding them from eating sweet potato sprouts from now on. Extremely shocking news. These rabbits, who had become plump from eating sweet potato sprouts, were now forbidden to eat them. They either jumped on Seijun to express their protest or lay on the ground sulking. Each rabbit had its own way, but overall, they refused. Out of options, Seijun had to bring out something else in exchange, namely super special snacks for the little ones. The baby rabbits had the same temperament as their mother. As soon as they heard about the snacks, they were all in, their mouths watering and their eyes sparkling with cuteness. So it was time to get to work. Seijun ordered each of the rabbit babies to carry a sweet potato sprout to the task. Passing by the mother rabbit cutting onions, Seijun asked her to leave a large onion plant for future harvesting. He was aiming to plant seeds instead of existing plants to see if it would activate any special benefits. On the other side, the baby rabbits, fueled by snacks, worked at full capacity. One dug holes, one carried the sprouts, and another planted them, completing the task efficiently. 5 baby rabbits plus their father helped with watering, and in no time, nearly 10 sprouts were planted, fresh and enticing. Unable to resist, one of the baby rabbits secretly nibbled on a sprout, only to get a swift tap on the head from its father. Seijun's blue tomato garden grew increasingly abundant, with branches heavy with fruit. He harvested hundreds of them, gaining experience points and advancing from a farmer level F to E. Bringing the tomatoes close to the fire, Seijun meticulously prepared snacks for the young farmers on the other side. The tower manager couldn't overlook this. He peeked to see what Seijun was doing, but vanished when Seijun turned back, like spying on someone for mischief rather than curiosity. So Seijun called the kids back from their break, excitedly introducing his exclusive grilled blue tomatoes skewered on piranha bones, exquisitely crafted to make the fruit sweeter and juicier. Each rabbit got a plant. Even their rabbit parents had a share, their eyes gleaming with excitement, eager to eat while still hot. Seijun had to stand up and caution them to blow on it to avoid burning their mouths. With a skewer in hand, observing the successfully grown potato sprouts, he used one hand to dig the ground, pulling out a mature plant, yielding a bunch of swinging potatoes. These were grade E potatoes, enhancing stamina slightly and aiding in fat reduction. Each plant yielded him 5 potatoes, totaling 15 of higher quality than the first harvest. Spotting a forgotten sprout on the ground, Sejin quickly replanted it, wasting no plant. After tending to the soil, the system prompted successful seeding, meaning Sejin needed to plant all by himself to upgrade his skill points. He raised his hand to signal the little ones to stop, aiming to earn a few points on his own. In the tower's library, a bulky figure nestled among stacks of books, leaning towards the firelight. Someone's black, sharp-nailed hand held a skewer with 20 blue tomatoes, roasting them over the blazing fire before devouring nearly all of them in one go. The mouth seemed to relish the taste, but immediately spat them out due to their bitterness. The black dragon's tail twisted uncomfortably, only realizing later that the bitterness was from the burnt outer skin, with a bit of sweetness inside. It went back to its sphere to see what the farmer was up to. Realizing Sejin wasn't diligently working but lounging with the rabbit children, eating potatoes. No, it couldn't be. How could they eat potatoes without me, Aileen Fritani, the mighty black dragon? Oh my, not naming names, but I thought it was Fang's son from that dragon training secret. Thought he wouldn't wander the streets anymore, yet here he is managing this tower, specializing in shaking down vegetables and fruits from Sejin and his little ones. It's quite bitter not being invited to dine together. Suddenly, a supplementary system window pops up out of nowhere. The task is to bring a baked potato to the tower manager, with no reward, but refusal means death. Suddenly, the potato he's chewing tastes much worse. Sejin decides to butter up the manager. Why not say so from the start? Now there's a potato threatening what? Or else, offer the reward, Sejin will reconsider. A few seconds later, a window pops up, activating an A-rank mission, still about offering a baked potato, with a bonus related to the profession. Saying so, isn't it cute? Just give it already. Sejin raises his hand to select and open the mission reward, receiving a level 1 seed shop, allowing 1 purchase per 30 days. He jumps up in joy, now realizing it's somewhat similar to the shop on the first floor that the Awakeners often mention. Sejin activates the shop skill immediately, kicking off the empty history. Suddenly, remembering that buying requires money, he, like a genuine farmer, wonders if he can exchange vegetables for it. The system knows that no matter how hard the farmer tries, Sejin is still poor, so it gives him a tower coin for free, as if his eyes were selling him out. Sejin is extremely surprised. The shop system is unusually generous today. In the real world, a tower coin is worth $1 million. The system informs that there are 3 random seed types available each day. At Sejin's current level, he can buy 1 type to plant. The catch is, even though there's only 1 type, there are 1,000 seeds, sounding grand but quite pricey in market terms. He pondered for a while and decided to eliminate 2 options, red chili and cabbage, as they weren't very stable. So the remaining one is carrot seeds, right? The rabbit family immediately turns their heads to look at Sejin upon hearing the words carrot seeds. He realizes they are trying to tell him something, so he repeats and finally understands it's about carrot seeds. The eyes of the rabbit couple sparkle with excitement. He leans closer, emphasizing the keyword carrot, and the rabbit family nods eagerly. The more he mentions it, the more enthusiastic their response. Talking too much annoys the rabbits. One of them jumps up and kicks him in the face to shut him up. Sejin follows their preference and buys 1,000 carrot seeds. Unlocking the achievement of purchasing earns him 1 loyalty point. Every 100 accumulated points allow him to level up once. The seeds are packed in a fancy red bag, landing in Sejin's hands amidst the admiration of the entire rabbit family. Many unexpected events happen to the tower manager, claiming the transactions with the store are going well, probably anticipating new items for exploitation. Anyway, with 1,000 seeds, Sejin and the rabbit family start planting right away. Above the cave entrance where the grass grows thick, a brown bee is flying somewhere. But seeing the spirited crowd, she stops to see if anyone deserves a sting. Look at those cute little bunny butts shaking, gazing happily at the carrot seeds just planted and covered with soil. They're chattering away, making Sejin feel a bit odd. Even though the seeds have been planted for a few days, nothing has sprouted yet, and they keep lying there. Are they obsessed with carrots? Anyway, his part is done. Now it's time to rest. Wake up in the afternoon to pollinate the flowers and trim the onions. Suddenly, Sejin hears a buzzing sound in his ear. He waves his hand to shoo it away, but it keeps buzzing by his ear. Darn it, so annoying. Why is there suddenly an insect here disturbing his sleep? In front of him is a large brown bee, staring intently with its two big eyes. The baby rabbit sitting on Sejin's lap also looks up to see the creature from another species, making its buzzing sound. He hesitates before this winged creature. How come all the tower monsters are so cute? Sejin decides to take a closer look at the bee, but the system promptly pops up a notification that this is a venomous bee. Oh my, why didn't you say so from the beginning? A venomous bee? Sejin quickly closes his palms. He sends out an SOS signal, intending to ask the baby rabbits what this creature is and if it's dangerous. He notices their parents carrying 5 baby bunnies and running away long ago. Gosh, those miserable rabbit parents. How dare they leave him alone to become prey for a meat-eating bee, to prove that his fear is not exaggerated. The tower manager informs him that this is a venomous bee specializing in stinging and eating its prey. How can a meat-eating bee have such a misleading appearance? Sejin feels his heart just dropped, waving his hands continuously to shoo the bee away, but it keeps getting closer. In his eyes, this bee is no different from a murderer, ready to devour him. His legs go weak, collapsing onto the ground, arms flailing, hitting whatever is nearby towards the bee. Not sure if he wants to kill it or sacrifice it for himself. But when he sees tomato branches full of yellow flowers, the brown bee stops and stares at them intently, shifting its focus to the flowers, no longer caring about the timid farmer. A moment later, Sejin dares to open his eyes to take a look. He finds the brown bee sticking its head into the flowers with delight. When it lifts its head, it looks like it just had a satisfying meal, appearing innocent and harmless. Sejin glances at the system window with no trust, asking again if the meat-eating animal is ferocious. It keeps silent without daring to explain. Suddenly remembering that bees can pollinate flowers, Sejin leans closer to the brown bee and whispers, "We have a whole field of tomato flowers. If you like, dive in and enjoy." Turns out this bee is picky. Despite the abundance of tomato flowers, it keeps buzzing around Sejin, only becoming interested when invited to indulge. So in a stroke of luck, Sejin loses his pollinator, having to manually pollinate using a poking stick. Now that he has time, Sejun turns around to scold his timid rabbit family, who left him alone and now come back to snoop around without a clue. They fidget and act all lovey-dovey, especially this timid rabbit husband, looking so pitiful. The brown bee seems to have finished feasting on the flower nectar, flying over to Sejun, who is still quite startled, gradually backing away, afraid it might change its mind and attack him. Unexpectedly, the brown bee lands on Sejun's yellow-stained white shirt, stretching its chubby body and taking a nap on his stomach. Indeed, chubby ones often feel sleepy. Well, that's fine. As long as it doesn't turn around and sting him, it's okay. Time goes by, Sejun's tomato field grows steadily, and there are already 120 tally marks on the cave wall. Sejun happily tends to his garden with the rabbit family every day, cutting fresh leaves. He works diligently while the rabbit children frolic around, which is exactly how children should play. Sejun now resembles an old man watching children play in the yard. The bee, as usual, perches on him after finishing its nectar feast. It has been visiting Sejun's prehistoric cave for weeks, coming in the morning to work and flying into the forest at night. Sejun's farm is expanding, providing enough land for everyone to live in harmony. Perhaps this brown bee no longer spends time with its own colony and prefers to stay here. Sejun likes it too, especially when it releases honey like this, creating a super delicious and enjoyable honey-dipped onion dish. His rabbit family really enjoys it. Who knows if tomorrow, dipping carrots in honey will become their new favorite. Sejun chews on a stalk of honey-dipped onion while thinking happily. At first, he was afraid of being attacked by this bee, but thanks to it, his garden has expanded, and he even harvests honey. The status window pops up just as he is eagerly awaiting to bathe in honey, but when Sejun turns back, it disappears instantly. He doesn't pay much attention, as he's used to the fleeting nature of the tower manager. Sejun shifts his attention to his wall calendar. The blue moon is coming soon. Thinking back to the day the bear came to say hello, he still feels a bit scared. Sejun just hopes to survive through this lunar eclipse. On the 121st day before the blue planet appears, Sejun gathers ripe tomatoes into a bag, along with his travel gear, prepared like a guerrilla fighter, ready for the eclipse. The rabbit family on the other side is bustling strangely, each seeming more worried than before. Sejun stands up with a basket of ripe tomatoes, intending to lure them back into the house, only to see the entire rabbit family embracing each other tenderly. What's going on? Getting ready to send their kids off to study abroad? Sejun is bewildered. Before he can grasp anything, he sees the rabbit couple leaving their 5 golden-haired children behind. They rushed back to their house, ignoring the stuttering farmer's words. As they reached the door, the rabbit couple turned back, waving goodbye, then closed the door firmly, locking it for safety. Oh my, what's happening? Why did you leave your children here like this? The solar eclipse is approaching. Sejun barely finished speaking when the blue planet appeared, obscuring the sunlight, casting a faint blue light over him. Suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine, Sejun turned around to see the golden-haired rabbit children now resembling muscular thugs. Their eyes turned red, their mouths filled with sharp teeth, and their bodies grew larger, emitting growling sounds, thirsting for blood. Is there still time to send an SOS signal? Sejun felt his scalp tingle. The adorable golden-haired rabbit children were forgotten. Just as Sejun was about to flee for his life, the rabbits suddenly began to glow like toys. Amidst the dazzling light, their fur turned pure white, thicker and fluffier, and all their muscular features disappeared. Wow, surprised yet? The 5 rabbit siblings appeared in their new forms, all resembling white Tangela Pikachu, except for one black rabbit that Sejun called the ink rabbit. Perhaps it's from the neighbor's house. Needless to say, Sejun was speechless with amazement. So this is a sign of maturity, a change in fur color. They gathered under Sejun's feet, chirping cutely to show off. Since they were born until this blue moon, it's the 5th time already, isn't it? Sejun curiously approached to get a closer look at them. Suddenly, he burst into tears, thinking something had happened to them earlier. The rabbits looked at him blankly. Oh, this big brother is not only cowardly, but also emotional. The black rabbit beside him tried to comfort him, but ended up being hugged and kissed on the cheek by Sejun. They look so cute, I want to kiss them too. As the crescent moon just moved away from the sun, the rabbit couple stepped out of the door with excitement, seeing Sejun and their children sitting by the fire. The whole family hugged each other happily. It seems that the rabbit parents already knew about this. Only Sejun was fooled. Suddenly, one of the baby rabbits raised its hand in the air, the one that resembled Pikachu the most in the litter. Out of nowhere, it made a Doraemon sound, digging the ground with a shovel. Sejun couldn't believe his eyes. Each of them had a rabbit information board in their hands, along with their own farming tools. It turns out that these rabbits all have the ability to summon items when they mature. Even Sejun can't borrow and use them temporarily. And what about this neighbor's rabbit? The ink rabbit seemed to be waiting for Sejun to ask, proudly showing off something bright, a hammer-shaped item, indeed, a huge hammer. Sejun didn't understand why this ink rabbit offered a hammer. Is it for building something? It carried the hammer on its shoulder, proudly showing that it had grown up. Suddenly, Sejun leaned down to closely examine the information board of the ink rabbit. Unlike the others, it said it was a black warrior rabbit. So it's the neighbor's rabbit. Parents are farmers, siblings are farmers, and each of them has a different fur color and specializes in combat. A few days later, everything went as usual. The baby rabbits had enough farming tools to work just like their parents, looking very professional. The chubby rabbits were busy pushing baskets of tomatoes for Sejun to sort and store. Sejun felt himself getting older day by day. Just the other day, they were still noisy kids in the garden. Now each of them has grown up. It's quite touching. But the siblings worked diligently. He looked back at the ink rabbit lying on the ground. Although it's confirmed that this is a warrior rabbit, it still seems idle. To be honest, there's nothing here for a warrior rabbit to fight, nor any structures to build. While thinking about finding a job for the ink, it suddenly perked up its ears, then picked up the hammer and beckoned Sejun to follow it to the water pond in the cave. He immediately realized that hunting could also be a form of teamwork. With a newly lit torch in hand, a fierce piranha fish lunged at Ink to test its new hammer. Displaying its warrior spirit, Ink swung the hammer straight at the fish, sending it crashing into the cave wall like a bomb. Ink landed a majestic blow like a true warrior, while Sejun grimaced at the squashed fish sliding down. The black rabbit didn't know what to do, quickly turned back to give a thumbs up to its human brother, but Sejun was unsure whether to praise or criticize. That evening, minced fish was served amidst the solemn atmosphere of the whole family. Ink noticed the siblings' mocking attitude, so it deflated all its joy, and Sejun had to console it with a few words. Since then, the baby rabbits began to be more familiar with their tasks, and Ink's fishing skills improved significantly. From the 125th day onwards, the seed shop reopened for a new round of purchases, still allowing Seijin to choose one type as usual. There were still 3 options, but the quantity had clearly decreased. 10 watermelon seeds for 5 tower coins, 50 pumpkin seeds for 1 coin, or 200 corn seeds for half a coin. No more discounted 1,000 seeds. Seijin was surprised to see such rare seeds being sold this month, partly because he now only had 0.9 tower coins, and there was no choice other than corn seeds, a worry creeping into his mind. It's been over 4 months here without any way to make money. Other awakened players make money by fighting monsters and clearing chaos on the tower floors. Even though they have to split the rewards among their team, they still earn more than Seijin. The second way is to hunt monsters and sell their bodies to merchants on the first floor. The third way to make money is to complete missions and receive rewards, but his tower management system is behaving contrary to what he was told. There are no rewards, but demands for various things, threatening to kill if not provided. But Seijin still raised his head and asked if there were any tasks with tower coins as rewards. The window appeared quickly, saying something about tower coins, not understanding, and that the tower management will automatically provide when the time comes. Seijin furrowed his brow. He's already 26 years old and still not considered an adult. How old is the tower manager then? Of course, the Black Dragon didn't disclose its age, only saying that Seijin would receive money when he turned 300. Seijin got irritated. He's a sweaty human, not some monster that lives to that age. And if the tower manager gives money after another 274 years, who will use it then? His distant descendants. Who would he even breed with? After spending all these days surrounded by vegetables and rabbits, seeing he made a valid point, unable to argue back, the system quickly switched to playing cards. Seijin grudgingly accepted. The tower manager's personality has always been like this, so he returned to selecting seeds. Listening with awe, Seijin could only choose corn seeds and try to envision himself boiling and grilling them, and making bread flour, blah blah. After the system congratulated and wished them various kinds of luck, it handed him a red pouch, pouring out exactly 200 seeds without any extras or shortages. But they seemed to be of good quality, so they first cheered each other up to work. The rabbits were very excited about the new food, and in their eyes, Seijin was the expert in providing various kinds of food. Before eating, his stomach was rumbling with hunger and anticipation. Admiring Seijin's resilience, he had been eating only those vegetables and fish for 125 days. If it were me, I'd be crying for days and nights craving hamburgers, pizza, and bubble tea. With new recruits specializing in fishing, Seijin and the rabbit family enjoyed a satisfying meal, sitting around the fire. A honeybee flew in from somewhere to say hi. There have been more and more of them in the cave lately, less time in the woods, but Seijin didn't care much. With them buzzing around his face, he was happy. Suddenly, the 2 bee antennae pointed in one direction. They flew up into the cave mouth without saying a word. The ink also became wary, grabbing its warrior hammer just in time for Seijin to notice something new leaping out of the cave mouth. Its 2 hands looked like those of a stretching cat. Its voice sounded awkward, hoping everyone wouldn't misunderstand. "I'm not a shameless cat thief here to steal food." The rabbits and the honeybee looked very alert, and Seijin also startled, asking what it was doing there. He was so tense that he forgot this cat could talk instead of meowing. Instead of answering, it jumped back into the cave, somersaulting magnificently to the ground right in front, then extending a hand with pink pads forward to greet Seijin very professionally. "You're customer Park Seijin, right?" Its appearance resembled a cat doing tricks, but walking on the ground. And the important thing to mention, 7 times 7, 49 times, it's an orange cat. A merchant? Seijin doubted, looking at the cat in front of him. The word on the street was that awakened ones climbing the tower would meet merchants. But no story mentioned that cats could do this job too. Moreover, look at those round eyes. Add to that the pair of soft chubby cheeks, and especially those little pink paws. Oh my god, how can one resist such cuteness? His heart throbbed wildly. It seemed Seijin was about to faint, but he was still alert enough to speculate that this chubby furball was definitely a scammer. Despite this flirty introduction, Seijin maintained an indifferent demeanor. With a very professional bow, It said, "I heard a newcomer has traded with the seed shop, Mr. Seijin." Its flattery made him want to maintain his coolness, pretending not to care. "So you're here to say hello and offer some lucrative deals." As Theo spoke, he rummaged through his pouch, boasting about having many good items, making Seijin interested to see. Before even seeing the items, Seijin heard the loud rumble of the cat's hungry belly. He was done for. Where's the image of a cool merchant in front of a customer? Theo scratched his head and ears, hastily apologizing to Seijin, then explaining that it hadn't eaten anything all day, hence the condition. Seijin was amazed at the pitiful cat laughing. Suddenly, he cracked a smile that stretched to his ears, looking absurdly cute. "You're Theo, right?" The merchant cat felt shy and glanced over, locking eyes with a whole grilled fish along with the smiling face of the customer. The delicious smell and the golden brown skin made Theo excited, claws twitching, drool continuously flowing. But just a few seconds later, it hastily wiped its mouth, addicted but still hesitant, so it said it couldn't eat the customer's food. "Don't you want to eat for real?" Seijin approached Theo and pushed the fish into its face. The sweet and tempting fish meat was both tender and fatty. "If you don't eat this, it would be a waste of a lifetime for a cat. Oh my god, this amazing taste lingers, making saliva drip uncontrollably." Then suddenly, there was a meow and the sound of chewing. It was beyond satisfying. With a bone in its paw, Theo lay on its back, licking its lips. Seijin sat beside it, saying it must have been really hungry. Because that cat had just swallowed 5 grilled fish, it was a glutton, not a cat. Theo quickly got up, bowed his head in thanks, not knowing how to repay such a generous god. But Seijin just smiled and said there was no need. Truly a kind and lovely person. Theo happily rummaged through his pouch, wanting to sell more items to make some extra money from him. This trip would be profitable. Ha ha ha! Not just 5 tower coins. Seijin excitedly stretched out his hands, asking for money for a few grilled fish. Theo angrily bristled all over and shouted back, "It's not free? There's nothing free in this world." Seijin retorted cheerfully, then switched to a threatening tone, asking if Theo planned to eat and run. "Why not take a look around?" Theo worriedly glanced around, seeing a whole gang of rabbit thugs punching and kicking. And there's also a black rabbit wielding a hammer. Fuming, it paid the ransom. Then it collapsed on the spot, while Seijin and his gang were ecstatic about easily scamming the foolish cat for money. On the other side, Theo silently screamed in his heart, "Damn it, he lost all his money before even making a sale. Losing money without even doing business. Can't let life trample on me like this." It quickly pulled out its bag in front of Seijin, eagerly saying, "Come take a look." Theo pulled out a purple cloth, enthusiastically displaying 3 items and boasting that they were very popular on other floors. A cup of water, a mini fan, and a handheld hot pack, all for 5 coins. "These are items from outside the tower, right?" Seijin and the rabbit gang stared intently at the merchandise, making Theo feel very pleased and proud. Then, holding up the cup, it introduced, "This here has a magic spell for preservation. Just put something hot or cold in here, and it can maintain the temperature." Next is the mini fan with a wind magic. When you need it, just press the switch like this. Seijin stared wide-eyed at Theo, who was enthusiastically pitching, thinking this cat must be out of its mind, so he couldn't help but interrupt the foolish cat. Coldly pointing at its merchandise, he said bluntly, "These items are all junk." "What are you saying?" Theo straightened up. Damn, this guy dared to call its goods junk. It shows he's just a commoner who can't recognize the true value of these items. Seijin remained calm, pointing to himself, "I'm from outside the tower, cat. What the fuck?" Theo felt like it got struck by lightning. Its ears drooped in shock as it looked at him. Seijin had to explain to the poor cat, "This cup is just a thermos by sealing the lid tightly to prevent outside germs. And the mini fan and heating bag only have limited use. They turn off after a few hours." Those words felt like a stab to the weak cat's heart. It crouched down in agony. Clearly it was told they had magic. Just then, the mini fan's wings were shaking, proving Seijin's words were right. Theo frustratedly kicked the fan repeatedly with its foot, shouting in a strained voice, "Move, please." Seijin added fuel to the fire, saying that Skaram was a scammer, tricking the cat like that. Realizing the bitter truth, the cat collapsed to the ground, saying, Theo had given Skaram its heart. How could it fall for such a scam? Skaram truly was a wicked trickster, combining being poor and unlucky with this bonus scam. Theo cried like rain, pounding its hands on the ground. Seijin kept marveling at its cute cat-like voice, cursing without any malice, just finding it adorable. The innate performer emerged strongly within Seijin, gently comforting Theo and asking it to tell the whole story. Theo tried to hold back its tears, its voice trembling. It said it came from floor 75, a neutral area of the tower. One fine day, the village cats cheered Theo on to confess its love. It listened to its friends, holding a bunch of fish, to propose to the cat it secretly liked for so long. Merle was a proud, pure white cat, as elegant as it gets. As soon as it saw the fish, it quickly backed away. The mistress of gold and jade didn't bother with such cheap stuff, only fancy pate. Merle immediately clawed and shredded Theo's gift. The cheap fish smell made it nauseous. What are you doing?" Theo couldn't believe the gentle girl it always dreamed of could act so distant and mighty, but for love, it just dove in, not caring anymore. "You should know your place." As Theo was desperately begging Merle, a mocking voice rang out. It was Oren, the son of the richest cat in the village. He swaggered in a suit with a fancy tied salmon, making all the female cats swoon. A lady like Merle deserved expensive things. Then Oren brought the fish to Merle, making the other female cats swoon. Theo, from afar, angrily tried to belittle him. "She only likes pate, you idiot." "Wow, isn't she beautiful?" Totally different from what the simp lord said, Merle's eyes were shining with desire as she looked at the salmon, shattering Theo's dreams. In pain, chasing after the crush happily in the arms of another, Theo ran up, grabbed Merle's hand, turning into an Indian soap opera soaked with tears. The poor cat Theo interrogated the girl. "Are our memories together meaningless?" Seeing his lover walk with the rich Oren, he hallucinated that everything was fake. Theo looked at the tearful Merle with sadness. Would she dare to swear on those tears? "Just days ago, we were frolicking in the sunny meadows, arguing for no reason. You used to slap me playfully." "Oh, those days. Are you high or something?" Merle squinted threateningly. Theo's nonsense story drove her mad. "I've only laughed with you a few times, and you're delusional?" There was never any frolicking in the sun-drenched meadows between us. There were only days of storms, thunder, and lightning. Theo clinging on, getting scolded by Merle. "I don't hate eating fish." Merle heatedly pointed her claw straight at the simp lord. "I just hate eating the cheap fish of a poor, ragged guy like you." Theo was shocked to the core, every word tearing his heart apart. His tears fell. The game was over. From now on, the world lost a cat. Then those two cats walked away. Theo immediately packed up his belongings, hugged his dreams of becoming a wealthy trader to return for revenge. But life wasn't like a dream. That's why I'm suffering like this now. Seijin and the rabbits listened to the cat's lamentations and felt depressed, sweat pouring out continuously. Theo's life story wasn't over yet. It used 50 silver coins to buy a business license and the necessary equipment to become a trader. With the remaining 5 coins, Theo planned to buy some items to sell for profit. That's when it met Scarum. At that time, the cat was waiting at the counter when approached by a green fairy, who introduced himself as Scarum and claimed to know a lot. So they both went to a beer hall with some sexy rabbits serving, looking very different from Seijin's rabbits. There, the mysterious Scarum said he had many items outside the tower, and if Theo sold them to people on higher floors, he would make a lot of money. You wondered why Scarum was so good. He immediately adopted a sweet tone, saying it's because he values you, considering this as an investment in a new trader. He pretended to be angry when he saw Theo hesitate, saying if you don't like it, he can give it to someone else. Theo fell into the trap, not wanting to miss out on good merchandises, so he stopped him and was given a map showing the location of new customers of the seed shop, pushing the paper toward the cat while encouraging him that he could make a lot of money with this item. Because he provided a lot of confidential information, he asked Theo to pay for the beer, and the cat eagerly agreed. Having spent all the money on Scarum, he didn't have money to buy food. That's why he came here with a hungry stomach. Theo crouched, trembling, narrating, then lay down on the ground, begging because Seijin stole the last few coins, crying because he felt useless, robbed by this human. This cat is both easygoing and foolish, so Scarum clearly cheated and fooled him. Seijin also felt sorry but didn't care. But wait, I have an idea. His face suddenly showed an indescribable expression. His dark mind came up with a way to make money. First, he had to stop the cat from crying, eat a few more grilled fish. Theo. Seijin chuckled. The cat refused immediately. Are you planning to trick me? You don't have any money left already. Who would want to cheat you? I'll give you free food. Hearing this, Theo's eyes widened suspiciously, looking at the scammer. Seijun eagerly suggested the cat work for him, pretending to be friendly, while secretly wanting to catch the cat without using a knife. On the next day at the tower, Seijun found a colleague. Do you want us to work together? Theo was surprised. This move was too strange. He couldn't anticipate it. Seijun explained that he needed a good trader to sell items, but the cat thought he was a pathetic failure. After the recent story, he still wanted to hire me? Feeling embarrassed, the cat continued to feel down. I'm just a useless and obscure chicken trader. Not wanting to lose potential labor, Seijun immediately boosted the cat's morale by praising him and expressing his confidence in Theo. Moreover, your unfortunate life has touched my heart, so we can become business partners. Surely he thinks a cat can understand that phrase, right? To show his sincerity, Seijun enthusiastically called some bunnies for Theo to broaden his horizons. Just a moment later, the leafy resort by the lake with a garden style was completed. Seijun comfortably lay on the water-absorbing chair, with a bunny standing by to fan cool air. Theo, not used to such luxury, found it strange. At this point, Seijun turned to business matters. First by reminding Theo of the bunch of items the cat brought were counterfeit, making the foolish cat reluctant to speak, just wanting to get it over with. This is the right time to propose a deal. Seijun suggests Theo take the items from him to sell, then he'll give you a 3 to 5% commission from the sales revenue. Damn, does this guy only speak gibberish? What does he expect from a cat that just knows how to lick his butt all day? Seeing the cat looking confused, he cheerfully said, "You can sell the items for a higher price than I set." Seijun is quite sure the cat is capable of that. The higher the price you sell, the more commission you'll get. The big uncle on the side is discussing business vigorously, while these two bunny kids are busy grilling fish. Back to Theo, who is pondering, what kind of commission is that? Too little. Does that guy think I'm easy to fool? Seijun can tell what the cat is thinking. It's time to reveal the ace. He waves his hand to summon the bunnies over. Theo sees the plate of fish in their hands, nearly drooling. Our agreement doesn't stop there. I'll also give you an extra 10 fish, Seijun said excitedly, pointing to the grilled fish on the bunny's hands. Astonishing Theo. Seeing the bunnies lay the fish on the table, he eagerly sits beside them, even if it's fish. Ugh, Theo swallows saliva with a gulp. So, are you ready to sign the contract with me now? Seijun casually asks. The plan has been successful so far. Just waiting for one more nod from the cat. Meanwhile, Theo is struggling internally fiercely. Haven't the previous tricks been enough? Be a smart cat. Don't trust anyone. Theo shakes his head hesitantly, but the enticing aroma nearby keeps coming, making him unable to resist drooling. Quietly wiping his mouth and regaining a bit of dignity, Theo demanded 20 more fish before considering the proposal. Just as he got that, Seijun's smile lost all humanity, again fooling a fool to sell himself to capitalism. What, 20 fish? I'll give you 25 fish, he said as he lifted a bunch of fish onto the table, making Theo's eyes widen in amazement. Oh my god! A total of 25 fish, any remaining trace of dignity vanished. Theo's ears perked up, eagerly eyeing the food in front of him. Of course, Seijun firmly confirmed, adding, "You can eat as much as you want when you come here to get the goods." Really? Really? The cat's mouth, legs, and tail were all trembling. This salary couldn't be more perfect. Seeing the big fish about to bite, Seijun glared, emphasizing the 5 words, "As much as you want," straight into the cat's naive ears. Theo's eyes lit up. His front legs had to be raised to support his face from falling off. That's it. Prepare for a foolish cat being lured into slavery on the farm. I feel sorry, but oh well. Who cares? The prey has been trapped. Seijun immediately tells his buddies to sign the contract. Theo eagerly raises his paw in agreement. Seizing the opportunity, Seijun quickly takes out pen and paper, scribbling a few basic lines, finally sealing it with his and the cat's fingerprint. Happy cooperation. Seijun happily pats the cat's shoulder as he happily sniffs around, but less than a second later, a loud scream echoed. Damn it. Theo was so excited that he signed the contract unconsciously. He didn't even bother to read what was written in it before slapping his paw on it. It's gone. But now the contract has flown away with Theo's meow meow cry. Regret is useless now, darling. The contract has been sent to the system and appears in front of the two with the title Lifetime Distribution Contract. Just hearing the name makes me uneasy. Basically, the contract mentions the mutual benefits of cooperation between Seijun and Theo, especially that the cat will be exploited for labor for life. The salary is as Seijun mentioned, but there are some special clauses. First, if Theo can't sell more than 5 units per month, the contract will be automatically terminated. Second, the selling price of agricultural products must always be equal to or higher than the price he specifies. Thirdly, Theo is not allowed to create any additional supplementary clauses on his own. Fourthly, Theo should use a cat's voice to communicate with customers, strictly prohibited from punching customers in any situation. At the bottom are prominent paw prints, like this. There's no escape route left. Looking at the basically slave contract, Theo froze. In contrast, Sejin was extremely pleased. Isn't this an irreversible contract? Indeed, it blocks all possible escape routes for the cat. Theo slumped to the ground. Why did he sign the first contract with this Loki-like guy? Not to mention the fourth special clause, using a cat's voice to greet customers. I'm super embarrassed about that watery voice. Theo angrily thumped his tail on the ground, glaring at Sejin, burning with embarrassment. But he ignored it, just reaching out to shake hands with his partner, starting work automatically. What's the problem? Angrily brushing off the human's hand, Theo's ears flattened in anger because it still risked being fired. As the first clause stated, if it didn't perform well, he could be kicked out without any compensation. Sejin trusts Theo. Sooner or later, he will become a bestseller. Smart cat. Then he pets the cat's head a few times. Hearing that, Theo felt ecstatic, suddenly seeing his handsome boss as 1,000 times more attractive. Theo's satisfied expression also made him happy. Winning over this cat is too easy. But what exactly does he intend to sell? After signing the contract, he doesn't bother to mention what goods he's going to sell at all. Haven't even started, and it already feels off. Tomatoes? Sejin's response startled Theo awake. This boss is a bit funny. People sell all sorts of cool stuff, and suddenly he wants to sell rainbow tomatoes. Sounds ridiculous. Sejin pays no attention to Theo's suspicious look. He picks a ripe tomato from the vine and hands it to the cat for inspection. Seeing that its quality isn't too bad, he asks the boss what price he wants to sell it for. In Theo's head, he secretly estimates he could make about 0.01 tower coin by scamming some newly awakened folks in the tower. But the price Sejin offers is 0.05 coin. Theo is stunned by Sejin's answer. This guy is increasing the price by 5 times than his estimate. Only crazy people would buy this stuff. Thinking it over, Theo realizes this is also a good thing. At that sky-high price, he won't be able to sell the goods. And it's easy to escape from that devilish contract in just 1 month, but still get to eat grilled fish. Too good. So how many tomatoes does the boss want me to sell? 1,000, okay? Sejin barely finishes speaking when the rabbits quickly bring out a basket full of tomatoes and a pile of grilled fish wrapped in onions. The efficiency of the rabbits' work surprises Theo greatly. Sejin is so used to it that he only cares about how the cat is going to carry this pile. Theo immediately pulls out the magic wrap. This has preservation, space expanding, and weight reducing spells. Food stored in here will remain in its original state for a long time. Let me demonstrate for you. Tossing the cloth towards the piled up food, it immediately opens a powerful spatial door, sucking all the food inside. But I have a question. If it sucks everything up like that, what's the point of arranging it in the first place? After sucking all the items inside, the wrapped cloth falls to the ground in the form of a backpack with drawstrings, opening the eyes of Sejin and the rabbit team wide. Would it be better to stuff a little more? Cheerfully putting on the backpack, Theo bids farewell to everyone. I'll be back early after a few days. Saying so, it jumps into the mouth of the cave, waving goodbye to the community below. Specifically, the cheating boss, the rabbit gang, and a big bee like holding hands. Fast forward, a few days later, on the 38th floor of the tower, under the blue sky, there's a hideous spider monster growling. Facing it is a group of awakened people fighting with all their might. The knight with a shield jumps forward to distract the monster, creating an opportunity for the 2 mages on the team to unleash fireball spells from the right side, distracting it. Seizing that chance, the knight immediately swings his sword, smoothly beheading the spider. The giant monster's body collapses to the ground, and it's also the moment when praises rain down, truly deserving the title of Phoenix Leader, Mr. Kim Dong-shik, number 1. The harem continuously worships the knight as he approaches them. However, Dong-shik isn't pleased with those empty praises. He immediately goes straight to the blonde girl and scolds her, telling Jessica to be more diligent instead of flattering. But Jessica isn't afraid at all. Instead, she winks playfully, saying, "Why are you scolding me so loudly? But I still really like you. Seeing that, Dongshik can only smile bitterly, conceding defeat to such cheesy displays. Suddenly, a series of rustling noises echoes in the bushes behind, making Dongshik startled as he swiftly turns around. Who's hiding there? He shouts loudly, quickly grasping the sword behind his back, making his teammates jump in surprise and turn back to look, only to see a cute, chubby white and pink cat poking out. Then Theo immediately steps out, taking off his hat to reveal his head, asking with wide eyes, "Do you want to see some good merchandise? Meow meow?" Dongshik's hand freezes, thinking a monster is attacking, but it turns out to be just a lost cat. But the girls in the team are extremely excited, running over. Someone shouts loudly that the cat is actually a merchant, and with the cat's power, just a few seconds later, a crowd rushes over here. Seeing that, Theo also cheerfully greets, "Hello, nice to meet you, my talented companions, meow meow." The cat's adorable voice and its cute gestures melt the hearts of the girls in the team, and now the cat asks with wide eyes again, "Am I cute? Meow meow?" which makes the girls even more ecstatic. Now Theo understands why the boss made him use a cat voice to sell things. This guy is pretty smart. The greetings are over. Now it's time for the main act. Theo decisively brings out the basket of ripe red tomatoes and sets it down in front of the Phoenix members with a thud. Two curious individuals step forward to take a closer look. This is the bio-tomato. The pink-haired girl frowns, realizing the cat is here to sell food. Disappointed, she turns away. Dongshik thought it brought something valuable like a weapon or some kind of medicine. But tomatoes are abundant outside. If it's going to sell food, it should be hamburgers or hot dogs. What a foolish cat. You humans are the foolish ones. Theo knows they would think like that, so it confidently says, "This is completely different from the bio-tomatoes outside the tower. If you don't believe it, you can check its stats." Meow meow. Stats. The pink-haired and the hat-wearing girls look astonished at the tiny tomato in Theo's hand. Could this be an item? The hat-wearing girl immediately checks the system information. Eating a tomato increases 0.01 experience points for 10 minutes. It's not much, so the price shouldn't be high. Each one costs 0.05 coins. Theo's answer makes him jerk up. "Are you out of your mind? I'd rather spend a little more to buy equipment than waste money on this nonsense." Then he immediately turns around and leaves, leaving the pink-haired girl staring at the system board intently, reading the words, "Eating tomatoes helps reduce 10 grams of fat." The fake awakening girls behind them stand still like statues. Then they shoot piercing looks straight at the pink hair. "Hey, repeat what you just said." Then they hurried to Theo to check the information about the bio-tomatoes and found out they could help with weight loss. Just eating 10 tomatoes for an hour could reduce a catty already. Not only the girls were fascinated, but also a muscular brother with the soul of a teenage girl also eagerly joined in. Such an amazing item, not buying it would be foolish. Everyone rushed in to compete to buy, no one yielding to anyone, making Theo slightly frightened. The loud clashes attracted the attention of others. Seeing teammates lining up to buy tomatoes, the whole group then followed each other back to Theo. Even Dongshik, who had just criticized, also hesitated to try a bit. At that moment, on the farm in the cave, the system is announcing Seijin's promotion. Busy harvesting tomatoes for next time, he suddenly remembers Theo. If he hadn't called out randomly, he would have probably encountered fake awakenings by now. With the function of burning 10 grams of fat, the bio-tomato will surely become a super hot diet product for women, but only available in the Black Tower. Putting the juicy tomato into his mouth, although he grew it himself, every time Seijin eats it, he never stops exclaiming, "How delicious this tomato is." His radiant face looking up at the cave entrance, he believes his agricultural products will dominate the market. People on a diet on Earth will surely be ecstatic to see them. At this moment, on the 38th floor, Theo is panting beside the empty basket with some coins scattered on the ground. This is the first time Theo's life has sold out. Perhaps the legend of the smuggling cat officially began here. Returning to the unstable farm, the carrot garden has started to sprout. While the father rabbit was very excited, Seijin was thoughtful. Only 700 seeds sprouted out of 1,000 seeds he bought. The miraculous bio-tomatoes also had only 732 seeds sprout out of 200 seeds. The corn and sweet potatoes bought at the seed shop and planted by him also reached about 60 to 70%. It seems the germination rate of carrots and bio-tomatoes is similar. Sad sitting next to the carrot plots, Sejin wishes they would sprout more, but perhaps the soil in the cave is not fertile enough, or his farmer level is still too low. He needs to quickly find a way to overcome this problem. Now that there are slaves going out to sell goods, the team at home needs to harvest as much as possible. Sejin and the father rabbit were discussing business when they heard a noise. Immediately turning around, they saw a bright torch spinning above. The author of this story is none other than Ink the rabbit, the little guy standing close to the lake, swinging the torch up high, attracting the fish below to follow. Gripping the ink hammer tightly, he jumps up high, throwing all his might. In just a few seconds, 5 fish have holes in their heads, and the rabbit lightly lands like a god. Ink reaches out to catch the torch, and at the same time, the fish fall heavily to the ground. Who is so skilled? Sejin pulls the whole family of rabbits to approach, not sparing praise when seeing the pile of fish behind the old and young, making Ink pleased, calling out a few pity sounds. Sejin approaches and sees the body of the little rabbit glowing. Has he leveled up? He has seen white rabbit siblings level up while farming, but this is the first time he has seen Ink level up like this. Sejin happily pets the head of the old and young rabbit, thinking the little one couldn't level up, but now he's no less than his older siblings. Ink raises his nose, puffing his chest and turning to the small white rabbits, as if to say, "See how good I am." Despite not liking the arrogant attitude of Ink, they still reluctantly applaud to please the little rabbit. To celebrate Ink's level up event, Sejin generously allows the rabbit slave to take a few minutes off. Sejin conveniently rummaged through his bag and took out a thermos he got from the cat, grinning and saying, "Let's have some coffee." As soon as he opened the thermos, he saw several packets of coffee inside. Sejin eagerly grabbed one. It seemed neither Scarum nor Theo had ever opened it before. If Theo sold coffee instead of the thermos, Sejin would gladly pay whatever price, but that foolish cat didn't know anything, hence this ridiculous incident of buying a random item. Sejin poured the coffee powder into the plastic bottle, even without hot water or ice. He could still make an Americano from lake water. Then, he asked for a little honey from the bees and completed the honey Americano. The harmonious combination of bitterness and sweetness created a captivating flavor. Just one sip would dispel all fatigue, filling one with energy for a long day. Sejin happily took a sip. It's so delicious. Seeing his grandchildren looking at him, the kind Uncle Sejin shared the remaining half with them. Ink eagerly tried the poison first, but after just a small sip, his face turned pale and his whole body shook. Seeing this, the runt stubbornly tried to drink it down. Then the whole group of rabbits passed the black liquid around. Sejin laughed heartily, seeing the rabbits continuously grimacing. It seemed rabbit tongues were quite sensitive to bitterness, so they complained without any sounds. Laughing so hard his teeth were about to fall out, Sejin's eyes then caught a bee near the cave entrance waving "Hello, baby." Upon hearing his call, the queen bee immediately turned to look. The brown queen bee excitedly flew back to the bee nest, as if to show off to the gang. Sejin, down below, saw his mouth hanging open in shock for a few seconds. "You moved here?" Sejin felt so sad when he had to go home for dinner every day. "Now that she moved here, I'm so happy." He joyfully danced with the rabbits to welcome the new member. He even demanded a 2-day, 2-night party. "I know this guy is happy because he got another cheap laborer." While dancing merrily, the system suddenly appeared, requesting to give 10 cherry tomatoes to the tower manager. There was no reward, but refusing would disappoint him. Because Sejin kept delaying tasks and successfully negotiated with Theo, he no longer threatened him. Sejin chuckled silently, finding him pitiful and funny. Deciding, he took out 10 cherry tomatoes for the manager and immediately received a thank you message. Aha! Now they even know how to say thank you? Sejin's face lit up with extreme satisfaction at the manager's expression of gratitude. Suddenly, his smile vanished, his face turned solemn. He lowered his head against the rock wall in contemplation. Why am I so easily manipulated? Just a little gratitude, and I'm already like this. At that moment, in a restaurant in the Merchant Travel District, a green hand slammed a beer glass onto the table. "Why hasn't that damn cat come back yet?" Skram, in anger, cursed at the bugs. For those who don't remember, this is the guy who swindled our little Theo's money. The other 2 imps had heard him tell the story of fooling the foolish cat, but didn't understand why he was waiting for it. Scarum recounted his woes, wondering why it hadn't returned to the Merchant Guild to report the inventory. "How can we sell that pile of junk? Are you worried?" One bearded guy asked, but was waved off by Scarum. Should I be worried? But also couldn't ignore Theo, so he was planning for the case they met again. He had to buy a glass of milk and introduce a job to the cat, while lending it money to do business, making the imps extremely surprised. Scarum quickly explained to the stupid guy, the main purpose of all this is to trap that foolish cat into a spiral of debt. Eventually, it will become a lifelong slave to him. Scarum grinned maliciously, his eyes gleaming with ambition. That tyranny didn't make his younger brothers afraid, but they expressed admiration. "You're indeed a genius." They eagerly suggested going to find Theo to help the boss to gain a little benefit. However, Scarum was in no hurry. He remained calm. The prey would come to the mouth very soon. That indifferent attitude only made the gang of younger brothers worship him more. Having some free time, Scarum immediately checked today's merchant rank with a smile on his lips. He boasted, "Finally, I made it to the top 1,000, guys." Specifically, he ranked 999th, so he's on top, isn't he? Scarum smiled proudly at himself while listening to the flattery of his underlings. Then he began to scroll up to see those ranked higher, thinking sooner or later he would surpass them. WTF? His eyes widened in disbelief. What's this? Even in his wildest dreams, he hadn't expected to see the fat cat's name on the leaderboard, and at position 982, higher than him by dozens of ranks. Seeing this, the two underlings whispered to each other, making Scarum angrily pound the table. He erupted in terrible rage. "Does this miserable cat dare to play dumb to deceive me? If I catch him, he's dead for sure. Meow meow meow, I've returned." Just as he mentioned it, here he comes. Theo grinned happily, not at Scarum, but at the boss who was sharpening his tools in the garden. Seijin, surprised, turned back, then stood up and asked where the wandering cat had been for the past few days. Theo, not understanding his intention, thought this guy was going to hit him. Scared, he hugged his head and promised not to wander around anymore. "Huh? What did you say?" Seijin stiffened, making Theo worried. He tucked his ears back and quietly said he had been playing for 4 days. Then he received a scolding from the boss. "Clearly your buddy said it would take at least 10 days for a delivery. But in the end, the cat sold out all the goods and had plenty of time to play." When Theo saw him getting angry, he kept saying, "I'm sorry, please don't be mad at me." At that moment, Seijin was astonished, recalculating, considering both the trip there and back, totaling 14 days, meaning the cat sold all the goods as soon as he arrived. He heavily placed his hand on Theo's shoulder, twisting his face into an incredulous expression. "If you don't want to be shaved bald, quickly tell me everything from A to Z." Theo, sweating profusely, had no choice but to obey the command. So both he and the rabbit sat in the garden, listening to the cat meow 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 explaining for a long time. "That's all that happened, sir." Theo knelt on the ground, worried about his future, while Seijin was quite amazed at its selling ability. Seeing the situation seemed smooth, Theo took out money and handed it to the boss. "Here are 50 tower coins for you, sir." This was the first time Seijin had seen a real tower coin, so he carefully examined the gold coin in his hand bit by bit, then handed the money to Theo as a morale boost. The cat happily accepted the money, but wondered why he was called an employee. Shouldn't he be the best seller? Oh, this cat still dares to talk back? Seijin decided to demote him for his nonchalant attitude, but if he worked hard next time, he would both restore his position and increase his commission by 5%. Theo excitedly agreed, determined to regain the title of bestseller no matter what. At this point, Seijin asked Theo if he used cat language to sell products. Theo immediately switched to his fancy cat mode, affirming that from now on he would always speak like this. With nothing left to argue about, Seijin happily fantasized about his future fame, which made Theo think his boss had gone crazy. Seijin kindly explained that the name of the grower would also appear on the product information board, so everyone would know about him soon. Theo listened and then meowed in despair. His hair stood on end. Oh no. For rookie traders like Theo, the system would hide the name of the grower to prevent professional traders from stealing their sources. This means Seijin's name would not appear on the board for cherry tomatoes at all. If the boss found out, the cat's life would be over. He would not only be demoted, but also lose his commission. Seeing the frightened kid freeze, Sejun immediately bent down and asked what was wrong with Theo. Carefully covering his face with a towel, he demanded the goods and then left. So soon? Rest for a few more days before leaving. Why are you so kind today, brother? But the cat immediately dashed off, his hands as fast as a tomato packing machine, startling his rabbit colleague. There wasn't much time left, so the only way was for Theo to earn 1,000 coins to level up to an intermediate trader to unlock the grower's name. That look of disappointment and worry caught Seyun's eye. He thought the golden-haired kid wanted to devote himself entirely to the job. Too bad, that's not the case at all. Under the clear blue sky stood a tall building. After spending so long in the cave, it was refreshing to see the real world. A group of men gathered, chatting animatedly. Just then, the phone of this burly man rang. Seeing his beloved daughter's message praising the cherry tomatoes, he was moved to tears. "What's wrong, Mr. Dong Shik?" The pink-haired guy saw his older brother shedding tears and immediately asked. Only now did he learn that his daughter had been struggling to lose weight lately, so she was quite sensitive, yet she sent loving messages to her father today. Dong Shik proudly claimed it was all thanks to the cherry tomatoes in the tower. Last time he only bought 20 fruits, but seeing his daughter's positive reaction, he regretted not buying more. But the straight guy next to him muttered, not understanding why women are so obsessed with weight. "I'm sure this guy is forever alone." Another guy then showed his phone wallpaper, telling how giving cherry tomatoes to his crush had led to them dating now, leaving the other two men gaping in surprise. "I still have a few at home." The pink-shirted guy immediately released the bait, catching two big fishes in front of him. They begged him earnestly to sell to them, especially the guy without a girlfriend, willing to spend a lot of money to win her over. Before things got more tense, Dong Shik stepped in to settle it. Instead of arguing, he suggested they all go straight up to the 38th floor. His extremely serious attitude startled everyone into compliance. "Oh my, barely had a breath of fresh air, and already have to go fight monsters again. Those girls will have more complaints to add." The pink-shirted guy was trying hard to stop them when a sweet voice rang out, "We're ready," accompanied by the sound of high heels hitting the pavement. Jessica and her well-dressed sisters appeared, looking like they were going out for fun rather than a brawl. Their hot, slim bodies were all thanks to eating cherry tomatoes, so Jessica, feeling hot, wanted to go fight monsters. But in reality, these girls only came to buy weight loss items. Dong Shik didn't care about those trivial things, immediately calling for 500 comrades to head to the Black Tower. Boldly striding under the blazing sun, Dong Shik vowed to buy the whole package, to become a great father in his daughter's eyes. Also under that same blue sky, but the continuous sighs of mental stress filled the air, Theo walked away feeling gloomy. "When will I have enough 1,000 tower coins?" The space pouch limit is 1,500. At this rate, it will take more than 10 more trips to gather enough money. The more he thought, the more his head hurt. The cat looked around but only saw no one. Where did everyone go? As he was about to leave, two people rushed out to stop him. These were the members of the Phoenix Club. Jessica was excitedly calling everyone out. Seeing the trader, they rejoiced as if they had found gold, making Theo wonder if he was being hunted. The players told him they had been planting silk trees here for 3 days, fearing that the little cat wouldn't return. Theo's eyes widened in astonishment. Were they really waiting here to buy tomatoes? In the cat's mind, numbers began to jump unusually fast. It suddenly came up with a plan upon hearing the customers inquire about the price. It stated that the price had actually increased. "What did you say?" The other guy jumped up to ask just as their teammates were advancing. Dong Shik, puzzled by what was happening, was told by his subordinate about the price increase of the item. "So how much did it increase? Give me a specific number." Waiting for that, Theo hastily said 0.07 tower coins, not much at all. As soon as he finished, he worried that he had raised the price too much. Unexpectedly, a wad of money fell to the ground along with a request for 200 tomatoes. Dong Shik didn't understand why such a valuable item was so cheap. Only a fool wouldn't buy this bargain. Seeing the leader's analysis so reasonable, the members of the Phoenix Club chatted excitedly, then scrambled to buy in large quantities. Theo hadn't even put the goods out yet, but they were all sold out in a flash. Looking at the pile of gold coins in front of him, he was extremely happy. Do I need to raise the price even higher next time? As he was busy collecting money, Dongshik asked Theo when he would return here. Theo was surprised but calmly replied, "In 10 days. This time frame is perfect for going to fight monsters and then coming back." Dongshik cautiously reminded the little cat to bring more tomatoes next time. Then he called the people in the team to carry the bags of tomatoes and go on the mission. There won't be more items for the brothers and sisters to take for another 10 days. Theo sat in the corner, slyly smiling. With these regular customers, achieving the target of 1,000 tower coins in no time is not a dream anymore. I'll quickly level up before the boss finds out. Then I have to open a course on how to become a billionaire in a week, become the top idol adored by tens of thousands. Being immersed in a future that never happens, suddenly 3 beautiful girls appeared from nowhere. Oh my god, how cute is this little cat? Seeing the girls pointing and saying I look like that little cat too much, the cat immediately got angry because I am unique. How can I look like any other cat? Don't call me a baby. My name is Theo. I'm a decent young cat. Theo angrily said, making the long-haired girl apologize, and introducing herself as Suha, and explaining that he looks very much like a cat she knows. What part looks like? Theo turned 360 degrees and walked away. I'm the #1 handsome cat in this tower. While the cat was protesting, Suha hurriedly searched her pocket, pulled out a brightly colored red package, and threw it straight at Theo's angry face. Do you want to enjoy some reward soup? Suha asked in a cute voice, inviting the cat, then brought it close to the confused mouth, saying, I only eat fish. Oh my, delicious. Theo's eyes lit up continuously as he licked his lips with the reward soup package. How can there be such a delicious dish in the world? With one gulp, he finished a package. The cat excitedly wagged its tail, asking for more. Theo is just Theo. What else would it be? But Suha kindly opened the entire pot of reward soup. Here you go, kitty. The cat completely lost its dignity. When asking for more, the girl agreed immediately, as long as you're willing to take a picture with me. Without hesitation, Theo jumped into Suha's arms to take a selfie with her and happily left with a bunch of delicious reward soup. On the other side, the 2 remaining friends were amazed by Suha. It's the first time they've seen someone bring food for a cat into the tower, but Theo is so cute, it's worth it. Suha is having a loving look at her phone. The picture of her and that adorable little cat looks so lovely. Returning to Sejin's cave with his gang, a dark rabbit butt slammed straight into my eyes. Theo, the employee, was busy with business, and the boss at home was equally busy. These days, Sejin has been training Ink. You must be wondering about the piranhas, right? Our hero has carefully blocked all the holes they could swim through, but he still has some lingering worries. Thanks to diligent training, Ink has made a lot of progress. During the last promotion, the rabbit almost drowned jumping into the pond to celebrate. Thinking back to that time, Sejin was still shocked. Suddenly seeing a clump of black fur floating on the pond, he shouted so loudly that the mother rabbit fainted, and the fish below were also startled. Almost lost some combat-capable personnel. Luckily, the lineup could still be maintained. Now thinking back, I still startle, and you're still laughing? Sejin glanced sideways at the clueless duo, while the 2 white rabbits remained indifferent in the pond. Playing in the water burns too many calories, so he searched his pocket for honey, but only found an empty plastic bottle. Come to think of it, Sejin hasn't seen the brown queen bee leave the hive in a while. Wonder what's going on. Just as he looked up, he and a rabbit couldn't help but be stunned. The golden hive was being surrounded by a swarm of young bees. It has given birth to many offspring in such a short time. Ha! It's time to visit the potential labor source, but it's strange to go empty-handed. Should I bring fruits as a gift? While the young bees were chilling in the hive, they heard calls from below. 2 rabbits with the same dazed name were also waving to them. Sejin offered a branch of flowers as a housewarming gift, but only saw the young bees switch to combat mode. Wings flapped vigorously, their eyes turned red, and the stingers beneath their butts glowed purple. Threatened, the white rabbits immediately ran away, leaving only Ink, who saw the opportunity to fight and summoned a hammer. Only the old uncle reacted slowly, just staring with wide eyes and an open beak, motionless like a statue. The loud noise reached the ears of the queen bee in the hive outside, the young bees and the rabbit. Ink were fiercely skirmishing. The winged bees were relentless, targeting any unfortunate soul they encountered, preparing to swoop down and sting them. Seijin screamed in horror, suddenly feeling at a loss for words. Above, a queen bee, one-third the size of Seijin, was flying above the swarm of young bees. He stammered, speechless, staring intently at the honeybee being surrounded by the young bees. What? This is the little one he knows. The cute face and the adorable buzzing must be her. But at this size, she must be a queen bee. The queen bee flew gently closer to Seijin, who was still dazed. She was too big, causing Ink to drop the hammer in awe. The solitary bee is a carnivorous insect that resides in the tower and hunts prey using venom. This is understood in the dictionary and in the tower residents' knowledge, but Rangsun keeps feeling something is off. Because he has searched the library thoroughly, looked for tower management manuals, and found no records of such peculiar cases. Spending so much time without answers, the Black Dragon closed the book to consider later. For now, the newly born brown queen bee hasn't had any impact on the world inside the tower. It's just that he doesn't understand why it can be so terrifying before and after the transformation. Seijin was surprised, Ink was surprised, only the bee was happily showing off its new appearance. Gone are the days of cute bees cuddling up to him. The brown queen bee has officially become a nursing mother. Looking at its coquettish appearance, from now on, it should be called Diu. Returning to the time when the solitary bee discovered Seijin's prehistoric cave, it ate until it was full before returning. At that time, its belly was swollen, emitting a strong scent that made the bees in the hive look at it differently. Gradually, the queen bee realized and became hostile towards it, and the solitary bee also gradually understood that the queen bee hated it because it was a fertile female bee. Since then, she has flown farther to find a place to build her own independent hive. It couldn't stay at ease sharing a hive with that queen bee. Luckily, it found Seijin's prehistoric cave suitable for building a hive, so it immediately constructed one on the cave ceiling. Being the only winged creature and building its hive up high, no one knew that the queen bee had to endure the pains of transformation. Like the rabbits, it gained strength when mature. The queen bee also had to go through such a phase until appearing in its graceful form like now. Even it was amazed, let alone others, but Seijin still gave it a tomato flower, celebrating its successful transformation and childbirth. Ordinary as it may seem, Diu couldn't resist the golden flowers, which it had been fond of since childhood. Seijin brought them to it, and it liked them so much it rubbed against him affectionately. Though it was already big, it still liked rubbing against Seijin, and the young bees no longer showed any vigilance. Each clinging to a spot on Seijin's body, they gradually became acquainted with the rabbit family. From today, his small family had become a big one. A few days later, Seijin's cave echoed with bustling noise, as the rabbits pulled him out of bed, one tugging his blanket and the other pulling his hair to wake him. They dragged Seijin away while he was still half asleep, the stacked rabbits continuously saying "pee-pee" as if there was something in the carrot field. They had enough reason to wake Seijin up because it was a green carrot that the moonlight shone on. Seijin couldn't believe it could transform like this, as these carrots were still very young. Thanks to the moonlight, they ripened overnight. He glanced at the stacked rabbits, chuckled, and asked, "Is this why you guys woke me up? All right, let's dig it up and see." Seijin pulled out the plump green carrot before the admiring and delighted eyes of the rabbit family. It was bigger than he thought, and with its nimble carrot name, it was clearly meant to enhance agility. The system informed him that Moonlight Carrot provided X-level agility bonus, with a usage period of up to 45 days, yielding him 70 harvest points. It was truly a remarkable advancement. Higher grades allowed him to stockpile longer, and it also gave him 20 more experience points than other types. Seijin immediately gave the carrot to the rabbit family to thank them for their hard work. They liked it a lot, opening their eyes wide to gaze at this colorful root vegetable. The sickle rabbit volunteered to divide the carrot using its tool, a chisel specialized in cutting stones. With a swift stroke, the sickle rabbit, like a professional ninja, made several beautifully precise cuts in midair, successfully dividing the carrot into equal portions for the whole family. It landed confidently, stylishly, before the carrot piece fell into its hands. Even Seijin had to applaud this excellent craftsmanship. Only the ink wasn't happy, wondering why everyone else got equal portions while it only got the tail end. Seijin plucked a moonlight tomato, enthusiastically counting a total of 5 after the moonlight's arrival. This time, he generously gave one to the tower manager, asking if they could exchange a skill for him. The tower manager said he would consider and grant him a skill next time. The lines on the window surprised Seijin for a few seconds. Normally, it would outright refuse. Suddenly, there was a shrill cry from outside as Theo returned and saw a swarm of venomous bees staring at him, eager to sting. He was so scared his face turned pale. His fur stood on end because Theo wasn't present when they were born. Seijin lifted Theo up and rubbed him back and forth on his face to show the bees that this cat wasn't dangerous at all, my little ones. Then the bees turned tail and left, ignoring Seijin as he sneezed out a bunch of cat fur. After all, Theo was a wild cat. All that sneezing made his nose twitch. Hearing Theo's thanks, Seijin turned back to pull his ears and see why the staff called him boss like they were family. He clarified that it was because the boss said they were a family, so that's why. Too naive. Trusting people too much, Seijin extended his hands, urging him to quickly calculate the revenue first before talking. This time he brought back 75 coins. Seijin praised him for working hard. Just as he was waiting, Theo held up another large gold pouch, proudly mentioning his quick thinking to charge an additional fee of 0.02 coin per tomato because the item has become so popular. He laughed with joy, anticipating Seijin's praise and fancied himself as a business-savvy cat, but Seijin only rewarded the employed cat with 2 coins. Maintaining a stern expression like a boss, wanting to squeeze every penny out of his employees, he demanded Theo to work even harder, making the little guy shrink back completely. That was just an act. If he heard Theo talk about how he smartly raised the price first, he would surely be surprised and promote him immediately. But the manager had already tipped him off, jumping in to report to him that Theo was raising the price per tomato to earn more money, so now Seijin could seize the opportunity to play the role of a boss exploiting like that. The sound of slurping nearby caught Seijin's attention, and he saw Theo chewing on a bag of soup, enjoying it immensely. Whether walking on 2 legs or 4, cats can't resist this dish. Seijin loved cats but had never owned one because he was poor, so he didn't know what Theo had in his hand. He was even more surprised to see it was food a huntress gave Theo after taking a photo with him. A cat bringing soup to Theo might seem normal, but it was actually extremely unusual because there was nothing like this in the tower. To bring things from outside the tower, there was only one way: teleportation through a black hole, or awakening agents bringing them in on their bodies. They could bring in as many things as they wanted, but the total weight brought into the tower was limited to 1 kilogram, usually prioritized for climbing equipment. For example, a solar-powered phone used for communication or taking pictures. Snacks or cigarettes for use during tower climbing time, but who would bring soup reward for a cat? Hey, suddenly thinking of that made Seijin's head come up with an idea. He didn't know what it was, but he had to praise himself for being smart first. His smile became more and more sinister as he thought about how to make a lot of money, making Theo beside him think this guy wanted to steal his soup reward. Reluctantly dividing the soup reward to share with the boss, it wanted to say, "Hey stupid, if you want it, just say it." Perhaps its thoughts flew to Seijin's solar, not knowing how he managed to snatch away its soup reward. Extremely mean, Theo jumped up, meowing and begging him to give it back, but Seijin adamantly refused. Using the excuse that Theo had reneged on their deal by taking a photo with someone else and getting a reward while Seijin here hadn't allowed it, the cat immediately released his pants, extremely scared when it heard it had just violated the contract. "Don't be too disappointed, my merchant cat. Let's find new customers together, okay?" Theo heard Seijin calling it a merchant cat and suddenly woke up. "I'll let you hold the position of merchant cat for 1 hour. If you do well in the next business deal, I'll let you keep the position for many more hours, okay?" Theo immediately agreed. Why not? It was only being a suck-up because of that title. Seijin lifted it up off the ground, immediately starting the merchant services with warm fire and a few younger brothers serving grilled fish. Seijin placed Theo on his thigh for it to lie comfortably, peeling the soup reward for it to eat in a relaxed and comfortable manner. Theo was extremely fascinated by the merchant services, adding that besides the soup reward, there also wanted grilled fish. Putting it on a leafy carpet, Sejin enthusiastically grilled 2 fish as if he were a genuine chef. Suddenly, he remembered how a short-legged cat like Theo could get to the 38th floor without fighting monsters. Sejin turned back to ask and saw Theo's solemn face saying that it had a merchant travel permit. The badge around its neck was from the Traveling Merchant Association, requiring an annual fee to maintain the title. According to Theo, the higher the rank, the more money had to be paid each year, but there were more benefits. Having this badge meant that the traveling merchant was recognized by other associations and protected so that monsters couldn't attack it. So can you bring a hunter to this floor? Sejin asked a silly question, but Theo kindly explained that monsters only ignored merchants, but hunters were still punched as usual. Plus, its trading guild members had shortcuts reserved for merchants to move to the 38th floor within 5 days. Makes sense, Sejin curiously asked which floor this was. Hearing the cat say 99, Sejin froze for over 5 minutes, then could only utter the word, "What?" It looked at Sejin with a sympathetic look as if he were a fool. The boss didn't know what was wrong. Sejin's mind got stuck on the number 99, unable to escape, convinced he was in a parking lot. He spun around in confusion, then collapsed to the ground, making Theo panic, thinking something had happened to him. He said he couldn't be shocked, since he wasn't a hunter who could wander outside. For a long time, Sejin had thought this tower was only about 40 floors. Knowing whether he was on floor 1 or floor 99 didn't make any difference. He's still the naive country boy, but no longer at the bottom of society. But his mind seemed to have split in two. Theo called out to him repeatedly without a response until it squeezed Sejin's cheeks tightly, making him slightly awake. But still not fully awake, Sejin asked foolishly, "Huh, Theo?" In reality, it didn't care about this boss, but the reward for the week on the other side had burned out. That's something important. Sejin's gaze shifted from the blurry ground to the blurry fire spot, thinking about how the hunters fought day after day to reach the 40th floor. And here he was, on the luxurious 99th floor, wondering which season would he reach the tower's peak. Theo noticed he seemed revived, so it gestured with 5 fingers to grill the fish to make it smell better, as the merchant cat didn't eat burnt food. Playtime was over. Sejin wasn't in the mood for jokes anymore, declaring with a word that Theo's stint as a merchant was over. It sighed with regret, causing the badge on its collar to tremble. Sejin looked on with admiration. Somewhere in a hidden corner of the lush forest, a group of injured and exhausted people, lacking food, were lamenting their dire situation. Suddenly, a foot in straw sandals appeared. Who else but Sejin and the famous merchant cat Theo would bring food to sell to these hungry hunters? The people stood up, immediately recognizing the legendary merchant Park Sejin and the famous cat Theo coming to rescue them. He tossed his hair like an idol, then sold the food and made a lot of money, so much that he felt like a billionaire. Indeed, a beautiful and feasible dream. Sejin eagerly asked Theo again, how could he also become a traveling merchant like it? But the cat looked at Sejin like he was stupid, informing him that only creatures born within the tower could become traveling merchants, boss. Sejin felt like his whole sky was falling, losing faith, tears falling, engulfing him. Seeing his disappointment, Theo was quite pleased, trying to comfort him, but Sejin looked up to the sky, clutching his head and shouting, "Ah!" making everyone startle away from him. Amidst the futile screams were curses echoing through the tower. Sejin shouted with all his might, shaking even the rabbits farming and bees pollinating. Even the black dragon inside the tower, leisurely eating grilled tomatoes, heard some distant commotion. It thought someone was karaoke singing, but Sejin stopped shouting after 2 to 3 minutes, panting heavily. Theo, who had been sitting on Ink's head all this time, had never seen its boss go crazy like this, just hoping he wouldn't deduct its salary. After venting out all the frustration, Sejin accepted the truth. If he couldn't leave this tower, he would enjoy every moment to the fullest. Even his 2 tomato buddies were enjoying their time on the expensive white porcelain plate. A middle-aged man with blonde hair, looking like a director, asked a dark-skinned girl if this was a mysterious item, increasingly popular among hunters. The girl, named Jenny, the CEO of Easter Pharmaceuticals, said her brother in the Phoenix Guild bought it from a traveling merchant. She suggested the man, Michael Claren, check its legitimacy by opening the item status window to see for himself. Michael Claren, the vice president of Gagel Food Company, could already read the item's information just by holding the tomato, but he seemed not very interested, just asking Jenny what she wanted to do. She hesitated, asking the person holding 39% of the global food market if he didn't know how to seize a business opportunity. Instead of asking Jenny's intention, Michael turned to threaten her to watch her mouth carefully. Jenny, tired of talking, just waved her hand towards the corner, and a large information board appeared right in front of them. There was a lot of information, but the most prominent thing was the claim that eating one tomato could reduce 10 grams of fat and increase fat burning percentage. At this point, Michael became interested and stood up to look at it intently. Items taken from the tower couldn't be analyzed for their components. They could only be consumed once, but Easter Company concluded that this tomato had a significant weight loss effect. Michael then plopped back into his seat. This deal seemed quite lucrative, but he thought Jenny was flexing. Something so good didn't need her to solicit sympathy. Because Jenny was straightforward, she needed the farming project within the tower that Michael had previously failed. He was still stunned by how Jenny knew such a secret. She stood up and offered a very good deal for Michael to regain trust from his father, the current chairman of Gagel Company. I heard the board will elect the next chairman to replace the current one who is ill. She held out the tomato to Michael again, asking if he found it more appealing now. Reaching for the tomato in her hand, Michael popped it straight into his mouth, praising its sweetness, incredibly delicious. Then he chuckled gleefully, wondering if it was because of the tomato's deliciousness or something else. He chuckled dismissively, then asked if there were more for him to snack on. "No, you're eating my portion already. Come to the tower and buy some more if you are interested." All right, if I've decided to enjoy my time here, Seijin seriously mapped out what he knew about this place. Currently, his cave had many inconveniences, especially the lack of daily necessities. Moreover, his cave was like a public toilet. Anyone could just relieve themselves there. Seijin had to ensure safety around. From Theo's mouth, he knew that there was no monster nearby, but a little farther away, there was one. Looking at the hand it pointed out, he knew that the monster was huge. There was no way to escape. It was a giant red bear. The horrifying memories flashed through Seijin's mind. How could he forget that night on the blue moon? Theo was everywhere, but still scared. The red bear didn't attack the merchant cat, but the way it glanced every time it saw Theo passing by made Theo uncomfortable. Glancing at Do, who was lounging next to the tomato flowers about to bloom to produce more pollen for reproduction, Seijin hoped that the cave would have more poisonous bees so he could have them patrol around for peace of mind. If he didn't wake up, suddenly feeling wet, opening his eyes to find himself in the bear's mouth. His plan was to have the bees tie a string woven from onion leaves to a nearby tree. He would grab it and climb out. It seemed quite feasible, so Seijin started doing it right away. He stood up and called Theo over to assign tasks. This time it wasn't about business, so he had to sweeten the deal a bit for the cat. He made a special face, saying this task was extremely difficult. Could the merchant cat handle it? Scratching Theo's itchy spot, how could it refuse? Theo's face showed 10-point credibility. A few days later, on level 38, several people had set up camp as if waiting for something to appear. Waiting for Theo's tomato? What else could it be? It figured they would fight over it until it was gone. Cheerfully jumping down, it somersaulted beautifully and landed before the eager eyes of the others. They rushed over, joyously shouting, "Here comes the traveling merchant cat!" Not rushing to unpack the basket as usual, this time Theo put his hand on his hip, declaring that today he would change his selling method. "What do you mean by that? Explain it clearly." "From today, I will only sell 500 blue tomatoes at a time to the highest bidder. So anyone without money should leave now. The starting price is 35 coins. At that moment, Seijin was sitting in the cave watching the bunny kids harvest blue tomatoes, thinking that his tomatoes had been brought out and made popular unexpectedly, hence someone bribed Theo to get them. The demand increased a lot, but he held the monopoly, so the fastest way to make money was through auctions. Besides making money, Seijin hoped that this time Theo could demonstrate his sales skills to his boss. Full and satisfied, he stood up to return to work with ink when a secondary task appeared. giving the tower manager a tomato honey smoothie like Seijun had drunk, rewarding a professional skill. Refusing it would upset the system. He wanted to explain that squeezing tomatoes took a lot of time. It was manual work, so it could wait until after work. But the system seemed agitated. It kept popping up multiple notification windows. The tower manager ordered him to do it right now, and the flex skill was rewarded with a super VIP pro. It took a while to figure it out. Did he want to drink a smoothie or show off? Why not just give the skill and then invite him for a smoothie? Wouldn't that be quicker? The manager wanted to manage, but didn't dare to break the law. The ancestral rules were still there. You had to do it to get by. So this time, he would indulge the tower manager to get that skill. Indeed, nothing could escape the eager eyes of the Black Dragon's appetite. A few days ago, Seijun came up with a trick to squeeze water from 50 blue tomatoes to make a smoothie. Mixing it with a bit of honey makes it so delicious that the bunny kids keep asking for more, and now even the tower manager wants some. Selecting about 50 ripe tomatoes, he placed them on his palm, took a deep breath, then squeezed them tightly, making them squeak and squirt water everywhere. I swear, this is the most skilled smoothie making I've ever seen. After squeezing the tomatoes, Seijun was extremely tired, and it was Do's turn to come and ask for some golden enzymes, dropping them into the smoothie glass. Although the process was quite unhygienic, the result of blue tomato smoothie with honey looked quite appetizing. The status window immediately sucked up the glass of water, revealing that the tower manager eagerly awaited the water to the point of flapping his wings. Flapping wings, huh? Inferring from the fact that this tower's merchant was a cat, Seijun wondered what kind of creature managed this high place. A black dragon was eagerly sucking up the smoothie, praising it sky high, but who else would come here? Seijun was glad Rang Sun liked the drink, then he curiously clicked to see his reward. Special professional skill, level 1 beekeeping. Still a skill based on what he had been doing, but Seijun found it to be extremely different. The system opened up more detailed information about this skill for him. Users can use the beekeeping skill on all their beehives. In addition to their obedience to Seijun's commands, as the foraging area expands, the queen bee's egg-laying speed and honey production speed increase slightly. Luckily, he was worried that the venomous bees wouldn't listen when leaving the hive. The tower manager granted such a timely skill, I wonder. Seijun excitedly looked into a corner, as if imagining a camera there, wondering if the manager could hear me complaining. Thanks a lot. Rang Sun heard his thanks coming from the sphere and thought he misheard. Suddenly feeling quite cute and adorable, it fiddled with the straw, unable to express thanks verbally. Give me another tomato juice. Seijun ignored that silly request. Speaking as if there were something important, he asked the tower manager, "Are you a winged pig?" Asking a meaningless question with a serious face, Rang Sun immediately got angry. A bunch of notice boards cursed Seijun meaninglessly. Ugly, go to hell, popped up consecutively and then disappeared right before his eyes. Seijun didn't understand what he did wrong. If not, why make a fuss like that? Theo on the 38th floor, alone, stared at the people in front, who seemed frozen upon hearing the announcement that blue tomatoes had to be bought through auction. No. Today I can't buy blue tomatoes for my daughter. The image of his caring father collapsed. So the team leader raised his hand and shouted out the number 41 as the bidder. It's expensive, but Dongshik needs these blue tomatoes now. Just buy them and redistribute them to others later. Among those present, someone shouted a higher price, and the prices were pushed up to 60 tower coins in turn. Dongshik realized he didn't have enough money on him, so he had to borrow from his team members, 100 coins. Michael confidently smiled and doubled the price compared to others. Indeed, no one dared to speak up anymore. The first batch of 500 tomatoes was quickly sealed amidst the buzz of those present. Dongshik recognized him as the vice president of Gagel Food Company, known as a big money hunter. Behind Michael was a young man with dark skin and white hair who looked familiar. Dongshik went to ask why Chris was here when he had no mission on the 38th floor. He scratched his head and ears knowing he just became Dongshik's prey. Explained he was asked by his sister to bring Michael to the traveling cat market only. Good grief, now I have to compete with big companies too. Indeed, it's a stronghold, but Dongshik was determined to win the second basket of tomatoes. Starting at 35 tower coins, Dongshik quickly shouted 60, but was countered by Michael, 100 for even. He shook his team members hard, as if trying to shake out some coins from them, but no avail, because Theo had already sold the second basket for 100 coins. By the third basket, Michael didn't even wait for the traveling cat to announce the price. He immediately paid 100 coins. So 300 tower coins for a total of 1,500 tomatoes. Dongshik disappointedly collapsed to the ground. Where is the noble father figure in his daughter's eyes now? Unlike others who come to the tower to earn money, Michael is here just to buy blue tomatoes. Holding the ripe tomatoes in his hand, he seemed very pleased with the quality he bought today. He immediately called everyone to go down to the first floor to leave. As the traders left, the two girls from the previous day came to find Theo. He recognized them as the ones who brought the reward soup, happily trying to remember her name. It seems to be Buha. The girl's name is Suha, but anyway, he remembered that much is good. She took out a bar of reward soup and asked if it was okay to take another photo. Theo liked it a lot, but had to refuse straight. In return, he needed something called coffee that Sejun called for. As soon as he saw Suha bring out the instant coffee pack, he immediately asked for salt and pepper. The girl didn't understand why a cat needed salt, pepper, and coffee, but still handed them to him. Theo didn't understand either. Sejun assigned him that task. In return, he was bestowed the title of merchant cat for a few hours. Because lying on Sejun's lap enjoying the merchant service was so enjoyable, it accepted right away. Taking photos with Suha was also enjoyable. Theo posed according to her wishes, making the girl very happy. It stretched out its arm to shake hands to thank Suha, but when she touched that chubby hand, she couldn't help but stroke it a few more times. Theo didn't understand what the girl was doing. Its question made Suha embarrassed, and she let go of the hand immediately. Then she offered 3 reward soup bars just to touch the hand again. Theo took them, curiously asking why humans like touching its palm. Yes, because human hands aren't as soft, and I believe touching them brings good luck too. Besides, cats in the outside world don't like humans touching their paw pads, but Theo seems to know nothing about it. It couldn't imagine humans liking to touch its paw pads and calling them lucky hands. Suha's friend approached and asked if Theo could take a photo with her. The pepper just now was hers that she gave. It agreed to be a cute cat in the photo right away. As soon as its 2 arms were extended, it straightforwardly asked humans to rub its lucky hands. As long as they provided reward soup bars, they could touch it freely. So all it had to do was to bring its 2 arms forward, and Theo received a bunch of hugs. Like this, in no time, it would enjoy the cat merchant service within 24 hours. Don't forget, there's an important task that needs to be done, right? Suha sat attentively in a corner typing a status update with the Fash cat merchant and the photo taken with Theo when it suddenly jumped out and asked, "What are you doing?" Theo didn't know Suha had just posted their photo on social media. It just asked if she was from a place called South Korea because it recognized the familiar scent on her. Its face was full of pride. Then it smiled and asked if she could help it with something. Could Suha resist the charm of a silly, foolish cat meowing? Thanks to the increasing number of bee colonies, Sejun's tomato flower field became bustling, accompanied by an increasing amount of honey being produced. Sejun's beekeeping skill progressed smoothly, without any hiccups, quickly reaching level 2. For the past few days, Sejun hasn't seen Dio around. It seems it's in a new breeding phase. Moreover, the current system also allowed Sejun to expand to 2 hives. As the bee population increased, he could split them into 2. Furthermore, Sejun needed to find a box to store honey, as the plastic bottles he carried from half a year ago were no longer enough. Now back to his agricultural work. After pulling out a large carrot from the ground, Sejun called the rabbits to have dinner with him, their sparkling eyes fixed on the freshly harvested carrots, which were the first harvest after the Blue Moon event. Because of this abundant and nimble carrot supply, each rabbit got 1 to enjoy. Seemingly learning from someone, the rabbits raised the carrots above their heads towards Sejun, as if worshipping a deity, hoping he wasn't a deity of stupidity or poverty, and that would suffice. Once finished, they gathered around the fire to eat together. The carrot in Sejun's hand was much larger than those in the real world, also having the effect of improving eyesight, reducing 10 grams of fat and increasing agility by 0.1 points in 10 minutes. To accumulate 10 times to get 1 point, one had to eat continuously for an hour. Despite being grade E, These agile carrots seemed more useful than other vegetables. After enjoying their meal, they returned to work by stacking all the carrots onto the cart, wrapping them in layers of onion leaves for preservation. The number of carrots he planted in one go now yielded around 700. Glancing aside, Seijin saw ink lying flat on the ground. He thought it was exhausted from gathering too much, but it turned out the little rascal was cunningly munching on carrot scraps. But the storage shed is already full, so Seijin has to stop pulling out more. Status windows keep popping up, announcing that he's reached level 10 and presenting a new mission. But the appearance of this mission is strange. Normally, Seijin only receives missions from Rangsun to collect food and drinks. However, alongside that, there's another window about managing the tower unrelated to this mission. Because this is a level 10 player's mission, he must complete it to acquire the attributes of a new person, then advance to level 11. Nothing too new. Seijin has heard about hunters receiving missions to hunt down monsters from various floors. But being a farmer, his mission will surely be entirely different from what he's heard. Indeed, the system requires him to expand his farm by 50 milites. It seems simple to Seijin because his current farming area allows him to grow freely. The mission is quickly completed with a reward of 10 tower coins, accompanied by a professional attribute. There's plenty of land, but to count as cultivated land, he and the rabbits had to dig holes for planting seeds over the entire 50 millis course, to the point where they were so exhausted they couldn't protest the reward. For each new square meter expanded, Seijin receives experience points for planting. But now he's exhausted. Where would he find the energy to plant more? So he gathers his belongings into his makeshift bed of onion leaves, bids farewell to the little rabbits, and heads back to his cave to sleep. But as the exhausted laborers return home, they're pushed back by a hand, with the rabbit shaking its head and then slamming the door shut, refusing to let the kids inside. Sudden rejection like this makes the 5 siblings either cry or pound on the door in frustration. Turns out, they've been living together with their parents for a long time, and reaching adulthood requires them to live independently. And now, exhausted nearly to death, who's going to dig a burrow? Generously, Seijin asks if they want to share his onion leaf mattress for sleeping. The little ones naturally agree, each finding a corner and quickly falling asleep, snoring softly. The 2 rabbit siblings lie on either side of his face, rubbing their smooth white fur against him, making him feel cozy. Things seem fine like this, and Seijin feels a warm feeling spreading in his soul. On the 38th floor, Captain Dong-shik isn't as cheerful. Unable to buy tomatoes, he's sure to face his daughter's nagging. While sighing, Suha returns with Theo, prompting him to ask immediately why Merchant Meow is here. Theo has something to say, asking if Dong-shik is the leader of those from South Korea. Extending his hand, he abruptly asks if he can make a pact with him. Theo hands him a pre-prepared contract with just a few simple lines mentioning the Seijun family in Sosa District, Bucheon, and 50 million, saying Seijun is working in the tower. In return, he takes out a bag of 50 tower coins, calling it compensation. But what catches Dong-shik's attention more is Merchant Meow adding another 200 cherry tomatoes. Dong-shik jumps up immediately. Money is temporary, but cherry tomatoes are forever. Bringing this many back to his daughter will surely make her love him more than anything. Just thinking about it makes tears flow endlessly. But Dong-shik remains alert, asking Seijin who he is and why he couldn't inform his family. As a hunter, why doesn't he leave the tower on his own? Theo knows who Seijin is, but was silenced by him earlier, the matter of its boss on the 99th floor being an absolute secret not to be disclosed. So it made up a story that Seijin saved its life on the 40th floor. So Theo is now repaying the debt. Dong-shik fought monsters up to level 38 and already reached the 40th floor, discovering this magical cherry tomato variety. Theo refuses to reveal more, only saying that some things are too secret to speak of, sir. Dong-shik doesn't dare ask further, but he finds it very strange. All sorts of groups only manage to fight up to the 38th floor. Who is Park Seijin to advance so far alone? If he's a solo hunter, he must be an incredibly talented seed. Thinking so, Dong-shik considers how to reach out to Park Seijin and, when conditions permit, lure this excellent hunter into his team. Not to mention, he's the one who found this miraculous tomato. Dong-shik agrees to the contract immediately. Following Theo's instructions to sign his name, the system confirms the two as partners, and it's all settled. Though this agreement still holds outside the tower, meaning the system knows whether Dongshik has completed it or not, but he still reminds to return here after 10 days for him to report on the progress of the work. I, Kim Dong-shik, will take responsibility for informing Park Sejun's parents. But it's just him, all heroic. He's been in this tower for almost half a month without remembering his parents. The next day, the rabbits each built their own houses, even pulling Sejun to celebrate the housewarming. He didn't know the rabbits could build houses like that, and he was amazed when he saw one. They even built 2 floors, fancier than their parents' rabbit houses. He looked in awe at the house with a roof made of green onion leaves and walls made of compacted soil. Surely the rabbits have worked very hard. They smiled proudly at their work, indeed very clever. Moreover, where the chubby rabbit was lying down, there was also a spacious room for resting during work breaks. He patted their heads and praised them, making them very happy. It's been a few days since they moved out of their parents' house, which was just finished. Their speed is not as fast, but in terms of scale, it's much bigger. Sejun enthusiastically invited the whole big family to celebrate the housewarming with carrots and tomato juice harvested from the farm. Come on, let's raise a glass to congratulate the rabbits who have worked so diligently. Sejun poured tomato juice for Ink, thanking it for working hard to provide protein for the whole family. What a great idea, carving a hole out of a carrot. Drink up the juice, then chew on the cup. No need to wash it like his thermos. Looking at the rabbit couple, they seemed so affectionate and cute. But Sejun feels something strange. Looking at these two, they look like a loving couple, but they're chasing the kids out? Maybe they're planning to have more kids? He looked down at the rabbit kids, saying it seems like you're about to have a sibling to carry soon. But Ink didn't understand anything. It's still just a kid itself. Suddenly, the status window appears, informing Sejun that a month has passed and the seed store has reopened. Aha! Just when he wanted to improve the meals for the whole family, he immediately opened the menu to see what's available this month. Fortunately, the prices haven't increased too much this month. He can choose either 100 potato seeds for 5 coins, 100 strawberry seeds for half a coin, or 1,000 lettuce seeds for only 0.1 coin. Seeing the word lettuce, Sejun's eyes lit up with excitement, but then he remembered he doesn't have any meat here to eat with lettuce, right? So the choice is only between potatoes or strawberries. Sejun has a lot of money, but choosing one of these 2 seeds still makes him headache. I prefer strawberries, after all. The farm already has sweet potatoes. But Sejun is afraid of hunger, so he still prioritizes choosing starch. The system jumps out a series of thanks for using the store's service, gave him a brown canvas bag containing seeds completely different from the previous ones. Because it's huge, guys, it looks like a sack of rice falling straight on Sejun's head. 100 potatoes falling on his head would only lead to a logout. Luckily, he dodged it in time. But the rabbit couple, being affectionate, got startled by this one. Sejun had to apologize and pick up the potatoes that had just fallen. Looking at each potato, they seemed quite high quality, not rotten or damaged. Sejun delighted at the thought of eating roasted sweet potatoes, or grinding them into flour for cakes already made him drool. Now rest. Tomorrow focus on planting 100 potatoes. The rabbits, hearing about new food, eagerly agreed immediately. Suddenly remembered he had an employee wandering outside. Sejun wondered if Theo had finished the tasks he assigned. At that time, in the trading district where people came and went bustlingly, all kinds from animals to those in human form, gathered here to shop and enjoy themselves to the fullest. Theo was stooping over a booth full of miscellaneous bottles and dishes to find the things Sejun had assigned to him. One hand frying pan, one hand pot. It hugged some other things to ask the price. As soon as it heard 1.6 coin, it demanded a discount right away. The owner chuckled. Why haven't I seen this young man here before? Opening price for newcomers is 1.5 coin. Theo frowned, his forehead furrowed without eyebrows, pleaded for a further reduction. The owner flatly refused, saying that selling at that price wouldn't make a profit. All right then, looks like I have no choice but to buy somewhere else. Theo took 2 steps. The owner jumped out to intercept him, offering 1.3 coins. Theo calmly closed the deal at 1.2. If not, let's just say we're not meant to do business together. As soon as the shop owner agreed, Theo placed the money there and left immediately with the items. At first glance, they looked like green beans, Turns out they were celestial chickens. The shop owner couldn't make any more money from Theo. He ran a bit, then the shop owner looked down at the money Theo left behind, puzzled as to what it was for, along with a handprint. All that was left of Theo was sweat, leaning against the wall, panting like a dog. First time doing that, and not getting slapped or turned away, Theo had to praise himself. Excitedly shouting, he succeeded in shopping like a smart person. It turns out he was able to do this because before going, Seijun had taught him basic skills to avoid being a fool when yelled at for high prices at the market. First, you have to negotiate, no matter how much the other party offers. Next, walk away if they don't agree. Step 3. If the shopkeeper stops you, offer an even lower price to close the deal. At that moment, Theo studied very diligently, applied it once, and succeeded immediately, just as Seijun had said. Turns out he's a smart shopper, because he specializes in buying discounted items to save money, so he's full of experience. Oh my. Now I realize I'm a savvy trader who knows how to negotiate. While praising himself, Theo suddenly heard a familiar voice echoing in a nearby alley. It was Scarum introducing goods from outside the tower, teaching a novice merchant how to trade. He spoke a string of closing lines like he had deceived Theo before, saying it's a secret that only I, who value you, will tell you. As soon as he saw this guy, Theo erupted in anger and ran straight to the trickster. He's indeed a villain, always deceiving new merchants into business. Unforgivable. Letting his experience shine, Theo rushed to rescue the poor newcomer, shouting loudly, calling Scarum's name to startle him. Boldly, Theo approached, rolling up his sleeves, even though he only had a cloth around his neck, finally finding him. Scarum draped an arm around Theo intimately, asking where he'd been all this time. I haven't seen you. How are the items I gave you? Are they good, etc.? Pushing his hand away, Theo didn't tolerate the pretense of intimacy after being deceived. Watch out, this guy's a scammer. Scarum jumped up. How dare you call me a scammer when I, a merchant, sold you such good items at such low prices? Theo pointed directly at the one being deceived by Scarum, confidently stating not to believe this container contains magic. This is just a container designed with an inner and outer layer separated to block heat exchange, slowing down the cooling process. These are all words Seijun taught, so now he confidently pointed at Scarum, telling him not to sell junk to others. The trickster was sweating profusely because he was exposed, but still had to pretend and salvage the situation in various ways. Who would have thought Theo would be tougher than a rock? He shouted for the guards to come quickly and see if someone was deceiving this new merchant. Scarum, embarrassed, grabbed the container, scolded Theo, and immediately left. Seeing the scammer leave, Theo warned the newcomer to be careful not to fall into traps. He nodded gratefully and asked the name of the person who helped him. Theo acted like a hero saving a damsel, introduced himself, then bid her farewell. One might have thought the author had opened up a love story for Theo because the protagonist was hopeless, but under that green headscarf were eyes with red fox-like pupils, full of cunning. The task was done. Everyone out here. From the roof of the two nearby houses, there was a sudden shadow, and on landing were 3 dogs wearing hats like Kakashi's ninja dogs. The 3 of them kneeled before the fox lady, and she sternly asked them, "Didn't I tell you to eliminate all factors that could affect the mission?" The white dog, afraid of making mistakes, still had to answer to his superior that the area within 100 meters had already been searched. No idea how that traveling cat managed to get in. The one beside bowed his head in apology, admitting they were not vigilant, asking Special Agent Zerath for punishment. Zerath is a special agent of the Secret Intelligence Organization of the Merchant Alliance, leading the mission to catch Scarum for months. She turned her head and said, "Just go back to headquarters first. We'll talk later. You write me 100 apology letters. To review today's mistakes, write 100 letters of apology." After saying that, Zerath turned and left immediately, leaving the 3 trembling dogs clinging to each other in fear. Recently, the intelligence organization has received information about many scams. After a long investigation, it was discovered that all these scams were orchestrated by the trickster Scarum. This guy seemed extremely professional, as he could consistently obtain items only available from outside the tower. Zerath's intelligence organization hadn't figured out how the trickster obtained these items. They needed to catch Scarum red-handed with evidence to convict him. So today, Zerath disguised herself as a wandering merchant new to the trade to contact Scarum. But just as she was about to catch him in the act, the orange cat appeared out of nowhere and ruined the plan. Zeroth carefully considered changing the plan. First, they have to find the orange cat from earlier. It seemed to have some beef with Scaram, so investigating that cat would surely yield a lot of information. Theo knew it was within their sights, still strolling on the way back to the ancient cave, where Sejun was teaching the rabbits how to plant potatoes for a new harvest. It had to be cut like this. He was showing a rabbit how to cut the potato. It nodded, then skillfully wielded the knife, successfully cutting the potato into 4 equal parts. After moistening the soil, placing a cut potato down, and covering it, it was done. You see how skilled I am, rabbit? From 100 potatoes, we'll get 400 potato sprouts. Because I watched a lot of reviews on YouTube back then, that's how I learned something so awesome. Moreover, for every square meter planted, Sejun would receive an additional 10 experience points. Though not as much as the harvest from vegetables, small gains add up, considering it extra income. Now that the potato field was done, Sejun invited the rabbits to dig up some sweet potatoes to eat. But before digging, do you guys remember what to do? Just one look, and it's clear you've forgotten completely. Sejun scanned the potato field, reminding them about cutting down the potato sprouts when digging up the tubers to plant new ones. Recalling the memory of hard labor, the rabbits slumped down, utterly dejected. Ink ran over to say something to them, causing them to look up immediately. It turned out it was reminding them of when Sejun found out he earned bonus points for planting potato sprouts himself, then demanded to do it himself. The rabbits were delighted, exchanging smiles, not expecting Sejun to step in. He leaned down and asked, "Did you think I would plant sprouts to earn experience points? If so, then no. Farming is closely related to time, so delaying just for a few experience points is not feasible." That settled it. Sejun's boss was pleased, but the rabbits were no longer amused. They had to go cut potato sprouts to prepare for planting. Each with a task, one pushed, one carried, gathering sprouts in one place while Sejun dug and planted new roots. Nearly a whole day later, Sejun looked up, sweat-drenched, receiving congratulations from the system for successfully expanding the sweet potato field by 500 square meters. Now for the good part. Even though he didn't plant alone, the system still awarded him the full experience points. The rabbits raised their hands. The wives raised theirs too. Then the whole group split into 2 lines, shaking their hips in pairs to some melody. Sejun couldn't hear. A moment later, they switched to circling around Sejun in a formation he didn't understand at all. It wasn't until the system announced it was a harvest dance for the bountiful potato harvest before they actually dug them up that Sejun realized they were eagerly anticipating harvesting these tubers. So let's get to digging. But as soon as the ground cracked open, he saw a stream of light emanating from below. Turns out someone installed a set of lights there. The more Sejun expanded, the more the light streamed up, almost blinding him. Don't tell me this tower buried a whole set of LED lights down there. Oh no, it's a sweet potato named Sun Potato because it has absorbed enough natural sunlight. Consuming it will burn a gram of fat in the body and provide immunity to all kinds of colds within 24 hours. Although it's just a grade E, the system announced his successful cultivation of a new plant species, making Sejun startle. As a diligent farmer, I accidentally dug up a potato brighter than my own future. That afternoon in the outside world, amidst the bustling traffic, a pair of black shoes stepped onto the ground, and only Captain Kim Dong-shik got out of the car to look at an apartment complex, searching for the house of Mr. Tomato Park Sejun. His hand held a large yellow bag. Can anyone guess what it is? The owner of the favor, Sejun now stood with the rabbits, stunned in front of a golden ripe sweet potato. He was still shocked by the achievement of cultivating a new plant species, so the system replied, "It's a new authority granted by the tower management. Others who want to grow this type of seed must have Sejun's consent. So he monopolizes this plant species now. If he sells sun potatoes, others can't grow them for personal use. The main character's benefits are different." Sejun buried it immediately. No matter how curious the taste might be, he had to plant it for propagation. Now let's continue digging potatoes. The potato digging operation thereafter went smoothly. Each sweet potato even produced more than before, with a maximum of only 5 tubers previously. The rabbits kept pushing back and forth, wanting to slim down but never finishing the work. To reward the rabbits after a hard day's work, Sejun grilled piranha fish and wrapped some sweet potatoes in fragrant onion leaves. Sejun took the potatoes out of the fire, poked a few holes to release steam, then blew with the rabbits to cool them down. As soon as he split the potato in half, it revealed a golden, fragrant, smoky aroma. The rabbits couldn't hold back their drool, each holding up half a potato to eat greedily. Their eyes sparkled, chewing so fast they almost choked. The status window informed him that the tower manager was very hungry, but still patiently waiting for him to finish feeding the rabbits. So Seijun sent him 10 freshly grilled potatoes as a gift. There are still a few more potatoes left. Seijun will now showcase his skills with the help of Leem, the rabbit. His large dragon-like hand holding the sweet potato made it look tiny, but the claws of Rang Sun made peeling easier. He tossed the entire potato into his mouth at once, so the 10 potatoes quickly disappeared. Shaking the empty plate, Rang Sun was considering whether to ask for more sweet potatoes or not. In the crystal ball, it saw Seijun arranging something on an onion leaf. He arranged those things with a distance between them, looking quite evenly spaced. Looking closely, those are slices of dried sweet potatoes. Seijun is explaining how to make them for the rabbits. The rabbit with the sickle has been waiting for his order. It throws a peeled sweet potato up high, swings its arm vigorously, chopping them into evenly sized pieces, falling to the ground like a proper cutting machine. The size Seijun needs, he can't help but praise Sickle the rabbit. Suddenly, the status window pops up, questioning why Seijun is tossing the potatoes that it's craving. Where is he tossing them? Seijun is drying these pieces to make a new snack. The hot-tempered manager ever heard of dried sweet potatoes? Give him a bag of cheese. He might even make cheesy sweet potato chips. Ding dong. Inside the apartment where Dong Shik just rang the bell very quickly, there's a voice echoing out. He also asks, "Is this Park Seijun's house?" Footsteps sounded hurriedly inside. The door was flung open by a young man. Behind were two middle-aged people asking in panic, "Seijun is back?" Realizing it's not, they all paused. A moment later, Seijun's mother brings out a plate of fruit to invite the guests. Looking at the man in a polite black suit, Seijun's mother worries he might not like the fruit. But Dong Shik didn't pay attention to that. Seijun's father sighed first, saying his son has been missing for a long time. Dong Shik extends the black card forward, only now introducing himself as the leader of Team 5 of the Phoenix Association. Upon hearing the name Team Phoenix, Seijun's younger brother immediately jumps up to see the business card for himself. He can't believe it's really Kim Dong Shik, one of the representatives of the nation, appearing here. He's the top hunter, mom, dad. Dong Shik modestly just smiles, but Seijun's parents and younger brother are all thrilled. His father insists on bringing out all the delicious food to treat the esteemed guest, making Dong Shik extremely embarrassed. "If you're a hunter, can I ask if my son Seijun is in the tower? When did the kid go in there, and why hasn't he come home and you're here instead?" In this part, Seijun's parents fear that something might have happened to their son, so Dong Shik came to convey the message. He pulls out a white envelope from his pocket, saying he came here because of Seijun's request. Pushing the white envelope onto the table, his family turns pale. His mother starts sobbing, and the whole family bursts into tears. "Oh, Seijun, you ungrateful child. How could you die while your parents are still alive?" Oh, the scene of the gray-haired sending off the pitch black. Hey, wait a minute. Dong Shik hurriedly waves his hand. "That's not a will."
Seijun's father sighed first, saying his son has been missing for a long time. Dong Shik extends the black card forward, only now introducing himself as the leader of Team 5 of the Phoenix Association. Upon hearing the name Team Phoenix, Seijun's younger brother immediately jumps up to see the business card for himself. He can't believe it's really Kim Dong Shik, one of the representatives of the nation, appearing here. He's the top hunter, mom, dad. Dong Shik modestly just smiles, but Seijun's parents and younger brother are all thrilled. His father insists on bringing out all the delicious food to treat the esteemed guest, making Dong Shik extremely embarrassed. "If you're a hunter, can I ask?"
This is actually quite common, so there's nothing to worry about. After conveying Seijun's message, he turns to ask Sedol, his younger brother, who is looking at Dong Shik with reverence as if he's an idol. "Earlier, I heard your parents say that Seijun is missing, meaning the family doesn't know how he entered the tower." "Yes, that's right. Our family suddenly lost contact with him about 5 months ago, with no news whatsoever. I contacted the National Awakening Association, but they said there's no one named Park Seijun, or perhaps they use aliases in there, right?" Dong Shik nods, saying many people go in there with extremely obscure nicknames like someone named Apollo leading the Olympia. He will help the family inquire again. Seeing the Seijun family's joyful expressions, Dongshik can confirm that this is the first time they've heard news of their missing son. It's strange that in the past 10 years since the tower appeared, no one has gone up alone with such climbing ability. So, in Dongshik's mind, the most convincing hypothesis is that Sejin is a genius hunter never before seen in history. Sedol takes the opportunity to ask, does Dongshik's team recruit outsiders from outside the tower, and gets a slap on the back of his head from his father. His older brother, busy inside the tower, and you're fooling around here, huh? Ahem. Being a tower hunter is a very dangerous profession that can cost lives. The association does not encourage a household to have more than one hunter. Dongshik sees that the matter is settled, so he asks for permission to leave, refusing Sejin's father's dinner invitation. After leaving the tower, he goes to his house first, not meeting his family yet. Dongshik bids farewell and heads straight to his car, letting out a long breath as he sees the status window announcing the completion of the contract. It's all done. Now it's time to rest. While driving, his daughter calls to ask if he's back to the outside world yet. Dongshik's face lights up happily, guessing what gifts he's brought back this time. If they knew there was a basket of 100 bi-colored tomatoes as a gift this time, that little girl would be very happy. Things in the outside world change every day, and inside Sejin's prehistoric cave is no exception. He looks at the top part of the 3 carrot bulbs floating in water, already starting to sprout roots, and promptly returns them to the soil that has been prepared. Planting carrot tops also counts as sowing, and he receives some points from the system to upgrade his farming skills. These are the carrots left over from the rabbits eating a few days ago. When he sees them sprouting shoots and roots, Sejin plants them in the soil. But don't expect them to grow into new carrots, because they've already been eaten, so only the top part will develop. He'll have to wait until the carrots flower and then harvest their seeds. Looking at the flowers, Sejin feels even more fond of farming. It's a job where diligence will bring clear achievements and results over time. The tower manager asks if he has finished making the dried sweet potatoes. While he's sitting and watching the carrots, he's asked about sweet potatoes, but Sejin stands up to check anyway. The curious rabbits follow him to see what's going on, and it's perfect timing because the sweet potatoes are all dried out now. Sejin grabs a piece to try immediately. As soon as he puts it in his mouth and takes a bite, he hears a satisfying crunch. The outer skin is crispy, but the inside retains its moisture and sweetness. He and the rabbit gang feel maximum happiness that cannot be resisted. The sunlight here has created dried sweet potatoes without the need for an oven, making their flavor even sweeter. Sejin hurriedly puts them in his onion basket, ready to snack on whenever he feels like it. Busy with his hands and mouth, the tower manager jumps out and asks if he forgot something. He's asking because he wants to eat, but Sejin stares at the dried sweet potatoes and doesn't immediately hand them to the manager. He rummages through his backpack and says to wait a moment. He always brings food in a bamboo bowl, looking very rustic. Today, Sejin wants to do something different. The manager doesn't care. Whatever Sejin brings, he'll eat it right away anyway. Just a moment later, Sejin returns with a neatly tied bag of sweet potatoes, calling it a gift package of dried sweet potatoes, deliciously inviting him to eat. Isn't it cute? I made some more in the packaging workshop before, so I invite the tower manager to enjoy these delicious and beautiful dried sweet potatoes, while also keeping them moist if wrapped like this. Suddenly, the system board is unusually quiet. Just when Sejin thought there was something wrong, a thank you message from the tower manager appeared on the window. Why so polite? Sejin ponders for a moment, thinking a flying pig would love this. It really loves it. Rangsun holds the cute little bag of sweet potatoes and suddenly feels unable to swallow. How can I eat something this cute? It's an over-the-top reaction, just a bag of stuff from before. Sejin spends the whole day sitting and snacking on dried sweet potatoes with the rabbits and wonders why the 40 potatoes he dried earlier are all gone now. Suddenly, Dew flies over and excitedly hands Sejin a yellowish something. He doesn't understand what Dew is saying, but the system pops up a notification, congratulating him on receiving 2 portions of corn pollen, and the bee mastery level has reached level 2. Turns out his cornfield entered the flowering season before bearing fruit. Busy with other types of fruits and vegetables these days, Sejin didn't notice the corn, which takes longer. Now looking back, they've blossomed into a whole field. But this is the first time Sejin has learned that there is no honey in cornflowers, and bees only collect pollen. But he has heard of some functional foods using pollen supplements, so he eagerly puts some in his mouth to taste. It's a bit bitter, but overall it has a sweet, candy-like fragrance. He turns to thank the queen bee and immediately sees a bunch of worker bees flying over to drop a pile of pollen pellets into his cupped hands. Adding to the joy, Theo finally returns after days of wandering through the tower's floors. The cat's excited face suddenly turns pale when it notices the big-eyed queen bee staring at it. The cat retreats, its ears perked up with caution, afraid of the queen bee. No matter how Sejin advises, it doesn't pay attention. So Theo proactively sprinkles down some yellow things and happily escorts it home. Theo sneezes immediately, sticking its head and nose into Sejin's hoodie, making him push the cat away. "Just this hoodie, buddy. I don't want to take it off." Once the allergy subsides, it proudly shows that it has exceeded Sejin's assigned task. He immediately asks about informing the family, and Theo shows him the completion contract mission. The family has received the money he sent. In a few days, Theo will come to see Dongshik to double-check, making Sejin feel very reassured. Before, he was a poor young man, unable to help his parents. Now they couldn't dream that their son would send them 50 million and be farming with rabbits in the tower. One day, when he leaves this place, he'll tell all of these to his parents, wondering what their reaction will be. He's quite curious, thinking about the mischievous Sedal, teasing his older brother all day, and his father, who loves flowers, loves the color purple, and hates lies. Maybe the talent for farming was inherited from my father. As for Mom, suddenly he remembers the big pot of kimchi stew whenever he visits home. His parents took care of Sejin very well, so now remembering, he suddenly feels homesick terribly. He places his hand on his thigh, then reaches back to see all the rabbits and bee along with Theo here. What more could he want? Sejin affectionately cuddles them. Now he has his own family. And this cat too, dedicated employee, almost like family, but doesn't call me Mr. Sejin. The cat opens its pouch to report on its performance running this KPI. Minus 50 coins for sending money home, and 14.2 coins for buying odds and ends. It still has a total of 208 coins. Extremely impressive. A bag of tower coins, so big it's astonishing. Theo poured it out for him into the pot. How long has it been since Sejin has seen anything related to human civilization, huh? The rabbits don't know what these are. They just know they can't eat them, so they play with them. The cast iron pot he holds in his hand was produced in the tower, so information pops up, but absolutely no production information. He scans another item lying on the ground, recognizing it as a dagger produced in the tower, looking very fancy. The status window notes that this dagger is only for use by people level 10 and above, with no other information. Sejin raises the dagger and asks Theo where he got it, just as he's holding a bamboo toy for the rabbits, explaining that he got it at the blacksmith's corner, selling at a discount. Why would the blacksmith sell a discounted dagger? Although qualified, Sejin doesn't know if he should use it or not. The tower manager warns against using uncertified items to avoid trouble. Today, it's kind enough to offer to certify it. Before Sejin can say okay or not, it jumps into a new task, sending the dagger to the tower manager for certification. There's no regular reward, just a bonus task of giving a pack of dried sweet potatoes to the tower manager as a thank you. The reward is getting the dagger certified, rejecting it right away from certification. It sounds absurd and not convincing at all, so don't forget to include an explanatory note saying this task isn't just about craving dried sweet potatoes, which no one would believe. Knowing Sejin wouldn't believe it, the tower manager's status window is now wiping drool, making Sejin curse, saying he just ate a bunch, and now it's like he's being starved. Anyway, Sejin can't use an item whose origin and function he doesn't know. The tower manager quickly took the golden potato plate and returned the training dagger to him. Its information is now fully displayed. The dagger is made from black iron ore mixed with a little platinum, so it's heavier than usual, but very sharp if regularly sharpened. The craftsman is a grade B blacksmith, allowing the user to increase speed by 5%. Needless to say, Sejin is astonished. This is clearly a well-documented equipment. Normally, documented items auctioned off start at 100 million because of their rarity and value, and yet that cat found it in a prize from a sweepstakes. This boy is really interesting. thought Theo was just an innocent and easy-to-lure cat. Turns out he's a truly talented cat. In the forest on level 99, quite far from Seijun's prehistoric cave, a red-furred butt sways in a bush. The nose tilts up to sniff something. The red bear turns back to look at Proth, my loves, asking if they've signed up as members yet. While the cat and the little chubby are nibbling and licking their reward soup, Seijun is busy testing the newly arrived dagger, firmly gripping the handle with a determined look like a real dagger user, gently cutting 2 basic lines into the pile of onion leaves. The leaves fly off, but the stems are still rooted in the ground. Seijun burst out laughing, proudly asking his companions, "How do you like my skills? Enough flex for you." The rabbit dad hurriedly went to harvest onion leaves, while Ink was commanding the little white rabbits to clap hands and cheer for Uncle Seijun for the fun. All I see is pity for these little ones being fooled by such a mediocre skill. Boss, what do you think? Do you like this dagger? Seijun excitedly gives the cat a thumbs up. It's truly beyond amazing. All the hard work paid off. This must be a bestseller. Theo, handsome cat, proudly stands up. Clearly he promised himself that. Making Seijun laughingly pat its head. It's been only a short while since he started trading, yet he's already hanging up high in the sky. Theo sighs, gently touching Seijun's hand with his soft paw, considering this time forgiven. But next time, don't do that again, okay? Thinking cats are just naive kids, turns out they're quite scheming. Look at this meat cushion now. Who wouldn't fall for this? Seijun can't take it anymore and squeezes Theo's hand, making it squirm. No more flirting with handsome guys. He lifts the cat into his arms generously, intending to give it more reward soup, making Ink beside him feel left out. Why suddenly favor Theo like that? The cat laughs. Boss, you're just an ordinary human. Internally, the cat bursts into laughter. All humans must kneel before my meat cushion laughter. It's true, foolishly enjoying peace with this golden hand, I won't worry about starving anymore. Bring it here for me to enjoy. I don't have time to play around. Then Seijun realizes something fishy here. Is this cat trying to trick him? He raises an eyebrow, teasing Theo, then suddenly drops him to the ground, making the cat laugh outwardly but feel anxious inside. After a while, Seijun smirks and says, "At your age, you want to deceive me? Not a chance, sweetheart." Theo gets angry, standing up, making Ink nearby cover her mouth, silently laughing at the cunning cat. "Not gonna happen, baby. I want more cuddles." Theo jumps up to grab Seijun's pants, but it had no effect. He coldly turned away without even looking. Damn, what a wicked boss. The infuriated cat reached into its pocket, preparing to reveal its trump card. "Look here, Mr. Seijun." Saying so, it threw down all sorts of bottles, jars, and boxes. Seeing the boss pick them up with a confused expression, Theo felt very pleased. It smirked and asked with an air of superiority, "Boss, do you see my talent? Capture a few shots of these and bring back these goodies." Seijun didn't hear a word from Theo. Kneeling on the ground, he poured salt into his palm, tongue tasting the precious commodity untouched for almost half a year. Salty, so salty. First time tasting the saltiness and feeling so ecstatic. And this spicy taste of pepper, Seijun was overjoyed to the point of tears. Theo's best at seizing the opportunity, it approached Seijun again, asking, "How does it look? Do I deserve another 2 hours as a feline entrepreneur?" Seijun, while the rabbits played with the new stuff he brought, picked up Theo, spinning around happily. 2 hours? How about 24 hours, sweetheart? Next morning, a strange white smoke rose, accompanied by the sound of someone sprinkling salt on fragrant grilled fish. Seijun, with the fish freshly marinated on skewers with onion leaves, hummed happily, waiting for the fragrant smoke to waft into the rabbits' housing area. The smell of delicious food woke the rabbits up. They were all still drowsy but came out to see what Seijun was doing. He invited the rabbit family to breakfast eagerly, showing off his new dishes. The breakfast was like a feast. Grilled fish skewered with onions, shredded sweet potatoes, and grilled tomatoes, plus some familiar grilled rolled fish. All these became new with the addition of salt and pepper by Seijun. He handed each rabbit 1 to 2 skewers, telling them to try the new seasoning. The white rabbits chewed as usual, but they couldn't handle the spicy pepper flavor. Only the black rabbit enjoyed it. As Seijun said, "It's the neighbor's kid after all." Seijun glanced at Theo, lying there lazily, despite the enticing aroma. He affectionately picked up another skewer of fish and lifted the orange cat. "Oh my god, I woke up just like that." Theo fluffed its fur, wary and angry, accusing Seijun of insulting either the fish god or the cat god by offering it seasoned fish skewers. Turns out it didn't like salted fish. Sitting in Sejin's lap with a bland grilled fish, it finally got over its tantrum. After breakfast, Sejin and the rabbit family diligently tended to the tomato field as usual. Instead of using his hands to pick, Sejin used the newly acquired knife to cut a branch, and the system chimed, his experience points increasing. Sejin discovered that when holding this knife, all his skills increased by 5%, not just agility. Excitedly, he held up the freshly cut tomato branch for Theo to see. Theo couldn't understand why a great trade cat like itself had to stand here holding a bag while Sejin harvested. Wow, this cat is funny, huh? Even a chairman has to work. Startled, Theo raised its eyebrows and asked Sejin if he was the chairman. What else? Sejin told it to quickly gather the tomatoes and sell them. Dare to disobey the orders of a chairman higher than a trade cat? Theo slung the drawstring backpack over its shoulder, nodding, saying it had learned something new today, and now it's off to sell its goods. In its heart, it mapped out the fastest route to promotion. Then, it would become the chairman of this two-member group, forever dominating Park Sejin's hands and knees. Seeing it ready for the 10-day journey, Sejin had to remind it not to forget to buy what he had instructed. And remember to stop by the forge to pick out the things you like in the betting shop. Sejin wanted to test Theo's talent for choosing items once again. Couldn't let it go to waste. It waved goodbye to Sejin, ready to go, and in no time, it disappeared into the mouth of the cave. Suddenly, in this part, I don't understand why Sejin didn't ask Theo to tie the onion string for him to climb up instead of wanting to ask the bees. But never mind that. Let's leave that for later. Sejin had to go back to where the ripe tomatoes were. He had just cut 6, and suddenly the system popped up, awarding him 90 experience points. At this moment, Sejin noticed that what he was holding was magical grade D tomatoes, with a double usage period compared to the regular type, up to 60 days. More importantly, eating one could reduce 20 grams of fat and increase 0.2 experience points. So not only were they sweeter than before, all the benefits of these tomatoes doubled because they were grade D items. Hold on. Suddenly, Sejin remembered that these tomatoes leveled up not because of the dagger, but because he himself was already a grade D farmer. If Theo had been a bit late, it could have sold these new tomatoes for more money. But oh well. Sejin asked Ink if he wanted to try them. These tomatoes seemed tastier than the previous ones. Theo walked alone in the forest, suddenly feeling a strange urge to turn back. The secret door of the Black Tower suddenly opened. Light from the outside poured in, illuminating a figure in front of a pile of shining gold and silver treasures. In the middle of the room was a tall column about 1 meter high, with a shimmering statue on top. It was a statue of the ice dragon, sculpted by Eileen Fritani from a piece of ice in the Penguin Kingdom. Such a beautiful statue, shattered by Suntooth's hand. Not because it was secreting something, but because so it would have a place to put something else. Sejin's bag of dried sweet potatoes. It happily looked at the bag of sweet potatoes, knowing that it would never spoil in this permanent spatial bag, and it could visit it whenever it wanted. It wanted to cherish this gift bag because Park Sejin made it himself for it. Suntooth held up a crystal ball, wanting to see what Sejin was doing now, if he was cooking so it could ask for a piece. Turns out, he was sleeping with the rabbits. It thought to itself, the great ice dragon. Aileen was here. Should it patrol the area for a while? Suddenly, from within the crystal ball, Suntooth detected something was wrong. On a rock, Sejin was taking a nap with the rabbit family when suddenly the window sprang open with the alarm clock ringing, urging him to wake up quickly. The tower manager said this wasn't the time for sleeping. As if they weren't sleeping, what else would they do? He groggily sat up, suddenly seeing a dark shadow peering down from above the cave. Clearly, it was a monster. Ink the rabbit crawled onto Sejin's shoulder, vigilant, staring at it intently. And the tower manager also wanted to chase away this red fur thing, so he opened the window and drove it away. Probably surprised by the sudden appearance, that big foot jerked, slipping a bit, causing all the rocks on the cave floor to fall. Sejin left the still sleepy rabbits behind, along with the warrior rabbit, rushing over at the same time as the red thing fell into the cave. It didn't have the ability to jump onto Sejin's head like the rabbits, but it fell straight into his arms. Thinking it was a dog at first, but now Sejin looked again and realized it was an immature giant bear. Its round eyes sparkled, looking at the human in front of it, not understanding anything. Its mouth just murmuring, "Kum kum?" The situation was clear, but Sejin acted like a naive child, wondering if this was the cub of Blue Moon's big bear that had visited his unfortunate cave. It looked terrifying to the point of psychological shock. Why was its cub so cute? Its soft red fur moved. The bear cub waved its hands, wanting to go down, so Seijin let it explore the cave. The tower manager asked why Seijin was holding the giant bear cub. How could he know? Instinctively, he ran out instead of ignoring it. This cave was as high as a 4-story building. The notice board popped up, requesting Seijin to quickly drive the bear cub out of the cave. Its mother must be nearby looking for it. Seijin lifted it up again, thought for a moment, then let it go for the bear cub to run back to the rabbits. It's so small. How can it be let go? Or should it be left here for its mother to come and pick it up? That's a good idea, but this guy is extremely silly. This isn't a daycare center waiting for parents to come pick up their kids, is it? The window reminded him that the giant red bear is very greedy. It will eat up all the food in the cave. Seijin didn't believe it. It's so small compared to the rabbits. How could it eat everything? It advanced towards the scared rabbits. Suddenly something puffy red appeared from nowhere. The warrior rabbit, bolder than the others, patted its head to get acquainted, and soon all the rabbits dared to come closer. While they were singing and dancing, bees flew out of their hive, greeting the newcomer. But her children's eyes turned red with anger, looking threateningly at the bear cub. Be careful. I'll poke your eyes. These bees scare people with their presence. The bear cub ran straight back to Seijun, crying loudly. He had to hug it and wave to the bees. What's the tension? Let's talk slowly. Just a little bit, and the bear cub was already crying, so Seijun had to coax it. Her children didn't like the bear cub, so Dancing Lady didn't like it either. But since Seijun asked, she also blew a ball full of enzymes and honey down. It happily accepted the honey and stopped crying immediately. I knew you'd like it, because you smelled the honey, so you came here, right? Bears liking honey is normal. Seeing Seijun getting close to the bear cub so naturally, the system became suspicious. It kept talking, but he still didn't listen, and it got angry. Suddenly, it jumped out in front of Seijun to force him to pay attention. A new task appeared. Drive the red bear cub out of the cave, rewarded with a professional skill. Refusing means starving to death. Moreover, the notification board also emitted a growling sound, making the animals around Seijun terrified. He doesn't understand why the tower manager wants to drive away this bear cub so badly. It's so tiny. How much can it eat? The window displayed a message. Simply put, the tower manager is trying to drive away the monsters threatening the tower farmers, but Seijun doesn't believe it. If it's reasonable like that, why did I fall into this cave that day? That was just an unintentional mistake. The notification popped up incessantly, urging Seijun to listen to the manager, but he persisted. Holding the red bear cub tightly in his arms, he suddenly blurted out, "Someone once said that falling into this tower was also a mistake." Suddenly saying that caused the atmosphere to become tense. The bees and the rabbits sensed something wrong, but didn't dare to speak up, and Rang Sun didn't respond to his accusation. His eyes showed discomfort, deciding to let him do whatever he wanted. Seijun smirked when he saw the window finally disappear, not knowing how much this bear cub could eat to cause such a fuss. He lifted the bear cub off his body, intending to reassure it not to be afraid anymore. Unexpectedly, the bear cub had been snoring softly in his arms without him realizing. Seijun placed it on his lap. Its adorable appearance was irresistible to him, so he decided to keep the bear cub for a day and release it tomorrow. Seijun was deep in sleep, snoring softly with drool on his mouth, unaware of the emptiness beside him. The red bear cub woke up before everyone else, exploring the cave alone for a long time, and only then did Ink the rabbit step out of his house. I don't know what it saw, but it opened its eyes wide in shock, stuttering and tongue-tied, screaming, "Pichu!" Afterward, the rabbit screamed loudly, causing Seijun to start waking up. He scratched his head and sat up, realizing not just one but many angry rabbit voices. He reluctantly moved his sleepy body back to where they were stomping their feet in anger. Seijun woke up instantly, seeing potatoes, carrots, and onions scattered on the ground. The food reserves under the layer of onion leaves were also completely gone, with only half a carrot with bite marks left, and the culprit not far away was chewing on a carrot loudly, wasting a heap of food under its feet. This chubby bear cub ignored the angry rabbits and Seijun's fury, just diving back into the warehouse to find more food. Ink the rabbit, furious, grabbed his hammer to knock on the bear's head to make it realize, but it was too late. Seijun lifted the leaf and found that the bear had eaten about a third of the potatoes and carrots, but left the tomatoes untouched. The rabbits vented their anger on the bear, making it run back to Seijin crying. By its side, he realized his mistake too late. This bear had clearly grown larger than yesterday. Yesterday, it was only as tall as a few rabbits, but now it's 1.5 times taller, perhaps because they were inside the tower, so the animals here were different from outside. Now he remembered the tower manager's warnings and felt extreme regret. He should have listened to the advice at that time. In the midst of self-reproach, the system window popped up again, reminding Seijun that this giant red bear cub was so voracious that it could eat 100 kilograms of food every day. Luckily, the system manager didn't get mad and abandon him. Seijun immediately apologized to it. He thought Rangsun was jealous because this bear cub would eat all its food, but it turned out to be true. The window popped up again, reminding Seijun that the manager wanted him to release the bear. Since it had destroyed the cave, Seijun also wanted to release it. But looking up at the cave's dome, he didn't know how to release this red bear cub. A while later, the onion leaves were woven together and tied into a cute bow in front of the bear's chest. Preparation was complete. He patted the bear to reassure it, saying he had tied it securely, so rest assured. Up there, the rabbit siblings had already grasped the ropes, ready to go. Seijun shouted loudly, starting to pull. The rope was pulled up in one go, lifting the red bear cub off the ground. Weight corresponded to appearance. On the ground, the rabbits all pitched in to tug of war. With additional assistance from the bees below, it took a lot of effort to lift the bear cub up. Only when its feet were off the ground did it realize it was being taken away, struggling and protesting. Seijun offered a piece of honey to the bear's nose, trying to calm its impending cries. He spoke gently, "Go back to your mother, with food," and the bear cub agreed to leave. He waved goodbye to the bear cub, cursing silently in his heart. "Go back to your mother. Don't bother us here. It's tough without food." Not knowing if it understood, he waved warmly with the other hand. So the tower manager's task was completed. Seijun received the skill of seed collection, slightly increasing the chance of receiving good seeds when harvesting crops. Everything was done, and the rabbits jumped back into the cave, each feeling a sense of relief. Pulling that chubby bear up made him want to collapse. Morning hadn't even started, and Seijun was already starving. He looked at the mess of vegetables on the ground, and the rabbit couple smiled awkwardly. There was no choice but to go back to eating tomatoes, just like in the early days. A few days later, everything seemed to return to normal. The shared work made the cave as busy as ever. A gigantic shadow covered the mouth of the cave, blocking all sunlight. "Hello, how are you?" "I'm fine. Thank you, and you?" The bear cub waved to the farmers below with a cheerful face. But the sunlight behind it was blocked by the massive figure of the mother bear. Now, it was looking down at the cave with a sparkling gaze. Seijun's face turned pale green, uttering only 2 words. "Mother, darn it! Why did the mother bear come here?" Seijun was horrified, sweating profusely, and even the white rabbits hugged each other in fear. Little Ink, though a bit worried, still bravely held her hammer, ready to fight at any moment. And the cowardly uncle thought the bear came to eat him, imagining it stuffing him into its mouth to avenge its cub. "Oh heavens, I don't want to die yet, boo-hoo." Terrified by his own thoughts, Seijun turned pale, immediately kneeling down, tears streaming down as he begged the mother bear. "I'm just skin and bones, not tasty at all. Or you can eat these rabbit kids for now." What friendship at this moment. Preserving life is the most important, kids, please understand. At that moment, the tower manager sent a message saying the mother bear had no intention of eating him. Stop overthinking. Seijun was extremely surprised that this guy also understood bear language. Could he also be a giant bear in disguise? He knew all sorts of languages, except the language of love, which he had never heard before. Back to the main issue. The red bear just wanted to ask for honey for its cub. Seijun widened his eyes again. Just that? So it really didn't come here to deal with him. The mother bear at the cave entrance suddenly roared, bursting the human's delusional fantasies. With an unusually gentle gaze, she slowly reached down into the cave mouth, and the red bear expressed its intention to protect the area around the cave and receive honey as payment. Seeing the sharp claws of the bear gently touch the ground, with no intention of attacking anyone, both humans and rabbits were extremely relieved. Luckily today, they managed to keep all the labor force, lost a bit of honey, but gained 2 healthy ones. Why not agree? The local farmers happily accepted the mother bear's proposal. Manager Fang's son sent a message asking Seijun to climb onto the bear's paw, so he did. Seeing the old man about to leave the cave mouth, Little Ink below waved goodbye, looking no different from a tearful farewell scene. Looking down at the dedicated garden from above, Sejun emotionally thanked everyone. Because of them, he became who he is today. Finally, he escaped the scene of the frog sitting by the well and came to the real world of the Black Tower. It sounded great and promising, but as soon as he arrived, Sejun hurriedly raised his hand to shield his eyes from a very bright light shining directly on his face. As he got used to it, he looked at that thing, a bright ray rising into the blue sky, surrounded by towering mountains reaching the horizon. The vast space in front of him amazed Sejun. He was truly inside the tower. Squinting to get a closer look at the dazzling light, it seemed to be just a pillar, explained by the manager as an intermediate point, my dear. Sejun only knew point G. What an intermediate point was, he didn't know. Fang Sun had to explain again. It's the only device allowing hunters outside the tower to move between floors. Oh la la, this is exactly what I need right now. Sejun's eyes brightened, happier than on New Year's. Just need to use the intermediate point to escape from level 1 and get out of this weird place. But how to get there, he still hadn't figured out because he was too busy thinking and didn't notice the cub below calling out loudly. Perhaps the cub was jealous because this awkward guy kept standing on its mother's hand. The mother bear understood and immediately dropped Sejun, who was lost in thought, down below. Walking through that desolate area was a sure ticket to the other world. Where there's a will, there's a way. Sejun immediately turned to ask the giant bear servant to take him to the column, but immediately got refused. Its head also shook quickly, not kidding. In fact, that place wasn't the territory of the red bear. And besides, you had to defeat 3,000 monsters to get there. If it went, then who's going to take care of the cub at home? Sejun looked regretfully at the teleportation gate. Hearing about fighting monsters made his head ache. The mother bear pointed to the forest in front, meaning her territory only stretched from there to the surrounding area. Most monsters wouldn't dare to come to places like this, so if he wanted to go out, sorry, the red bear couldn't protect him. While Sejun reluctantly accepted the painful truth, the animals on the farm had also arrived. Ink carefully brought a backpack up for the old man, and the mini red bear brightened up when it saw Ink. It ran over and hugged the older brother, who led it back to its mother. Initially, Ink was startled, but now he happily rubbed the big bear cub's head. Seeing Dio, the mother bear immediately exhaled a breath, demanding honey. This made the cub scared, hiding behind Sejun's back, promising to make it. He immediately pulled out a bottle of top-grade honey. While licking the honey off Ink's fingertips, the cub suddenly saw something delicious. It ran over to Sejun's side immediately, obediently extending its hands to catch the stream of golden, delicious honey. Seeing the mother bear watching her cub eagerly sucking honey, Sejun offered to share some with her, but she shook her head in refusal. Such precious things must be reserved for its cub, because the two of them have had such a hard time in this dog-eat-dog, chicken-eat-stone place with hardly anything to eat. The cub couldn't grow well, always remaining skinny. It wasn't until it came to Sejun's den that it really started to grow in size. Sejun's mouth twitched at this, so it ate almost all of the old man's supplies, and it didn't grow at all. The cub brought the farm's fellow farmers into a war famine. The mother bear believed that the queen bee's honey had helped her cub grow quickly, making the shy girl hide behind Sejun. Now he wondered if there was no food here. How could the mother bear endure hunger? Rang Sun said the big bear ate a lot. The mother bear had been looking for her cub for 3 days without eating, which made Sejun panic. How could you neglect yourself like that? You can't let your potential slaves die before they've been fully exploited. He immediately ordered Ink to prepare the equipment. Today, he would demonstrate his cooking skills for everyone to admire. Ink was in charge of hitting the fish heads. The white rabbits quickly chopped carrots. All the ingredients were boiled in a pot of water and cooked over a big fire. Sprinkle some chopped green onions on top, and a delicious soup was complete to the last drop. Sejun tasted a spoonful of soup, extremely satisfied with this dish. The two rabbit brothers also helped make some other dishes. Spread out a tableful of grilled fish, grilled tomatoes, and Vedette's tomato soup. Looking at the wonderful array of dishes in front of them, the mother bear was extremely surprised, and even though the cub was full, it still drooled. Sejun proudly introduced the nutritious fish soup. Though it was a bit lacking in ingredients, it was still delicious. You have to eat well to have the strength to serve me. I mean, take care of the cub. The cub couldn't resist the allure of the food and buried its face in the soup bowl. The mother bear's furry arms suddenly grabbed Sejun, while the other hand covered the two rabbit brothers. Thinking they were asking for the heaviest dishes, turned out the bear was holding all three tightly to her chest. This was how the mother bear expressed gratitude to Seijin, but it was a bit too intense. He was almost suffocating. That scene of happiness appeared on Rang Sun's magic sphere, making him breathe a sigh of relief. Since the cub left the den, Rang Sun had been closely monitoring the mother bear, fearing she would attack Seijun, but who knew she just wanted food for her cub. The strong bond between mother and cub touched Rang Sun's heart, so he proposed to act as an interpreter for the mother bear. The unexpectedly good result made the tower manager extremely pleased. With the mother bear now protecting Seijun, Rang Sun would have one less task, just staying at home waiting for food to be served. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Dreaming of a bright future made Rang Sun ecstatic, praising himself as a black dragon genius. The delighted laughter of the dragon echoed everywhere, even reaching the headquarters of the Merchant Traveler Investigation Bureau. Theo's basic resume lay on a furry palm. The information was too vague. The fox's chin was connected to Scaram's information, knowing that this cat was just a foolish smuggler, but the huge amount of goods sold proved otherwise. "Hello, Mrs. Zareth." The secretary dog entered the room carrying a dossier, reporting that after the theft at Grid's warehouse on the 55th floor, some goods had been smuggled into the black market. Here's the list of stolen items the director requested. Zirath didn't like that Grid guy much, because he was a ruthless landlord who robbed from the poor to give to the rich. Glancing over the report, he grumbled continuously. The director shouldn't take on petty thefts like this. Just then, the guard dog burst into the room, reporting that they had spotted the smuggler cat on the 75th floor. Zirath immediately sprang up, quickly donned her cloak, and went off to investigate. Surely, he had to uncover the secret behind everything. Smuggler Theo, you just wait. Zirath swore, as the #1 agent of the Merchant Traveler Investigation Bureau, she would uncover the truth. Back at Seijun's troubled farm, it had been 3 days since he signed a contract with the two mother and cub bears, happily welcoming the two laborers back to his team. Seijun carefully placed a bundle on the mother bear's paw. Who else is as good as him? Even the patrol staff prepared food. Every morning, she would leave the group to patrol around, while Seijun and the rabbits at home continued to try to improve the land outside the den. However, the situation was not very promising because the land up here was very different from the fertile land under the den. Not even the magical shovel of the little rabbit could do anything. Seijun discovered that under the hard, dry soil, there were a lot of rocks. If he couldn't find a solution, he wouldn't be able to cultivate. Just as he was brainstorming, there was a loud rumbling noise. Seijun quickly looked over and saw the cub bear enthusiastically digging up the soil. It was like a plow wherever it went, turning the soil upside down. The two rabbit kids also quickly grabbed a wheelbarrow and went to pick up rocks. The cub bear had helped him solve a difficult problem. Everyone quickly got to work. After a hard-working session, the cub bear was rewarded with a big sweet potato, along with a shower of praise. "Amazing good job, baby," while the rabbit kids were still diligently picking up rocks. Seeing the cub bear happily munching on the sweet potato, he suddenly realized that in just a few days, it had grown so much bigger. If he had insisted on keeping the cub bear in the den, they might all have died by now. After resting, even the boss had to get to work. Seijun planted a sprouting sweet potato in the ground because this piece of land was too barren, so he had to plant various types of tubers first. Then he waited for the soil to become looser before planting tomatoes. That smart calculation helped him gain more experience in seeding skills. Suddenly, the sound of the cub bear digging the soil attracted Seijun's attention. The sweet potato he had just planted disappeared under the hole, leaving only innocent eyes twinkling as if to say, "Do you see how good the baby is? Oh my god, I'm dead. You broke my stuff again, bear." The cub bear saw everyone digging and filling up, thinking they were playing hide and seek with it, so it came to eat it all. The entire plot of sweet potatoes was eaten up by the red bear without leaving a single piece. Seijun's and the two rabbits' efforts from morning till now were in vain. The cub bear realized its mistake, so it sat down sulking in a corner, even getting scolded by the white rabbit for making things even more difficult. Seijun sighed, trying to find a way to keep the red bear sitting still. Only then could he teach it how to farm and reduce the damage again. On the 38th floor of the Black Tower, Theo was making a splash with the miraculous auction of cherry tomatoes. "Today I brought 1,800 tomatoes here, 300 at a time, please." As soon as he finished speaking, people rushed to bid, making the auction go smoothly. But when Theo checked the money again, he found it was less than last time, so he sighed. If only there were a wealthy customer like last time, wouldn't that be great? As he was preparing to leave, Theo was called back by a voice. Dongshik came to ask the cat if he had completed the previous transaction yet. After a few words of advice, Theo was reminded to tell Park Sejun that Kim Dong-shik of the Phoenix Association had arranged things well with his family, so they were not worried at all. Theo knew, but why didn't you participate in the auction today, sir? That's because Dong-shik has something more important to do. He grinned, pulling out a phone. Because his darling daughter loves cats so much, he wants to take a picture of Theo to bring back. Then he took out a bag of chili powder as a gift, especially introducing that Koreans cannot live without this dish. Before finishing his sentence, Theo eagerly tasted it right away, making Dongshik startled and unable to stop him. Only hearing a loud meow, the cats first stood up and jumped up high. In Dongshik's astonishment, the entire forest shook with a loud roar. Oh my goodness, everyone. A moment later, Theo went to the store to meet the spotted deer to upgrade the space bag. With reluctant steps, the cat's tongue was still throbbing in pain. It really was the mouth that harmed the body. The mouth still felt painful, but it still walked down the street cheerfully. Thanks to expanding the space bag, Theo can now bring more cherry tomatoes. This is a wise investment to receive praise from Sejun. Covering his smirk, sooner or later, he will earn 1,000 coins from the tower and become a mid-level smuggler, then become the chairman of the Merchant Association. By then, Sejun will have to kneel before Meow Meow Ha Ha Ha, truly an ambitious cat. However, before achieving all of that, Theo still needs to stop by the grocery store to do some errands for Sejun. Suddenly, a fragrance wafted through his nose. What scent is this that smells so good? Glancing around, he discovered that the scent originated from the skewer stall over there. Theo excitedly walked over, needing this dish to soothe his tongue. "Okay, give me 1 tower coin, kitty." Theo didn't immediately give the money, but shamelessly bargained. "Give a discount for the kid," making the boss sweat. Oh God, he encountered such a tough customer right after opening the shop. There's nothing better than eating discounted food. Theo happily strolled down the street, laughing without seeing the sun. "Hello, Theo, big brother." Someone in a cloak suddenly approached, making Theo stop in surprise. Looking closely, he realized that it was the foolish fox fooled by Skaram. Seeing the chubby cat still remembered his name, he was overjoyed, while inwardly cursing, "Damn, this cat dares to call me a foolish fox, while I've smashed my chase of criminals." But it still tried to force a smile to introduce herself as Zerath, the special agent. "Why are you looking for me?" Theo wondered as this fox came here looking for me. But Zerath just laughed and said she just wanted to thank you. "If you're free, I'll treat you to a seafood buffet." But Theo bluntly refused and waved his tail away, leaving Zerath extremely surprised. "The first time I've seen a cat turn down fish like this. If this trap doesn't work, I'll try another one. Or let's go have some fancy tea." But Theo's tongue is still sore, so he refused. Zerath still didn't give up. "There's a super famous dessert shop nearby. Normal people find it hard to get a seat." He urged Theo to go there with her. But unfortunately for her, the cat hates sweets. "Does it look like I'm not fat enough? Don't understand why this fox is so persistent? Maybe it likes me?" Unsuccessful persuasion made Zerath hot-headed. Who would have thought this stupid cat would be so hard to lure? "Then there's only this way, even though I hate it. Hey Theo, please." A desperate plea rang out. Zerth sat down on the ground, making Theo startled. Even secret agents have to resort to begging. Seeing the pathetic sight of the fox wailing, Theo was a bit scared and heard the story of hardship. "From practicing trading to now, I've always been cheated because of lacking the skills of a trader. Until being saved from the devil Scarum, I only became a bit less stupid." Zerath put on a pitiful appearance, skillfully praising Theo as the kindest person she's ever met. Then she went on to show her reverence. "I want to become a skilled trader, a bestseller like you, Theo." This constant approach hit the cat's nonchalance. Just hearing the words skilled trader and bestseller, the cat's ears perked up. The chubby cat loves being flattered, but still pretends to be haughty. "Out of sympathy for your long journey, I'll share a little secret with you," making Zerath tearfully grateful. But Theo didn't know he had fallen into the cunning fox's trap. This begging trick always works. A bit humiliating, but it gets the job done. Theo whispered in Zerath's ear to stand up, attracting attention from passersby, making the cat feel embarrassed, excitedly asking where Theo would teach him. But now the cat has to go to the blacksmith shop to buy some stuff. Zerath was surprised that this cat needs something there. Throughout the long journey, he just kept thinking about it, but Theo was completely clueless. Finally, they arrived at an old forge. Theo knocked loudly on the door, but no one came out, so they just walked in naturally, as if they were at home. Inside, there were many weapons scattered around. Some items were even beyond Zirath's ability to price. However, there were also items covered in dust that no one bothered to buy. Theo stood in front of the counter and asked the vendor, who was reading a newspaper, if the items here were all priced at 20 coins. Zirath lifted her eyes to see what skill this cat would teach him in this shabby shop. At that moment, the fox suddenly remembered that before coming to the forge, it had asked the cat what it wanted to buy, but the cat just ignored it and walked past fabric shops, weapon stalls along the way. Zirath couldn't help but marvel and invited Theo to see some high-quality items over there, but the cat didn't even bother to look. Returning to the old, rundown forge, the shopkeeper still didn't lower his newspaper. He bluntly told them to choose, and if anything was too old, he would refurbish it. As soon as he finished speaking, Theo immediately jumped up and slammed his foot on the table. "Boss, discount for the kid." Used to this, Theo was as calm as a cucumber, but Zirath beside him stood frozen. What was this? Completely stunned by the cat's skill. Oh my god, this bargaining trick is even more fierce than his own begging. The forge owner hadn't even looked up from his newspaper when he heard Theo's meowing asking for a discount. Of course, a special agent like Zirath who catches criminals couldn't handle the bargaining trick inside the forge. She had heard of bargaining at stalls in the market, but never in a forge. Today, her horizons were expanded. She really wanted to bow down and worship this cat. With the forge owner still not lifting his eyes from the newspaper, he nodded and said okay, then just take 18 coins for the item. Zirath thought this was already quite surreal, but Theo continued to insist. Please reduce it further. Upon hearing the cold response from the boss, he wondered why this cat was so bold. 15 coins, will you accept? Theo, maintaining his bargaining attitude, slammed his hand firmly on the table and firmly said 13D coins to seal the deal, pleading and promising to always come back to this kind, adorable, extremely handsome boss. Finally, the boss couldn't bear it anymore, folded the newspaper, and agreed to the price of 13 coins as per the cat's wish. It's been a long time since he met someone as shameless as this, which made him laugh so much he had to endure it for so long. Only Zirath seemed like an alien who had just landed, staring blankly until Theo turned back. He put his hand on his hip gracefully, asking if the fox had learned anything yet. Seeing it with his own eyes, and still finding it hard to believe, Zirath hastily praised him as really cool and skilled, clapping her hands to make her words more credible. Zirath, though still shocked, had to admit that this cat indeed had excellent bargaining skills. The obedient child asked if he really intended to buy something here. Theo looked around for what he needed. He went to a corner filled with various items. He proudly brought out a wooden crate nearly as tall as himself, then raised the hat to show the boss what he wanted to buy. It turned out that inside the wooden crate was just a straw hat. No wonder Zirath couldn't help but be surprised. She approached and asked the cat why he traveled so far to buy this hat. Theo, puzzled, didn't understand why Zirath asked that. He aimed for this item from the beginning, not just randomly shopping. But I don't understand, Zirath pointed at the hat, trying to explain to Theo that what he held in his hand wasn't even a weapon, just a straw hat that could be found everywhere outside without any value. Suddenly, the items sold in the shop were criticized so harshly. The boss frowned and asked, "Hey little one, what's wrong with my stuff?" Zirath panicked. Not wanting to attract more attention, she remained silent, bowed her head in apology, but Theo didn't seem to care. He took the hat and blamed the cat for being so picky, feeling frustrated and wanting to cry, but this undercover agent dared not say a word, wondering why she had to apologize. This hat was really worthless. Well, let them say what they want, criticize as they will, but in Theo's eyes, what he wanted was already in hand. So he raised the hat and said, "I like this one. Let's finalize the deal." He really liked this hat, ever since he saw it, and since Mr. Sejun allowed him to buy anything he liked, Theo liked it even more. Zirath followed the best-selling cat out of the forge shop, her face still lowered, not daring to look up, until Theo said he had taught her everything and it was time to part ways. She finally raised her head and asked what he meant. "Well, my trading skills have been proven to work very well already. You ask, I answer. I've done my part. Hope to see the name of the merchant Zeroth on the leaderboard soon. After the encouragement, Theo turned and waved with the straw hat to return to Mr. Sejun's place on time. Zeroth felt a bit disappointed, but didn't insist on following that cat anymore. Not daring to speak or breathe, having to look at someone's face made her feel very uncomfortable, so now she just withdrew. Suddenly, the image of Theo waving with the straw hat appeared in Zeroth's mind. She immediately turned back to watch Theo waving the expensive item he had just bought from inside the shop, feeling confused. It was the hat she had criticized so badly. Now it looked familiar. Zeroth vaguely remembered it was the last item on the stolen list reported by the landlord Grid. Then she dismissed the thought. Maybe straw hats just look alike. How could a straw hat sold in a forge shop be on the list of valuable stolen items beforehand? And nobody would buy stolen goods so openly. But Zeroth felt very strange. Why did she always have this thought? In his prehistoric cave, Sejun was shaking the bunch of dried flowers, letting the black seeds fall into the onion leaf basket he had woven. He reached in and estimated how many carrot flower seeds he had harvested this time. Sejun happily mumbled about his plan to plant half in the cave and half on the ground. Because the baby bear stayed here with him and the rabbits, so everyone had to reduce the amount of carrots stored by half, avoiding the situation where the red bear sneaked in and ate them all. Sejun thought it was okay. Anyway, they needed time to get used to each other. Behind him, Ink and Chubby pushed a cart full of fish and shouted "Pee pie" a few times, indicating they asked Sejun to think about today's menu for them. After thinking for a while, he said to make fish soup, as here, the skillful rabbit could easily hunt fish with its excellent spear skill, while he went to get some cherry tomatoes to make a separate soup for the pregnant mother rabbit. To make the dish even better, Sejun went to the garden to pick fresh cherry tomatoes. As soon as he touched them, the status board popped up, notifying that in addition to harvesting cherry tomatoes, the harvesting skill had increased by an additional 5% to level 4. From this level onward, Sejun would receive a new effect. Waiting for him to finish reading those lines, the system introduced the effect of level 4 harvesting, which turns vegetables and fruits into a perfect state for harvesting, whether they are still green or overripe. The last small line mentioned that the level of the harvesting skill could increase further with a very low probability due to this effect. Hearing that the probability was very low also made Sejun happy. Thinking about being able to harvest crops at a higher level, getting only good quality items, already made him happy. He still remembered the taste of a ripe cherry tomato, making people drool uncontrollably. After reading the notification again, Sejun vaguely realized that upgrading the job to level 4 would trigger this effect. So he had to try harder to harvest and unlock more auxiliary skills. The rabbits behind him shouted loudly, calling him to cook. Sejun stood up and immediately smiled at them. Now he needed to cook for the pregnant mother rabbit, no more distractions. Cutting a few carrot leaves was the last step. Sejun gently dropped them into a large bowl and placed the fragrant fish soup in front of the rabbit couple. He introduced it as clean fish soup, containing Sejun's boundless love for the mother rabbit. The simple ingredients included fish, carrots, and onion leaves cooked for a long time, creating a fragrant aroma. Seeing the rabbit couple excited, Sejun couldn't help but urge the mother rabbit to eat quickly. Even without feeling hungry, just tasting this dish made one crave it. Now the most important thing was to nourish health. Your kids are doing great at farming, so the rabbit dad can relax and take care of his wife. Seeing the mother rabbit obediently eating the soup handed to her by the father rabbit, Sejun happily told Ink to wait for his turn. Soon they will meet the cute little rabbit babies. From above the prehistoric cave, the mini red bear waved its hand, calling Sejun to come quickly. It was time for him to go up and sow the seeds. So he immediately put on his backpack, hugged the box of tools, and instructed Ink and Sickle rabbits to stay and help with the work. Together with the other 3 rabbits, Sejun approached to check the rope made from onion leaves and tied one end of it to his waist. Having finished preparing, he pulled the rope once again, waving his hand to announce that he was ready. The mini bear circled around a rock, using all its strength to pull the onion rope towards itself. It was surprisingly simple but worked well. The mini red bear didn't use much effort to easily pull the rope towards itself, gradually lifting Sejun up. He waved goodbye to the kids, promising to see them later. With those 6 short legs, it only took 3 steps to get anywhere without any hassle. There wasn't this large rock at the cave entrance before. It was brought by the mother bear a few days ago. Sejun only got this ladder running on rice to take him to the ground without pressing any buttons. Since the mother bear and her cubs appeared, Sejun's daily schedule changed to working on the ground in the morning. Looking back at the large rock looming over him, casting its shadow over him, Sejun still couldn't believe that the mother bear alone could carry him so easily. The simple explanation was that he needed a rock as a trap to tie the rope. The mother bear was extremely enthusiastic in giving him a rock as big as a small mountain. The clear difference in strength made Sejun wonder. Maybe he was on level 99, so creatures with such terrifying strength appeared. It was thanks to that, finally, he could climb up to the ground that he had longed for. He approached to pat the head of the little bear, knowing that with its strong and robust body, the work would progress faster. It nestled its head under Sejun's arm, quite pleased. Hearing him saying that it seemed like it pulled him up faster today because it wanted to meet him, the red bear grinned and bit into the large bag Sejun carried, making him embarrassed to realize that it didn't remember anything about him. It just wanted to meet the food a bit faster. He opened the bag to show the little bear a bag full of grilled sweet potatoes wrapped in onion leaves, fragrant. Sejun went to great lengths because he knew the little bear had only eaten raw potatoes before, never tasted cooked ones. Sure enough, as soon as the little bear tasted the first potato, its eyes lit up, its mouth watering with excitement. With 1 potato in each hand, it grabbed one after another to put into its mouth, chewing eagerly, making Sejun worry it might choke. He had to remind it to eat slowly. There was no need to rush. After eating for a while straight, reaching the last potato, the little bear suddenly stopped as if it remembered something. Thinking of its own idea, the little bear held the last potato horizontally and then jumped forward to the front yard with its 4 legs. Sejun was surprised to see it squatting and doing something, so he approached and asked what the little one was doing. With a proud expression, it moved aside for Sejun to see a potato placed on a small hole it had dug by hand. Seeing how it patted the soil proudly, Sejun asked incredulously, "Don't tell me you're planning to plant grilled sweet potatoes in the ground, wait for them to grow up and then eat them?" The little one nodded eagerly, and Sejun and the 3 rabbit siblings burst into laughter, rolling on the ground, leaving the confused bear cub laughing until tears streamed down his face. He sat up and explained, "These sweet potatoes won't sprout, little bear. None of the potatoes roasted with fire will grow roots." The red bear looked embarrassed, which made Sejun find this comedy even more amusing. "It's delicious to that extent. Just say you want more." "What else? Sweet potatoes are something his garden has in abundance." Wiping a few drops of water from his eyes, Sejun happily said, "It's been a long time since I've laughed like this." Unexpectedly, his hand touched something slimy. Sejun looked down and saw a dead fish head staring back at him, turning his face pale. Looking a bit further, he noticed a school of piranhas, some facing up, some wagging their tails towards the sky. The common point was being buried in a hole on the ground. All of them were dead, emitting a rotten smell, making the scene 3 parts gruesome, 7 parts helpless. Looking at the frightened rabbits, he muttered that he needed to hold additional classes to supplement their knowledge. He couldn't let this continue. The rabbit children agreed immediately, only the red bear didn't understand why its efforts were being denied by everyone. It just wanted good food every day, and now its stomach was growling even more. Inside the prehistoric cave, the castle of the bee queen was filled with the buzzing sounds of the tiny wings flying around diligently. The light from outside illuminated the small hexagonal cells, shining on the bee queen sitting quietly in a corner. Her hand hugged something white, her unhappy eyes staring intently as if deciding what to do. Just as the sky was clear and the breeze gentle, the mini red bear suddenly stood up, blocking all the daylight, its face dark, its eyes glowing red as it stared at Ink Rabbit in front, holding a hammer. It gripped the handle firmly, determination filling its voice as it shouted "Hiya!" as if about to clash with the enemy. But the one facing it showed a happy face as if meeting an old friend. Just as the bear lunged down to grab Ink, it leaped high above its head, landing behind its neck and tapping it 3 times from the neck to the tail. Feeling proud of hitting the target, the bear's large hand suddenly grabbed Ink, hugging it tightly. So they both cheered happily, the red bear sticking out its tongue to lick its face like a candy, then tossing Ink up as if celebrating or cheering. Sejin sat watching them for a while, feeling stunned, not understanding if these two were training for combat or playing around in such an odd manner. Underneath him, Chubby Rabbit pushed the cart filled with tubes of tomato juice, calling out Pipey to get the humans' attention. Taking one tube, Sejin thanked it greatly, feeling quite thirsty from farming, grateful to have such enthusiastic staff inviting him. As he took a sip, Sejin heard the buzzing sound gradually getting louder from the cave entrance. Then 2 bees flew out. He thought they came to greet him before patrolling around. Sejin was about to warn them to be careful when he saw Dio flying out of the cave, staring at him intently. Of course, it was strange for the girl to appear at this time. Sejin remained silent as she approached, only realizing when she got closer that she was holding something green in her hands. It couldn't be the queen bee because it's not the mating season, so it couldn't leave the hive. Clearly, Dio wanted to find him. As soon as she saw Sejin, she gently placed the green object in the middle of his palm. Her solemn demeanor surprised Sejin, but Dio didn't reply when asked what it was. She gently flapped her wings back a bit and then playfully flicked her face, flying back to the hive with the 2 others. Leaving Sejin curious about the object in his hand, he carefully unfolded each layer of leaves. Surprisingly, he found inside a milky white thing with many layers rolled around the center. The status window indicated that this was the queen bee's cell, also known as a pupa, ready to hatch into a queen bee after inadvertently digesting royal jelly. There are still 10 days until it hatches, and its first target upon hatching will be its owner. Seeing the queen bee cell for the first time, Sejin was astonished and had to read these lines again before realizing why Dio handed this to him with a face that was neither happy nor sad. Because she hadn't been in control of her hive for long, the hive's strength wasn't much and needed time to continue building. If another queen were to be born in an undivided hive, Dio's power would surely be diluted, a shaky power she didn't want. That's why she reluctantly handed the cell to Sejin. He furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment before accepting it. Standing up, he accidentally dropped the white rabbit on his back. Sejin took a deep breath, full of determination to work hard to provide the conditions for this soon-to-hatch cell to become a splendid queen bee. Whispering to the cell, "You better be happy," Sejin brimmed with excitement, eager for time to pass quickly to meet what was inside. There have been many changes at home, but Theo knows nothing, singing as he walks through the cool forest, murmuring about returning to the cave soon. Thinking about Park Sejin having to bow down in admiration for this clever cat, earning a bunch of money along with enjoying the power of a trade cat, Theo's face showed undisguised pleasure. Suddenly, the red-furred rear end stirred at the mouth of the cave, startling him. Theo panicked and shouted, asking who was in front of him. The red bear turned back to look at him with Park Sejin's bag still in its mouth, drawing Theo's full attention to it. Trembling, Theo pointed at the bag and shouted, "Isn't that Sejin's stuff? How did it end up outside the cave? It can't be. Did you kill him?" Theo's face turned pale at the thought of the human being eaten by the red bear. Only the bag left for it to play with. It collapsed in pain on the ground. The red bear didn't understand what this cat was saying. Why was it blaming the ground and sky, saying its bad intuition has never been wrong? Its claws silently spread out on its chubby legs. Theo murmured that it had felt a bad omen from the 38th floor onwards, so it ran as fast as it could. Thinking about it, it yelled at the red bear. "I haven't enjoyed the remaining time as a trade cat yet." The proud claws of the cat sharpened. Theo's tears streamed down its face, rushing towards the red bear to seek revenge for Sejin. Just as it was staring blankly at an unidentified flying object in front of it, Sejin swung on the vine, climbing up happily and asking, "Oh, Theo, you're back already?" It kicked the ground, staring at Sejin intently, confirming it was the right person before pouncing on him and shouting. Theo used both hands and feet to feel all over his body. Theo urgently asked if Sejin was okay, if he had lost any body parts. The hypothesis that the red bear had attacked Sejin made the cat panic, so it crawled down to his feet to see how badly his knees were hurt from swinging on the vine like that. After struggling for a while, Theo jumped back up and hugged Sejin's cheeks, asking the giant bear cub what happened. Quickly. Finally, it calmed this cat down a bit to formally introduce both sides. That this was indeed a giant red bear mini version. It accidentally fell into the cave, and then the whole family became close. With a friendly arm on the chubby shoulder, Sejin proudly mentioned that its mother would protect this area in exchange for honey and food. Finally, Theo also put aside its fear and worry from earlier. took a deep breath, and told the human guy that it was just afraid he might have been eaten. With the appearance of a big red bear, Theo thought it wasn't wrong to think that way. Suddenly, Saiyan muttered that the name Giant Red Bear sounded too long and vague, wanting to give it a separate, easy-to-pronounce name, so it had to ask Theo to be the interpreter. But Theo said its name was just Baby Bear, not knowing if it had any other name. Theo's response made Sejin think that he should come up with a name himself. Not knowing if the mini bear understood, it eagerly made a grunting noise. Its sparkling eyes looked at Sejin full of anticipation to hear the new name, and he pretended to be mysterious, as if he had just come up with a brilliant name. It's Kuk. It sounds like Sejin just invented some fancy name, but he simply thought that the bear always grunts all day long, unable to speak human language. This could be a perfect name. The little ones looked at Sejin, who had just named it with a very proud face, then blank for a few seconds. Then Theo had to represent them to Sai. Sejin had no talent for naming at all. He turned to pat the bear's head. Look at Kuk here, not objecting at all, showing that it really likes this name. He rubbed the bear until it lay down on the grass, enjoying itself, taking the opportunity to add more to make the little cats and rabbits see how excited this kid was about the name he gave. Only Theo jumped on Sejin's head, protesting angrily, ignoring the name issue, straight to the main topic of selling this time. Theo took out a large pouch of coins, informing him that this time he had completed the task perfectly, sold everything. So how much did Mr. Sejin plan to give to the shopkeeper? Theo had to rely on the rabbit to push the cart to load it all. Sejin was very happy, asking if it was including the previous round. It seemed to be 38 hours. So Theo forgot about the guy who named him rudely, turned around and happily agreed right away, on the condition of being able to eat soup as a reward right now. It nestled in Sejin's arms, enjoying the soup package brought to its mouth, starting the time of the well-fed shopkeeper. Thinking of the taste of the reward soup touching its tongue, it felt blissful. However, this time, someone else's mouth was watering instead of Theo's, even drooling on the cat's head, covering the light so it had to open its eyes. If Sejin hadn't intervened, it's certain it would have rushed over to give Kuk a beating. Its mouth screamed, "How dare you stick your tongue in my reward soup? Dare to sit on Mr. Sejin's thigh?" Theo's punch to the bear's face made it grimace in pain, lying on the ground, holding its face, tears welling up. Then it roared so loud that it blew away Sejin's hair. The cries of Kuk were answered by the lush forest, where the ground trembled with every stomping step. Amidst the dense forest, a sound like a rocket being launched. The giant red fur covering the sun jumped into the blue sky, astonishing Sejin and Theo. The mother bear smashed her paw into the ground, wanting to collapse the entire area, immediately taking a defensive stance to protect her cub, who was crying with teary eyes, with a fierce look in her eyes, ready to live and die with them all. Sejin, half lying, half sitting on the ground, looked at the mother bear getting more and more ferocious with her cub's cries. Theo turned pale, wanting to switch to become a green cat-like mouse, suddenly losing all innocence. Before the ferocious gaze of the mother bear, it could only stutter a few greetings, introducing itself as a wandering merchant. Knowing it was in danger, Theo raised its merchant's badge, intending to explain it all as a misunderstanding. The mother bear roared fiercely enough to blow away the little cat. Even Sejin and the rabbits behind had to cover their ears against the terrifying noise. Yelling at the whole group to finish bathing in quality enzyme, the mother bear then bowed down to Theo and Kuk. The frightened cat cried, forgetting about being soaking wet, tearfully apologizing for hitting the bear's beloved son. The situation calming down, Sejin dared to speak up to explain. The kids were just arguing. Parents shouldn't get hot-headed. Only then did the mother bear let out a sigh that seemed to ease her anger, then turned her back towards the dense forest. The whole group breathed a sigh of relief, consoling themselves. Sejin glanced over and saw Theo looking like he was about to die, so he immediately lifted him up and asked what was wrong. The more he was comforted, the louder the little cat cried. Earlier, it was terrified, but now, with Sejin and the rabbits comforting it, it felt better. The black rabbit even came up to lick its face for a while. All the rabbit siblings ran up to lick it, making it ticklish and laugh. Kuk looked over there, saw the rabbits climbing on Sejun and licking him, everyone laughing happily. Suddenly, feeling sad, it realized that its crying earlier had scared everyone so much. It slunk back to the group of people in the cave, calling out a few small apologies, then sticking out its big red tongue to lick Theo's face, wanting to wet him all over. It smiled happily, accepting the apology, then softly apologized to its friend again. From now on, we're friends, okay? But no matter what, it had to add, please don't eat my food. That soup is my life. Saying this, both humans and cats yawned loudly, all the rabbits suddenly feeling sleepy too. Even Cook Cuck let out a big yawn. A moment later, the rabbit couple peeked out to check on the kids, somehow feeling an unusual quietness here. The male rabbit noticed the straw hat peeking out from Theo's luggage, couldn't resist the curiosity, and pulled it out excitedly. The female on the other side realized something strange, pointing for her husband to come over and see their kids sleeping in various poses next to Sejin, Theo, and Cook Cook, better behaved than well-fed puppies. The rabbit couple whispered to each other about something. The male rabbit handed Theo's hat back to Sejin, putting it on his head to shield him from the sun, then joined the group cuddling together to sleep by Sejin's feet, peacefully. The gentle sunlight shone on Sejin's sleeping face, his lips curled in a dreamlike smile, as if dreaming the most beautiful dream of his life. In a place far, far away, where the floating objects amidst the space were flooded with this violet light, it surely couldn't be Earth. Right in the middle of where the dazzling light emanated from were several dark-colored dragons huddled together, gazing down at someone controlling a stream of power, emitting crackling sounds like high-voltage electricity. Things inside were becoming increasingly uncontrollable, and in no time, a surge of power erupted, causing the man to immediately retreat. Gritting his teeth, he was frustrated as to why the door of the tower refused to open, about to lose his patience. Anton Fratani's son approached from behind to advise his father to stay calm, but he was sharply rebuked, not knowing if Aileen was well or not, which made him extremely worried. Thinking it wasn't right to scold his son, Kaiser reluctantly reminded him that it had been 10 years since the last seizure. It took him a long time to get the medicine, and now the gate refused to open, for no apparent reason. The emergency system of the tower also had no response, so they had no way of getting inside. Being stuck outside this space made Kaiser very angry. There was no way to know what was happening inside. Ant knew this, so he asked again. If the emergency system still had no response, it meant that Aileen hadn't had a seizure yet, which was a good thing, giving them time to figure out how to get inside. The two large dragons above seemed to agree with Anton's words, saying that everyone here from the Fratani clan was very concerned about Aileen, so they gathered at the top of the tower to find a way inside. The residence of the owner of the Black Tower is the center of the mana flow from top to bottom of the tower. The dragons in charge of managing the tower also use the mana here to make themselves stronger. Anton reiterated that the entire Fratani clan had agreed to give this ideal tower to Aileen because she was ill. Everyone had risked their lives to get medicine for her. He understood his father's impatience, because after all, Aileen's heart has been untreated for a long time. Kaiser frowned. Even if the entire Fratani clan came here, there was no way to open the tower other than his own. The main point Anton had been saying all along was just that. He wanted to advise his father to calmly think of a solution. Even he was very anxious. Aileen was his daughter. How could he bear to leave the little girl alone in the tower? But then he had to speak up to reassure his father. Anton told him to trust that their daughter in the tower was fighting the illness fiercely. Finally, his father listened. He calmly asked the Fratani dragons to wait until the tower opened. After saying that, the dragons flapped their wings and flew away in all directions, leaving Anton and his son to talk to each other. The predicted day of the relapse had passed, and the emergency system showed no activity. He quietly asked his father if perhaps Aileen's dragon heart had shown some improvement. Kaiser turned back to look at the glowing stone leading to the tower gate. His heart also wished that his granddaughter far away was healthy and well-rested. Perhaps not disappointing her grandfather's expectations, Rang's son was comfortably tossing all 3 tomatoes into her mouth at once with great pleasure. One hand held a book, the other rummaged into a basket full of ripe tomatoes, wondering if this type of fruit had been raised to rank D and its flavor had become much richer. Before, it took eating a dozen to fully taste the flavor. But now, Rang's son only needed to stuff 1 to 2 into her mouth to chill out. Suddenly, her heart thumped, like. A strong contraction made the girl startled, sitting up and looking down, her hand touching her chest in confusion. My heart has never beaten even once in the past 200 years. Why is it suddenly active and absorbing mana like this? Suddenly remembering that the day of my seizure illness should have come, but my health is so good that I almost forgot. Could it be because of these purple tomatoes? Rang's son remembered the property of crops made by humans that could help absorb some mana. Then she opened it to check it out. She enjoyed looking at the tomatoes in her hand, thinking that they were just delicious snacks. She couldn't have imagined that these little things could also cure the dragon's heart. Even more pleased, Rang's son stuffed the tomato into her mouth and hummed excitedly. I, the Black Dragon, Eileen Fritani, 200 years old, have finally found someone worthy of my protection. She tightened her fist determinedly, determined to keep the opportunity to make the dragon's heart beat again, even just once. I must protect the tower farmer Park Sejin very well. Mentioning Sejin, she had to see what he was up to. Muttering the name of this human, it was an honor for him to be noticed by such a noble dragon like herself. Unexpectedly, seeing the straw hat on Sejin's face, she smiled mischievously. She didn't expect him to find the treasure so quickly. But Sejin didn't know anything. He was still scratching his nose, lost in the dream under the clouds. The dark green background and the text of the system suddenly intruded into Sejin's dream, pulling him awake. As soon as he opened his eyes, he had to shout out because the status window had been stuck to his face for a long time, calling this idiot over and over until he woke up, forcing him to read the tower manager's questioning lines. He asked if Sejin had been warned about using items that hadn't been appraised and what troubles he might encounter. A diligent farmer who sells his face to the land and his back to the sky naturally wouldn't know. Sejin, puzzled, raised the straw hat and asked, "Why suddenly ask about the appraisal process?" At this moment, he just realized there was a hat on his head. The rabbit woke up. Peepee told him that he got it from Theo's bag. Clearly, the system only knew this item was an unidentified item. Sejin woke Theo up to ask for the provenance, but the cat meowed a few times and then turned around, not like normal cats waking up when touched. Out of options, he asked the system to check the info automatically. Initially, the item was called a farmer's straw hat, which sounded normal. It wasn't clear who created it, but the last line truly amazed Sejin. It had the skill of Mother Earth's Protection Level 1, which made every piece of land owned by the user recover its fertility faster than usual. Sejin hasn't reached the level to use it yet, but the tower manager kept urging him to appraise the hat first. Needless to say, when he needed something appraised, he got it right away, mainly to take the hat back to examine it in detail at his place, so the content was very casual. Rang's son contemplated it for a moment before placing it on the table, her hand spinning it like starting up. Indeed, as soon as her hand reached out, the blue light of the appraisal skill enveloped the hat, lifting it up for her to read the entire information. It's unknown what she read, but she smiled brightly, quickly letting Sejin know that she liked this item and congratulating him on obtaining such a valuable item. Not only that, she immediately gave him a new, hot mission, that Sejin needs to offer the tower manager crops full of the blue moon energy soon. Success will be rewarded with the straw hat, otherwise, forget it, even though he was the one who asked Theo to get it. But this kind of nonsense behavior from the tower manager isn't something new. Sejin also needs fatty fruits to appear during the blue moon period, so he agrees right away. Suddenly, the status window notified that Eileen Fritani wants him to pinky promise with, adding a reminder that the tower owner has revealed his name, hoping the farmer understands how much honor he's been. Sejin naturally doesn't understand why the manager suddenly introduced himself after so many days of tormenting him. He can still torment him without using his name as usual. Seeing his lack of appreciation for his noble title, it angrily spouts out a series of questions asking if Sejin wants to reclaim the straw hat without saying a word, reminding once again, knowing its name is very honorable. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Whatever you say is correct. Sejin humbly pleads with Mr. Eileen, saying it's such an honor. Then he gets to the main point. He extends his pinky finger, firmly declaring that I, Park Sejin, promise to offer my blue moon energy-containing crops to Eileen Fritani. The next window reports that this is Sejin's first promise to the tower manager, so he doesn't understand why promises are suddenly so important. Usually, when tasks appear, he just does them without needing any promises, right? Sejin's clueless face appears in the purple orb, pleasing Eileen very much. It extends its own pinky finger, nodding. Yes, that's our first promise. Promising Rang's son completes the task. Sejin is returned the brand name straw hat with the name Creation of St. Patrick to enrich the fertile land. We call it a creation. Sejin reaches out to receive the hat in confusion, immediately explained by the system. Long ago, a skilled farmer named Patrick, revered as a saint, created this hat, so it's limited to only those engaged in farming. This is one of the 10 creations existing within the Black Tower. Plus the land's protection skill to enrich the fertile land. Every farmer desires it. Sejun is no exception. He widens his eyes in surprise, asking if it's really one of the 10 creations. First time he's heard of graded equipment within the Black Tower, and the rank restrictions being lifted because he, a farmer, is using it. Sejun must say he's got a good item now, quickly putting it on his head, thinking its capabilities will increase along with his rank. A series of status windows popped up, questioning whether Sejun, with the straw hat, is a genuine farmer. Then names of skills like Farmer's Body or Blessing of the Harvest flood in, followed by a long list of neat features for Sejun to see. It relies on the farmer's own name, wearing the hat, to upgrade the land's protection skill to level 3, adding the level 2 skill of a farmer's always sturdy body, plus the level 1 Blessing of the Harvest, blessing some owned plots for a bountiful harvest in a week. Being a hardworking farmer, how can one not widen their eyes at these incredible skills? Looking out at the barren land just sown, Sejun is excited that the skills of this straw hat will help him expand his cultivation area faster than usual. He'll have to reward Theo later. The little guy is still snoring, clueless. Well, let him cuddle for now. He's found Theo cute for a while, but now he's even cuter. Cuddling too much, the two plump legs rise and touch his face, telling Sejun to stop his creepy behavior. He's a male cat after all. Why openly pamper him like this during the day? Announcing rewards for a week, Theo shouts to skip the matter of being molested earlier. Initially, only having 38 hours, now for a week. No wonder he's happy. Sejun is even happier, lifting the cat excitedly, thanking it multiple times, waking up the sleeping worms, witnessing the cat's joy under the sunlight. Days pass by, and one day, the prehistoric cave is quieter than usual. Ink sits chewing without paying much attention to some soft paw steps, but Sejun's thigh vibrations are hard to ignore, making Theo sit on his lap shiver along. Finally, unable to bear it, Theo has to look up and ask if he could stop shaking his legs. My brain is about to fall out already. He panics, embracing Theo tightly, trying to stop his leg movements, but it's been a long time since the rabbit's home has been this quiet. Even the other rabbits seem quite nervous, not just him, but Theo doesn't care. Waiting is pointless to him. He wants Sejun to take the opportunity to cook fish soup for him to eat. As he lifts the cat, intending to leave, the rabbit's door opens with a creak. It's the rabbit pushing a small wrapped bundle out with an excited look, making Sejun hurriedly ask how many were born. The adult rabbits also nod eagerly. They've been waiting outside the delivery room for a long time. Unwrapping the cloth to reveal the 3 tiny bunnies, born for everyone to see, behind the rabbit pushing the cart, there's another call from Peepee for Sejun to look again. In the rabbit husband's hands are 3 more squirming bunnies, making a total of 6 extremely adorable bunny babies who haven't even opened their eyes yet. Sejun and the rabbits gaze at the obedient golden fur babies, feeling like the time when the rabbit cart came and Ink was just born is still fresh. They must celebrate with a big pot of fish soup. Before leaving, he doesn't forget to pull Theo closer for him to see the babies. The cat stands outside, wondering if it can come closer. This is the first time it's seen newborn rabbits up close. They're too cute that Theo doesn't know what to say. It's already small-sized. These babies are even smaller. Their milk-seeking gestures are adorable beyond words. Hey Theo, you're an uncle now. Say hello, Uncle Theo. Startled, it couldn't understand what was happening, but Sejun entrusted the babies to the new uncle, leaving it unable to object to anything. Theo hastily pulls out a reward soup from the robe, saying in a childish tone, "Uncle gives you a reward soup. Eat it to make Uncle happy." The rabbits laugh with tears in their eyes, and Sejun also speaks up, saying the babies haven't even opened their eyes. How can they eat reward soup? Theo has no experience in caring for children, but he's seen the secret black fund. He chuckles mischievously, asking if the new uncle has a lot of hidden reward soup. This time, it's forgiven because of the good mood. But be careful, it might be confiscated next time. In a vast expanse of sand and barren mountains, from afar, you can see a gate glowing with a green light. As you approach, you can see the energy core in the middle, illuminating the area. Also the gathering place of a group of Minotaur and Centaur leaders, quietly listening to the commander's orders. They're all fierce, hearing the superior's announcement that the blue moon is approaching. There's no need to endure hunger anymore. It stretches its legs to stand more firmly to continue its solemn speech. You go find them in the barren land of Huangvu. The Minotaur King's eyes flicker with unique rays, staring straight at the excited underlings below, preparing to attack. Minotaur King, boss of the 99th floor, will seek out things that can be plundered from this tower, where Sejun and his animal companions are immersed in the joy of farming and welcoming new members. Another diligent day in Sejun's prehistoric cave, observing the announcement that this week's harvest has increased by 50%, and the bees flying around the ripe golden tomato flowers, a delightful sight. Sejun quickly realizes that thanks to the skills of the Straw Hat, tomato flowers are blooming more than usual, and the number of beehives coming to collect nectar is also higher. He stoops down to inspect the quality of this batch of flowers, pondering that Blue Moon's 7th arrival is imminent, so Cook and its mother haven't visited the cave these days. Sejun also has to make use of this time to prepare before that day comes. Suddenly, behind him, there's the sound of pee-pee and the hurried meowing, and other than Theo, who's using his 2 legs to chase after the 6 mischievous golden furballs. Just catching up to them, the cat has to scold them, saying they're too dirty, don't play with them, and this fire is dangerous. Do you want to become grilled rabbits? Stop rushing into it. All right, it's very dangerous. Stick to Uncle's body, don't leave. Theo struggles with both arms full. Carrying all 6 little rabbits is truly exhausting. It's unbelievable that in such a short time, it's become an experienced babysitter. With hands in his pockets, Sejun approaches to inquire about how the job is going. The rabbit couple chuckles, hearing the cat complain about being exhausted. It's not an easy task, it's not a joke, but Theo is very proud, saying it loves them. It's become an uncle now, so these tiring things are nothing. On the other side, the rabbit couple likes Theo, truly a responsible uncle. But Sejun understands their intention is for Theo to take care of the little ones, so he raises his thumb to show he gets it. He calls out to Theo as Theo takes the little ones on an adventure outside the prehistoric cave, reminding him to be back in time for dinner. Another long day is almost over. The bees return to their hives, hastily sealing up the gaps to avoid Blue Moon's light. The rabbit family finishes their fieldwork and returns to their home, shutting themselves in, cutting off communication, while Sejun has made quite a few preparations, his bag bulging. Theo is still lingering outside, and Sejun is surprised to see him sticking a leg into the fabric bag. The cat quickly explains that it's going inside to avoid Blue Moon. This bag has the ability to block Blue Moon's light, Mr. Sejun. Mine is quite small, so it only makes a simple tent, but for those upgraded or high-end bags, they can even open up into a villa. Sejun didn't expect such functionality from such a small bag. He rummaged in his backpack and pulled out a small white item for the cat to see. Theo grabs it with both hands, as if holding something delicate. Stuffing the jar into its warm belly fur, Theo says it will guard it carefully. Just as it finishes speaking, there's a change in the sky. Knowing Blue Moon is approaching, it covers itself with a blanket, ready. The sky quickly turns dark. Cook and its mother are nowhere to be seen. Sejun hopes they're okay. In the tranquility, his prehistoric cave suddenly rumbles like an earthquake. The noise echoing sounds like a wild beast roaring loudly, making Sejun extremely vigilant. This is the territory of the red bear, so how could there be the roar of other animals? He puts a cherry tomato into his mouth, puts on his leaf earmuffs to block out the noise, but the commotion above only grows louder, as if piercing through eardrums. As suddenly as it appeared, just minutes later, it vanished, leaving only the sound of the wind. Sejun wonders why the noise earlier sounded like a bellowing bull, but the sparkling cherry tomatoes quickly capture his attention. What's even more surprising is that they're turning blue in both clusters, not just individually like usual. Whether it's because Blue Moon's light is stronger or due to the skill of Sejun's hat, it's hard to tell, but in the distance, there's something else illuminated by the green light. Blue, sparkling and inviting. Over there is a cornfield, and Sejun has never eaten blue corn before, so he's excited to go there and check it out. Now Sejun can be quite sure that even the corn can absorb Blue Moon's light, thanks to the skill of the bountiful harvest season. The next morning, the scene outside Sejun's prehistoric cave returns to its peaceful state like any other day. Theo stands on his hind legs at the cave's entrance, peering inside for a moment, sure that no one's there. then urges Seijun to climb up quickly. As soon as he gets up there, the cat hesitantly asks why they didn't wait for the red bear mother and cub to arrive before climbing up. What if there's something dangerous outside? How will they escape? But Seijun can't wait. The strange animal noises from last night make him want to take advantage of the time to check around to be sure. Assuring Theo that he'll be quick, Seijun plans to return to harvest the green fruits. Theo jumps up and down, grabbing onto Seijun's leg, insisting on going along, heading straight away from the forest towards the distant view of the transmission tower. But Seijun, small compared to the landscape, can only see freshly planted sweet potato fields torn apart. Scattered amidst the mounds of earth are footprints of some large ungulate. Judging by the height they piled up, Seijun guesses they must be incredibly large. Suddenly, an idea springs to mind, and Seijun immediately crawls on all fours to the nearby mound, then squats down and scoops up some soil with both hands. Theo doesn't understand what this human is up to, but going too far from the cave makes him uneasy, so he whispers to go back. But Seijun is too excited to find the soil soft and moist, retaining water, rich and fertile. Thinking of replacing the sweet potato field with this new soil, Seijun envisions a vast and fertile farm awaiting him. But as he stoops down to assess for a moment, Seijun realizes he doesn't have any farming tools like carts or tractors to till the soil here. He bows his back, looking down and evaluating for a while. Relying on the shovel rabbit would be too much for it. It would take 10 years to finish. While pondering, the status window appears next to him. Wondering what Seijun is doing outside, he follows Blue Moon's reminder that the danger may have disappeared, but there are still many dangers. Slides down, deciding to return to the cave immediately. Suddenly, Seijun turns and asks, "Hey, tower manager, oh sorry, Eileen, are you okay after yesterday?" He doesn't want to chat, simply saying, "I'm fine, thank you," urging Seijun to hurry back to the cave for her. Her oddly impatient attitude makes him chuckle, wondering why she's more agitated than usual. Then he bursts into laughter, sure the tower manager is eagerly awaiting the harvest after Blue Moon. As soon as they return to the cave, Theo immediately takes off his robe to find a place to sleep, following Seijun exploring the exhausting piece of land. Leaving him, Seijun steps towards the glowing new cornfield, eager to pick some ripe ones absorbing Blue Moon's light. The status window pops up, reporting various experience points, but Seijun keeps his eyes glued to the sparkling corn kernels. It's D-grade stamina corn, increasing the eater's stamina by 0.1 points. Seijun marvels at its simplicity, yet he can't stop admiring how it doubles his stats from E to D grade. Seijun hurriedly wipes away the drool, then shifts his gaze to the sparkling tomato field. No more hesitation. He took a bite and see how delicious it is. Yum yum. Just as he's enjoying the corn, the tower manager jumps in to ask if he forgot a promise. Seijun immediately picks 5 tomatoes into a tray, respectfully offering them to Eileen. The notification window thanks him cheerfully, but there's no reward mentioned, simply saying she'll repay the favor later. Seijun happily agrees, and the information panel disappears. Eileen is eager to try Blue Moon's tomatoes, unexpectedly finding 5 of them in her hands. She holds one tiny tomato between her 2 claws, looking at it expectantly. Ordinary tomatoes already make her heart race, so Blue Moon tomatoes are sure to have an even better effect. She throws all 5 tomatoes into her mouth at once, not knowing if they'll cure her illness, but they're so delicious, she can't help but enjoy them immensely. Unable to resist the delicious food, Eileen tries to ignore it and focus on the mana flow. Bit by bit, she delves deeper into each stream, pouring into the dragon's heart. Eileen is extremely hoping her heart will beat fiercely again. Unexpectedly, excruciating pain hits her suddenly, catching Eileen off guard. She collapses heavily onto the floor, enduring the piercing pain in her heart. Sweat drips from her forehead as she gasps for air. She couldn't have imagined the process would be this painful. Seijun forcefully and quickly strips the corn leaves to get the kernels. He throws them into a pot lined with leaves, covers it, and lets the fire below boil the water. It took a while to use Theo's pot, feeling almost like baking cookies to welcome the new year, which he enjoyed a lot. Behind Seijun are 2 rows of corn leaves and stalks waiting to dry on the branches, enough for him to have a morning tea. Behind him, the rabbit's burrow is bustling with activity in the morning. All adults, no sign of the yellow fur ones. The rabbits point to their burrow, chirping pee-pee, and Seijun understands they're sleeping with their mom. Showing off 8 Blue Moon tomatoes that were illuminated, Seijun boasts to the little ones. Seijun adds that there's Blue Moon corn in the pot waiting to ripen, and soon it will be distributed for everyone to eat. The rabbit father holds a tomato in his hand, happily saying pee-pee something, then raises his finger as if to say that's enough. Seijin understands. He wants to give the first blue corn to himself. He thanks and pats his head, making the two little rabbits stand aside shyly. Now there's still a lot to do. Let's harvest it for dinner, shall we? The tomato field is still bustling, but the bees are still busy flying around all day long to check if there are any remaining flowers. In no time, it's dinner time. Seijin eagerly takes out the boiled corn, seeing it moist with steam. He eagerly wants to drool. He holds it up and blows on it to cool it down, secretly thinking with the addition of seasonal skill D and blue moon energy, the taste will be much different. Excitedly holding it up, he invites each rabbit to have a blue moon tomato for the party, but Chubby Rabbit has already eaten his since when. The siblings bite into each small piece with delight. Previously, one tomato had to be divided among many. Now each one gets their own, making everyone happy. The rabbit husband holds 2 tomatoes, thanking Seijin, then takes the remaining one back to his wife. And Seijin doesn't hesitate either. He brings it to his mouth and starts munching. It's delicious. Each seed is so delicious. Seijin takes a big bite and happily exclaims, then continues to bite continuously before the admiring eyes of the rabbits surrounding him. Absorbing blue moon corn energy increases permanent stamina by 0.1, but the taste is so good that Seijin hardly notices. He finishes it all in one go. Even tossing the cob he couldn't chew directly into the fire. After eating, he stands up to wipe his hands, eagerly helping the rabbits harvest the remaining corn in the field. The effect of the straw hat on the quality makes Seijin very satisfied. All the ripe corn can be harvested at once, so he gets to work quickly. Curious about how grade D corn will differ, the system informs him that it's stamina-boosting corn, with the effect of reducing 20 grams of body fat and increasing physical strength by 0.2 points in 10 minutes. The effect accumulates 10 times in 1 hour. For players who are not awake yet, there is still the ability to reduce fat and increase skin elasticity. Surely his mother will love this. It's even better for skin elasticity than collagen. Seeing the abundance of harvest, Seijin happily plans to send some home for his mother next time, along with some types from the cave. All the ones suitable for those not awake yet will be sent home for the family to enjoy. The big head of the red bear peeks into the cave, wanting to block half of the light. But seeing both of them healthy, Seijin is very happy and swings up to inquire immediately. Pouring honey into Kukuk's hand, he even makes up for yesterday's share, making the little one eat it eagerly. The mother red bear looks at her greedy child happily, and when Seijin says he'll bring grilled fish next time, she's even happier. Theo says he has to go to work, which surprises Seijin, who turns back to looking still so sleepy. Why not sleep a bit more before going? He says he can't waste time as a merchant cat by sleeping. As the most professional among wandering merchant cats, Theo needs to push through sleepiness and get to work. As soon as he hears Seijun's praise, Theo jumps onto him, wanting to be taken to the merchant gate. Behind him, there's the familiar mouth holding onto his cloak. Kukuk lifts Theo lightly off Seijun, and he waves his hand, saying the mother and son bear will see him off. Meanwhile, Seijun also has a lot of busy work to do. He returns to the sweet potato field to contemplate whether he should replant this area. At the distant energy tower of level 99, Minotaur King sits on his own chair, sticking his hand into the pile of soil brought to him for inspection. One cow after another brings a pile of soil next to it for him to inspect. The first one brings only mud, the second one has only dry soil, so he laughs it off, commenting that what's these, all mud and soil. He stands up and points directly at the pile of mud and soil under his feet, blaming the subordinates for their ignorance. The food hasn't been brought back, only mud and soil. How do you expect it to eat? Oh, boss, it's been a long time since there's been a single blade of grass or any vegetation on our territory. The statement of the subordinate brings a heavy atmosphere down. Even if we dig 3 feet of soil in this area, we're still unlikely to find any roots, let alone tree trunks. It's true. Minotaur King sits down on his chair helplessly, sighing deeply, starting to blame fate for the unfortunate situation. I remember back then, this entire level was covered by lush, high-quality green grass, stretching to the horizon. The most powerful monsters in the Dark Tower responsible for guarding the teleportation point were minotaurs, so they easily consumed all the grass. Then, fearing that Blue Moon's energy was weakening and no longer able to supply the tower, Minotaur King ordered his subordinates to spread out, devouring all the grass during the Blue Moon period to take advantage of its power. But he couldn't anticipate the appetite of the mighty minotaurs. Once they were given free rein to eat, they ate even faster than the speed of grass regrowth. So from a lush green area, this land gradually became barren like a desert, showing no signs of vegetation. The problem that makes it even more troublesome is that the muscles of the young minotaurs seem to be not in good condition. To maintain the immense strength they pride themselves on, they need high-quality grass to eat. But enough with the consequences. Minotaur King shouts for Ox 3 to bring whatever they have up here. He's the one who ventures farther than the other cow warriors, bringing back soil and stones. Watch out for being scolded. Ox 3 stomps its hoof down with a loud umph and then hesitates, apologizing. Even though it's late because it went farther, there's no sign of anything, no matter how hard it searched. Minotaur King was about to say that it's fine, returning safely is good enough, when suddenly he widened his eyes in disbelief. Quickly separating the subordinates, he went down to where Ox 3 was with an extremely serious expression, making the subordinates terrified. Minotaur King grabbed Ox 3's shoulder and shook like crazy, interrogating, "Hey, what's that thing on your head? What's that sweet smell on your horn? Huh? Ox?" It glanced at its own horn, as if it didn't know what Minotaur King was talking about. It also didn't know what the potato sprout hanging precariously on its horn was, and when it had appeared there. In the management tower, Aileen gradually opened her eyes with a pounding headache. Guessing it had been unconscious for quite a while, it sat up and accidentally bumped into the hanging chandelier. Surprised, it turned around to stabilize it, not understanding why the ceiling was so low now. The senseless question made it quickly look down and realize its field of view seemed wider. Even the magic sphere seemed smaller compared to it. Aileen lifted itself up and realized it seems like it has grown taller. It placed the sphere back down and sat pondering, looking at it with a puzzled expression. Growing up suddenly like this, for what reason? It couldn't have hit puberty this quickly. Aileen thought about the blue moon tomatoes with mana levels 10 times higher than normal tomatoes, and it had eaten 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. Could that amount have caused its dragon heart to react, leading to this change? But Aileen still found it very strange upon careful consideration. Earlier, it only felt pain from its bones and muscles enlarging, but where did the heartbeat come back? This approach might not be sustainable in the long run, but Aileen still happily cradled the sphere, cherishing it when she saw Sejin's face. Indeed, the dragon's heart had beaten once. Surely the produce of this kind-hearted farmer still had an effect on it. Suddenly, Aileen's eyes saw Sejun enjoying blue moon food with the rabbits, and the item in his hand looked strange. Why didn't he share it with her? Aileen immediately moved her large body to find a bigger sphere left by her grandfather. Aileen wanted to see what it was to get her share. Stuck at the door due to her oversized body, Aileen roared loudly, trying to force herself through. It's her food. She can't be left out like this. "Hey, Park Sejin!" Her call didn't reach the 99th floor, where Cook was waving to the bees flying across the almost harvested cornfield. The shovel rabbit piled up a heap of leaves after its parents peeled the husks off the corn, while the golden fur rabbits ran around everywhere diligently, helping their parents to work to transport the skewered corn to the storage area. Some corn was being grilled over a large fire. Some others were being watched over by Sejin, who couldn't help but turn his head back to praise the rabbits working so diligently. Telling the cart-pulling rabbit to gather the rabbits together for dinner, Sejin held a child in one hand and adjusted the pot of boiled corn with the other. He just opened the lid to see if it was cooked, and the little rabbit in his hand drooled at the fragrant scent. The corn was just right, and the tower manager wanted to eat. Just as he poured it into a big bucket, the window with a new mission status showed up. The reward is gratitude, but if it doesn't get a corn, it'll be mad. And there's more corn to grill. Sejin gently told it to wait a moment, and he'd send both boiled and grilled ones together. Of course, the dragon agreed. Sejin turned back to show the rabbits where to place the golden grilled corn. In no time, the whole rabbit family saw the long spread of boiled and grilled corn buffet, ready to dig in right away. Holding up a skewer, Sejin exclaimed, "Thanks to merchant cat Theo's long journey to bring back corn seeds, the whole family could enjoy a sumptuous meal. It's a bit regrettable that there's no butter or garlic, but eating like this is enough to make everyone happy." Sejin sprinkled some sugar on the corn, grilled it a bit until it charred slightly, then sprinkled some shredded cheese on it, blending the flavors into each kernel. He wondered who brought cheese into the tower to give him such a delicious meal. while his other hand rummaged through the backpack to retrieve his long-awaited main character. He accidentally found Korean chili powder in Theo's luggage after it returned with a straw hat. That kid didn't even mention the origin of this item, worthy of being stripped of the title of merchant cat. But since this is Sejun's favorite, he temporarily overlooked that, quickly sprinkling chili powder on the corn already flavored with sugar and fragrant cheese. The system popped up an evaluation. Eating this would make even the gods ecstatic. This fatty and spicy treat seemed to want to lift Sejun out of the tower and back home. He joyfully chewed continuously, not in vain for watching cooking tutorials on YouTube. After enjoying it, he handed 6 fragrant grilled corns to the tower manager. Completing the task quickly brought him gratitude. Sejun made one more, but when he didn't hear the rabbit speak, he leaned down to ask them. Unexpectedly, he saw them all enjoying the food and had no time to talk. Only the rabbit couple was separating each kernel to feed the eager children. Quickly, Uncle Sejun placed the corn in a wooden bowl, used a spoon to push a straight row. The corn kernels fell into the bowl, just enough for the kids to eat once without their parents' hassle. The rabbit couple was very happy. Sejun also turned back to eat another corn when he noticed the laughter of the children running back, proudly showing their aunts and uncles their faces. He laughed so much that he sprayed all the corn out of his mouth, because the rabbit kids either ate or rolled around cosplaying as corn. They were excitedly showing off to Sejun, making him laugh so hard he wanted to die. Taking each kernel out was a bit troublesome, but he had to do it. Then he had to feed each one to the kids, making his back ache. Suddenly, Sejun missed babysitter Theo a lot. Since it left, this cave has somehow been quiet. Every time, Sejun brought lots of corn, sweet potatoes, and fish to feed the bear family. The happy faces of both made Sejun very pleased. Life in the cave was still peaceful. But elsewhere wasn't as easy. Someone slammed their hand on the table and cursed loudly, wondering why Theo hadn't arrived yet. This young man had been waiting for Theo for days, making his confused friend ask, "Didn't you buy it for your girlfriend the other day? Why do you need more now? Don't you hear the news that the rich guys outside the tower are buying magic tomatoes at high prices? One tomato now costs 500,000 coins. If you don't buy before it goes up, there's no chance to compete with the rich." Jessica had to speak up to ask the team leader's opinion. They didn't have enough supplies to stay longer. Dongshik stood up to split the team to enter the tower as planned. He has done business with Theo before, so he would stay and wait. So, the team of 4 led by Jessica would enter the tower, and Dongshik's group would stay to wait for Theo to come and buy magic tomatoes. I thought Jessica would stay. Didn't expect it to be Suha. Cheerfully, the blonde-haired girl had enough magic tomatoes, lost weight as desired, so she gave the opportunity back to me. But Dongshik didn't understand. Why would this girl need to lose weight unless she's buying magic tomatoes for someone else? Suha took out several packets of soup and declared that she wasn't competing for the magic tomatoes, just because she liked that cat so much and wanted to spoil it. Dongshik understood that reason too. Theo really was an adorable cat. Anyone would want to spoil it. That cute cat is now happily singing on the way to the merchant's teleportation gate. It had traveled a long way, passing through many floors and seeing below a tall tree towering into the sky. It looked like it had aged many years, with a crowd of people standing in disarray waiting to enter. Every time it came here, it felt like this was the largest gateway because the tree looked like the mythical beanstalk reaching into the blue sky. Mingling with the merchants, Theo eagerly approached to report that it was a novice merchant wanting to use this route to the 38th floor. It didn't know behind its back. There were eyes gleaming eagerly in the darkness when it heard Theo's name echo. The mob huddled together, trying to see if the image in the painting was indeed him or not. But all they knew was it was a cat. No way to associate it with such a painting. Blacksmiths are different, drawing cats that no one knows which cat it is. But I don't think he kept that straw hat. Elko spoke up and was immediately rebutted by Elki. It must be among his belongings. Who takes it out and flaunts it everywhere? Elko was puzzled and asked the leader, "Elka, do we really have to go get that ordinary straw hat?" The leader frowned and said, "What does it matter how that item is? The elite mercenaries only care about how to retrieve the requested item." All 3 hat bosses began to shadow Theo without knowing there was someone listening to everything from start to finish. Zerath stood there observing for a while, not understanding why the Silver Wolf clan was tailing Theo. It suspected it was because of the straw hat that Theo didn't even realize brought trouble upon himself. But what puzzled Zerath the most was what was so special about that hat that Grid, the landlord, had to hire mercenaries to retrieve it. Zerath's spy instincts surged within her. She was determined to investigate thoroughly. If she left a clueless cat alone amidst a pack of wolves waiting eagerly, who knew what would happen? Another day with beautiful weather, all the workers of the prehistoric cave came to the surface to labor diligently to rebuild the garden destroyed during the blue moon night. With the help of mother and daughter Kukuk, the rugged rocky ground was flattened easily into plots of land, ready for Seijin to introduce new seeds to the children. Inside the red pouch were 1,000 peanut seeds, distributed for everyone to sow in the prepared pits. A few hours later, Seijin wiped the sweat, praising himself for harvesting all the corn this morning to reach level 6. The seeding speed was faster than usual as a result. At that moment, the seed shop unexpectedly offered an additional choice of 1,000 cashew seeds for 5 silver coins, alongside 100 turnip seeds for 0.1 silver coins and 100 cucumber seeds for 0.2. Knowing that cashew seeds could thrive well in harsh, barren soil and enrich the soil, Seijin still chose to buy them despite the higher price. Successfully purchasing 1,000 cashew seeds brought 106 experience points, upgrading Seijin's farmer ranking to a new high, leaving him gaping in astonishment. The status window indicated he had been promoted from a new recruit to a commoner in exchange, rewarding 4 seed choices instead of 3, and allowing Seijin to buy as many seeds as he wanted for no more than 5 silver coins. Because Seijin himself had leveled up, the seed shop was also upgraded to level 2. After this batch of cashew seeds, his next purchase would receive higher grade seeds. Holding the seed pouch in his hand, Seijin eagerly pondered how he would sow and cultivate them. Then suddenly he became bolder and more ambitious. There were still many types of seeds he wanted to buy, all at once, to improve the current situation. The withered corn leaves after the harvest could be considered a once-a-season crop that needed to be replaced by a more productive new seed. Now, they were no different from the straw heaps that Kukuk and the rabbit family piled outside. This little bear looked so capable. It alone could hold a bundle of leaves as big as the entire rabbit family combined, quickly gathering enough leaves to cover all the peanut seeds. Seijin and the others covered the ground with corn leaves to reduce evaporation, as there was no night here. The sun shone continuously, which could dry out the soil. After covering the peanut fields, he returned to the cave to shell the corn. Besides eating, Seijin needed to separate the seeds for future planting to avoid buying new ones. Peeling all of these made him sweat profusely. Seijin needed to soak them in water and plant them tomorrow for the new season. The golden fur rabbits hopped out of nowhere, making cute pee-pee sounds, but this determined hand was aiming to grab their corn. Seeing the pitiful look of these little rabbits, Seijin realized they were probably bored, with nothing to play. The adult rabbits and their parents had taken care of the farming. No one had time to play hide-and-seek with them. Ah, that's right. Seijin came up with a game for them to play. Searching through his backpack for a while, Seijin pulled out a bunch of small bags filled with dried carrot slices for them. They look cute like kindergarten kids, but they all have their duties. Seijin instructed the kids to take the dried carrots to the adults working hard. Don't secretly eat them all. Got it? Seijin told them to distribute them diligently to everyone and then come back here for more. The kids followed his directions, obediently hopping out to the fields, and in no time, they distributed enough snacks for the parents and siblings. Looking at them so tiny, Seijin thought about whether he should ask Theo to buy some outfits for the kids to wear. Whether it's kindergarten clothes, sailor suits, or Lolita doll outfits, just thinking about it makes them incredibly cute. Too bad there's no phone, or else he'd take pictures of everything. In the distant place beyond the rugged mountain ranges, Ox 3 walked for a very long day, but still couldn't find where that strange thing hanging from its horn was yesterday. Where could that thing be? It frowned in frustration, its memories disrupted by Blue Moon's influence. So Ox 3 only vaguely remembered it somewhere around here, deciding to complain why the leader ordered it to find it. All because the Minotaur King was extremely panicked, pointing at that strange thing, questioning where it found it. Ox 3 vaguely replied, near the border of level 99. It didn't remember exactly, making Minotaur King panic and ask, "How dare you leave the Minotaur territory?" Moo. No. It tried to explain that it couldn't remember anything because of the blue moonlight. Minotaur King threw a sweet potato into its mouth to see what it tasted like. It had never seen this in the level 99 area in its entire life. I wonder if it's delicious, but the way it chews makes the underlings look dumbfounded and drool. Moo. The Minotaur King breathed heavily and roared, saliva dripping without belief. It exclaimed, "Oh my god, why is this thing getting sweeter the more I chew? Your muscles are being energized. It's doing the lambada here. Truly refreshing. Surely it's delicious. It's fancy stuff." Minotaur King grabbed Ox 3 by the shoulder and shook it vigorously, telling it to quickly find more of this good grass to bring back. The survival of the entire Minotaur tribe rests on its shoulders. It must bring back food. So Ox 3 is now wandering out here, trying to find some clues. Otherwise, it might get beaten by the leader for returning empty-handed. But it's been a long day, and it hasn't seen a trace of good grass. Not to mention, if it accidentally wanders into the territory of the bear mother, it's dead for sure. So Ox 3 is very scared. Suddenly, a sweet scent wafted into its nostrils from somewhere, making it sniff eagerly. Following the call of food, Ox 3 panickedly discovered countless delicious grasses growing right in front of its eyes. They look incredibly delicious, so Ox 3 rushed over and grabbed handfuls to eat quickly. Oh la la, this taste is too delicious, sweeter than mother's milk. So even though it doesn't know what kind of grass this is, it eagerly gathers it all. As long as it can eat and it tastes good, Ox 3 hugged a large pile to show off to the leader. Surely it will be praised this time. In the Red Bear family's forest territory, its eyes widened with vigilance and sniffed in the direction Ox 3 just went, then snarled with a hint of doubt, to the point of dropping its cub to the ground. Its face twisted into a fierce frown, focusing to identify what it was, finally realizing it was the scent of another species, its expression becoming even more dangerous. Aileen is reclining, taking a sip of refreshing water in the adult hot spring, feeling blissful. When she was little, she couldn't use this hot spring, but now she can enjoy this relaxing feeling. Suddenly, the status window pops up, making her lose her temper. This giant red bear somehow always disturbs her at the wrong time. There must be something urgent. Aileen still reads its message. Indeed, it's urgent. Her mouth hangs open in disbelief. Seijin knows nothing. He's lying on the grass mat, sleeping soundly. Then Aileen pokes him through the screen to wake him up. The giant red bear's message about another monster near the prehistoric cave area immediately wakes Seijin up, seeing the mother bear waiting above, calling him to come and see. The peanut field looks deserted, with only a few corn leaves scattered around by Ox 3, making Seijin freeze for a few seconds. All the effort they put into covering them is gone. That's the entire harvest of corn leaves. Seijin touches his messy hair, feeling bewildered. What came and took all the leaves without saying a word? Looking quite shocked, Seijin anxiously looks at the piles of soil, silently thinking, did he hear any suspicious noises last night? The mother bear grumbles a few times, and the tower manager interprets it as the mother bear saying it might be those horned dogs causing trouble, the ones that growled fiercely on the night of the recent blue moon. Based on the noise, they're definitely not easy prey. First of all, Seijin must feel lucky that the peanut fields below are not damaged. He tells Muck to temporarily harvest tomato leaves to cover this area first. Glancing over, he sees the mother bear saying she will expand her territory to patrol more from today. Seijin thanks her, but reminds her not to tire herself too much. The cub is at the age of eating and growing, but the most important thing for the mother bear is still safety and health. At least by now, Seijin can rest assured that no one in his zoo has been injured. But to protect his farm, Seijin will need to be even stronger himself. The next day is an important one. The onion thread, carried by the rabbits holding the queen bee's hive, is carefully laid out, placed next to Uncle Seijin's hut, and they return to their work in the fields. According to the plan, today the hive will hatch, so Seijin needs to stay with it to keep an eye on it. Because this second queen bee will accept the first person she meets as her master, so Seijin has arranged for all 200 bees not to go out for the time being. Lying down, enjoying some dried food, Seijin leisurely waits for the hive to hatch. The scene of the queen bee leading a new swarm in the area near the cave entrance to patrol and attack danger makes Seijin completely at ease. But there's been no movement all morning. He yawns, planning to take a nap and then greet the young bee. Prepared with tomato and sweet potato flowers as gifts, Seijun hopes the little bee will like them. While mumbling about how to welcome it, Seijun quickly falls asleep, drooling. Just like the hive waiting for this silly little bee to fall asleep, it starts to stir and crack open. The outer shell slowly cracks, revealing a bright light like a chandelier escaping from the covered leaves. From inside the nest, it stirs and then a golden hand emerges, pushing aside the leaves to make way for the newly born queen bee. The baby bee takes a deep breath, eagerly admiring her body for a moment with excitement, then tries to activate her translucent wings behind her back. Seems like she's functioning well, easily lifting the queen bee and taking her for a flight towards Seijun. Stepping on this human's chest while he's still snoring away, unaware of anything. The queen bee stares at him for a moment, as if trying to determine what he is, finally unable to recognize him, but her sparkling eyes have captured the image of the new master. She calls out, "Bibi," several times to wake up this drooling fellow who won't wake up. The queen bee grabs the golden flower bouquet from Seijun's chest and puts it near his face to sniff. Then honey flies up from below the cave. The two of them greet each other with annoying Bibi sounds. As soon as Jo asks if she's found her new master, she nods vigorously. Seeing her own kind for the first time, the second queen bee flaps her wings and flies up to chat and play with Dio for a while, ignoring Seijun's continued snores. Bored of playing, she bows to Dio before returning to her new master, settles on his smooth face, presses her cheek against his, calls out Bibi again, then flies off to explore. Seijun is not woken up by the queen bee calling him, but it's the consecutive status window pop-ups that finally rouse him. His groggy eyes scan the area to see where it went. The empty nest suggests the little one has flown away. In a distant place, a chunky hand spreads out a few remaining corn leaves for Minotaur King to see. It suspiciously asks if this was abandoned near the territory border. Right? The foolish ox 3 umbo a confirmation, handing it over to Minotaur King for examination, realizing this doesn't resemble the grass that used to grow on level 99. Furthermore, this amount is too little to share with the other subordinates, because all those large leaves accidentally fell into Ox 3's stomach. It apologizes for its insatiable hunger, but also can't blame itself. Minotaur's appetite is huge. Telling it to bring the whole bunch back and not let them eat would be too cruel. Minotaur King grabs the last leaf and puts it in his mouth to chew. Is the sweet smell tasty? Unexpectedly, as soon as it touches his tongue, he jumps up like a teenage girl seeing a handsome guy. It's too sweet. Even the energy in the leaf is flowing abundantly into every fiber, joyfully grabbing his subordinates' shoulders and shaking them, praising them. Minotaur King excitedly says that if they can gather more grass like this, their Minotaur clan can definitely revive the boundless plain. However, Minotaur King is extremely concerned that there is something in the other territory that wild grass can grow unexpectedly on level 99. It really wants to go there and bring back as much grass as possible, but it's not allowed to leave the clan headquarters as its guts are really hot and agitated. Glancing at the glowing energy rock, Minotaur King makes a decision by calling Ox 3's name. Go find and accurately record the directions to this grassy area for us. If you can easily bring back this much grass, there must be even more grass there. And if this grass was planted by someone, find out their identity for us too. While giving instructions, Ox 3 hesitantly raises its hand, asking if it can sleep for a while before going. Boss, I've eaten too much grass earlier, and now I'm sleepy. You ate all the grass of the whole clan and still want to sleep. Are you going, or should I chop you in half? Also, under that same blue sky, Theo enthusiastically waves to the people who have been waiting for him on level 38. After a long journey, he finally arrives at the headquarters of the Phoenix Guild, excitedly waving to everyone, announcing that he's back. The Dongshik people rush over asking why Theo is so late, making them anxious. He puts his hand on his hip with a proud look, apologizing, but in a nonchalant way, because he brought the extremely VIP version of tomatoes that everyone craves. Of course, these people have never heard of VIP tomatoes because the buy tomatoes bought from the cat merchant are already unique. It takes out the tomato and proudly introduces the grade D buy tomato, which can be preserved for up to 60 days. Success astonishes the Phoenix Guild. Grade D reduces fat by 20 grams, increases mana by 0.2 points, and can be stored for up to 60 days. Dongshik can't believe it. It's the first time they've held such an interesting buy tomato. Theo then places a basket of 2,000 tomatoes in front of everyone, saying he'll sell 400 tomatoes at a time, and anyone can bid as they please. With not many people here, 400 tomatoes were quickly sold for 90 gold coins. Theo completes the deal with 4 large bags heavy with gold coins, unable to hide his smirk. Adding up this amount, he might have made thousands of gold coins, soon becoming a high-level merchant. Thinking about that, Theo raises his head to the sky and laughs, haha. Once he climbs to that level, he won't need to hide the identity of the one who planted these fruits. Lost in that happiness, Theo agrees to take a photo with Suha. Extending his hand, today he generously allows the people to line up and touch it. But behind Suha, there's no one else, just her holding up her phone to take a picture with Theo. He looks around confused, wondering why everyone has disappeared. No one seems to care about his chubby and meaty hand anymore. No, it's because you arrived too late, so people couldn't stay longer. They had to leave the tower. Theo startles, surprised that being a bit late means no one greeted him. Suha's playful expression makes her laugh. Sitting down, she takes out a soup to comfort him. There are up to 3 tubes here. Baby, Theo's mood gradually lifted as he gazed at his chubby and supposedly lucky hand with a smirk. Suddenly, 2 girls in hunter attire approached from the other side, also asking Theo if they could take a picture with him. Showing the photo Suha took with Theo, which was trending on social media, the 2 girls expressed their desire for a similar photo, leaving Theo puzzled. But quickly, his business acumen kicked in, his eyes gleaming as he seized the opportunity. Anyone who wants to take a picture with Theo must subscribe to this channel. Theo stared at the account Suha created, filled with various expressions of himself. He only knows it's him, but he can't imagine the number of followers, which exceeds 23,000, nor does he know why there are separate photos of his chubby and pink meaty hands. Curious, he asked Suha why people want to take pictures with him after seeing the photos posted here. Thinking Theo wasn't happy, Suha apologized for not informing him earlier. For a moment, seeing him silent, she leaned close to the screen as if nearsighted. Suha worried if Theo was upset. Suddenly, he loudly exclaimed at the young girl. She had to apologize indeed. Why didn't she tell me about this sooner? But not to complain that Suha posted her photos without permission, Theo handed the phone with one hand and struck a pose with the other, cheekily telling the girl to quickly take a picture of him. Before Suha could understand, she saw Theo bending on one side, tilting on the other, his face going through all sorts of expressions from cute to pitiful, then stretching out, showcasing the advantage of his chubby and cheerful hands like fruits at the beginning of the season. Each pose of his was worth a fortune. Suha transformed into a professional photographer, snapping away, adding a little flash effect to make Theo's cat-like face smoother. From front to back to front, wanting to fill up the memory, Suha was satisfied. Giggling as she reviewed the newly taken photos, she continuously praised Theo for being too cute and adorable, making him chuckle and feel handsome. Not only that, without anyone's instruction, Theo knew to act as the main character for the advertising video. Anyone who wants to meet the most charming cat in this tower must come to the 38th floor. Meow. With a wink and a bright pink stubby finger extended, Theo eagerly said that whoever gave the most soup rewards would get to see it hip-hop dance too. A while later, Theo alone crossed through the forest back home, in the form of a true merchant, after a long and arduous field trip. It licked its fur with delight, silently hoping for more photo shoots the next day so it could groom its fur to look even better in photos. Before long, it heard the sound of itself slurping up the pile of soup rewards. Look at me, a classy merchant cat to the point of being able to sit in the chairman's seat. Besides getting massages, Seijun had to pamper the chairman like nurturing eggs, excited as if receiving a bomb and being taken care of by him without any time limit. What else could be said? Thinking about that, Theo tilted his head back, laughing joyfully, cheeks flushed with excitement. Suddenly, a cold gust of wind blew, flipping his cloak. He smoothed down his fur, annoyed, looking around to see what strange thing had happened, realizing it messed up his freshly groomed fur. 2 wolf girls stared at Theo beneath the cloak, their faces darkening. The looming shadow cast over Theo made him nervous, changing his stance from a playful Tom and Jerry to a cautious neighbor cat. He raised his tail in fear, stammering out the word wolf. They aimed directly at him, their jaws sharp and ready, their claws spread wide enough to terrify Theo, with another large leg towering behind them. Theo turned back to see the dangerous gaze of the wolf pack's leader, Elka, letting out a meow intending to flee but couldn't. The gray-furred claws swiftly reached towards Theo, causing him to recoil in fear. The wolf's foreleg was already larger than Theo himself. Escaping the pounce, Theo shivered uncontrollably. Elka had to bend down to be at eye level with the cat, asking if he was the traveling merchant who bought the straw hat from the blacksmith's shop. Theo, trembling all over, lay prostrate on the ground, still unable to calm his trembling. Raising his head timidly, he asked, What did you say, Meow?" The slow response made Elka lose her patience, shouting in his face, demanding an immediate answer. "What did you do with the straw hat bought from the blacksmith's shop?" Her scream sent shivers through Theo's fur, not enough to intimidate him. Elka continued to roar, "If you don't answer properly, I'll tear you apart." Pinned to the ground, Theo couldn't move, his body trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face in front of Elka. He shivered like a washing machine, but the wolf paid no attention, continuing to growl, demanding an answer. As she raised her claws threateningly, Theo involuntarily jumped back, dropping something onto the ground. Elka's attention shifted to the strange brown object on the grass, muttering, "What's this?" Upon realizing it was a pineapple, they noticed smoke billowing from it. Everyone leaned in closer to inspect, then quickly backed away, covering their noses. "This stinks. It stinks so bad. Did this cat hold it in for 8 days?" It looked like Theo dropped it, but in reality, he didn't, and he didn't understand why it smelled so awful. Neither did he know what to do nor where to run. Just stood there covering his nose. Hidden in the smoke, a pair of bright eyes focused directly on his hand, ready to capture it. It was a dark orange arm. Despite his careful disguise, Theo recognized it instantly. No one other than Zerath he met at the blacksmith shop the day before. This foolish cat shouted, but Zerath wanted to scold him yet resisted, raising her hand in a silent gesture to alert the clueless cat. While the 3 big wolves were busy coughing and covering their noses, Zerath grabbed Theo's hand and ran for their lives. They ran until they were about to disappear into the forest when Elka noticed, quickly turning back to call her siblings to chase after them. Unexpectedly, Elko and Elki were lying on the ground, clutching their noses and moaning. "Help us, Elka! Our noses are about to fall off." Theo couldn't believe his eyes. These 2 idiots didn't even know. How did they escape from the smelly area? Elka sighed heavily, holding his gray-furred forehead, and the mission was considered failed. Zerath ran Theo so far that they couldn't run anymore before stopping, panting heavily in the silent forest. Even a detective like her had to remove her face mask, feeling lucky that the wolves didn't chase after them. After catching their breath, Theo thanked her immediately. Contrary to her usual stern demeanor, Zerath gently said it was nothing, considering it a repayment for Theo saving her last time. This time, Theo was deeply moved to have saved his life, patting Zerath's shoulder enthusiastically, insisting on repaying her somehow, perhaps with his favorite dish like grilled fish. Zerath realized this was an opportunity to get closer to the cat, so she proposed to accompany Theo on every journey without needing any fish or rice. She said she wanted to personally see Theo's teaching like the previous day, and Zerath successfully persuaded the easygoing cat. It agreed immediately, asking the fox to join it on the journey. After receiving Zerath's thanks, Theo said they needed to go shopping to submit an application for an upgrade to the intermediate travel merchant. The fox nodded, leading it in another direction, saying she knew a shortcut to get there faster than usual. Suddenly, Zerath turned back, hastily asking if he had just mentioned upgrading to an intermediate merchant, but he had only been a traveling cat for a few months. Panicked, she immediately covered her mouth, realizing she had slipped up, every word falling into Theo's ears. It asked surprisingly how she knew he was a new merchant. Her mind scrambled, reminding herself not to reveal her identity as a Tower Challenge agent. Seeing Zerath's silence persist, Theo's face turned pale again, suspiciously crossing his arms and staring at her intently, muttering in doubt, that's odd." Reluctantly, she hesitated to explain. The hot-headed cat suddenly burst out, "Our intelligence bureau immediately." To her surprise, Theo honestly replied, "I sold heirloom tomatoes." Zerath was stunned, unable to believe her ears. Heirloom tomatoes can make money? But Theo's face didn't seem to be joking, so Zerath had to ask, are those the small, round, red tomatoes?" Theo confirmed, rummaging through his bag to find one left for the fox to see, but found none. He sold 500 tomatoes at once, so there's nothing left to prove. Despite not lying, Theo comfortably overlooked the matter and asked Zerath to lead the way. He needed to seize the remaining time to claim rights to that prehistoric den again. Only Zerath remained standing there, wondering how on earth selling heirloom tomatoes could earn 1,000 tower coins. Whether the heirloom tomatoes were plated with 24K gold or inlaid with diamonds, she didn't know, deciding to follow the cat to see what magic it pulled off to dig up that much money. Maintaining a serious expression, Zerath felt suspicious, silently accompanying Theo to the shopping street. Indeed, thanks to the power of money, Theo had just left the 38th floor not long ago, and the heirloom tomato had found its way into the mouth of someone on American soil. As Michael chewed, he muttered, "Does this reduce 20 grams of fat for real? And the effect is twice that of grade E tomatoes of the same kind. The taste is much stronger, surprising indeed." Swallowing it down, he turned to call Jenny and asked if there were results from planting this outside the tower. She immediately placed an order for a pot of heirloom tomatoes as a sample. Seeing the assistant manager with a pre-knowing face, Jenny said, "As you can see, we've planted them, but they've grown into normal heirloom tomatoes found in the market." He looked at the ripe red tomatoes, asking again, "Isn't it because they are tower items that they can't be grown outside? So, how were the results of the experiment growing them inside the tower?" With a tilted face looking at Michael with interest, she bluntly asked if he forgot she was the CEO of Easter. "Enough sunlight. Flowers will bloom. Enough ingredients. I will make things happen," she replied confidently. Jenny proudly informed that her team had sown 100 grade E tomato seeds on the ground floor of the tower, and 10 plants among them had successfully flowered, fruited, and were about to be harvested. Needless to say, Michael was excited to the extent, praising her excessively, thanking the CEO for using Gagel's technology. "That's not all," Jenny proudly announced. "It won't take long for the fruit set rate to reach 50% of the total seeds sown," satisfying Michael greatly. As Jenny asked about the Tower Farm investment project, he chuckled and said it had been approved, baby. Gagel Company had recruited many awakened individuals to participate in farming and repelling monsters around. By now, they had recruited quite a few members. The future looks as bright as the noonday sun. Michael trusted that his long-awaited project would soon be operational, bringing a heap of benefits to him and the company. He sincerely thanked the magical heirloom tomatoes for propelling the food company to a new horizon. But little did he know to thank the hard-working farmer Sejin and his diligent bees and rabbits, who are now slowly losing their creative products into someone else's hands. Upon arriving at the shopping street, Theo immediately went to apply for a mid-level merchant upgrade. Shortly after, the staff pushed a silver mid-level merchant badge to the cat, congratulating it on successfully being recognized as mid-level. Theo happily held the shiny badge, thanked the cute deer, unable to contain its excitement, loudly exclaiming, "I'm a mid-level merchant now, meow meow meow." Its eyes smiled like crescent moons, making Zerath feel the need to congratulate continuously. Theo immediately put it on its neck, saying it would go straight to the market to buy some necessary items. Hiding a serious face under the layer of clothes, Zerath silently remembered the market reserved exclusively for mid-level merchants. If it were just an ordinary market, it wouldn't be worth mentioning, but Zerath knew it was a place where mid-level traveling merchants could showcase their skills to the fullest. The auction house must be mentioned, where creatures brought items obtained from farmers or workshops on each floor to sell. Many people gathered there, ready to pay for rare and unusual items. As long as they had money, merchants loved it. Sometimes, a lucky deal could sell a lot of goods one brought along with very little risk of loss. Following behind the cat, Zerath wondered if Theo's personality was suitable for that place. The place was like a chaotic battlefield where a split second could make one lose the coveted item. Different from the shop full of junk they visited the other day, so she was very curious, not knowing what tricks this cat would play. As they walked, Theo suddenly pointed to a spot ahead, saying they needed to stop and buy some items here. Looking up, Zerath saw a wooden door shop that looked very ordinary. It's a grocery store, no wonder. It's not only sold snacks and soft drinks, but also sold all kinds of miscellaneous items. In no time, Theo placed a handsaw, a roll of knitting yarn full of needles, and an oversized pot along with a pan on the wooden table. Counted the items it needed to buy. It seemed to buy them for Sejin. Zerath was very puzzled, thinking, wasn't he here to buy wholesale to sell retail on other floors? It frowned at this fox with a strange look. "I already said I'm selling magic tomatoes, not buying and reselling items, right?" Magic tomatoes again. Zerath felt confused listening to it, not sure if there was something wrong with herself or this cat. Initially, she thought following it would learn many top-notch skills, but who would have thought Theo kept going on about magic tomatoes? Not until the shopkeeper said it's all 2 coins, did Zerath glance quickly at the pile of items Theo just bought and was startled. What's so special about this shoddy pot? Even if you add up all the items the cat ordered on the table, it's not even 2 coins. Clearly, this grocery store owner is trying to overcharge. Suddenly, in Zerath's imagination, this shopkeeper wasn't any different from a monster shouting bids and laughing. "Come on, quickly give me your money." And her Theo was like a warrior needing to fight monsters to get the items. Zerath swallowed nervously, tensely waiting to see how this cat would handle defeating the monster. Perhaps it would engage in combat with the owner, or would there be a fiery battle to force him to lower the price? To her surprise, Theo just meowed loudly, changing to a pleading tone with the owner, asking for a discount. Zerath couldn't believe Theo turned out to be a cat with principles, persistently asking for a discount like this. Last time, it used the same trick, but this is the shopping street of mid-level merchants. It couldn't be as easy as the lower floor. Looking at the shopkeeper's fake face saying to Theo that this price is already wholesale, he would lose money if he sold it to him any cheaper. Not a single coin of profit. Zerath saw that Theo had no chance of lowering the price by half, as it usually did. Indeed, the shopkeeper said he would only take 2 coins and 2, reducing the selling price to attract customers. Maybe they would come back to buy more later. Zerath didn't dare to negotiate, but she knew the tricks of those salesmen, shouting higher prices all day, and then manipulating customers' psychology by lowering prices significantly. She hoped Theo could be more alert, not agreeing to such sky-high prices just because of a few words from the owner. Speaking of which, Zerath was also afraid the owner would scold Theo, "Buy it or leave. If you're not buying, get out." Clearly, he was a shrewd businessman, not a fool. The sound of Theo's meow brought Zerath back to reality. It had just knocked out the price-shouting monster with 2 loud claps on the table. Without reasoning with the shop owner, it persistently demanded a discount. "Lower the price, lower the price." He awkwardly tried to stop the cat, explaining that he already sold at wholesale prices. "Nowhere sells cheaper than this," Theo asked in a meowing tone. "Is that true, sir? Then let's go, Zerath." It turned back to the shop owner, then told her fox to leave with it right away without any regret, startling him. How could Zerath understand these tricks? She worried. "Aren't you going to negotiate anymore?" "Well, the shopkeeper said it's the final price. What else is there to negotiate? Let's go." Theo's words entered the shop owner's ears, knowing he encountered a stubborn one, so he sighed and said, "Okay, come back here, I'll sell it to you. 2 coins, correct?" It seemed harmless and innocent earlier, but it turned out to be a smart trickster, fooling the shopkeeper. Theo glanced back at the shop owner and smiled as if knowing it all, extending its claws and saying, "Just 1 coin and 8. Either you sell it to me, or I'm leaving right now, not coming back." He was stunned for a moment, but then agreed, 1 coin and 8 it is. Take the goods and leave. Only then did Theo innocently thank him. "Thank you, sir." Despite the money being handed over right in front of her, Zerath was still standing there in a daze, not understanding what she had just witnessed. Wait, what kind of bargaining technique was that? The beginning had nothing but continuous meows, and the end was just one sentence. "Are you selling or not? If not, I'm leaving." Yet, this traveling cat truly completely defeated the experienced shop owner, using its clever tricks to squeeze money out of him. Wow. In Zerath's eyes, Theo's image had changed into a warrior who defeated a huge monster, even though initially unmatched. It was indeed a glorious victory. Zerath's horizons were broadened, wondering why, despite receiving proper upbringing from her family, she had never been able to win a verbal battle effectively like this. If she had come here alone, the shopkeeper only needed to lower the price to 2 coins, and she would have wanted to kneel down and thank him. How could she negotiate further like Theo did? Here, Zerath looked at the chubby cat with suspicion. Did it really earn 1,000 coins by selling buy tomatoes like that? Was she witnessing the magical moments of the greatest skilled traveling merchant in history? Theo didn't know what was on this fox's mind. It walked out and asked her to come along. Only Theo was immersed in joy, not because it learned the bargaining secrets at bustling markets, but because Seijun reminded it to negotiate 3 times before closing the deal. Initially surprised, now Theo wasn't afraid to learn, so it could confidently close the deal, as its human said. They left the shopping area, walking together on the cobblestone street of the commercial district. Seeing that it was getting late, Zerath bid farewell to Theo, saying they would meet again tomorrow. It cheerfully asked why she was leaving so early. "Have dinner with it. It's treating today." One couldn't always shadow Theo to learn business tricks, as it was a special agent, so politely declined, and mentioned how today it had learned many wonderful things, thanking him for the opportunity to reassess its own pride. Theo didn't understand what Zerath meant, wondering what it had done for her to sound so appreciative. Without explaining, Zerath just smiled gently, bidding farewell and reminding Theo to be careful of the silver wolves, not to get involved with them so they could meet again next time. After saying that, Zerath turned to find her way back to her special agent office. Theo didn't linger either, just stood there muttering to itself, truly a peculiar fox. But it also needed to go back, tired from days of walking. Stretching and yawning loudly, Theo was eager to return to Sejin's prehistoric den, eat and sleep deeply, hoping for a nap until the next day. Right after bidding farewell to Theo, Zerath immediately went into her special agent office, busily writing a lengthy report. Pouring out all her thoughts onto paper, she could finally lean back in her chair and rest for a bit. Accompanying Theo all day was truly exhausting, and now she had to work without a break. But no sooner had she settled than someone pushed the door open, saying the director wanted to schedule a meeting with her. It mainly concerned the theft case of Grid, the landlord. Should she inform the director she was busy? Zerath handed a piece of paper to the white dog assistant, asking her to inform the boss that she would visit the office soon. And this paper contained a report on the traveling merchant Fox under suspicion. Putting on her uniform, she reminded to send this document to the street managers of the traveling merchant, instructing them to remove this person from the monitored subjects. The sparkling eyes of the white dog stared at it, curiously flipping through the paper, asking if the person Zerath mentioned was the one who stole the straw hat yesterday. Sure enough, beneath Theo's picture were captions: negotiation warrior, deal closer master, shopping expert, and brief lines about the cat's journey during the day. Zerath put on her hat, explaining with a trembling voice, "It's been a long time since I met a talented traveling merchant like him." Her eyes brightened when mentioning Theo, no longer showing disdain for the cat as before. On the distant 99th floor, where Theo still had a long way to go, Sejin was covering the ground with layers of corn husks. With the help of the Red Bear assistant, lifting stacks of corn husks, Sejin managed to cover most of the sown areas. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, muttering that this time probably wouldn't fail. The mother bear was patrolling around, so no enemy would dare to approach. Standing there, looking at today's achievements, Sejun felt proud of the amount of corn and bai tomatoes planted today. Finally, he felt he could expand the farm outside the prehistoric den. Suddenly, he noticed the rabbit watering the plants here, struggling without any water coming out of the can. The watering can seemed like a skill, allowing the rabbit to water without limits. Approaching, Sejun saw a worried expression on the rabbit's face. Without resolving the watering issue, Ink popped up with a frightened expression. It seemed like it had seen a ghost and was eager to tell the tale. The friend who followed right behind him also has something to say. However, the way these two recounted the story was quite different, leaving Sejun puzzled for a moment until he finally understood why Ink seemed so alarmed. "You mean that lake?" Sejun crawled down into the cave with the two kids and the extremely cautious rabbits, looking down at the lake full of dark shadows below. Dio lay sprawled on his shoulders, eager for the story, quickly spotting an entire school of cute red-shelled crustaceans under the water's surface. It's freshwater shrimp." Sejun immediately realized the reason for Ink's alarm. Surely the black rabbit had never seen this species before, and it must have assessed this large shrimp group as a threat to its farm. Moreover, they were numerous, and each one was quite large. Sejun leaned forward to get a closer look beneath the water's surface, wondering if they were emerging from the hole at the bottom of. Above all, he wanted to know how many shrimp he could catch. An excellently prepared shrimp lying on a plate was enough to make him drool uncontrollably. He murmured, although he hadn't eaten shrimp because he was poor. But constantly plowing through YouTube videos was enough to make Sejun imagine how delicious this dish would be once prepared. Its flavor and aroma would surely make him exclaim, "Oh my god." Sejun's enticing narrative made the rabbits drool with excitement, so he turned to Ink and urged it to quickly catch them. Its and Du's faces were extremely distressed. There were so many of them. How could they catch them now? Sejun drew his dagger that he carried with him for credibility. Repeatedly mentioning how delicious they were, he encouraged Ink to give them a try. Taking food as motivation, Ink pulled out its magical hammer from its pocket, raised it high, and pipey-piped. The rabbits and Du flew up eagerly, giving the stage to Seijun's children to showcase their talents. They couldn't miss the opportunity to eat such nutritious protein. These shrimp seemed to not be attracted to light and jump onto the shore like piranhas. Both Seijun and Ink probably had to work hard to catch them here. But for the evening's nutrition for the whole family, both were ready. Seijun plunged into the water first, tightly gripping his sharp knife, as the rabbits on the shore watched eagerly. The shrimp swimming beneath the water's surface looked dangerous. Indeed, when they detected a human intruder, they immediately targeted him, and the whole group lunged towards him simultaneously, wanting to catch Seijun all at once. Unfortunately, he wasn't a weak farmer. A few well-aimed strikes, and he managed to hit them all at once. The status window popped up with a tingling sound, announcing the successful defeat of the river shrimp, earning him 30 experience points, which made him very happy. Yelling out loudly, "Ink, where's your handling of it for me?" The little one with its big hammer jumped up, delivering a blow that sent the shrimp flying out of range, falling back into the lake. They rolled their eyes and fell down. The rabbit family was waiting at home, ready to take them to the sickle rabbit for work. The mother rabbit and her golden-haired offspring were very excited to see the rabbit preparing to fish for crayfish, curious to see his skills. Unfortunately, Sickle touched the shells of the river shrimp, making a clinking sound similar to metal hitting metal. It turned helplessly, shaking its head, signaling for help to Seijun, who was holding 2 dead shrimp. Oh, he remembered that this sickle was probably only for cutting crops. The shrimp shells were much harder and couldn't be cut live. Seijun suggested trying to cook them first and then cut them. The rabbits gathered the shrimp for Seijun, who was sitting wrapping onions. His versatile onions could wrap anything, not sure if these shrimp would smell of onions. Inside the cave, a large fire was blazing. All the rolled onion blocks were stuffed directly onto the fire, emitting a strong, tantalizing aroma. Seijun wiped his drooling mouth. He hadn't smelled such a delicious aroma in a long time. So craving. The rabbits, encountering this scent for the first time, were salivating, not to mention him who had never tried it before. After a while, Seijun took one out, eager to see if they were cooked yet. These shells were tougher than usual, requiring more roasting time than potatoes, but the result was extremely worthwhile. The shiny red shells on the beautiful onion rolls looked amazing, perfect 10 points. The system quickly caught on to the trend, explaining that this was grilled shrimp wrapped in onion leaves, served with corn and tomatoes. The salty taste of the broth soaked into each piece of meat, bringing a rich and unforgettable flavor. Holding one up, Seijun told the rabbits to come and watch him demonstrate how to eat a shrimp. Starting with one hand holding the head and the other the tail, Seijun performed the exquisite technique of twisting and then separated the head from the body. Opening up the golden flesh inside, the rabbits all exclaimed in amazement, but Seijun's craving sound was louder than all of them. Looking at the flesh neatly displayed before him, he exclaimed, "Oh my God, look at that!" The delicious aroma filled the rabbits' mouths. They cheered as Seijun divided the body parts, each of them even getting a whole shrimp. Taking a bite, the delicious flavor flooded into every crevice between their teeth. Seeing their satisfied faces, he reminded them, "Remember, rabbits in the tower don't eat vegetarian." Seeing the little ones enjoying themselves, Seijun nodded in agreement. No need for any seasoning. Fresh shrimp alone was enough to make one happy. Seeing the mother rabbit curious but not eating, Seijun stopped it immediately, saying, "Hey, don't throw it away. I have to keep that." The mother rabbit didn't understand, so Seijun had to explain. He dipped a part of the shrimp meat in it and said, "Look here, can you see the organs inside the shrimp's head? This is the VIP Pro way of eating." Lifting the shrimp meat soaked in that greenish color, Seijun exclaimed, "Oh my God, this is the real deal. Flavorful meat and sweet bone marrow. How can you resist?" Standing next to him, Ink saw him put that weird thing in his mouth and chewed, his face looking satisfied but also strange. "Why does the little cousin look like this is better than shrimp meat? Do you want to try it, little one?" Seijun handed the shrimp head back to Ink to take a sniff. It sniffed it, its face filled with doubt. It hesitated for a long time but still followed Seijun's instructions to put it in its mouth. Suddenly, the rich flavor made the rabbit's ears twitch incessantly, its mouth exclaiming "pie, pie, pie" with excitement, its eyes sparkling as if it had never tasted anything this delicious in its life. No need to say, Seijun was overjoyed to see Ink burying its face in the shrimp head, telling it to eat slowly, as there were plenty of shrimp heads. The rabbits were busy dividing the shrimp meat among themselves, with Chubby even creatively adding carrots for extra flavor. Seijun always handed shrimp heads to Ink. "Look at it. He even sucked the brains out of the head in one go. The whole rabbit family was busy with the new dish. Pee-Pee Papa attracting the attention of the big red bear, who was grunting several times, craving from the mouth of the cave. Seijin looked up at it, telling it to wait a moment. He would bring it up. Don't lean too far, or you might fall. Luckily, this bear could smell the aroma, or else Seijin might have forgotten this food mouth. Later, those sparkling eyes saw the grilled shrimp stacked on top of each other. Seijin knew Cook could break the shrimp itself. He was about to show it how to twist the shrimp's tail. Cook had picked up a shrimp still in its shell and put it straight into its mouth with joy. Watching it chew crisply, its face full of satisfaction, Seijin sweated, asking if it was delicious. It said yes, even reaching for another one, making him realize that the shrimp shell indeed had a lot of nutrients. It must taste very good. In the suburban area of the tower's second floor, next to the lush forest, is a village burning to ashes. Black smoke billowing up with the wind. Mixed within are screams and the sounds of people running from the warriors' massacre. They flee in chaos into the forest, trying to escape without order or intention to resist. Those unfortunate to be unable to run fast enough or stumble behind can only face death as the warriors rush forward to easily chop off their heads. A decapitated head without a body can still live, but when the head falls to the ground and rolls to those expensive leather shoes, if stepped on and crushed, it won't live anymore. Michael, hands in pockets, proudly looks down at the shattered jaw under his feet and chuckles. Walking straight to where the warrior was, he sarcastically praises how smoothly everything seems to be going here. Doesn't it? The soldier sheathed his sword, leading Michael and the others on a tour around the recently cleaned up Skull Village. You see, currently, we have mobilized all the hired soldiers to participate, and we have already wiped out more than half of this Skull Village on the second floor. Not showing satisfaction, Michael even made an unhappy face, asking why only half. Seeing that awkwardness, he also asked when it would all be over, estimating the time to see. Pressing the buttons on the system board, Michael listened as the other person analyzed that it also depended on the area the gentleman wanted to sweep and the rank of the hired soldiers. But according to the feasible rate, it would take about a few months. As he was speaking, he suddenly stopped when he saw a window popping up in front of him, displaying some unfamiliar faces. Michael explained that these were people indebted to his conglomerate, given a ticket into the tower and becoming awakening pretenders, now signing indefinite contracts to work for Gagel in this tower. Before turning away, he also warned that these people would never leave, so there would be enough manpower to expand the territory, right? I'm only giving you a week. Focus on the farm area. Who said making the rich happy? I find it miserable, nearly dying. People need a few months to finish, but this boss gives only 1 week. Ahead, someone had been waiting for Michael for a long time. Wearing a white vest is someone from the product development research room, wanting the director to see if the buy tomatoes planted here are ready for harvest. If he wants, he can try a piece. Looking at the slightly misshapen cluster of ripe tomatoes, Michael finally cracked a pleased smile. It's finally time for the harvest. He reached out and plucked one nearest to him, the smile suddenly fading as no information panel was displayed. Even though he anticipated this tomato wouldn't be a magical item, it's still good that it's ripe. Michael wanted to immediately taste its flavor, so he put it straight into his mouth, closing his eyes and chewing it thoroughly. Surely, the taste in the mouth must be better than ordinary tomatoes, right? Suddenly, his face turned pale. His mouth uttered a terrifying sound. His eyes widened, then he bent down, continuously vomiting. The doctors standing nearby saw the director vomiting continuously and were scared stiff, rushing over to ask what was wrong. Michael raised his head and asked, "What the hell? What's going on?" But those in the research room didn't understand what he meant until he got so angry he plucked a tomato and held it up, shouting that this thing didn't taste like anything, but they still didn't understand. They had to try eating it to see, even though it looked like a tomato but had no taste. Very quickly, someone vomited, and even Orange Hair, the head of the research department, couldn't believe it. We've added the highest quality nutrients, so why does it have absolutely no taste like this? An employee opened the information sheet, hesitantly announcing all the ingredients of this fruit, all of which were below the minimum standard, none of them meeting the lowest standards of fruit on the market. Hearing this, Michael was furious, grabbing a tomato nearest to him, throwing it to the ground and stomping on it repeatedly in anger. He wanted to see what he had just eaten, and when he lifted his foot, he was astonished to the point of disbelief. Oh my, a tomato without seeds, only a flattened skin and water flowing from the inside, not even any flesh. Sejun's prehistoric cave on the 99th floor under the bright sun. In reality, it was already evening. He covered his eyes with onion leaves, lying lazily on the grass mat, completely unaware that on the field covered with his own corn leaves, a black hoof suddenly stomped down forcefully. Ox 3 finally found the land he had been searching for. After days of effort, as soon as he arrived, he plopped down and picked up a pile of leaves. It was a bit annoyed at taking so long to get there, but when it got to chew the corn leaves, it smiled innocently. Oh my, the grass was so sweet to the teeth. It was predicted that Sejun's field would once again lose all its shade leaves today. After cleaning up the Skull Village, the mercenaries left behind a few houses that looked more dignified, serving as accommodation for Gagel Company's research personnel when needed. The empty wooden house, with only a bright red tomato on a white porcelain plate, stood out in front of Michael. He stared at the tomato, murmuring seedless, no seeds. As a vice president of a food company, Michael knew that without seeds, there was no way to improve this plant breed. Not to mention farming would be even more hypothetical. Among countless thoughts in his golden head, Michael seized the most feasible one. Although he didn't want to believe it, his mind involuntarily raced back to memories from 10 years ago, a time when Michael was first fortunate enough to be teleported inside the tower, awakening his abilities when he still wore his full suit on the way home from work. The young man back then chose to be a swordsman with the typical confusion of an office worker. Now he had to choose to fight and team up with those he once didn't even know who they were. Over time, he gradually got used to life inside the tower. However, during his time as a warrior and traversing through the floors, Michael knew that his youthful eyes had always been filled with fantasies of seeing vast and rich lands within the mysterious tower. Places with mild climates, lush greenery, and a sun that never sets. Michael discovered many areas with moist, fertile soil of excellent quality for sowing various seeds. The young man joyfully held the soil in his hands, realizing that if he could grow crops inside the tower, contributing to a more diverse global food market would no longer be a distant dream. But that was before that happened. When he became a warrior with a certain rank, Michael was chosen to leave the tower whenever he wished. Returning to the United States for the first time, the young man went to the company to persuade his father to invest in his idea. Everything was easy and smooth at that time. His father's nod made everything seem brighter and full of hope. And that was when the project to grow crops inside the tower began, with all kinds of fertilizers, seeds, and conditions brought from outside. Thanks to his father's funding, Michael had enough manpower to support his plan. But then an unforeseen problem arose. After months of waiting, the land that was once evaluated as fertile did not yield any crops. Why was that? Michael crawled on the barren ground. Why didn't any seeds sprout? He cursed the heavens and the earth, not knowing how much money he had poured into this place. Despite trying countless different seeds year-round, Michael also strived to create the best environment for germination. So why weren't any seeds sprouting at all, dear heavens? After a while, the national news channel reported research results showing that awakeners might experience a decrease in their abilities as soon as they set foot in the tower. This was considered a side effect of suddenly receiving a large amount of mana, and most individuals' productivity could only recover after surpassing the 10th floor. The news shocked not only Michael, but also all viewers, because everyone knew the first 10 floors were where various types of chickens were bred, and climbing all 10 floors to regain abilities wasn't easy. But what concerned Michael the most was that even plants shared the same fate, their reproductive capabilities significantly reduced. There was no way for imported seeds to absorb properties like those already present in the tower. So Michael spent time wandering and consulting with traveling merchants to find a different direction. He reckoned he could use the seeds from the crops inside the tower and upgrade them. Thinking seeds were peddled as widely as grub and swig. The peddler, taken aback, asked again, "Seeds, you say? I don't sell that stuff. It's monopolized by a guy named Grid on the 55th floor." That news hit Michael like a bolt out of the blue, because at that time he had just barely made it to the 10th floor. Having spent so much money without results, Michael gradually became seen as a useless son in his father's eyes and endured the cold shoulder of the company's management for a long time. With no other options, Michael blamed all his failures on his youthful inexperience. Standing before the towering tower, darker than this dog poop, Michael saw his dream of farming inside the tower completely collapse beneath his feet. But he never gave up. Clearly, 10 years later, middle-aged Michael was sitting in front of the blue tomato murmuring, unable to let things turn out like this. Standing up immediately, he ordered the waiting staff on the other side. Get all the hunters up to the 38th floor quickly. Without understanding anything, Michael hurriedly placed a large, heavy bag on the table, drawing the attention of everyone present. With a determined face, he no longer cared how much money he would invest in this project. Go buy all the magic-grade blue tomatoes from that traveling cat merchant and bring them here for me, by any means necessary. Any method will do. Looking at the failed blue tomato in his hand, Michael planned that if grade E didn't work, he would try planting magic-grade blue tomatoes to see what happened. Perhaps the results will be completely different when using seeds from a higher-grade fruit. Michael's heart was once again filled with hope. Now squeezing the seedless tomato in his hand, he suddenly felt his heart ablaze with the fire of youth. This time, Michael must obtain grade D blue tomatoes. Unable to achieve all his past dreams, now he would prove he was completely capable. Casually walking along the forest path leading to Sejin's prehistoric cave, not knowing how many lurkers were waiting for him to return. Suddenly, it saw many long, dark green leaves falling on the ground. Surprised, it approached to pick them up. These weren't the onions Sejin was growing. Why were they here? Thinking they were blown away by the wind, it stepped back to gather each strand into a small bundle in its hand. While looking down, it didn't notice and bumped its head into a black object in front of it. Ox 3 was enjoying the sweet taste of the onion leaves when it unhappily turned to look at the intruder who disrupted its meal. Rubbing its swollen head, it raised its head to see the blurry figure until Ox 3, while munching, asked, "Hey, traveling cat?" Facing the cow directly, Theo interrogated, "Hey you, where did you get what you're chewing?" It didn't understand why a cat would ask where it got grass from, but still pointed in the distance, saying it found it abandoned on the ground, so it picked it up. Talking nonsense, the cat extended its claws and loudly pointed at Ox 3, scolding. "Those are precious leaves that Lord Sejin always cherishes. Do you know that? It's impossible for them to be carelessly abandoned on the ground, meow. In the cave, we use onion leaves as bowls for food, even braid them together as ropes. Those are all precious onion strands that are occasionally cherished, only used to wipe our butts after using the toilet, understand? How dare you steal precious onion leaves?" Ox 3 heard the sudden accusations from the cat and couldn't find a way to retort, but it couldn't accept being accused of being a thief. Immediately angry, it punched the ground hard, shattering it, roaring moo. "Are you accusing a Minotaur warrior like me of theft? One who lives and dies by honor. I, a Minotaur, steal? I won't forgive you, even if you're a traveling cat. If you dare insult a warrior like me." The moo echoed loudly as the massive figure cast a shadow over the small cat, making Theo grip the ground with its 4 paws, but it still bravely retorted, "Meow, I'm not lying." As if strengthened by its own words, it stood up again, pointing at Ox 3. "Let's go ask Lord Park Sejun to see who's right and who's wrong." "Meow! Okay, I'm fine." Moo. Ox 3 also wants to know who the owner of the delicious grass it's eating is. Agreeing to follow it right away, nodding like a seasoned guide, it loudly suggested tagging along. So Ox 3 had to make an effort to slow down to keep up with Theo's pace. It trailed the cat, confident that Park Sejun had discarded that pile of grass no longer needed. Otherwise, why would such fresh grass be strewn about the ground? Thinking about the initial command error in finding the grass's growth spot, now it was sure to praise itself for discovering its planter. Surely, it would continue to praise itself more. Ox 3's eyes sparkled with anticipation of meeting Park Sejun, but little did it know, this time was considered nighttime, so the lad was sound asleep as usual. Theo's snores echoed from above. Director 1, 2, 3, 4, making saliva on its mouth stop flowing. Before he could fully wake up, the chubby figure leaped straight onto the kind farmer's belly, making Sejun think he had just vomited up all his dinner. He clutched his aching stomach, groaning, while Theo's urging voice echoed incessantly in his ear. Now was not the time to lie writhing on the ground anymore. He had to hurry up and follow me outside. Meow! So what's going on? Sejun endured the pain, still crouching on the ground, but turned to ask Theo what was so serious. As if waiting to be asked, its face filled with pride, it confidently placed its hand on its chest and said, "I just caught a thief." Meow. A thief? Did I lose anything stolen? Sejun puzzled but still swung along with Theo up the rope ladder. As soon as they emerged from the cave, A dark shadow loomed over them, staring menacingly, frightening Sejin to death. His face turned pale, stuttering. Theo, is this the thief you're talking about? Theo, standing on Sane's shoulder, fearlessly, jumping down to the ground, it immediately pointed to the black cow and said, "It's him. Quickly go catch him." Seeing Sejin standing dumbfounded, Theo had to pick up the onion leaves again to explain to him. "Look here, this black cow stole your grass. Meow." Starting to understand the situation, Sejin held the withered onion in Theo's hand. This wasn't the onion he planted in the sweet potato field, right? Ox 3 quickly defended itself, saying it only picked it up from the ground. Why would you throw it away? How could good grass suddenly fall all over the ground? The system helped Sejin recognize this as a minotaur, reminding him this seemed to be the noisy creature from the previous night that Kukuk's mother had warned about, the one that turned his neatly tended field into a mess after the Lamwiet night, and even stole the corn leaves he had spread on the ground a few days ago. Surely, this cow was caught red-handed stealing the onion leaves today. What a rascal! Sejin said nothing, just watched as Ox 3 tried to defend its warrior's honor there. There's no way it could be accused of stealing from others. Theo, not to be outdone, with Sejin here, it criticized even more fiercely. Our house doesn't throw grass, it's stealing. Sejin was still pondering. After all, the Minotaur was just a cow, just with 2 legs. I wonder if they can plow or dig the ground. Suddenly, Theo interrupted his train of thought, urging Sejin to quickly tell this wretch if he threw the grass away or not. Ox 3 looked pitifully embarrassed when Sejin said no. Of course, I didn't do that. Those are valuable grasses used to cover the ground, keep it moist for the fields. Putting aside the fierce look from earlier, Ox 3, now confused, apologized. I didn't mean to steal it. I didn't know. But Sejin didn't care about the awkwardness. He calmly crossed his arms and demanded 100 dong in compensation. Holding out 5 fingers, Sejin straightforwardly demanded 100 dong. I want to be compensated 100 dong for the mess you made in the field and the stolen grass. Everyone gets hurt. Sejin just wants justice. I don't know where Ox 3 and the Minotaur tribe would get the money to pay him. Ox 3 let out a horrified roar. What? 100 dong as compensation? That's too expensive, Umbo. Is this grass made of gold or something? Despite its protests, Ox 3 didn't resist, its large body sitting helplessly on the ground, now a truly frightening thief, Umbal. Theo raised its voice even louder, continuing to point at Ox 3. Have you understood, Meow? If you've understood, then quickly pay 100 dong as compensation. I don't know if it's a seller or a debt collector acting so aggressively. Seeing Ox 3's confusion only fueled Theo's fire. This guy definitely isn't wealthy. Theo leaped onto Ox 3, meowing continuously. What should we do? This guy looks really poor. Sejin just waited for that, crossing his arms and asking Theo what he thought. If he doesn't have money, can he sell his labor instead? Ox 3 didn't understand, but Theo did. The cat quickly asked, with this body? That's right, Sejin got straight to the point. Come here to work every day, and I'll pay you 1 dong each day to offset your debt. Ox 3 was very surprised, curious. It asked again, do you want me to work here to pay off the debt? Of course, but money isn't important. Mainly Sejin still provides food for it. Do you like onion leaves? I'll give you as much as you want. I'm not a cruel owner who likes to exploit. With Ox 3 still not responding, Sejin had to ask again, what do you think? Even though these are very generous conditions, it growled excitedly, spraying enzymes all over Sejin's face, extremely excited to agree immediately, as long as it could eat. So shall we sign the contract? Sejin smiled at it, starting work from tomorrow. It happily raised its large fingers, nodding in agreement with Sejin immediately. Once the 2 hands held each other, the contract was considered concluded thanks to the recording system. Both sides were happy with their benefits. Only Theo remained clueless and couldn't believe it. So you can use your body to repay debts if you don't have money? Indeed, the chairman is different. I've learned another lesson from Sejin. I wonder if it will force others to use their bodies to repay debts as it learned from Sejin. But now, in Theo's eyes, this method seems effective and strange. So it took out a bird feather pen and a piece of paper to record the cunning trick it had just learned today. So Ox 3 bid farewell, leaving with a bright smile on its face. Sejin succeeded in securing strong labor for farming. How could Sejin ignore Theo's praise? He looked at the encouraging cat. You caught the thief and I found someone to work, all thanks to you. It cuddled up and asked again, do you think I did well? Theo loved being praised and recognized by Sejin. His words could make the cat happy all day long. Unexpectedly, the stingy landlord turned away, saying he would extend the sales quota for this month. Theo was no longer happy. It wanted to enjoy first-class service. Why should it continue selling like this? Theo climbed onto the landlord's leg, stubbornly demanding its rights, making Seijin shout in surprise. Enough! Enough! Just one is enough. Don't stretch it. The next day was another hard-working day, but Seijin was not selling his face to the land anymore, but working vigorously by the water. With Mook on his shoulder, the two of them were ready to confront this flying shrimp gang. A few days ago, they only jumped, but today they were flying high above Seijin's head. Mook eagerly jumped off Seijin's shoulder, diving into the midst of the shrimp, slapping them on the face, and in no time, they were scattered on the shore. Lately, Seijin has a lot of free time. No need to deal with them like before, just leisurely on the shore while letting Mook handle them. Looking at the piled-up shrimp on the other side, he deemed it enough for the red bear and its cub, so he stopped. Putting the knife back into its sheath, Seijin couldn't help but praise Mook. "You did well. Your skills have been improving significantly lately," it replied proudly, suddenly emitting a strange green light. "Isn't that a sign of evolution?" This time, Mook evolved on its own, its hammer floating high in the air, shining so bright that nothing else could be seen, then suddenly dimmed. Still a wooden hammer, but with a sharper tip like a chisel, clearly more lethal, leaving Seijin quite surprised. Even Mook couldn't believe it had acquired another hammer. With the rabbit siblings, Seijin applauded enthusiastically. "That's different, isn't it? Didn't expect the skill to level up to 2. Amazing, good job, baby." Proudly hoisting the hammer on its shoulder, enjoying the applause, it confidently gives a thumbs up when Seijin says from now on, it will handle all the shrimp hunting. Skills have improved. It even has combat experience, so Seijin can do other tasks leisurely. The sunlight on his head suddenly darkened because the mother bear appeared. She called Seijin up, looking serious, making him quickly climb up to see what was going on. Seijin didn't understand what the bear mother was saying, so he asked Cook what was happening. The child pointed to something above and told Seijin to look, but he couldn't see anything. Surprisingly, on the rock where Seijin tied the climbing rope, a small beehive had appeared. He had gone up and down countless times, but never noticed it, which startled him. The queen of that hive had to stick her head out to see who was making noise. Unexpectedly, it was its owner. It greeted joyfully and flew over to Seijin, startling him. Approaching, he realized this wasn't the second-generation bee he had raised before. This was their first official meeting. Seijin hugged the queen bee, rubbing its face against his affectionately, continuously asking where it had been. He remembered being designated as its master but couldn't find it, worrying to death. As if answering Seijin's question, the queen bee waved its hand, calling the worker bees to meet their master. He immediately recognized this little one had left to start its own colony, luckily returning safely. Cook saw this bee colony for the first time, eagerly listening to Seijin introduce each other. This is the second-generation queen bee, born not long ago. It hesitantly nestled on Seijin's hat, while Cook's eyes were fixed on it. "You must protect it, so the bee will work diligently to bring back more honey," said Cook. The queen bee left Seijin's hat and flew to Cook, rubbing its damp black nose against him. They liked each other a lot, so now there would be a friend for the bear cubs above the den. No need to go down or for the rabbits to come up anymore. The mother bear was also very happy. She wanted her cub to have more friends. Suddenly, Ox 3's heavy black hooves stomped the ground, the sound echoing, making everyone turn to look. Ox 3 cheerfully approached, saying, "I'm here to work." Seijin waved back as it stepped heavily on the ground. Unexpectedly, the red bear's paw slammed down, terrifying Seijin nearly out of his wits. It glared at Ox 3 and roared, warning the stubborn ox not to take another step. Now Ox 3 realized that before him stood the master of the 99th tier forest. It abandoned its earlier cheerful demeanor and became wary. Both sides glared at each other, tension rising, until Seijin intervened, urging them not to fight here. Their grip tightened, adding a sense of fierceness, making the mother bear emit a terrifying aura. Seijin looked at both of them, quickly reaching out to stop them from fighting. But the mother bear paid no attention, determined to see the minotaur as a threat. She forcefully pushed Seijin and her cub back to deal with this big black-haired bull. The loud noise above made Theo and the rabbits poke their heads out of the burrow, wondering what was happening. Normally, the land above was very peaceful. Seijin didn't know what to do, so he quickly grabbed Theo and put him on his shoulder, leading him back to the mother bear to stop them from fighting. Theo clung to Seijin's shoulder, not understanding anything, just seeing him quickly step forward to stop them from fighting. Sejin ran up and shouted loudly, "Red Bear Mom, Minotaur, both of you stop." But their threatening demeanor remained, ignoring Sejin. He stood below, shouting loudly, "Don't fight, Minotaur is here to work, not to be an enemy." The mother bear growled in her throat, her eyes fixed on Ox 3. Theo understood and translated for Sejin. She wants him to return to his cave. She said she couldn't forgive the Minotaur for invading Sejin's territory. Advising the mother bear didn't work, so he tried advising Ox 3. Who would have thought this ox was also under a spell, staring stubbornly at the mother bear, saying, "I am a Minotaur warrior. Avoiding a fight would mean losing all honor." He felt helpless, unable to believe that the protector and the worker were about to fight right on his farm. Cook didn't know what was going on, and now it was even approaching for a reward. Theo neglected the two big guys in front of him, turned around and urged Sejin to scold the ignorant little one. In this tense moment, Aileen sent him a message asking for some snacks to soothe her mouth. He complained that he was busy, and the mother bear and Ox 3 were about to fight. Aileen asked in surprise, "Why is the Minotaur there?" "She wants you to solve that quickly. She's very hungry." Sejin paced back and forth, trying to find a solution, but it wasn't as easy as it sounded. Neither of them cared to listen to him. In the midst of confusion, Cook kept tugging at his clothes, and Theo kept whispering continuously. Sejin's head was throbbing, and before he could think, Ox 3 jumped up with a loud growl. It breathed heavily, ready to fight, but the mother bear showed no fear, roaring loudly to intimidate. Theo felt a chill, suggesting to let the two fight first, then talk afterwards. He urged Sejin to quickly return with him to the den for a nap, but he was too confused, falling into an extreme state of panic. In his ears were Cook demanding food and Theo's incessant meowing. The rabbits beneath his feet kept asking what was happening, the more aggressive ones cursing loudly but only in Pikapi. The text on the status window made him even more furious, constantly urging to find food for the tower manager. Sejin clenched his ears, trying to endure, but it wasn't okay. His face flushed, his whole body trembling as he yelled out loud, "If no one listens to me, I won't give food to anyone." The words shook everyone, successfully pulling the two big ones out of the fiery battle. The mother bear, upon hearing she couldn't eat, turned pale, hesitating immediately, while Ox 3, bewildered, asked again, "What did you say?" "I can't eat." The smaller ones reacted even more violently. Cook and the rabbits screamed in pain. Even Aileen, the tower manager, couldn't believe it, shouting from inside the tower, "No way." Theo reacted the fastest, tears streaming down his back as he clung tightly to Sejin, crying, "I'm sorry, Chairman. I'm sorry. Oh my God, Chairman." Sejin was still very angry, his body tense, staring fiercely at the two giants in front of him as if ready to act. Both of them trembled when they realized their food bowls were knocked over. Indeed, the power of food, it can make people forget everything around them. Remember to subscribe to see the next episode. I'll let you know. "Sit down, everyone," Sejin shouted loudly, his face twisted, not caring about the big or small. Anyone who doesn't listen to him won't get along with him. Cook and its mother knelt on the ground, sweating profusely. The Minotaur sat hunched, hands resting on his knees, not daring to make a sound. Everyone looked like students caught playing games instead of going to school. Sejin's yelling silenced even Aileen in the tower. Even though he couldn't see her, she dared not move because she still needed this human to provide food. After some quietness, he warned sternly, "If both of you keep acting up like this, it's not just this season's crops and nearby vegetation that will be affected, but also those around us, like us." After resolving the conflict, Sejin relaxed. He looked at the rabbits beside him and said, "Let's work together to prepare a meal to resolve misunderstandings on both sides." "What kind of food is that?" the rabbits exclaimed in confusion. The happy and eager face of this old farmer, along with the clapping, made everyone understand immediately. "Oh, it's mealtime now. Time to work a bit." Armed with its ink and hammer, its recent upgrades, it charged into the water full of piranhas and river shrimp. Lately, it has been dominating the pond quite well on its own, without needing Sejin's help. On the bank, Liam Rabbit effortlessly cut through the leaves, making them into neat, uniform pieces. The corn was grilled to perfection, emitting a tantalizing aroma. Though tempting to take a bite, the rabbits held back as they were still preparing. Moop Rabbit, with drool dripping, obediently pushed the cart ahead, its younger sibling carrying a large bunch of onions to Sejin, who was cooking. He lit a big fire, sautéing the onions until golden brown, emitting a wonderful fragrance. With the help of the rabbits, quickly on woven trays covered with onion leaves, the grilled corn and the smoked piranha rolled in onions exuded a fragrant smoky smell, accompanied by the side dish of charred onions, making everyone present feel blissful. It looked like a feast fit for royalty, causing both the mother bear and ox 3 to roar fiercely, almost drooling. The mother bear had tasted some of these dishes before, but never in such a beautifully presented manner. As for ox 3, needless to say, just the fallen corn leaves made it ecstatic, let alone a feast as grand as this. What a feast! Ox 3 exclaimed. Seijin sat watching them eat happily, kindly reminding them to savor it slowly. These dishes were like everyday meals for him and the rabbits, and there was even a tray of grilled corn left for Aileen. Now the tower manager dared not demand anything. They would eat whatever was given, and graciously thanked Seijun. Ox 3 started with some sweeter-than-cane stalks, smiling happily as it reached for the grilled corn, feeling like it was about to touch a dream. Indeed, when dreaming, there must be monsters. The dark red claws of the mother bear suddenly reached within a meter of it, wanting to snatch the corn. So there they were, enjoying their meal. But because they were vying to see who would get the first bite, they turned to grumble at each other, as if they were about to fight. Seijun and the rabbit gang sat quietly, nothing left to say, but silence wouldn't do. Ahem. Let's establish some rules. No fighting, or there'll be chaos. While eating, listen up. This is Kuk Kuk's mother. She protects their fields and caves, along with her son. Kuk Kuk won't get anything snatched away because it's smaller. It can take whatever it wants. Seijun's introduction sparkled with mischief, while his mother snorted in reluctant acceptance. Seijun, of course, didn't know the name of this jet-black minotaur. It quickly thumped its chest proudly, introducing itself as Ox 3. Minotaur warrior, Ox 3. Alright, Seijun just referred to it as Ox 3, introducing it in turn to the mother bear that from now on, it would handle some of the farm chores. Hearing the mother bear Kung Kung once, Seijun had to call them both back and add, absolutely no fighting here. If there's fighting, none of you will get to eat anything. Upon hearing no eating, whether it was the courageous mother bear or the honorable warrior ox, both recoiled with embarrassment. Thus, the bear and ox alliance was formed in the blink of an eye. The two of them held hands peacefully, their understanding evident in just a glance. It's all for the cause. No worries about food or clothing. We're one big family. They acted so well that Seijun had to give them a like right away. Locking eyes, not knowing what to do, Theo caught the mother bear's signal, turned back to Seijun, and said, "Boss, look closely. They're holding hands and shaking too." After speaking, Theo sprawled out on Seijun's lap, enjoying being closest to the boss. Ox 3 suddenly remembered it hadn't asked about the fieldwork, so it turned to Seijun and asked, "What should I do?" Seijun affectionately stroked the cat's head, then looked at Ox 3 with a clear expression as if to say, "And you're asking?" He led Ox 3 to a vast area full of stones outside the land near the cave entrance, where nothing but wind and sand could be heard, the sound of sand blowing for miles with nothing but the yellow color of sand. Digging the ground as the Minotaur tribe had done on that Lam Nguit day. Ox 3. You just need to flip all the moist soil underneath the surface neatly before lunch. Ox 3 bent down in confusion. Huh, just that and I'll get lunch. Indeed. Seijun nodded. Am I a capitalist exploiting you? What he meant was to finish before lunch, but Ox 3 thought even a big ox like itself couldn't do it quickly because it had no shovel or anything. Surprisingly, this cow listened to Seijun and nodded, then bowed down to the ground, its nose almost touching as if sniffing something. Seijun suddenly noticed the horns on Ox 3's head suddenly stretched out 10 times longer than before, no longer decorative, but truly curved, sharp, and unbelievably powerful. Before Seijun could ask, Ox 3 plunged its horns straight into the ground, using both its arms and legs to push towards the patch of land in front. By doing so with just one stroke, the surface was thoroughly tilled, efficient and time-saving. Thinking about the delicious hot food waiting for it at lunchtime, Ox 3 enthusiastically tossed sand into the air as if playing a game. Its booming moo echoed, "Food, food, it's almost time to eat. I have to work diligently." Seijun didn't know a minotaur could transform like that. Watching its speed and ability, he was extremely satisfied. From now on, farming on this land would be easy. Before Seijun knew it, Ox 3 had tilled more than 10 meters. He turned back and saw the rabbits had pushed a cart full of onion bulbs, preparing for the new planting season. First, they would plant onion bulbs so they wouldn't have to go into the cave to cut each stalk later. Seijin couldn't understand why he always thought they should plant onions first, perhaps because it was the easiest? After plowing the land, Ox 3 ran over to Kukuk's place to show off its muscles to the little one, while Seijin and the rabbits planted onion bulbs in the soil. As long as they solved the dry soil issue, planting this with Seijin was extremely easy. All they needed to do was cut down the fresh onion plants to the white root, and over time, the onion shoots would separate from the main stem. So, from one original bulb, they got 2 healthy onion plants. That's also why the rabbits didn't bring up many onion bulbs at first, because later everyone could easily split the root into 2 parts by hand. So they got 2 healthy onion bulbs to plant anew, which was really great. The status window popped up to congratulate Seijin on creating a 200 pyong onion leaf area, equivalent to about 60 square meters, and earning 200 experience points. Thanks to Ox 3's plowing, within just one day, Seijin had obtained many onion bulbs covering an area equivalent to a normal plot of land. He was very excited. Thanks to the conditions inside the tower, these onion leaves grew even faster than usual. Full of hope for the future, Seijin knew from now on his fields would expand onto many plots, to the point where they couldn't be counted. If he followed the method of splitting roots like this, from 1 plant to 2, 2 to 4, then 4 to 16 geometrically, in no time, Seijin would cover the entire land with greenery. Watching the rabbits diligently watering each onion bulb, Seijin realized he still had one more issue to solve before expanding further. That is the issue of water scarcity. The father rabbit tapped its paws on its water container with a contemplative look. Only it and its son had watering cans, but currently, the amount of water from both wasn't enough to cover the area Seijin wanted to expand, or it ran out of water halfway like the Sahara Desert. This was also Seijin's biggest concern. In that container, yet there was a limit to the amount of water. With that amount of water, it couldn't possibly irrigate the entire new field. What about expansion? While worrying and thinking, suddenly Seijin noticed the father rabbit's entire body was enveloped in a familiar faint light. The father rabbit noticed this. It was so happy it laughed heartily. Finally, its moment had come. Unveil! The grayish watering can it brought from the first day it met Seijin had transformed into a shining, golden 9999 can. The father rabbit was very happy. It had finally leveled up. Oh my god! Not only did its color change, but it also grew bigger. Seijin couldn't believe a water can could change its appearance like this. It was unbelievable. Seijin just stared at the father rabbit in astonishment. A few days ago, ink leveled up. Congratulations! At this coincidental moment, is it because you continuously repeated it until reaching the limit of the object? Seeing the rabbit shaking the can, Seijin nervously asked how it felt. Did the amount of water increase? Proudly raising 2 tiny fingers, it cheerfully piped up, meaning the amount of water doubled. Both the father rabbit and Seijin were overjoyed. Let's continue expanding the onion fields. The father and son rabbits eagerly piped in response. Now that we have water, let the kids take care of it. Several days passed on Seijin's field. Ox 3 finished eating and lay down, seemingly forgetting about the Minotaur King waiting for it, wondering why it took so long. The sky inside the tower was comfortable, like early summer weather, always cool and full of breeze with greenery. Today was the first time Seijin put the golden-furred baby rabbits in a backpack to take them to the surface to see around. These kids were excited about everything, not afraid at all, looking around as soon as they left the place. Kukuk and Theo had been waiting for a long time. Seijin only introduced him as the big red bear, because Theo was already familiar with the kids. Kukuk acted like a big brother. He slowly approached the kids, then bent his nose close to them to sniff, as if trying to figure out what this cute little thing was. After counting the number, Kukuk found them adorable. He couldn't resist sticking his tongue out and licking the wet golden fur. The kids screamed, thinking a monster was attacking. The red tongue of the bear was as big as a rabbit itself. It was the first time they had seen something so big, so they got excited. However, they gathered aside without seeing anything dangerous, just a wet red tongue rubbing against their golden fur. The kids suddenly found it fun and wanted to play more. They all jumped on Kukuk, making him fall back and laugh heartily. His large body became a playground for the little ones to romp around. Seeing them getting along like that made Seijin very happy. Kukuk seems to know how to take care of the kids. With him around, the farming work would be easier because these golden rabbits are busy playing. They won't disturb their parents working. But Theo didn't think so. It crossed its arms, puffed its cheeks, then snorted loudly. With a smirk, the cat said, "Why worry? It's just the bear, right? I'm Theo, always here." To prove its appeal, it walked towards the forest area, waving to the kids to come with it. Uncle Theo will take the kids to explore outside the cave. The golden ones lying on the smooth red fur, it sounded good, but they were too engrossed in the new toy, the red bear, to care about Theo's advertised adventure. They rolled around on Cook, completely ignoring Theo, making it sadly whimper. Meow, why did they forget about me? Theo's world seemed to crumble. Just the other day they were clinging to it. Now they forgot about it. Sejin wasn't too surprised. Kids quickly get bored and grow up fast. Today they like this. Tomorrow they like that. It's normal. But Theo was upset. It slammed its fist on the imaginary ground. I've raised them. Why are they being so indifferent now? Seeing the cat crying so pitifully, Sejin approached and lifted it to comfort it, so Theo wouldn't lose any more weight from crying. Now, sit on the president's lap and have some soup as a reward. Sejin knew only these privileges could calm Theo down. Indeed, the player had been defeated. It begrudgingly accepted sitting on Sejin's lap and eating the soup reward. By the way, Thungmyo, Sejin suddenly remembered, isn't it time for Theo to go down to the lower floors to trade? The cat has been in the cave for a few days and forgot about that. Now that Sejin mentioned it, it lost interest altogether. It dropped the soup tube, saying it couldn't go anymore. Its hesitation and Sejin's surprise seemed unrelated. After a while, Theo decided it had to tell Sejin. The red bear played various tricks with the rabbits, looking peaceful and happy. Who knows if it accidentally stepped on any of the golden fur in there? Sejin, surprised, asked Theo, "A pack of wolves is after you because of this straw hat?" "Exactly, human." It didn't ask Sejun what was wrong with this hat. It just told me not to risk going down for them to catch. Now it's chaotic downstairs. Nowhere to go. Sejun pondered for a while and found nothing, then took off the straw hat, wondering why they were after it. This is artificial, isn't it? Although it has good effects, only farmers need it. According to Theo, those seeking it are not farmers. What do they need it for? Sejin put the hat on, suddenly thinking maybe there are farmers on other floors, but that's not something to worry about. Sejin calmly told Theo not to worry. "I have a solution. Stick your thumb out for the cat to see the credibility level." Sejin really came up with a way to help Thungmyo travel confidently. Theo widened its eyes in surprise. Did he just say there's a way? What's the plan? It genuinely wants to know because this face is confused enough. Suddenly, Sejin asked, "Theo, can you hire mercenaries? Can you hire an ox 3 like people hire mercenaries?" At first, the cat was surprised. Then it realized this idea was okay, so it tightened its whiskers excitedly, saying, "Sure, that sounds good. I'm in." Mercenaries are a job only those born in the tower can take, like wandering merchants, not applicable to adventurers from outside. According to the agreement between the Free Mercenary Association and the Wandering Merchant Association, freelance mercenaries can use merchant routes by paying. In addition, non-mercenaries can also use this method if they are temporarily hired as freelance mercenaries at the request of a wandering merchant. Sejin continued, "I wish I could become a freelance mercenary too. But unfortunately, like wandering merchants, only those born in the tower can do that job." Theo nodded approvingly at Sejin's good memory, saying he was right. But it wondered if Ox 3 would agree to be a mercenary. Despite looking quite gentle, it's still a creature from the 99th floor after all. "Ah." Sejin quickly responded with a way. "If Ox 3 escorts Theo as a freelance mercenary, I'll pay 3 times the daily work fee, 3 tower coins each day." The cat jumped onto Sejin's thigh, took off its hat, and touched his hair. Worriedly, it asked if Sejin was a genius. His mind was extraordinary. "I've never thought of that." He pulled out a treat for the cute and understanding kitten and put the hat back on his head. Of course, Theo didn't refuse. It hugged the treat and enjoyed it. Little did it know Sejin was thinking a lot about it. He planned to use Ox 3 as an example in the future. Outside Sejin's farm, sand blew through the area full of dry rocks, eerily silent. From behind a rock, Ox 3 peeked out, cautious. And as it feared, from behind a boulder, a minotaur stomped down heavily. Someone asked, "Hey, Ox 3, what are you doing?" Approaching, the minotaur frowned, saying she'd been looking for him for 3 days. Clearly a familiar face, but Ox 3 panicked. It felt like it got caught stealing, stumbling to explain. "Moo, go somewhere else." The odd look in Ox 4's eyes was like saying, "Hey, I'm suspicious. Let me see where you're suspicious." Ox 4 leaned in, asking if it was secretly eating grass somewhere. Moo! Ox 3's face turned paler by the moment, unable to say anything. So Ox 4 grabbed its shoulder and shook it vigorously, as if trying to shake its brains out. Speak up! What is it? Whatever you're eating, take me there to eat with you. It struggled to say, There's nothing at all. It's all just nonsense. Unable to pry information from Ox 3, Ox 4 bluntly said, I can see from your face what's going on. The leader is looking for you. I'll report everything I saw today. Seeing no way out, Ox 3 sighed and said, Fine, I'll tell you. Satisfied, Ox 4 cheered and then set off, following it back towards the prehistoric cave. On the way, Ox 3 cautiously warned, I'll take you there, but you have to be quiet. It's a secret. Being led to food was fine. Ox 4 agreed cheerfully. So both of them traversed the dry, rocky land and dense forest without saying a word, startling Seijin. He and the chubby cat had just swung up on the vine and were sweating from what they saw. Beside Ox 3 was a brown-skinned minotaur staring at him. Ox 3 sweated as if it had done something wrong, and it had to stop. It was risking its meal for this kid. Seijin regained his composure, stepping forward and recognizing it was also a minotaur. He asked what was going on. Did it bring its friend here? The friendly cow raised her hand. Hi there, I'm Ox 4. Are you the one who will give us food if we plow the fields? So, it seems the whole story has been told. Seijin glanced at Ox 3 and saw its helpless expression, asking if he could let his friend work here too. If not, it would cause trouble. Moo! This came suddenly. Seijin crossed his arms and thought for a moment. Because farming wasn't urgent enough to warrant an extra mouth to feed, he didn't need another worker now. He turned to Ox 4, saying he would let her work here, but there's a matter that needs assistance. She agreed immediately, asking what it was about. Seijin pointed to the kitten on his shoulder and said, Our esteemed traveling merchant, Theo, is being threatened by a pack of wolves. If you can escort Theo as a freelance mercenary, I'll pay triple the daily wage, 3 tower coins. How about that? The cat gave a pleading look, saying this sounded a bit complicated. However, Ox 4 immediately refused, with an unhappy expression, saying she didn't like doing that. Looking up in surprise, Seijin asked why. She had just said she wanted to work. She looked very troubled, slowly explaining that she couldn't eat tower coins. Seijin and Theo were puzzled by what the cow had just said. Why would she say she couldn't eat tower coins? Who could eat that anyway? However, Seijin didn't ask much, only asking, what if I give you 3 meals a day and snacks during breaks? Ox 4 squeezed his hand in agreement immediately. I'm a simple person. Whoever gives me food, I'll work. Seeing that job was better than plowing fields, Ox 3 clumsily joined in. I want to go too. Aha! Seijin immediately understood these guys would do anything for food. He crossed his arms with the air of a patron, agreeing to let Ox 3 come along. 2 people would surely seem more reliable than 1. To show his generosity, Seijin put his hands on his hips and declared he would pack some food for all of them to use on the road. They haven't even started working yet, and they already have food. Both Ox 3 and Ox 4 excitedly asked, Is it true? Ox 4 was so happy that she rushed over to her friend, hugging him tightly, thanking him for introducing her to such a wonderful place. Suddenly feeling like a hero, he smirked proudly, enjoying the embrace from Ox 4. He said he was also happy to have her join. Oh la la, what kind of romantic movie is this? Seijin found it amusing watching one express affection for food, while the other blushed from being able to give food. Don't tell me these two are turning into a Korean drama just because of his family's 3 meals? Today, Seijin didn't work under the cave. He decisively cut through the onion leaves grown above for the whole session, finally harvesting a large pile in front of him. The entire area of the onion field above has been neatly harvested, but the young man is still wondering if this is enough? He meant if it's enough for the big mouths of those 2 tall cows. Theo carried its space backpack and asked again, Chairman, should I put all of this in the bag? There's a lot in this pile. Is it enough? Seijin asked as if there's no more room for tomatoes. Theo proudly swung its bag open, which looked like a dark-colored cloth, and then threw it onto the pile of onion leaves. It floated up like a normal piece of fabric being thrown, but when it reached the top, it transformed into a drawstring bag, sucking all the onion leaves inside, looking no different from the alms bowl in Journey to the West. Looking at it neatly falling into Theo's hand, Seijin marveled, scarred more things today than before. Only waited for him to ask this question. It raised its claws to adjust the newly changed merchant badge, still fresh on its neck. Confidently introducing, that's right, because I've become a mid-tier traveling merchant. Merchant Meow Theo here. With the promotion, the storage capacity of the bag has also increased accordingly. This is new. The mid-tier traveling merchant title? It seems like the badge on your chest changed color, Theo, right? It angrily meowed, scolding its master for not paying attention, only now noticing. All right, Seijin lifted the cat up and rubbed its cheek to soothe it. No matter what tier of merchant, you still, so get ready quickly. Seeing the cat hugging its cheeks, Seijin said, "Hey, I have a gift I want to send to the family. Do you know how to do it?" Theo smartly raised 2 thumbs up, showing that of course it knew how. Just leave it to it. With the 2 towering mercenaries unafraid of anyone, Theo, a petite figure, waved goodbye to Seijin fervently with half a foot. He escorted them all the way to the edge of the forest, cheerfully calling after them, "Take care of yourselves, Ox 3 and Ox 4. Remember to protect Theo." Saying goodbye to the merchant group, including the rabbit family. Apart from Peepee, they couldn't say anything, just stood waving to keep up the momentum. Suddenly, Seijin had a dare, saying it made Muck startled. The 2 cows probably won't eat because they're out of onion leaves, right? Suddenly, he felt worried for his chubby cat. The merchant lane was as busy as usual, bustling with people coming and going. Nearby, there's also a resting area, now illuminated by lights from the windows. Below, many merchants are tidying up their belongings, preparing to enter the tunnel. The wolf den has been waiting here for quite some time. Elke even bought food to bring to the chief, who is waiting sleepily on the balcony. Elke asked how much money he had left, only to be informed that it was almost all gone, boss. Turning to where Elko was watching the crowd below, Elke told him to take a chicken leg to eat, but he refused, saying he wasn't in the mood. "Chief Elke, how much longer do we have to stay here? I'm tired of standing here day after day watching people go. We go back to the 85th floor." Seeing his despondency, Elke shouted straight into his face, making him stunned. "What nonsense are you talking about? Aren't you thinking about our tribe slowly starving, waiting for us on the 85th floor?" Elke roared with threats. "If we fail this mission, we won't receive food from Mr. Grid. The survival of the entire tribe depends on it." Elko was about to cry, apologizing profusely to the chief, begging him not to be angry anymore. "Release Elko." Elke sighed deeply, swallowing his anger. Elke, with both hands holding 3 chicken legs, didn't know what to say, so having food would bring enlightenment. It handed a golden chicken leg to the sobbing Elko. "This is a precious delicacy bought with the tribe's pooled money, given to us for our mission. You need strength." After soothing Elko, Elke turned to the chief, holding out a chicken leg. "Even if you're angry, you have to eat a piece. How could you resist?" While speaking, suddenly Elke sensed something approaching, his face becoming tense. Growling, Elke jumped onto the balcony railing and looked down below, ignoring the other 2. Because Elke had sensed the merchant cat he had been searching for days, finally it appeared, still excited, as if unaware of being hunted. The chief growled, determined to obtain information about the Straw Hat, no matter what. Before the Wolf Clan could descend to investigate, there was a continuous buzz of other merchants below, mainly expressions of astonishment and concern. They only reached the knees of the Minotaur, standing cautiously from behind, not daring to approach. They must know this is the route of the merchant travelers. Minotaurs have never had a history of being merchant travelers, so why are they here? Ox 3 and Ox 4 seemed not to care about those curious looks, quickly following Theo inside. "Hey, do you think what I'm thinking? Oh my god, I've never seen a Minotaur appear here before. Of course, this is the first time I've encountered a monster from the 99th floor." The 2 of them whispered, wondering which merchant traveler has the power to hire a Minotaur as a mercenary. "Surely that must be a great merchant. I'm very curious to know who it is." Suddenly, from below came the proud question of a cat. "Are you looking for me?" They startled, looking down to see a proud ginger cat placing its paw on its badge, then asked, "Huh? Thungmyo Traveler, what are you doing here?" Theo waited until this moment to confidently introduce himself. "I am Thungmyo Traveler Theo, who has hired Mr. Minotaur as a freelance mercenary for myself." It couldn't help but laugh happily, feeling great to declare itself as the big boss. The suspicious dogs asked again, "Are you the one who hired us? Is Theo your real name? It sounds strange. I've never heard that name before." "Hey, little one, don't talk nonsense." Theo angrily meowed loudly, then turned his head back and shouted, "Ox 3, Ox 4, come here quickly. We must make these 2 dogs impressed, or they'll say I'm lying." Unexpectedly, the 2 strong Minotaurs had disappeared without a trace, leaving only an empty space in front of Theo. Only now did he panic and shout, "Where did they go? How could the opportunity to prove himself as a Thungmyo traveler disappear like this? To attract the attention of the two neglected oxen, it must be food. Ox 4 stepped closer to a vegetable stall of a trembling little mouse, peering nervously against the wall, gazing fixedly at it, eagerly calling Ox 3 to come and see. What strange grass is this? Even Ox 3, looking at it, started drooling heavily, praising how delicious it looked. Ox 4 asked in a low voice, "Do you sell this?" But despite this friendly demeanor, it still frightened the trembling mouse. She clasped her hands, trembling and begging, "Oh, spare me, sirs. Please don't eat me." Theo saw the two of them here and immediately rushed over, shouting, "Why are you here? We've been searching everywhere for you." They turned back to look at Theo, who was so angry he held his hands to his hips and shouted, "Hey, aren't you two supposed to be mercenaries? Why aren't you protecting me, but standing here?" Ox 3 apologized, embarrassed, saying they found this thing interesting and couldn't resist coming to see. Theo asked softly, "Oh, really? Is this your first time coming to the traveler's village?" Ox 3 scratched his head and admitted that it was indeed his first time here. To be honest, no Minotaur has ever left the 99th floor before, so there are many strange things to see here. Remembering this, Ox 3 eagerly asked, "Why is this place called the Merchant Path? Isn't it that the tower's pathways are meant for everyone born inside the tower to use? Why are there only traveler merchants here?" Theo looked knowledgeable, folding his arms and asking, "So you really don't know anything because you've never left the 99th floor, right? You're just country bumpkins." As he was about to explain, Theo suddenly saw some crates and wooden barrels piled nearby. He had a brilliant idea and leaped onto 1, 2, 3 of the crates, stopping at the tallest one, mainly to shorten the height difference with these two country minotaurs, to begin his speech. "Ahem, middle-level traveling merchant Theo is here, and I'd like to introduce myself to you all from A to Z. Once upon a time, long ago, all the pathways of this tower were designed to branch out like branches of a tree, spreading from the first floor to the 99th. They branched out from a main trunk, taking people to every desired floor, providing equal access to every nook and cranny of the tower. However, because there are so many pathways, no one knows which are safe and which are dangerous. Just like the floors inside the tower, where every floor has its own dangerous monsters. On the pathways leading to the towers, it's the same. No one knows which routes aren't occupied by monsters, so blindly traveling wasn't as simple as it is now. At that time, the greatest traveling merchant, who later founded the Traveling Merchant Association, reorganized the pathways with their own forces. They gathered strong individuals capable of fighting to eliminate obstacles on dangerous paths, selecting safe routes for travel. The Free Mercenary Association, which later became the tower's main force, participated in this, according to the tower's magical history. Both sides agreed on many issues to minimize danger, working together to create safe paths. They provided the necessary resources and manpower to manage these pathways, such as equipment and personnel, from the Association for Exploration, Trade, supporting each other in planning and implementation. However, since these pathways are managed by the Traveling Merchant Association, this place is called the Traveling Path. Theo proudly displayed his identity as a traveling cat, concluding with a statement for his audience, receiving immediate applause from the Minotaurs. Ox 3 and Ox 4 clapped and praised incessantly, then asked further, impressed, "How did you, Theo, know all of this?" He smirked, about to disappear the feathered necks altogether. He said, "These are basic information that any middle-level traveling cat would know. Actually, that story is on the first page of the new Traveling Merchant Handbook." Theo chuckled inwardly, grateful that he had taken the time to read that book, allowing him to smoothly recount the story now. As I said, all the residents of this tower can use the pathways, but there are also paid pathways reserved only for traveling merchants, like shortcut routes. Ox 3 listened attentively, extending his hand to Theo and asked again, "Those paid pathways?" The stray cat jumped onto the large general's hand, nodding in confirmation. "We can only use these paid pathways because I am a traveling cat." Theo continued to explain that if we take the regular route, it will take a lot of time. This traveler's village is located at the center of those branches, where the toll roads converge. Theo jumped down, preparing to move, telling the Minotaurs that we only need to go to the 38th floor. So we will take the paid path to go down to the 40th floor, then switch to the regular route to descend further. Ox 3 admitted it sounded complicated, But with Theo's experience trading tomatoes for Sejin's bourgeoisie, he trusted Theo. It waved its hand in a, "I know, it's complicated, so let's focus on what's important now" manner. It extended its hand, happily suggesting that because it's so complicated, let's go eat now. Right after hearing the story, being able to go eat immediately, of course, these two were okay right away, showing undisguised excitement. Hands clenched tightly, drooling a little more. Ox 3 and Ox 4 followed Theo into an alley of the traveler's village to reach a place selling its favorite fish dish. Because Theo doesn't eat greens, but these two will eat anything, so they don't mind. The cat was too focused on the path to the fish restaurant to notice a wolf had leaped from the railing above, extending sharp claws intending to grab it since when. By the time it realized, the wolf was very close. Theo couldn't run away, just meowed once in a low voice, seeing the massive wolf figure crashing to the ground. Its front paws slammed down on either side of Theo with a loud thud, causing it to stand up with all its fur bristling right into the wolf's strike zone. Elka, upon seeing it, growled fiercely and menacingly, finally identifying Theo as the traveling cat. Theo collapsed onto its pudgy four legs, its body huddled up, trembling incessantly. Sweat poured out as it realized this was the same wolf that had blocked its path before. Startled, Theo realized it was afraid of them. Ox 3 swung a strong fist just as Elka aggressively demanded, "Answer me now, where did you get that hat?" Despite the intense questioning, when Ox 3's punch hit the ground with a loud crack, Elka managed to jump aside successfully. Using all four claws to grip the ground to prevent slipping, its eyes shining fiercely, never leaving its opponent. Recognizing its attacker, it growled warily and anxiously, "A minotaur. If that punch had hit me, I'd be lying in bed for half a month." Ox 3 lifted his hand from the sunken ground, not bothering to explain, staring at the wolf and asked, "Who are you?" Theo quickly shouted out, pointing in that direction, shouting loudly, "It's him! It's him! This jerk was the one who chased me the other day." So this is the person the Minotaur was hired to protect Theo from being attacked by. Ox 3 squinted at Elka and said, "Then let's deal with it right away. With two oxen here, they're not afraid they can't handle this wolf." Before they could act, Elko and Elkai jumped down from the railing at this moment, shouting, "Chief!" They saw the danger and intended to attack Ox 3 from above, but surprisingly, compared to their muscular bodies, Ox 4 slid down at an unexpectedly fast speed. It was right under the feet of the two wolves, clenching its hand into a fist, about to punch their little feet. Its eyes gleaming, Ox 4 punched the two puppies with extreme satisfaction. Ox 4 seemed thrilled because it hadn't used its strength in a while, punching both of them away to lie still in a corner. Elka, the tribe leader, shouted anxiously from afar, unable to rush over. With the first blow leaving opponents in such a state, Ox 4 clenched its fist excitedly to ask them, "So there are still two puppy dogs following you?" With this look, even if there were 20 more, it would still be fine. Turning to Ox 3, it instructed to protect Theo carefully, leaving these to it. Ox 3 held the tiny cat in its two hands as if to protect it. "Okay, let my teammates handle it," but Theo crawled out from there worriedly. Hey, is it okay for Ox 4 to handle it alone? After all, there are also 3 of them over there." Ox 3 laughed heartily. "Didn't you remember why we brought these? These are monsters from the highest floor, floor 99. These little dogs are no match, don't worry." And more importantly, Ox 3 admired with his eyes, pampering Ox 4. Softly, Ox 4's voice is even stronger than mine. "Oh la la, don't think Theo doesn't understand what the red signal on that black fur means." Its tail wagged lightly, and it roared once, then cheered loudly. "Ox 4, don't kill them right away." Indeed, with such backup, Theo's loud voice made Ox 4 very excited. She trod briskly back to the wolves, clasping her hands together and cracking her knuckles, grinning and saying she hadn't tried it yet, so she didn't know if it would work. Elka ran over to where her 2 younger siblings were supporting each other, all 3 glaring at Ox 4 approaching them. But her punch still had quite an effect. Supporting the 2 wolves to stand up was extremely difficult. Elka asked if they were okay, but it looked not easy at all with the wolf pack. "What now, tribe leader?" The little ones looked at Elka, still helpless, knowing they didn't have much chance of winning, but making a bold and firm decision. "We can't retreat. We won't have another chance if this traveling cat is lost." So all 3 wolves got into a ready-to-fight stance. Elka silently led the way, calling her 2 younger siblings, We'll all charge together to handle that black ox at once." The traveling merchant on the path has all fled. Only Ox 4 stood confidently, looking at the threatening wolves, still relaxed, inviting them to come if they think they can handle it. Outside the violence, the prehistoric cave remained peaceful under the warm sunlight. The sound of the comb brushing through the fur sounded really sleepy, and indeed it made Mup the rabbit very sleepy. Thanks to Liat the rabbit's grooming, it had just had a good nap, now waking up and chirping happily, thankful. But that wasn't scratching, it was Liat's grooming technique to beautify the fur. Now reaching a new height, the rabbits and Sajin were highly praised. He handled the excess fur from Mup to Mup. Each of them got a new fur coat, looking extremely beautiful. Now it's Sajin's turn. He wrapped his own blanket around his shoulders, closed his eyes, waiting for Liat the rabbit to style his hair. Lately I haven't been comfortable because my long hair is like a forest man's, poking into my eyes. Just cut it a little shorter for me, little brother. Leave it all to you. Liat the rabbit made a reliable sound, ready to work. Then suddenly the red bear behind sniffed and exhaled a breath. Because it was curious and wanted to come closer to see, it didn't expect its breath to tickle Liat the rabbit's nose. It snorted a few times, shook its body, then sneezed loudly, making its normally open eyes now tightly closed. When it opened its eyes, it suddenly saw a small white hole in Sajin's black hair. It seems that Liat the rabbit accidentally cut from the root to the tip during the sneeze. Where did the hair go? Both Cook and Liat the rabbit stared at it, their throats tightened without making a sound. Because Sajin seemed unaware of anything, he closed his eyes in anticipation, submerged in happiness, soon to have a cool, new farmer's hairdo. Tribe leader Elka's decision was made. We can't retreat. If we miss Theo here, we won't have any more chances. So all three of them bowed their bodies, front and back legs together, following the tribe leader's command. Elko and Elki will charge together. Ox 4 seemed unnecessary to go on the defensive, standing aside, watching the wolves crouch on the ground, the smile on its lips unchanged. To be honest, it's been a while since she got to punch anyone. Using her strong legs, the three wolves sprinted, gathering momentum towards Ox 4. Suddenly, Elka's foot shot up. Her body quickly appeared right above Ox 4's head, ready to descend. At this moment, she slightly turned her body, clenched her fist, her eyes glaring sharply at the enemy, without any relent. However, Elka didn't land on Ox 4, but the tribe leader only attracted attention so Elki could move closer to the lower part of Ox 4. Surprised by the unexpected strategy, Ox 4 couldn't react in time, seeing Elki open its mouth wide to bite at her, as it could only raise its right arm for it to bite. With both sides locked in place, it was the perfect opportunity. Elka jumped down with her claws ready to strike. However, the tribe leader didn't play face-scratching games like a cat, but instead, her fingers grasped the right horn of Ox 4 tightly, squeezing it, causing her pain. Holding onto it as a fulcrum, Elka twisted her body in mid-air, placing one hand on the firm neck, using both hands to pull it taut to expose the neck, then biting into it with all her strength, without hesitation. With three wolves controlling her, according to the plan, when Elka released her mouth, blood from the carotid artery would gush out in a stream, and the prey would struggle for a few seconds, then die. The scenario was correct, but what Elka didn't anticipate was that her teeth couldn't penetrate that warm blood vessel. It started to feel strange. The Minotaur's skin was so tough that her teeth couldn't pierce it, using all her strength to bite and gnaw, but it was ineffective. Ox 4, feeling her helplessness, lowered her head slightly and asked, somewhat surprised, the young wolf, "A Minotaur's skin can't be torn so easily, just so you know." As she finished her sentence, she suddenly swung her left fist at Elki, who was biting her right arm, right in front of the horrified eyes of tribe leader Elka. The direct punch was powerful, making the small one's nose bleed. She released Ox 4's arm, immediately crying out in pain. And to make matters worse, she easily grabbed the collar of her shirt with her hand. Her body curving, Ox 4 straightened up and threw Elki forward. The little one collided with a pile of stacked wood, crying out in pain, to the point where Elko quickly released Ox 4's leg and turned towards that direction, shouting his brother's name. A moment of vulnerability meant receiving an immediate kick. Ox 4 angrily kicked straight into the wolf's abdomen. The force was so strong that she had to double over, absorbing the blow, then in no time was kicked far away, lying on her back without moving. Now only Elka, who was hanging on Ox 4's back, was also easily lifted by her. She clenched her teeth tightly, trying to tear the cow's skin, but couldn't. her mind filled with worry that she would defeat Elko and Elkie with just one blow. She mustn't let go. But her limbs and jaws full of teeth still couldn't resist the terrifying strength of Ox 4. She dragged Elka down and threw her forcefully onto the ground, to the point where the wolf couldn't move, lying there moaning in pain. At this moment, the tribe leader of the wolf tribe was as helpless as a puppy lying on its back. One of Ox 4's hands pressed Elka down, the other clenched into a fist, swinging at the speed of a ritual preparation to crush her mouth. Elka heard her heart's voice faltering. No. Just before death was imminent, it suddenly remembered its grandfather wolf, old and gentle, wrapped in the tribe's cloth, calling it affectionately. Elka, listen carefully. We are a purebred silver wolf tribe. When we die and become spirits, we will become one of the spirits protecting our tribe. We are much stronger than all other tribes, and we can also improve our tracking and hunting abilities by inheriting the protection and will of our ancestors. The next generation inherits the essence from the previous generation and gradually subdues larger, fiercer prey. At that time, Elka was still young, understanding little, but still remembered the warm hand on her shoulder when her grandfather mentioned, "Our honor is also that of our ancestors. We must behave properly and live with pride." His words were so gentle that even a young wolf like Elka eagerly listened. Do not destroy the honor of the ancestors who have paved the way for us. One day we will all have an answer. As for what to answer, little Elka wasn't sure. She just knew it was beautiful and followed the teachings obediently. With her tiny fist clenched tightly, Elka replied, "Yes, sir, for the honor of our ancestors." And as time passed, it became increasingly harsh, until a child full of faith like Elka looked at the cracked land devoid of any water. It wondered if it would ever find an answer for itself. Since childhood, the tribe had been debating the prolonged famine, the food gradually becoming scarce to an unbelievable extent. The Western tribes always plundered and massacred each other too. Then one night, Elka's tiny village was attacked by another pack of wolves. They killed and set fire to large fires to destroy the camp. Elka cried bitterly watching her grandfather being killed. Her father tried to carry the little son out from the raging sea of fire. Elka's father had inherited the position of tribal chief not long ago. One day the people crowded in to question him. "Is it true that you are working for Grid? Aren't you ashamed of our ancestors? Are they watching us? Yes. How can we work under the leadership of that lowly wild boar? You're the first to do this." The loud accusations of the tribal chief silenced everyone. Elka remembered her father pushing her back to not see his helpless face when he spoke to the people. "We have no other choice. We don't even know if we can survive until tomorrow. Now is the time to think about the children." Elka's father stroked the head of his little son, his heart in pain, but still speaking. "For the sake of our children, we can even abandon our honor at any time. And the ancestors will understand why we have to do such dirty things assigned by that landlord, even looting and killing, just to enrich him." The wolf tribe has been doing dirty work since then, doing things contrary to the teachings of the ancestors to ensure survival. And when Elka grew up to inherit the position of tribal chief, it didn't change from its father's ways. Even knowing it was wrong, it could only console itself. "Grandfather, will you understand me, won't you?" Ox 4 pulled his fist back, shaking off the dirt and pebbles, staring at the unconscious wolf tribe chief, still mumbling, because, for the future of our children." Perhaps Elka was frightened by Ox 4's punch, fainting, even though she only punched into the ground beside. Out of curiosity, he touched the wolf's ears. Not seeing Elka waking up, he boldly stepped forward to lift the ear and said into it, "Still unconscious, huh?" Ox 4 chuckled, clapping his fists together, and asked Theo, "Should I break this guy's leg so he won't follow us anymore?" Theo jumped up and asked again, "Meow?" But then he realized it wasn't right, so he waved his arms to reply, "It's not good for this guy to follow me, but breaking his leg is too cruel. Anyway, he's just a domesticated cat. Anything related to business, Theo is quick, so let my uncle handle it." The three wolves were tied up tightly by Ox 3 and Ox 4, because Theo said to take them away. Sejin will decide. This time, there's a big harvest. I wonder if these wolves will be put into the labor union? Sejin's cave seems to be getting more and more known. Right now he's singing loud, completely unaware of the hole in his head, shaved so clean that it shines, reflecting light onto the sweaty heads of the hare and the red bear. He turned around fearfully, asking Pipipi what to do now. The red bear didn't know how to deal with bald heads either, so he shook his head quickly. So both just stood there stiff, unable to stop Sejin from reaching up to see how far he had gone. Is it finished, or what that feels refreshing? Unexpectedly, his fingertip found the bald spot. He quickly stood up screaming, "What? What the hell is this? Why is there a bald spot on my head?" Pipipi and Hare quickly covered their mouths, just staring at their owner as if going crazy. Seeing the queen bee flying over, Sejin quickly brushed his long hair for the little one to see how the bald spot looked. Knowing this would happen, I told Theo to bring a mirror. The hare, full of guilt, kept bowing and apologizing to Sejin, constantly, Pipipi feeling sorry, almost kneeling down. He didn't want to scold the little one just for this, so he waved his hand generously, saying everyone makes mistakes sometimes. But who sees this? Here there is only one human. Everyone else is monsters. He chuckled falsely, and then put the straw hat on his head as an illustration. See, if I use a straw hat, no one will see it. Just saying that, Sejin tightly grabbed the hat brim, ran to the edge of the forest, and sat down like a ghost. Seeing that, Cook, Cuck, and Har felt it difficult to comfort themselves. As soon as the mother rabbit came out, she saw the scene of the owner sitting aside praying, the dejected son sitting in one place, not daring to come near, so she ran over to ask what was going on. Thinking the mother rabbit would be comforting first, but unexpectedly upon hearing about the farm owner being shaved bald by the son, Mother Rabbit sighed deeply. Sejin didn't want them to worry. He swallowed his tears, pulled down the straw hat in embarrassment, and turned back. "It's okay, Mom Rabbit." Hare stuck close to Sejin's leg, rubbing, meaning to listen to his mom. A moment later, the young man wrapped himself in a blanket of onion leaves, once again using the VIP pro service of the prehistoric barbershop. But this time the barber had changed. Behind Sejin's back, the mother rabbit was rummaging in her magical bag, pulling out a sharp grass-cutting scissors. The mother rabbit happily giggled, incidentally slicing into the air to see if it still worked well. The plus point is the trustworthiness of this employee's face. It was the odd fragment lying on his desk that he had been staring at. At that time, Aileen was lying in the room, reading a red-covered book, enjoying some leisure time, reached into the onion leaf basket and pulled out something to eat. However, the cherry tomatoes were all gone. How could that be so fast? The dragon felt sad looking at it. Since it had grown bigger, the amount of food consumed had suddenly become much less, unable to satisfy its hunger. Thinking of Sejin's tough face, Aileen didn't dare to ask for more. Last time he misunderstood disastrously, asking a very silly question. "Are you a winged pig?" No. Aileen stepped back to find the careful farmer. "I need some snacks, Park Sejin. Come out quickly, Park Sejin." Suddenly her eyes caught something strange on the orb, so she squinted and asked closely. Beside Sejin, a notice board appeared. The tower manager asked what was happening. At that moment, Sejin was busy in his tomato field, still not forgetting to ask, "Is that Aileen? Oh, I thought it was something serious." Turns out there's something that made Aileen more curious than her empty basket of cherry tomatoes, which is what's on Sejin's head like that. He took off the straw hat for the dragon to see clearly, saying his hair was too long, so he asked Mother Rabbit to help cut it. "How does it look? Isn't it weird?" Sejin hesitantly scratched his neck, but his lips curved into a smile, as if he knew he was handsome, but pretended to be shy to ask for opinions. Perhaps it has discovered what its man's taste is like. The dragon looked at Sejin's short hair in surprise. It opened its eyes wide, looking back and forth in disbelief. How could this farmer look so different after just one meeting? Still no response from the tower manager. Sejin found it strange, seeing the window status still showing, but no text, so he called Aileen. Still no response. He waved his hand back and forth like shooing flies. "Why aren't you answering?" "Hello, hello. How do you feel about this hairstyle?" Seeing Sejin's annoyed face in the orb, the little one had to rearrange her words a bit before speaking. She was stunned because Sejin's interface didn't look like a farmer's. To be more accurate, he looked too handsome, making her dragon heart beat fast. At this point, I don't understand how human aesthetics can appeal to Aileen as well. Is she a female dragon who loves Oppa? Sejin's face pressed close to the screen, his hand touching to see if the system had any errors. Take advantage of calling Aileen, making her blush and stand up all her hair. Anyone who doesn't know might think she's into guys. Hastily signaling Sejin, he read the message from the tower manager, not wanting him to come closer, so he backed away, thinking he had done something wrong, and asked what was wrong. The text appeared immediately. The manager said there was nothing wrong. She just said she couldn't take her eyes off for a second. "The tower manager is asking you to bring her some shrimp from yesterday." Sejun rubbed his head, pretending to understand, thought it was something else, still making a mysterious appearance just for food. He sat down to be at eye level with the small board, softly said, "But I'm afraid this time you'll have to eat more slowly than last time. Lately, the number of shrimp is gradually decreasing. At the moment, there are only 1 to 3 left. Also because there are shrimp, there are no piranhas." He walked to the food storage area while talking to the system board next to him. "These days I've been eating vegetables only, feeling much lighter now. Who knows, it might be good for you too." Sejun took out some cleaned corn in the basket made from onion leaves. Holding it up, he asked Eileen, "Can you accept tomatoes and corn instead?" Seeing the text change to "Tower Manager thanks you," Sejun smiled and raised the food basket to ask again, "You're probably out of dried potatoes too, right?" Suddenly, he saw the words "and" hesitate, then asked again, "And what else?" The Tower Manager said, "The new hair suits you." Aileen only showed that line of text and then put away the notification board, as if shy and afraid of being praised. After a while, Sejun finally understood, but didn't understand what the Tower Manager was up to. What's up with Aileen? Does she know how to praise people? But chatting like this should be enough. He looked up at the mouth of the cave, filled with sunlight, straightened his shoulders to encourage himself to focus on work, right? The basket of onion leaves suddenly trembled strangely in Eileen's hands. Anyone who didn't know might think she was very cold, but it was actually because her dragon hands were trembling with excitement. Aileen held the basket of corn as if holding a treasure, staring at it intently with flushed cheeks, her heart beating loudly, thumping in her chest. Feeling uncomfortable, she raised her hand to feel it, wondering why it was beating so wildly today. Could this be a strange phenomenon of a dragon's heart? Before eating the tomatoes grown by Sejun, Eileen's heart had never beaten. Now, because of a basket of corn, it was beating like crazy? No. She kept shaking her head to push away those silly thoughts from her mind. After regulating her heartbeat, Eileen reassured herself that she was just too surprised by Park Sejun's sudden change in appearance. Mainly, she was just getting food from him. Now that she had it, she had to eat. Suddenly, as her eyes focused on the basket full of corn, the dragon paused. It recalled Sejun's words earlier, "Eating those things is very good for your body." Suddenly, Eileen came up with an idea, so she went to the bookshelf and rummaged through several red and blue books, muttering to herself that she was sure it was around here somewhere. After a while, she found it. Her large dragon claw pulled out a thick black-covered book with deep gold letters, "Timeless Recipe Collection," with very professional illustrations. Excitedly, Aileen opened the book, silently calling out to Park Sejun, "I will make something special for you, with all my heart." Aileen blushed and put the book on her face as if she was telling Sejun. The next day, when she finally showed herself, she saw Theo's excitement. He looked shiny, raising his hand to greet. "Hello, human. I'm here." It had been a long time since the merchant cat arrived. The knights responded immediately, unanimously welcoming the traveling merchant cat. "How many tomatoes do you want to sell today, sir? Tell us quickly. There are many people needing to buy it." Theo's arrival was bewildered by this scene. Why does everyone look so hurried today? His hand forcefully placed the large basket of tomatoes from his spatial pouch on the ground, asking why everyone is in such a rush. For auction in batches, each batch of 400, a total of 3,600 tomatoes. What? The crowd gasped at the number 3,600. Normally, Theo only sells about 2,000, divided into 5 batches, meaning this time he's carrying almost twice as much to sell. Then the bidding commotion echoed throughout the area. Starting at 120 tower coins, the first 400 tomatoes were quickly sold for 200 coins. In no time, 4 batches were sold quickly. Theo was reaching into his pouch to pull out the next 2,000 tomatoes to sell. Suddenly, a strange voice from above stopped him. "Wait a moment, traveling merchant cat. I will buy all the remaining tomatoes for 1,600 tower coins." A young warrior holding a heavy pouch of gold coins walked alongside a man in a suit. Before Theo could respond, he turned to the remaining crowd and cheerfully asked, "No one wants to bid against Gagel, right? I wonder how many times more he bid than Theo sold them for." He left 2,000 tomatoes in the large onion baskets for the warrior, closed the deal immediately, then bid farewell and left. Company employees rushed to carry the tomatoes away immediately, leaving behind a disgruntled crowd gossiping. "There are no more tomatoes outside the tower, so we can't buy them to resell. Why would a big company want to monopolize everything like this?" Dongshik arrived later, so he didn't participate in buying, just listened to the crowd discussing. Even his team was scratching their heads over this. They lamented, "Ordinary hunters like us will never be able to buy cherry tomatoes again. Damn it, I was planning to buy some as a gift for my fiancé preparing for our meeting next month. When are you going to send out the wedding invitations?" Dongshik just stood and listened without adding anything because he was busy hiding his smile. "You're really sharp, Theo. I can go make another deal with Park Sejun on the 40th floor by..." Before he could finish his thought, he heard the loud outcry from Gaggle's company crowd. "Everyone, come here and see the choice of cherry tomatoes." The grower's name never appeared before, but now it's revealed. They gathered to pick it up and see. His name is concise, clearly Korean, Tower Farmer Park Sejun. Dongshik hurriedly ran to him, grabbed a tomato, and eagerly said, "Hey, let me see this for a moment." Not even a second passed before the stats board appeared, and it felt like a century to him. Magical cherry tomatoes, grown in the tower with rich nutrition and delicious taste. When eaten, it can break down 20 grams of body fat and increase stamina by 0.2 points in 10 minutes, enhancing a sense of well-being. Can stack effects up to 10 layers in 1 hour. Grown by Park Sejun, shelf life 60 days, grade D. Dongshik was gaping in disbelief. He knew the grower's name, but how could a tower farmer be so clear? The soldier barked orders to the Gaggle staff, quickly returned to the guild's camp on the first floor, and immediately learn about Park Sejun. "We have to get him on our side. Bring the American Hunters Guild to Korea immediately." After giving the order, he looked at the small tomato in his hand and laughed heartily. "We've got valuable information. We'll receive endless praise from the vice president. I'll congratulate myself on my promotion right away." Dongshik stood from afar, watching him laugh happily at the wide-open path of success, along with the staff carrying 2,000 cherry tomatoes leaving, feeling cold inside. "Damn it, with this situation, I'll lose a valuable opportunity. Above all, Park Sejun's family will be in danger." For the wealthy outside the tower, cherry tomatoes are more valuable than gemstones. If grown inside the tower, they are likely to be threatened or kidnapped to control the monopoly, forcing Sejun to do what is beneficial for the conglomerates. Dongshik pondered, based on what Theo said the day before, Park Sejun has never left the tower for any mission, but he only receives information from outside through Theo, so he probably knows nothing about the current situation. While pondering, he heard Theo's voice next to him. "Ah, here's Mr. Kim Dong-shik. I was just about to." Before the word "find" could leave his mouth, he hurriedly hugged the cat and ran off. Who doesn't know might think the captain of this hunting team is a dog thief. Without explaining a word, he carried the cat through a sparse forest, glanced back to make sure no one was nearby to hear their conversation. Theo was clueless. He startled him, hurriedly asking what's wrong. He gently put the cat down, then asked Theo why the grower's identity suddenly appeared. Before, the grower's name was hidden, so why is it suddenly clear now, both the first and last names? Theo didn't understand why Dongshik seemed worried, but he still explained, "Because I've become a wandering thungmyo of moderate rank. Previously, to protect wandering merchants, the grower or producer's name would be hidden. But what's going on?" He skipped the beginning and middle parts and went straight to the last part about Park Sejun's family being in danger, startling Theo. "I don't know the situation inside the tower, but right now, everyone is in chaos because of the cherry tomatoes outside the tower. Everything has been stable so far because the grower's name was hidden. But now that your name, Park Sejun, has been revealed, many people are willing to do bad things to control the monopoly of cherry tomatoes. They will target Sejun's family." Theo worriedly approached and asked if it was because of him? Because he became a moderate-ranking wandering thungmyo? "What should we do? It's a big trouble. I'll be scolded by the president." Seeing it all tangled up like this, Dongshik quickly reassured him. "Don't worry. I, Kim Dongshik, will protect Park Sejun's family, even if it means putting the honor of the Funghwang Guild at stake." Theo listened and then thanked him softly. After a while, Dongshik said, "Then we must quickly return to the lower floors of the tower." The cat just remembered why it came to find Dongshik in the first place. It rummaged through its pouch, saying there was something it needed before he left. It placed 2 baskets of corn and carrots that had been cleaned right in front of Dongshik. With joy, it said these are gifts from Mr. Sejun for the family. The terms are still the same. The price is 200 magic cherry tomatoes. Dongshik had never seen these before. Curious, he picked them up to see an information board appear, amazed by the nimble carrots and durable corn. Amazing good job. If the world knew about this, then what? Theo looked up, worried, asking if there's any danger. Dongshik, with a reassuring tone, said nothing to worry about. Trust me, don't worry. Tell Seijin I'll safely deliver these to them. Theo agreed, leaving 3 large baskets of vegetables for Dongshik before waving goodbye and leaving. Dongshik didn't know how he could carry them all by himself anymore, but what he thought most when looking at this pile was, exactly as he thought, he must inform the boss about this. At the entrance to the 38th floor's traveler's path, Minotaur sat waiting for Theo to return with many bundles of onions prepared. Beside were 3 tightly bound angry wolves, ignoring the hurried crowd passing by. Elke and Elko were bound, looking like they had accepted their capture. Only tribe leader Elka refused to comply, now with his mouth open cursing, "You miserable little cows. Your pride is destroyed by such simple thoughts." Seeing the 2 still chewing, Elka continued to curse. "How could you work for such a lowly wandering thungmyo? Are you also naive? If ordered to wait, then wait. If ordered to leave, then leave. Right? Are the legends about the monster on the 99th floor all nonsense?" Ox 4 is immune to such provocations, but still finds it unpleasant. Turning to Ox 3, asking if they should hit him again, he tightly holds a green onion to prevent it. "No, Ox 4, he'll die if you hit him again." Just then, Theo runs back, shouting urgently, "There's an emergency. Let's go quickly." Ox 3 sees it running on all 4s and asks why he's back so fast. Seeing the cat's urgency, Ox 3 worries and asks, "Is something urgent? What's the matter?" Deciding to keep it brief, that's Seijin's family. Well, it seems too long, so it changes to, "I'll explain on the way." So the 2 cows carry the 3 wolves back to the 99th floor immediately. Elka alone carries the 3, because its mouth is too noisy, constantly growling, demanding to be released. "Quickly release me, Minotaur." Thinking it's out of food, Ox 4 mutters it'll have to eat mud again when it returns there. Suddenly, Theo says wait for a moment. It looks over to a roadside stall, saying they have to stop by this vendor for a moment. Theo picks up a ring with a sparkling purple stone and asks how much it costs. The stall owner says 2 thap coins while looking up, startled to see 2 large shadows looming over where they stand. It's Ox 3 and Ox 4 not standing far. Curious, they approach to see what's happening. Their appearance terrifies people, making Theo's cheerful face turn pale. "Please give us a discount." Asking for a discount with 2 tall subordinates behind, who would dare to refuse? The skyscraper stood tall amidst the bustling city of Seoul, South Korea, a hub for many conglomerates, as well as the affluent who resided in towering apartments. Kim Dong-shik looked bewildered, shivering in the piercing cold reminiscent of the North Pole, as he listened to the deep, gravelly voice of a man reading, Park Se-jun, 26 years old. Disappearing abruptly amidst the rushing crowd, he was speculated to have ascended to the 40th floor in a remarkably short time. Clad in layers so thick that nothing could be seen but his face, Kim Dong-shik still trembled uncontrollably as he heard the other person continue reading, his current whereabouts unknown. Recently, rumors surfaced that he was the cultivator of magic tomato distributed by a syndicate. Han Tae-jun, former leader of the Phoenix Association in South Korea, and now a member of the Korean Awakening Society, glanced away from the paper. Musing about the farmer in a skyscraper, it was quite amusing indeed. Around the room, the freezer emitted a chilling mist, enveloping the entire space in a frigid haze, yet he remained comfortably lounging with his feet atop a block of ice. Kim Jong-shik, his voice trembling, asked Han Tae-jun, "Sir, are you all right?" He lifted his white beard to reveal his gleaming white teeth, repeating the question, "You ask if I'm all right? Who do you think I am?" Tae-jun stood up abruptly, stomping his foot on the table, shattering both the pot and the ice with a loud bang. His hair, beard, and mustache stood on end, changing color like a blazing fire, accompanying his tone as if preparing for battle with his adversary. As his students gaped in astonishment, Tae-jun's head was engulfed in flames, only his senses and mouth visible amid the roaring. Just the thought of him concealing such a genius until now, and now breaking through to the 40th floor, was enough to drive me insane. Am I really locked in this boring freezer, licking my fingers, while he asks if I'm okay? The flames from his opponent became unbearable for Dong-shik, forcing him to remove his hat, revealing a forehead drenched in sweat. With a temper as fiery as his, wasn't it Tae-jun who also reached the 52nd floor, but just didn't officially announce it? That's different, Tae-jun roared like a lion. "Quickly tell me, Kim Dong-shik, are you hiding something else?" He didn't even seem scared, just hurriedly clarifying that everything he knew was as reported. The job of a skyscraper farmer is a job unheard of, unrecognized. Oh my, he surely didn't read it. The paper turned to ashes before Taejun returned to his original white-haired form, sitting down as if he hadn't just turned into a fire god or smashed things around the house, pretending to cough as if it wasn't funny at all. Kim Dong-shik was too accustomed to this old man's behavior to bother arguing, merely casting a glance at the large scar on Taejun's arm emitting smoke and asking, the curse of the flames spreading further. Taejun acted as if he just realized, raising his own hand for inspection before adopting a somewhat annoying tone, looking rather dreadful. If it weren't for this matter, I would have dashed into the tower immediately. So, what brings you here? He frowned at Dong-shik, advising him not to come here to witness his master struggling with these matters. Finally, it was his turn to speak. Dong-shik explained that he came here to request assistance from the Korean Awakening Association to protect Park Sejun's family. Ever since the identity of the cultivator of magic tomato was revealed to be a Korean, the whole world would rush to pressure their household. Taejun reassured him, leaning back comfortably on the sofa, telling him not to worry. He had organized a protection team as soon as he received the call. It would be convenient for them to take responsibility since they knew each other. They couldn't let such a valuable talent of the nation fall into the hands of others. Rumor has it that many countries are trying to contact for more information. He should confirm it. Dong-shik, astonished, poured all his gratitude into thanking him. Exactly as I expected from you. He took out a small basket of magic tomatoes and respectfully handed it to Taejun, saying it was a gift for him. A gift for an old man? And so many of them? Taejun was surprised, unable to connect it with what he had read in the report earlier, so Dong-shik explained. These are the magic tomatoes Park Sejun grows, given to him by the syndicate. They may not be worth much, but they will surely be useful to you. He eagerly examined the small object in his large hands, not bothering to conceal his excitement. Ah! These are the magic tomatoes indeed. It's a waste to give a gift without eating it right away, Taejun said unceremoniously, popping one into his mouth, happily complimenting its taste. With Taejun's hot temper subsided, Dong-shik moved on to the low-income apartment complex where Sejun's parents lived. As the family of three came out to greet their guests, they saw 3 baskets full of assorted vegetables, their eyes widening in surprise. The baskets were filled to the brim with magic tomatoes, while carrots and corn were neatly arranged, almost overflowing. They wondered why there was no announcement about safe food storage for the public. Sadal stepped forward and asked, corn, carrots, and magic tomatoes, right? Just by looking, he knew they were the highly sought-after items in the tower these days. Magic tomato for weight loss, along with carrots and corn, Dong-shik confirmed, then solemnly told the parents that they might not realize the current situation, but many people were targeting their son, so they should prepare to leave. Before Sejun's mother could worry and ask questions, Dong-shik continued, saying the Korean Awakening Association wanted to protect them, so they had prepared a house in Hanam-dong for them. Mom and Dad were still surprised. Sedal eagerly asked, "Isn't that where famous people live? Amazing! Who's the neighbor then?" Dong-shik replied, "My family and I live there," and Sedal immediately lost interest. "Oh my, do you think there's a girl group nearby?" Not sounding upset, he cheerfully asked Sedal if he liked such a girl group and if he knew LJSN. Sedal happily replied, "Of course I know them. Who in Korea doesn't know about that group?" Seeing Dong-shik's confident smile, Sedal felt a sense of anticipation, as if he was about to be shown a surprise related to the idol girl group. "My daughter Sarah is a member of LJSN. If you're a fan, we'd be happy to invite you over," said Dong-shik. In the photo, Dong-shik was pictured with Sarah on their high school graduation day. Looking more humble now, Sedal still easily recognized her and exclaimed, "Oh my, the leader and main vocalist of LJSN, Sarah, right?" Sedal was so excited that he was almost out of breath. "She's a genius among songwriters, lyricists, and performers in the group," Dong-shik confirmed. "Even her looks are genius level. Isn't that Sarah?" On the album cover, she mentioned her father was a hunter. Who knew it was Captain Kim Dong-shik? Sedal suddenly bowed forward, continuously bowing like he was worshipping a deity. In the astonished eyes of his parents, he shouted, "Oh Dad, please take me there." Sedal rushed forward to shake Dong-shik's hand eagerly. "I love you, Dad. Thank you so much. Why is he acting like this?" His father turned to ask his wife, who just smiled kindly and replied, "He's worried about Sejun. That kid's so filial," she added. "Said he's making money in the tower, But who knew he's actually a farmer? Our son is working hard, so who's taking care of that little one? As she said this, Eileen's face appeared, and they understood. The dragon was focused on reading a cooking recipe while the pot boiled vigorously. "I'll add some magic mushrooms for a hungry demon that's been starving for 1,000 years, she murmured. "Now, just need to season it a bit more." The dragon's large hand sprinkled spices, and suddenly, the contents of the pot glowed brightly like a lamp. Aileen turned away to avoid the glare, but she wasn't surprised to see her dish shining brightly. Waiting for the light to dim, she eagerly turned back to see how her dish looked now. There was still some light with floating colored particles above, but the dragon knew it was done. After all the effort, she finally saw the results. Under the sunlight, Sejun's legendary onion crop stood tall. It had been a long time since he had seen sunlight spread across the entire planting area, unlike before, when only the areas near the cave mouth received sunlight. He had collected seeds from onion flowers 2 weeks ago, and the onion plants grown from those seeds were thriving. Seeing Mook looking up expectantly, we could harvest them right now. Sejun eagerly grabbed a long onion leaf, decisively cutting it to see if it differed from the ones grown below the cave. To his surprise, there was only a plain onion leaf in his hand, and the farmer frowned, wondering why he didn't see the status window. Could it be because this isn't considered a fruit? When Mook pointed at the onion root and said, "Pikapaki," Sejun began to suspect something. Following the rabbit's lead, the young man lifted the entire onion plant high, revealing its roots, so it could be considered a complete harvest. At this moment, a new status window popped up, indicating that he had harvested a detoxifying onion plant. Successive notifications appeared, informing him that thanks to the level 4 harvesting effect, he had harvested a crop 1 level higher. His work experience level kept increasing continuously. With the skill effect of leveling up mastery to level 1, the harvesting mastery level 3 increased by an additional 5%, earning him 36 experience points. This was a new item, so it had its own information window. This is the detoxifying onion leaf grown inside the tower. Very nutritious and tasty. The detox function of the liver will activate within 24 hours after consumption. The grower is Park Sejun. Usage time is 135 days, grade C+. He cheered excitedly, just as he expected. This is an item, so the status window will definitely appear when planting fruits or seeds. I should have harvested seeds and planted them long ago. Mook cheered with Pika Pipi, excited about having a new dish to eat. I have to test it out now. Sejun put it in his mouth to chew along with Mook. I wonder what the detoxifying onion leaf tastes like? Sejun chewed it thoroughly down to the root, then looked down at Mook, who had his hands out like, hello. He had to admit the taste wasn't much different from the normal onion leaves he usually ate. He wasn't sure about the detox function, but Sejun was still very happy. Activating the liver function would be very helpful for those who drink alcohol, right? Onion leaves grow very quickly, so when there are many leaves, I will sell them. Chubby Rabbit jumped up from below the cave, waving his hand, indicating it's time to eat. Sejun and Mook went down to the cave, heading to the pond that had been the main source of protein for everyone. The water in the pond today was clear without any ripples, making Sejun and the rabbits worried. Indeed, as he thought, the number of piranhas and shrimp was decreasing day by day. Even if he took out blood to attract the fish, they wouldn't bother to show up. Well, that's it then. Sejun looked at them and comforted himself. We won't be able to eat meat for a while. Chubby stood up straight, looking panicked. That was his favorite food. Suddenly, a message window appeared next to him, surprising Sejun. Was it from Aileen? It said, "The tower manager said she has prepared a 200-day anniversary gift for you at the tower." On the other side of the pond, Chubby felt the world just collapsed while Mook comforted him. Sejun was surprised and asked the manager again, "Have I been here for 200 days already? And that she's going to give me a gift?" I'm very touched that she prepared it. So what's the gift? He just asked, and the status window changed to a new, quite big task, giving a magic tomato to Aileen. Reward secret. This one's simple. Sejun just handed over the tomato. It was quickly withdrawn and disappeared from his hand. So the task is completed, and the reward will be given when the task is completed. You have received Aileen's healthy soup as a reward. Sejun still didn't understand what it was. The huge copper pot with sturdy legs appeared out of nowhere and landed in front of him. It looked like an incense burner placed in front of temples for hundreds of people to light incense sticks. Sejun's face turned pale as he looked at it. What is this? He was understandably panicked because the boiling green liquid inside looked eerie. A tag floated up. full of veins and bloodstains, half of a rib cage still intact, some demon fingers with black nails attached. A frog that looked poisoned and dead, and that must be a bee. As it was an item, it naturally had a status window, clearly labeled as Aileen's healthy soup, the first meal cooked by the great black dragon Aileen Fratani in her life. There's no guarantee about the taste, but the effect is excellent. If you survive, all your stats increase by 3 points after consumption. The body is poisoned by level C paralysis toxin after consumption and level C acid toxin after consumption. The chef is the great black dragon Aileen Fratani, grade A. Seijin was as bewildered as the rabbits. They recoiled from the smell emanating from that pot, horror written all over their faces. He sniffed it, anxiously asking, "Did you really cook this for me?" The status window said the tower manager was going to sleep from exhaustion due to putting too much effort into cooking. Seijin felt even more embarrassed. She had tried so hard, but how did she end up with such a result? Aileen, of course, was unaware of Seijin's mounting anxiety. She was lying on her bed, laughing foolishly, gazing at Seijin's face through the crystal ball, muttering to herself, "I put a lot of effort into it, so you must finish it all." The dragon curled up to sleep, not forgetting to add, "And I'll listen to reviews later. If you're not done eating by the time I wake up, I'll kill you." The dragon's snoring echoed as the notification window disappeared. Seijin felt like he was going crazy, jumping up and grabbing the notification board, shouting, "Aileen, Aileen," as if he wanted to spit out all his saliva. The rabbits were frightened and didn't know what to do. Seijin looked at the disappearing notification window in his hand, sinking into despair. The pot of green soup was still boiling vigorously. He pointed at it blankly, saying he wanted to recruit some rabbits to help him eat the soup. They all ran away in a hurry. Even Chubby the rabbit, who normally didn't move much, ran away quickly. Even Mook, who was closest to him, was now avoiding him. Seeing them all run away quickly, Seijin felt too hurt. Tears streamed down his face as he called out, "Don't leave me, guys." But they still left. Even Dio, who sniffed the air and looked at the green interface corner, stayed away. As a honeybee that made honey for a living, that thing was an affront to its taste buds. Seijin was at his wit's end. All the animals had run away, leaving him alone to face the boiling mess in front of him. He gritted his teeth, trying to look away from the floating things in the pot to read the system's words. All attributes increased by 3 points after eating, poisoned by level C paralysis toxin and level C acid toxin after eating. Seijin crossed his arms and looked at the pot seriously. If he ate this, all his stats would increase by 3 points. This is a very good item, but with level C paralysis and acid toxins, eating it despite knowing the risks is too reckless. Seeing Seijin not asking them to eat it, the rabbits slowly returned, and suddenly Mook called out to the crowd with small pee-pee sounds. He said he just came up with a great idea. It was this bundle of green onions. Ink held it up excitedly, as if he had just made the greatest discovery. Seijin quickly understood its meaning. Right, we have antidote-grade green onions. With these, everything will be okay. Chubby pushed a cart of green onions to Seijin, stacking some by his feet just in case. Dio lay on the hat, listening to him mutter, "At least if I eat this, I won't die from the poison. I have to eat a lot of it." As he put it into his mouth, a status window popped up. "You have eaten antidote-grade green onions. You may be cured of low-grade poison within the next hour." The effect was exactly as Seijin had hoped, making him excited. He held the spoon in his hand, ready with everything he needed. He wondered what it would taste like. It didn't look appetizing, but maybe it would taste better than he thought. Full of anticipation and hope, Seijin scooped a spoonful of the green liquid into his mouth, not forgetting to thank Aileen for bringing him food. Ink stood by, cheering eagerly, extremely eager to see the farmer swallow it to see the effect. As soon as it touched his lips, Seijin could smell the healthy soup. Suddenly, he spat it out like fireworks, spraying it onto the heads of the poor souls below. Dio was the first to be hit. Chubby squealed and ran, becoming the second victim. Dio shrank, angrily turning to the farmer, doubling over and vomiting everything in his stomach. At this point, Seijin was only focused on scraping out what he had just eaten. He didn't even notice that Chubby was stamping his feet in dissatisfaction. Damn it, what the hell? People say bitter medicine cures illness. The bitterer, the better. But this was just awful, the worst of the worst. The system panel jumped next to him, You have been poisoned by grade C paralytic drugs, poisoned by grade C acid. Seijin clenched his fists, cursing, Aileen, you damn winged pig. His mind pictured the tower manager as a plump pink pig, concocting ingredients with a wicked smile on her lips, laughing. Ha ha ha, I don't need another tower farmer. Did she want to kill him? Unable to bear it, Seijin placed his hands on either side of the vial, using his muscles to lift it up to drink vigorously, determined to finish it in one go. His eyes closed tightly, sweat pouring down his body, frightening the rabbits below, who thought this farmer was committing suicide. Seijin's face paled. Every sip he swallowed felt like a huge sweat drop falling off a wagon wheel. His eyebrows furrowed, his forehead wrinkled, encouraging himself that he could do it. He would definitely see the final result. But the last thing in the vial wasn't the bottom, it was the sight of someone gaping at him, staring at him. Unable to hold back, he let out a horrified scream, dropping the vial. The vial flew, tipping over, and something fell out, like a flopping fish in Seijin's shrill cry. Damn it, what the hell? The rabbits below looked on in shock. No one cared about the vial until it fell into the only water hole in the cave. This vial was definitely it, tipping over to let the green liquid slowly dissolve into the water in the pond. Everyone present was stunned, especially Seijin, who was in shock, unable to help but scream, "Oh my God!" Because he was shocked, he threw it away. The system continued to announce, "You have consumed all of Aileen's health soup. All attributes increased by 3 points. You have killed a piranha, gained 2 experience points." Just as the farmer's face turned pale, the system continued to announce, "You have killed a giant electric eel, gaining 5,000 experience points." Needless to say, Seijin was shocked. He shouted, "What a giant electric eel!" He had never known there were such terrifying creatures under this pond. It was all because this pond had been contaminated. Seijin and the rabbits outside looked at the green liquid gradually dissolving along with the color of the pond. Dio didn't need to use the water in it, but the rabbits were sulking. Chubby was so furious that he jumped up, continuously scolding Seijin, while Ink just sighed, not bothering to speak. Now the farmer didn't know what to do other than apologize, scratching his hat in earnest. "I was too panicked, so I couldn't hold on to it. We can't eat anything from the pond for a while, but we can solve the drinking water problem by using water from the rabbit dad's watering can." However, Seijin was most worried about the pit in the pond, where shrimp and fish crawled out to provide protein for the whole farm. According to the system panel, many piranhas and shrimp had died after being poisoned, and even a giant electric eel didn't make it. Seijin didn't know how big it was to be called giant, but if there were such large animals, there must be a larger ecosystem in the pit. The number of piranhas and mud shrimp moving into the pond recently had decreased significantly. I've been thinking about this issue for a long time without finding a solution. If I can find a way, we'll have all the protein sources in the future. When it came to food, Ink forgot about the earlier incident and jumped onto the shore, Pika Pika responding enthusiastically. It just pointed to the pond, waving its arms continuously, alternately proposing a search below. Seijin couldn't believe it and asked, "You want to try swimming across the pit?" The rabbit nodded vigorously, its face full of confidence, as if it just needed Seijin's. Okay, it would jump in without hesitation. But the farmer disagreed, patiently telling it that the pond water was still poisoned. Even if you've eaten antidote onions, this pond is too small. If something goes wrong while swimming there and you get stuck in the pit, you won't be able to come back, and you might even die there. Seijin comforted Ink, understanding its feelings, but it was very important, so he couldn't let it go to such a dangerous place. The rabbit's eyes sparkled as it listened to him continue. "At least let's think about it after the pond water has been diluted to a certain extent. It'll be okay, guys." Seijin showed determination in front of the rabbits to reassure them. "We still have plenty of saved food, so we'll be fine for a while. So let's cheer up." The rabbits joined in with Seijin, and it was another sunny day in the prehistoric cave. Far away, on the edge of level 99, was the waypoint, the Minotaur King's base on the desolated rocky land. The Minotaur King sat on his large golden throne, chin resting on his hand, looking pensive, but there was no joy on his face. Because where is Ox 3? Has it forgotten my orders? Looking down at the subordinates with a large X on their chests, the Minotaur King asked Ox 1, "Has Ox 4 still not returned after looking for 3? Ox 1 cautiously replied, That's correct, Your Majesty. She still hasn't returned. It's been a long time, so Ox 1 is worried that something has happened. Maybe they've wandered into the territory of the red fur or the territory of the venomous bees while looking for good grass, and isn't it dangerous there? Or they've gone where those terrible names are. I heard that once you set foot there, even the bodies are gone. The Minotaur King pondered. Ox 3 may be weak, but Ox 4 is not an easy warrior to defeat. But it's still worrying. The Minotaur King stood up, ordering Ox 1 to gather at 100. You'll stay at the waypoint and temporarily take charge of my position. It seems that I have to personally go there to find those two. The Minotaur King gritted his teeth because he was thinking that surely the upcoming journey won't be easy. Meanwhile, in Seijun's vast field, he had just harvested all the green onions of this season, stacking them up so high that it was almost looking dark in front of the farmer. It took the whole day for everyone, and Seijun now breathed a sigh of relief looking at this pile. It should be enough for 100 minotaurs to eat until they're full, right? Cook didn't care. It happily jumped onto the pile of green onions. As long as there was a place to play, it was happy. The mother bear liked to see her cub happy, so Cook rolled over, enjoying sliding on the soft, smooth pile of onions, making Seijun happy too. Do you like it? It's as soft as a bed, isn't it? Take some when you go to sleep with Mom. Surprisingly, the status window popped up with the message, Harvest Season Overflow Level 1 Wish Activated, causing the farmer to widen his eyes in astonishment. 70 pyong of onion fields had been blessed with a fruitful season, with the harvest rate increasing by 50% for the following week. Seijun and his animal companions gazed at each onion sprout, shining with a gentle light as if illuminated by joyful lanterns. Despite spanning 230 square meters, the onion fields stretched out smoothly, thanks to the bountiful season's effect, significantly reducing the initial growth time. So now, he had to harvest 3 times instead of the usual 2. Suddenly, he remembered how his farmer attribute had greatly increased due to Aileen's soup, making everything much easier. Turning to his rabbit tongue, Seijun asked for assistance. "Can you help me with this?" "Of course," came the confident reply. Rabbit Tongue's skills were top-notch these days, fully prepared to assist. Just then, a message from the tower manager popped up, asking if he had finished the soup. Seijun cheered. "Aileen, here it is," eagerly showing her an empty bowl. "All gone, and I even leveled up. Thanks a bunch." But Aileen had more questions. Another message appeared, asking about the taste of the soup. Seijun hesitated, unsure of how to respond. He laughed nervously, making Aileen feel uneasy. Then a third message popped up, expressing disappointment, wondering if the taste was awful. Struggling to keep up the charade, Seijun blurted out, It's delicious." The truth was, he had devoured the entire pot himself. Seijun tried to smooth things over, debating whether to exaggerate how tasty the soup was. His forced laughter quickly turned to panic as a new message appeared. The tower manager was holding her pot, offering to make another if he liked it that much. Seijun rushed to the announcement board, shouting, "No, Aileen, no." Seeing the message, Tower Manager is asking what's wrong, Seijun regained his composure and tried to find a suitable response. Didn't you say you were exhausted after putting so much effort into making the soup? You didn't have to go that far for me. I enjoy our conversations like this, so you don't have to exhaust yourself for me. I can cook, and I prefer seeing you enjoy the food," he finally managed to say. The window showed a series of ellipses, indicating uncertainty. Seijun breathed a sigh of relief, hoping his message got through. Inside, he silently pleaded, "Please, just let it be." Behind him, the little ones were transporting onions, while the system board remained idle because its owner, Aileen, was currently overcome with sweetness, getting her face buried in her hands. "Is he really thinking about me that much?" She giggled, feeling embarrassed. "This Park Seijun, he's just too proud of being this tower farmer." She was so happy that she punched a pillar with a stone, her heart pounding as if someone had just confessed their love to her. On Seijun's side, he saw an okay from the tower manager and felt even more grateful, thanking Aileen profusely. As the window opened with a musical tone, asking what was for dinner tonight, Seijun turned to the side and let out a sigh of relief. He had narrowly escaped disaster, but before a few seconds had passed, the ground beneath their feet shook as if an earthquake had struck. The tremors were so severe that the rabbits and Cook, who had been walking normally, fell to the ground. Sejin looked around in panic. What's happening? Mother Red Bear immediately went on high alert, pulling her cub closer and growling as the massive feet slammed down onto the onion fields. The onion sprouts were crushed, unable to withstand the weight of the Minotaur King. He had arrived, wielding a giant axe, large enough to wipe out Sejin's entire farm. However, at this moment, Sejin didn't know this was the Minotaur King. He only stared in disbelief at the giant figure and wondered, another Minotaur? Without further ado, the Minotaur King opened his mouth and let out a deafening roar, sending gusts of wind blowing dozens of meters away, knocking down trees beneath his feet as if they were mere twigs. The terrifying roar of the Minotaur King made Sejun and the rabbit gang cover their ears, while also bracing themselves against the ground to avoid being blown away. They huddled together, except for Kuk-Kuk's mother, who remained unaffected. She raised her cautious gaze towards the noisy figure now wielding a double-bladed axe, stomping heavily in their direction. Sejun felt a creeping fear, not knowing what to do, his limbs trembling. This was a different Minotaur, not like Ox 3 and Ox 4. The status window informed him, the tower manager, that he was facing the Minotaur King, the boss of level 99. The young ones were startled, couldn't believe it. Was this figure above Ox 3 and Ox 4? Thanks to the status window, Sejun learned that the tower manager had said the boss of level 99 was a waypoint guardian, the anchor point of the tower's teleportation, so he couldn't leave his base frequently. Reading this, Sejun felt a cold sweat running down his spine. If he was the guardian of the teleportation point, could he just kick him out? Was the Minotaur King the monster Kuk-Kuk's mother had instructed him to defeat? But more importantly, why would such a high-level monster appear here? Sejun asked the tower manager, only understanding a few ancient words, but the tower manager would converse with him, right? Aileen couldn't talk directly to any character in the tower, but with the vast collection of books found in her library, she knew there was a rule that the level 99 boss monster couldn't leave the teleportation area. The dragon flipped through the large book to find that rule. It must have been written in the guidebook left by her grandfather, right? There it was. Aileen found the page, resting her hand on the orb, hesitantly using the tower manager's power, summoning the level 99 boss monster, Minotaur King. The orb lit up as she spoke, then the status window displayed just one line. The tower manager's power could not be executed. Needless to say, Aileen was horrified. What was this? Why didn't the status window respond to her request? Why wasn't the tower manager's power invincible? But it didn't answer Aileen. Instead, Sejun's side showed some despondent words from the dragon that the tower manager said he couldn't talk to the Minotaur King. Why? She didn't know. The ground beneath their feet trembled more violently as the Minotaur King approached. The rabbits huddled around Sejun. Ink wielded its hammer ready for battle, while the farmer didn't know what to do. The tower manager said there was no way to stop the terrifying monster charging towards them. The Minotaur King charged furiously, his eyes gleaming, trampling all foliage beneath his feet. It would only be a matter of seconds before he reached them. The red bear stood up to face the approaching monster, causing everyone to panic and watch. Though not as massive, it was the only one capable of confronting the Minotaur King to protect everyone. Seeing the mother bear stepping towards the monster, Sejun panicked and called out, "No, he's not at the level that Kuk-Kuk's mother can handle." But with no other choice, the mother bear wouldn't allow anyone to encroach on her territory, let alone threaten the safety of her cub. So even though the farmer shouted warnings that it was the level 99 boss monster, the mother red bear kept plodding forward without looking back, her dark-hooved feet pounding heavily on the ground, not even sparing the leaves, trampling the tree roots into a mess. The Minotaur King took a big step forward, then leaped up with his double-bladed axe raised high, his massive body blocking out the sunlight, making it feel like he was about to pounce on the whole group. He roared loudly, so terrifyingly that it seemed to shake the very enzymes, the scars on his face looking ferocious and dreadful. No one thought they stood a chance, so they just hugged each other with closed eyes, screaming loudly, thinking it was the end, that their hard-working farmer lives were about to be cut short. Aileen grabbed the orb, rushing forward, shouting, "No! Park Sejun!" She felt truly scared and helpless seeing the danger looming over her farmer friend, without being able to do anything about it. The thunderous crash of the double-bladed axe hitting the ground sounded like an explosion, rocks and soil flying everywhere, but fortunately not hitting the farmers who were a bit farther away. Sejin widened his eyes in surprise, seeing that weapon not striking him, and the giant figure also moved past without harming them, making the whole group release each other and stand frozen in place. The Minotaur King bent down, burying his face into the pile of leaves that Sejin and his group had gathered for food. With one hand stuffing a leaf into his mouth and another hand ready to add more, his large mouth kept chewing incessantly. The entire area was filled with the sound of munching leaves and a satisfied echoing. But unlike before, it was a sound of contentment, enjoying the tasty meal. The Minotaur King exuded bliss, drool dripping down his chin as he buried his face back into the pile of leaves. Sejin's group stood dumbfounded. Even the mother red bear looked bewildered at the strange scene unfolding before them without any hostile intent. The farmers and children had nothing more to say. They had thought the level 99 boss monster was some fearsome creature. Turns out it was just a giant cow that liked to eat green leaves. They all stood there without a clue in their head, watching the Minotaur King burying his face into the pile of leaves without paying any attention to them. As he continued chewing, suddenly he seemed to have remembered something and stopped, putting the half-chewed leaf back into his mouth. Using his huge hands, he scooped up all the remaining leaves in one go, mouth still holding onto the axe handle, and straightened up with effort. The pile of leaves that Sejin's group had gathered for a whole afternoon now looked so light in the Minotaur King's hands. He said nothing, just hugged the bundle of leaves to his chest and walked away, heading back towards the teleportation point. Sejin exclaimed in surprise, Oh, look! He's running away with our leaves!" The Minotaur King left just as he had arrived, the only difference being that his mouth was now busy with the axe handle, so he couldn't roar like before. Sejin followed the monster's departing figure with his eyes along with his bundle of leaves, speechless. "So, what was that boss here for?" he muttered. The status window appeared beside him, showing that the tower manager seemed relieved as the tower's farmer was safe. She felt sorry for the field now in such a mess. Sejin had regained his optimism. "Thanks, Aileen. You don't need to worry," he said cheerfully. "I'm glad it's over." He looked in the direction the Minotaur King had left, silently communicating with the notice board. "I should have visited the level 99 boss monster earlier," he thought. "What's visiting?" A new message appeared, asking what he meant. Sejin furrowed his brow, trying to figure out why the Minotaur King had come here alone. He put on a mysterious look and said to Aileen, "Minotaurs highly value the honor of a warrior, don't they? So surely the Minotaur King esteems that even more." Aileen was taken aback, staring intently at the farmer smiling on the other side of the globe. The dragon began to vaguely guess his intentions, raising her large claws. Frowning, she muttered, "Don't tell me I'm thinking right." Indeed, the farmer smiled innocently, thinking about how he destroyed his field, even devouring it greedily. How many times would he have to make him pay back? That evening, there were many roasted corns, tomatoes, and onions laid out on the table. However, compared to what they had eaten recently, tonight's dinner seemed a bit plain. Sejin gathered his entire rabbit family and declared, "Let's eat now so we can fix the field that was destroyed by the Minotaur King yesterday." As soon as Sejin finished speaking, the group of golden fur lay down to eat, rubbing their bottoms and stomping on the ground, continuously showing their refusal, grumbling at their rabbit parents. Sejin sat down, lifting a few misbehaving ones onto his lap. They were too spoiled, crying because there was no meat here at all. Each one pretended to be pitiful in their own way, but they had promised to help their parents with the farming chores, so they all sat down properly to eat. "Look there." Sejin glanced at the red bear sitting next to the pile of onions and roasted corn, eating contentedly. Even the bear behaved well without any complaints. They would all grow up when the blue moon arrived, wouldn't they? Do they want to remain children forever? Finally, Sejin managed to persuade the rabbits to eat what was laid out. He was satisfied, praising, "Very good, you must eat like this. This is how cute little white rabbits should be." But praise must be given to Cook. Sejin approached and patted the head of the bear, who was hugging the roasted corn to his chest. The bear behaved very well today, not picky at all. Wait a minute. Sejin looked closely at the reddish bear. Why hasn't it grew bigger these past few days? If we consider the growth rate from before until now, it should be bigger. Sejin anxiously felt the chubby belly, clearly not lacking food. Or are you sick somewhere? Unable to find the cause of the bear's slow growth, suddenly he heard a familiar call from afar, echoing, making Sejin raise his head. Chairman, who else but the merchant cat, the mid-range traveling merchant, had returned after a long trading journey. Seeing the waving cat, "I'm back." Sejin was about to go and greet it when he noticed on the shoulders of Ox 3 and Ox 4 there were some unfamiliar figures. He curiously asked, "Who are they?" Ox 4 replied, "These are from the Silver Wolf tribe." The Silver Wolf tribe, meaning wolves? Sejin asked in amazement, so Theo jumped on him, clinging to his leg, and explained, "They targeted me, Chairman. Ox 4 threatened them so much they were scared to death, not knowing what to do with them, so I brought them back for you to decide." Looking at these silent silver furs, Sejin didn't know what to do. Then first, let's listen to why they targeted the merchant cat on the journey. Are they asleep? Ox 4 grabbed his fist as an illustration, explaining that they were too noisy on the way here, so I had to use considerable force. Ah, meaning they'll wake up soon, right? Sejin was about to ask again when Theo on his shoulder noticed the desolated scene behind and curiously asked, "Why is the field like that?" He looked over there and then back at Ox 3, Ox 4, saying straight away that the Minotaur King had been here and gone. Hearing the monster's arrival, both of them panicked, asking why the commander came here. Ox 3 turned to Ox 4, asking, "How did the boss know we were here?" Even Ox 4 didn't know, only knowing that this time they were doomed. Seeing their frightened expression, Sejin spoke up. "Let's leave the details of that story for later. I'm sure you two worked hard to come back here, right? Now, let's eat." They're having dinner too. At the mention of food, both of them forgot who was in charge and cheered enthusiastically, praising the food. Leaving the three wolves rolling around for Sejin, the two of them stood shoulder to shoulder, receiving the food. Just hearing that made them happy. "I want corn," Ox 4 said. Ever since eating onions, it had been content, but now being able to choose what it wanted to eat, of course, it was delighted. As for Theo and the chairman, Theo whispered that it had something important to tell the chairman. Of course, Sejin wanted to know what it was. Theo began to talk about what happened while trading, and Sejun listened attentively. It recounted about the incident on the 38th floor, unaware of the looming shadow in a cloak with sharp claws poised above their heads. As soon as it descended, both of them jumped in shock and turned around. Cook rushed from behind to punch the figure in the cloak, but the wolf agilely jumped back, avoiding it. The punch landed on the ground, leaving a big hole. If it had hit the wolf's head, it would have been much worse. It was the first time Sejin saw the red bear in such a fierce fighting state, so he asked in surprise what it was doing. Cook didn't take his eyes off the sneak attacker, but indeed, Elka had escaped. Its four limbs slid on the ground, somehow breaking free from the ropes. Now it was free from Sejin's control. Cook angrily stared at the large hole in the ground, cursing the damn wolf. It was almost punched out, but anyway, it succeeded. It was only then that Theo realized that the straw hat on Sejin's head had disappeared. He panicked and called out, "Chairman, it's gone." The farmer only realized his missing hat when it was too late. Behind him, two agile shadows rose high, where the Elko and Elki wolves should have been lying unconscious. Now they had gathered behind their silver wolf leader, creating an opposing faction to Sejin's farm. The two minotaurs heard the commotion and turned back, but it was too late. They could only watch from behind Sejin. Elka pulled out the straw hat from the human's head, holding it in its tiny paw, lowly thanking it for letting it take the hat. The wolf leader affirmed that it passed by Sejin just for this hat. Now that it had achieved its goal, it would definitely leave with its two followers. If it were just an ordinary hat, Sejin would probably have marveled at how quickly the wolves took it without him noticing. But it was a very useful item for Sejin in farming, so he stared in disbelief at the straw hat in the wolf's hand, unsure of what to do. Everything happened too quickly. By the time Ox 3 and Ox 4 nudged closer to Sejin, the wolves had already taken his hat and leaped in the opposite direction. They looked very slick and healthy, now quite far away, beyond the reach of Ox 3's punches. Sejin was stunned, reaching up to touch his bare head, unable to believe these wolves had managed to steal his straw hat. Theo on his shoulder indignantly exclaimed that these dogs pretended to faint to steal the straw hat. Elka ignored the insults, with the entire Grey Wolf tribe's meal now in its hands. Hastily, Elka put the hat in its mouth, and the tribal leader called Elko and Elkai to leave this place. Who let them go? Did they forget who the rightful owner of this territory was? A massive foot slammed down in front of the wolf pack, causing them to pause. Worry was evident on Elka's face, growing more tensed when it saw the angry red bear mother growling down at it with fiery eyes. In terms of size, there was no comparison. the mother bear was undoubtedly dominant. Its large shadow loomed over them. Even the tribal leader, Elka, didn't know where to run. With its mouth still twisted around the hat, Elka was not aware that there was such a terrifying monster on the 99th floor. With just a "huh," the mother bear angrily stomped its foot on the ground, causing the entire wolf pack to recoil, huddling together, filled with fear as the mother bear roared, wanting to blow away their fur. Just the sound of her authority was enough to terrify them all. If she kept pushing, she might end up killing them all. Elka dropped the hat to the ground, standing on its hind legs, raising its front paws to look at the mother bear with a pleading expression, conceding defeat. A moment later, the straw hat was back in Sejin's hands, and he happily patted it, brushing off all the dirt on it. The hat was slightly damaged from Elka's bite, but it still fit well. Sejin was overjoyed to see it intact, not torn. The two curious bees buzzed around his head, examining the hat. They couldn't understand why the farmer seemed so relieved to find it intact. Having successfully retrieved the item, Sejin looked ahead to decide what to do next, which seemed quite challenging. To the left of the wolf pack were the two large minotaurs glaring at them. Ox 4 flexed her muscles, indicating she should break their legs to discipline them. The mother bear still looked angry, nodding in agreement with a few familiar grunts. Below, Cook was glaring at the wolf tribe leader, as if it were a bullet, ready to shoot. Chaos ensued as it slapped the wolf leader. Elko and Elki, of course, dared not speak, bowing their heads to avoid looking at anyone in the group. Now, what should be done with these angry monsters? At that moment, Theo acted as a good interpreter, touching Cook's leg, saying, "Chairman, the little bear suggests we eat these wolves." Seeing its determined face, it was clear it wasn't making up stories. Only Sejin was horrified by the idea of eating wolf meat. He gently approached and stroked the mother bear's head, explaining, "Cook, we can't do that. Would you eat a little honey instead of them? The two princes will bring you some." At the mention of honey, Cook's eyes lit up, drooling. It was indeed an easygoing child. With the princes nodding eagerly, the two of them quickly ran off, instantly calming the crowd. Theo jumped onto the farmer, clinging to his pants as Sejin tried to relax everyone. "All right, everyone, calm down and let's talk. Come here and sit down for a chat," the farm owner said, and everyone obediently listened. Ox 4 sat down right where she had been standing, and the mother bear followed suit. Only Elka was still puzzled, wondering why the huge minotaurs and the giant red bear obediently listened to the commands of that human. Elko chimed in. "Tribal leader, the merchant cat's journey clearly referred to that as chairman earlier. Is that some kind of nickname used on the 99th floor?" Suddenly, Elki screamed in fear. "It's the Black Dragon! The Black Dragon! If it's not the Black Dragon, there's no way those monsters on the 99th floor would listen to him." Elka and Elko hadn't said anything yet when Elki continued. "It must be the Great Black Dragon indeed. The chairman is how they refer to that Black Dragon." While Elka wasn't sure of the truth, Elki's words made sense. All creatures on different floors may not have seen it firsthand, but they've all heard about the mighty Black Dragon ruling the 99th floor. However, the Silver Wolf leader looked suspiciously at Sejin. Could the legendary creature be this seemingly weak human? Hello. Whoever can read this, comment number 6, let me know. Elka suddenly gathered everyone's attention. Lost in thought, Elka admonished himself not to let his guard down in this form. He understood. This must be the Black Dragon's trial. Suddenly, Aileen excitedly stood up and flapped her wings. Clearly, they had mistaken the farmer for the most powerful entity in the tower. But wasn't that a good thing? So Aileen quickly sent a message to Sejin. He was a bit surprised at the timing of the notification, but seemed slightly puzzled. The message read, "The tower manager specifically overlooks her being impersonated as the Great Black Dragon. New task. Show the Silver Wolf tribe what the authority of the Great Black Dragon is like. Aileen's pleasure is the reward. Failure to fulfill the task will result in Aileen's disappointment." Sejin silently read and reread the message, not responding, leaving the dragon to assume he was frozen. The message board kept popping up to encourage him to continue the charade, which surely would be helpful. After a while, the farmer realized Aileen's intention, and only because he realized it did he blush anew. Goodness, so Aileen is truly the Black Dragon, not just a winged pig? I'm truly foolish, but that's enough. Sejin chuckled at his own foolish expression. Aileen was called the tower manager, so he had suspected something odd, but hadn't noticed anything strange. Theo didn't know where Sejin's psychological development was going. It panicked, calling out to the chairman, "What's going on?" He didn't respond, quickly making a decision. If Aileen wanted that, then he had to play along with her, right? So Seijun crossed his arms, mumbled, "You say I'm the Black Dragon? Well, all right. Then I've been discovered. I didn't think anyone could recognize me in this form. Since I'm already acting, let's go all out." He raised his hand to his face, his eyes performing a perfect Oscar-winning act, accompanied by a deep, majestic tone. "Ho-ho, indeed, I am the great Black Dragon. How dare you covet my belongings and threaten my subjects? I won't overlook this." The land fell into silence. No one dared to say a word. The three wolves knelt on the ground, tearful until now, but now their eyes were directed straight at Seijun, unable to hide their surprise. Aileen couldn't maintain her composure. She shouted, "Oh my heavens, what is he doing? This is not what I wanted at all. Hey, is this for real?" Eating a numbingly cold piece, whether it's genuine or not, wasn't our main topic of discussion anyway. Clutching Seijun's sleeve, I asked the Chairman Park what he was up to, making one's skin crawl. Still maintaining a dignified demeanor, Seijun handed out a reward bar, graciously giving it to his adorable subordinate. "Isn't it that you want to impress the Great Black Dragon? It's not what Seijun says that's important, but what he presents." Snatching the reward bar and immediately hitting the ground, while putting it in his spatial pocket, foot simultaneously rubbing against Elka's nose as he proclaimed, "Chairman Park is indeed the Black Dragon, and I am the Black Dragon's subordinate. Everyone, kneel before the Black Dragon." Elka bowed closer to the ground, continuing earnestly to apologize to the Great Black Dragon. "If you're obedient, you should humbly confess your sins. I've committed a major offense that cannot be forgiven. I, Elka, the chieftain of the Silver Wolf tribe, will sacrifice my life here, but I really hope you can spare these lowly beings and overlook this transgression." "All right," Seijun said cheerfully, telling everyone to stand up. "I will give you all a special opportunity to be forgiven for your sins." Elka looked up in surprise. Did he really say that? She looked at Seijun's bare hand and his eager eyes when she uttered 10,000 gold coins, which were quite shocking. 10,000 gold coins were the price for hunting the life of the traveling merchant cat. "I will forgive you if you can pay this amount." "What?" Elko and Elki exclaimed in disbelief. 10,000 gold coins? Contrary to the wolves' shocked expressions, Theo's eyes gleamed as he asked the chairman again, "Is my life worth that much?" "Of course," Seijun affirmed. "You are the traveling merchant cat, responsible for distributing products from my farm. And above all, quick, bring out the contract. The cat is okay with that. Rummage through your spatial pocket to find what is required." Beside him, Elka hesitantly spoke up. "Great Black Dragon, we really don't have that much money." Theo threw the paper to the ground, exclaiming in frustration, not caring at all about the wolves' dismay. "If you don't have money, then redeem yourselves with your lives." "What does that mean? Redeem ourselves with our lives?" Elka bowed down to ask Theo. He nodded with a smile. "You have to pay the price by working here." Elko immediately stepped forward to remind, "Chief, what about the contract with Grid?" That's exactly what Elko was thinking about. The monsters in the Black Tower always knew they could only make contracts with one party, so now the chieftain had to think hard. The entire tribe's livelihood rested on his shoulders. Leading the pack of wolves, Elka knelt before Seijun, reluctantly but had to apologize. "Oh, Great Black Dragon, we cannot comply with your request." "Why is that?" Both Seijun and Theo were surprised. "Just a moment ago, you were willing to die to atone for your sins. Now you're refusing to work for the farm?" However, Seijun hadn't spoken yet. Aileen's message popped up with annoyance. The tower manager said she couldn't forgive those who dare to refuse the Black Dragon's offer. So to reconcile both sides, Seijun gently knelt down next to Chieftain Elka, asking if he must have a reason. "Can you tell me?" Elka confessed sincerely. "On the 85th floor, where my tribe resides, we are currently suffering from a severe shortage of food due to prolonged drought. So those of us with strength became freelance mercenaries hired by Grid to work, and occasionally he provides food for the 85th floor." She raised a claw to Seijun's head, softly saying that the task Grid gave us this time was to find and steal that straw hat. Now that we know it turns out to be an item of the Great Black Dragon, so the plan has surely failed. Therefore, the food being provided to the 85th floor will definitely be stopped. And while we're working for the Great Black Dragon, the young wolves in our tribe will starve to death. So please have mercy on us, so we can repay with our lives, O Great Black Dragon." Ah, Seijun finally understood. He kindly asked, "What's your name?" After hearing the pitiful story of the wolf tribe, Theo no longer felt aggressive and climbed onto Seijun's shoulder to listen. The old wolf bowed her head and introduced herself as Elka, "Oh, great black dragon." Sejun also asked, "Elka, what do you think of this place?" The wolf and his companions looked around in surprise. Seeing the straight rows of crops on the plowed land, they hesitantly replied that this was where you planted crops. Suddenly Elka realized what she had just said. If this place was a farm, then didn't the great black dragon need them to work on the farm? Sejun immediately reached out to Elka, telling her to stand up. "I have added a condition to this contract. The condition for your entire tribe to pay 10,000 gold coins. In return, during the time you work here, I will provide food for the entire Silver Wolf tribe to eat." Sejun eagerly announced to Elka. Seeing her silent for a while, he asked, "What do you think?" with a smile on her shoulder as if urging, "What else is there to hesitate about?" Of course, Elki and Elko hugged each other joyfully and exclaimed, "Leader, now we don't have to listen to that damn pig's orders anymore. We're alive." Before Elka could respond, she heard them rejoicing like that, so she quickly called them back to courtesy, thanking the great black dragon. "Thank you very much. We will do our best." Speaking of which, the chieftain couldn't hide his tears of emotion. The conflict between food supply and the pride of the Silver Wolf tribe has been bothering him for so long. Now there is a solution, and this solution makes everyone happy. Even Ox 3 and Ox 4 seemed happy too. No one was aggressive anymore. Everyone was happy with the outcome of this story. Aileen watched the development through the crystal ball. She didn't expect Sejun's actions to bring so much joy. Her dragon lips couldn't help but curl into a smile, suddenly feeling adorable. The status board showed a notification. The mission was completed. The tower manager was extremely happy that the title of the Great Black Dragon had been elevated. Elka then stamped her footprints on the contract, officially becoming a member on Sejun's farm. She gestured to Theo. "It's in the contract. The traveling merchant cat here will manage you in the future. You will become subordinates of traveling Theo." Suddenly promoted again, Theo joyfully pointed to himself, reminding them all, "You must listen to me very well from now on." He played his role as a superior very well, bringing the pack of wolves to greet Ox 3 and Ox 4. "They are your seniors, so please work with respect, my employees." The wolves bowed in greeting, making Theo very happy. He laughed cheerfully hearing Elka apologize to the Minotaur. Everything was going smoothly, but there was something that kept Sejun thinking. Is the landlord Grid that they mentioned a difficult character in this tower? There will surely be many threats to him in the future. From now on, it's fortunate to have these wolves protect Theo whenever he goes down to lower floors. So Ox 3 and Ox 4 can comfortably plow the fields here. It's really a pair of good news. Sejun was contemplating when Theo approached him saying he was too hungry, Chairman. "Give me some fish and share with these wolves too." Lost in worry about the wolf pack, Sejun forgot about this matter, didn't he? Sejun hesitated to inform the cat, not sure how to put it. Look at its excited face, unsure how it would take bad news. Indeed, the ancient cave echoed with the wailing. It wasn't just crying, it was rolling on the ground, lamenting. "No fish. How could there be no fish?" The president cheated. Sejun frowned, looking at it with an unhappy expression, wondering why it kept crying. "I'm trying everything I can." With a hammer in hand, Sickle looked at the unhappy cat, warning it to be careful, or it might get hit on the head with the hammer. Yet, Theo was still sulking, insisting on quitting if there were no fish. Sejun knew it was just being stubborn, so he didn't pay much attention, reaching down to check the water, asking Ink if the toxicity here had noticeably decreased. "Are you ready, Ink? Let's explore your new hunting ground." Ink, with determination, gripped its hammer tightly, leaping up as soon as Sejun gave the order to begin. Full of confidence, the little one swung the sharp end of the hammer down. Though the hammer appeared to be made of wood, one strike from Ink shattered the rock into pieces, scattering them everywhere. The pile of rocks became a large chunk on the pond, now falling loudly below, revealing a slightly larger passage than Ink. The farmer hunched over, assessing. "Well done, Ink. Now the passage is slightly larger, right? So you'll find it easier to enter and exit." As soon as he finished speaking, Sejun saw Ink ducking down below, presenting its backside to him to explore the cave. This was also the exit for the piranha and river shrimp, hoping there would be no issues while going down. However, Ink quickly resurfaced, taking a deep breath to compensate for the time spent underwater. Sejun was slightly surprised but still asked, "What do you think?" It covered its eyes with both hands, shaking its head, continuously uttering Pika, indicating that this trip was quite short, so the information gathered was limited. Sejun pondered for a while, asking if it was pitch dark inside and nothing could be seen. It agreed, making him reconsider his plan. Thought it'd be easy, but it wasn't, as it seemed more dangerous than expected. He lifted his leg onto the shore, looking at Theo playing with the yellow fur bunny cubs with delight. Every time Theo returned from business trips, they immediately clung to him. One hugged, one carried, one even tucked into his pocket. Seijin had to interrupt its joyful time and ask, "Do you have any items that allow Ink to see in the dark, like a lantern?" Theo put a bunny on its head, shaking the bag to drop another bunny to search. It said it didn't have any items like that, but it still had some odds and ends to try. Because there was no night in the tower, Theo had never had to use light-emitting items, so the cat wasn't sure what it was supposed to look for. The items in the bag, when shaken, fell all over the ground. These were the coins it earned from selling tomatoes, and this was what it bought on the way here. There was even a box of canned fish that caught the attention of the yellow fur bunny, and something purple that caught Seijin's eye. That's all the usable stuff in the bag. The cat was about to announce it had nothing to use. Seijin picked up the purple stone and asked, "What's this?" "Oh, it's an item that can read information, but the status board only said it's a scratched gemstone necklace. Unlimited use. Production location undisclosed, only knowing it's grade E." This was too strange. He couldn't get any information himself. Seijin called up the system board and handed it over to Eileen to evaluate. Could she assess this item like she did with the straw hat? The gemstone necklace quickly disappeared from Seijin's hand, replaced by 2 management notice boards telling him to hand them over to her. She said it was the best choice in the current situation. Seijin was also glad she agreed to help him understand, because if it had fallen into his hands, he wouldn't have known any better. As a token of gratitude, the farmer offered a bowl of onions full of ripe tomatoes, smelling delicious. It disappeared quickly and was returned with a completion notice board. This was the reward after completing the task, and you requested an evaluation of the light necklace. True to its newly introduced name, the necklace flew back to Seijin's hand in a completely different form. It returned to its original golden color with lots of sparkling lights, looking brand new, with no scratches visible to the naked eye before. Seijin carefully examined it in his hand, pleasantly surprised that the necklace had been evaluated, now looking strange with its very apt name, the Light Necklace. It was originally an amber stone with a light magic enchantment on top, limited use for level 5 and above, and a mana level greater than 3. Manufacturer, Mage Horan of the Blue Tower, grade C, with several notable skills such as level 1 illumination, brightening the surrounding environment when used. The higher the user's level, the stronger the light. "Oh my, this is exactly what we need," Seijin exclaimed in amazement. It can brighten the environment when used. Ink also cheered nearby, having found its nap spot with a cozy blanket. The yellow fur bunch gathered around curiously, making the farmer very happy. With this, we can see the surroundings inside the pond hole. Theo pointed at himself, asking Seijin if it was helpful. "So can I have more free time now?" Solemnly grasping the cat's pink hands in his, Seijin slowly said, "Truly the best of the best." Theo didn't understand what the human was saying, round-eyed, waiting for Seijin to explain. Unexpectedly, he said, "From now on, you will be Link's Theo permanently, so you won't need a time ticket anymore." Its mouth widened in a smile, not quite believing. What did he mean? Seijin raised it up. "From today on, Theo, I officially appoint you as a sales employee, responsible for distributing our agricultural products. You have worked very diligently during this time, Link's Theo." The cat waved its pink hands in ecstatic disbelief. "Really? So from now on, I'll always be Link's Theo." "Haha, I'm Link's Theo." As if that wasn't enough, Seijin also rewarded a very attractive gift. "To commemorate your promotion, today I'll make you President Theo." The cat danced some joyful dance, truly enjoying itself. With the excitement overflowing, the cat immediately used its power. President Theo ordered him to use the necklace and bring back a lot of fish. Seijin eagerly accepted. He and Ink had put on the light necklace, very excited to respond. "All right, let's try it again." Because our goal is to regain our protein source, the whole cave is bustling with anticipation of the bright future ahead. The light necklace was handed over to Seijin to try. It emitted a soft light like a lamp, making the young man ecstatic. Wow, the gentle light is beautiful." He took off the string, telling Ink that the system said the higher the user's level, the stronger the light. "Should we try it on you, Ink?" Of course, the rabbit wanted to, raising its hand to Pika, waiting for its turn to try, then opening its mouth to laugh proudly as the sparkling necklace blurred its vision. Seijun covered his face, moved to the side, both jealous and unable to believe that his mana lost to a rabbit like Ink. The more it knew itself than the farmer, the more it arrogantly rubbed it in, almost unable to hold back laughter. Well, let's just accept that I lost to this black rabbit. Now what's important is looking into that hole. Now we can rest assured. Seijun's rope passed through Ink's chubby belly, taking the opportunity to give the little one some onions to detoxify. Just in case it's needed, eat first to be safe. Seijun wrapped a loop around Ink's waist 90 times, instructing him that if he felt suffocated or sensed any danger, he should tug the rope twice, and Seijun would pull him back immediately. Ink nodded briskly, seeming very ready. Seijun, like a worried father on his child's first journey, equipped himself with a dagger and a pouch because using a hammer underwater seemed challenging. Ink received it right away, then confidently waved goodbye to the farmer. One end of the rope would be held by Seijun, not forgetting to wish him to be careful. Ink took a deep breath, filled his lungs, then closed his eyes and submerged himself in the ink-black water of the pond. It pushed itself deep into the cave, using its front legs to propel itself down, while its hind legs kicked to create momentum. The light from the entrance of the cave quickly faded behind its back, but thanks to the light necklace, it remained brightly illuminated, and soon Ink found a bright spot at the end of the cave. Just looking at it, this place seemed deep. Without the light necklace, it would definitely be darker down here. As it approached the light source, Ink realized it wasn't too dazzling, but in this dark place, it became more eye-catching than usual. The end of the large cave was much larger than Ink, and it easily pushed itself through to the other side, surrounded entirely by water. On a rock, there were several stones emitting sparkling light, making this place brighter than usual. In all 8 directions around the rabbit were water, making it seem like a vast ocean. Life seemed to have existed here since ancient times, with long, root-like plants without visible ends. Some even hugged a glowing sphere, probably the main light source here. All around were various kinds of fish, usually only seen in the deep sea, such as sharks, swordfish, whales, and flocks of those that followed schools, shimmering and circling around. Ink looked around, noticing a catfish about to poke its head above the water or something, where the light above it was much brighter than down here. Suddenly, it noticed a few floating things around it without a purpose, and upon closer inspection, it saw that they were dead piranhas. In the distance were some shrimp floating upside down and a strange creature Ink had never seen before. It looked somewhat like a fish, but longer and smoother, much larger, but fortunately it was already dead. Ink continuously waved its long ears to stay afloat. It guessed these were dead because of the toxic green soup that had spilled into the pond. Ink took advantage of it to float towards the dead electric eel, pulled out a knife from its side, and while one hand gently touched its head to keep it still, the other quickly stabbed straight down a long line. The farmer's knife was indeed of good quality. In this underwater environment, Ink only needed a gentle hand, and it cut deeply into the electric eel's flesh. Suddenly, a golden light emanated from within, like a flashlight. Ink stopped, withdrew the knife, and looked inside. It was a block of golden light, completely different from the gloomy appearance of the eel. Ink didn't know what it was, but it guessed it was something very valuable. It quickly reached in and took it out. The system board indicated that it was an item called the core of the electric eel, but Ink didn't know what it was. It didn't know if it was edible, but it seemed useful. Thinking about the prospect of Seijun cuddling it, praising it as the black rabbit, the unbeatable one, and leaving the cat Theo aside, it suddenly felt happy and drooled. Haha, this will be something for me to get pampered by the president. There wasn't much breath left to explore longer, so after a while, Ink successfully put the core into the pouch on its body. Then it used the leftover onion rope to wrap it twice around the head of the electric eel, intending to pull it up with it to let Seijun see if it was edible. After all, those on the farm had never seen what an electric eel looked like. Suddenly, Ink heard the sound of something rushing towards it, splitting the water into various streams. Just as it turned around alertly, it saw a gaping mouth full of large teeth about to bite down. This fat fish must have targeted Ink since the core of the eel emitted light. Quick-wittedly, Ink jumped up and avoided the terrifying bite of the shark, but its small body was carried away by the water created by the shark. Originally, it would have returned after a while, but Ink forgot that its waist was tied to the electric eel. So, Rabbit Ink suddenly realized that its belly was being pulled down along with the falling electric eel. With all the air held in its mouth, in its lungs, suddenly bursting out of its mouth, Ink screamed in panic, swallowing a bunch of water. Just as its whole body was being pulled deep down, the middle part of the electric eel split in two, and the remaining onion rope was pulled tight. But Ink started to faint from lack of air, and the stupid shark chased after the tail of the eel, so it didn't notice that the top of the eel was tied to Ink. Ink began to suffocate, its mind drifting amidst the sea of water. Trying to use the last of its remaining alertness, the rabbit tugged the onion rope twice, hoping the farmer would understand this weak signal. Fortunately, the rope in Sejan's hand was clearly tugged, and he sensed that Ink's tug had a purpose. He quickly stood up, announcing to everyone that it was a signal for Ink to be pulled up. He stood firmly in the middle of the pond, leaning back and calling all the rabbits to pull with all their might. In addition to its own muscles, the rabbits held the rope together, following Sejan's signal to pull back. Since they were all rabbits used to farm work, they didn't exert too much effort. Only the golden ones were screaming as if they were playing tug-of-war with their siblings. They successfully pulled Ink up, but instead of its usual lively face, Ink's body collapsed, its ears drooping along with the flowing water, causing Sejan to panic and rush to its side. The black rabbit had passed out from drowning, making the farmer kneel down and try to wake it up. Why was there no movement at all? Sejan shook and nudged it, calling out loudly, but Ink remained unresponsive, its eyes closed tightly. The cave was filled with worry and fear. Even the bees above had to cover their mouths to keep from screaming out loud. Had they been too slow, unable to pull Ink back to this life? While waiting for the next episode, you can also click on the My Stories menu to choose another story to read. What should I do now? Theo in panic, looking at the dark gray rabbit, its eyes tightly shut, not knowing what to do to help the farmer anymore. Sejan shook it for quite a while without any response, the rabbit's parents silent, staring at their little one, too worried to speak. Over there, Chubby Rabbit hugged a few golden-haired ones, not allowing it to move forward. The mother rabbit sobbed for her son, while its siblings each had their own expressions. Sejan took off his straw hat and handed it to the queen bee doe for a moment. He had to focus on bringing Ink Rabbit back to life. He pressed on its chest several times, but no effect. Sejan was about to give it a mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. However, this young man had never done CPR on a person, let alone a rabbit. He was about to bring his alluring lips close to Ink when suddenly it spurted water straight into his face, causing its eyes to gradually open. Water splashed into Sejan's eyes, nose, and mouth. Sejan turned away, spitting it all out, not wanting to know what it tasted like. The whole burrow erupted with joy, with the normally quiet sickle rabbit now wiping tears secretly, while the rabbit parents jumped for joy, embracing their bewildered son. Sejan's tears mixed with the water sprayed by Ink, looking back at it with deep emotion. "Ink, are you okay?" Ink just glared at him angrily, grunting, "Pikapaki," something the mother rabbit never allowed them to do. But now she cried tears of joy at her healthy son's recovery. Hearing Ink's irritated voice, Sejan knew it was scolding him for being slow. "You had me pulling the string for so long, almost drowned me." It wasn't wrong, but the clear reproach made Sejan unhappy. He clenched his fist, wanting to retort, but his small voice didn't dare. "Just stop complaining and be grateful you're still alive." The rabbit refused, stubbornly demanding its rights, its pouting face evident on Aileen's sphere. As Sejan took back his hat, muttering, "I almost had to sacrifice my first kiss to save you, you know?" Putting the hat back on, the farmer said lightly, "It's a relief you're still alive, but with an ungrateful attitude like that, I don't want to say it out loud." Then he asked, "Why is the water so salty?" "That's the seawater," Sejan was told by the system instead of Aileen conversing. It seemed the Ink Rabbit was in the Endless Sea. "Where is that?" Sejan asked, not having heard of it before. The Endless Sea is something that exists between the layers of the tower. Because there are many dangerous and frightening creatures underwater, other creatures must use travel routes to move safely between different layers. But sometimes, there are water holes that lead to the Endless Sea, like the one inside the prehistoric cave pond. Sejan sat on the pond, reading further, the diverse sea creatures living in the Endless Sea, among them some delicious ones. He marveled, understanding why there were shrimp here. "No wonder. I was wondering why salty creatures appeared in such a freshwater pond." Speaking of which, Sejan smiled and asked Ink, "Are there any fish we can eat in there?" Forgetting his previous argument with the farmer, the rabbit eagerly rummaged through its pocket, saying, "Wait a moment." From the pocket dimension, Ink pulled out a spherical object, greasy-colored, proudly showing it to Seijun. At first, he knew it was the inner nucleus of the giant electric eel, which immediately became his possession. Seijun was amazed to see the inner nucleus of the giant electric eel for the first time. Thanks to the system, he knew it was called the inner nucleus because it had lived for 1,000 years. This grade A item emitted light due to the electrical energy inside it. Once absorbed, it would learn the skills of creating rain and making thunder. This item was only limited to use by people with mana above 10, and only by those who had defeated the electric eel, with Park Sejun's name specifically written below. So you really found the giant electric eel down there? Huh, Ink? Sejun exclaimed excitedly, seeing the rabbit's ecstatic face. Following along on Sejun's shoulder, he asked, "Is that fish tasty? I've never heard of it, so if it's delicious, I'll like it a lot." Without saying a word, Ink used both hands to pull the remaining end of the cord, something heavy that stretched the cord tight. Ink pulled with all its might, revealing a head resembling a large fish head, pulled out of the hole in the pond, causing waves to splash. The whole burrow looked in awe at what Ink had just pulled out. It looked very much like a fish, with only Seijun gaping in amazement. Wasn't that the head of the electric eel? The rabbit family didn't know if it was a fish or an eel, so they had to let their saliva flow and curiously look at it for a moment. Not only that, the small hole in the pond where the electric eel had been blocked earlier had been cleared, and countless piranhas and shrimp rushed into the pond. Protein shifting locations to cram into the pond lit up Sejun's eyes. It had been so long since he'd seen this place bustling like this. Unbelievably, they were lured here just by a fat, electric eel's head. Seijun excitedly hugged the black rabbit and did some strange dance, continuously cheering. "Our ink is so good! We've got meat now! We've got protein!" Hearing the confirmation of meat from the farmer, the rabbit family was lively right underfoot. The rabbit dad even raised his hand to pet his son, rescuing the burrow from long-term vegetarianism. Everyone prepared to ignite the fire. "Today, we'll have a meaty feast. Eat until our bellies are round and full." Of course, Seijun's call was warmly received by the rabbit family, and the pikas echoed throughout the burrow. Soon, Chef Seijun found a makeshift kitchen with a few sticks hanging a pot of boiling liquid, a vibrant yellow. The fragrant smell wafted through the burrow, tantalizingly filling the space, making mouths water. All the farmers had a temporary break to enjoy and prepare for the feast. Just as Seijun finished asking, he furrowed his brow again, asking if his family was in danger. Sitting across from Seijun, Theo recalled the recent trading trip, retelling all of Kim Dongshik's words and explaining why his family was in danger. He said he would protect his family. Despite hearing this, Seijun remained worried, unable to focus on the lavish feast preparations. Ox 3 and 4 sat beside a pile of large onion leaves. Nearby, 3 wolves tried the hot protein similar to what the rabbits were eating. Behind him, the mother and child red bears hugged and played after eating, paying no attention to Seijun's worries. It's surprising that our blue tomatoes are so famous on Earth, even more than we imagined. Who would have thought that our family would be in danger because of that? Our dad, mom, and said all okay? Alright, next time you go down the tower, ask Dongshik what he did to protect everyone. Remember to get detailed information, just to make President happy. Theo agreed immediately, but Seijun still had many doubts. That Mr. Kim Dongshik from the Phoenix Association, I owe him. I must repay him somehow. Hearing this, Theo quickly suggested, "It seems like Mr. Dongshik really likes blue tomatoes." He stretched out his arms as Theo jumped onto him, realizing it was a good idea. If he likes what Seijun grows, that's great. Next time, we'll harvest things to give to him. With the worries outside the tower settled, Theo jumped onto him, begging for a soup stick for reward. "I've been wanting to eat for so long." Alright, the cat completed the mission well, so it couldn't go unrewarded. Seijun reached into his pocket to take out 2 soup sticks for it, but suddenly the eel's internal pearl fell out, catching Theo's attention. That's the pearl the black rabbit gave him. Seijun remembered the past few days of fishing, but forgot about this thing. Remember, it's called an internal pearl. We can acquire skills by absorbing it. Theo brought his nose closer, curious about what skills it gives. It only felt the very fragrant aroma emanating from it. Seijun held the internal pearl up to examine it more closely. It said it gives rain and thunder skills, probably a skill to generate electricity. So the cat asked immediately, "Like static electricity?" It jumped off Seijun, disgusted, hating to look at. "I don't like it. My fur will stand up and be ruined." Seijun, on the other hand, liked it a lot. Just hearing about it felt more powerful than anything wandering around his fields. He explained with a hearty laugh, After coming into this tower, I've only been learning skills related to farming, but now I get to learn other skills too. Finally, these things sound more like an adventure, right? Theo, uninterested, didn't think it resembled an adventure at all. He hardly ever leaves the burrow anymore. But what it was curious about was if Seijin could eat it. Meow? If he could get the desired skills, shouldn't he just eat it? Mentioning this only made Seijin feel more dejected. He admitted he couldn't eat it. Hearing Theo curiously ask why, the young man felt even more despondent, confessing it was because he lacked mana to absorb it. All other conditions were met, but his mana, from the beginning until now, has only been 8.5, and the condition for absorption must be above 10. Now he sat here, lips pouting, head throbbing in pain, and then Theo laughed outright, mocking him. "Mr. Seijin has no mana, meow! How weak!" After saying that, it rolled on the ground, laughing uncontrollably, making Seijin furious. He only asked back, "How much mana do you have?" No telling. Theo turned over on all fours, raised its furry rear towards the farmer, teasing him like that. No mana is the truth, but saying it out loud won't help at all. Seijin, annoyed, planned to sneak attack Theo from behind to make it stop laughing at the farm president. Unexpectedly, the glowing necklace around its neck suddenly vibrated as soon as Seijin touched it, emitting a dazzling light. Even Kukuk, being carried by his mom, squinted one eye to see what it was. So, the two turned around, seeing Seijin kneeling on the ground in pain, feeling uncomfortable. "Oh my god, just thinking that everyone has more mana than me already makes me feel so devastated." Theo crossed his arms in front of Seijin, showing off his superiority, clearing his throat. "Meow, I will protect you from today onwards." Kukuk approached him, pointing at himself with a cheerful tone, making the young man even more miserable. "Even you want to make me sad, huh? I can't eat this thing. Even a bear cub can absorb the internal pearl. Why wouldn't the heavens give Seijin just 10 points? Ox 3 and 4 divided the sweet onion leaves pile, happily munching on each leaf with care. Although they've eaten this dish countless times, it's always wonderful. Nearby, 3 wolves were given 2 plates of grilled piranha wrapped in onion leaves, unsure how long it had been since they had such a delicious meal. Elka thanked the black rabbit while pushing a cart of fish for them to eat, while the rabbit family was still busy chewing on their food. Finished with the meal, Seijin cheerfully asked how the food was here, whether it suited everyone's taste. He worried that this fish wasn't enough, but it was already too much for the 3 wolves. They bowed on the ground with utmost reverence to greet the great black dragon. Seijin wasn't used to such formality, so he was a bit confused, waving his hand for them to stand up and eat well. Elko solemnly spoke on behalf of the tribal leader, saying, "Great Black Dragon, you have generously shared this precious food with us. It is indeed immeasurable merit." Elka added quietly, "The food is delicious," with a slightly deeper tone that caught Seijin's attention. Why does he look so dejected? Maybe he's thinking about the tribe members on the 85th floor? Elka startled when Seijin noticed his worry, bowing his head in apology. As predicted, "It seems I can't hide anything from the eyes of the great black dragon." Those words were too solemn, but Seijin focused more on comforting him. "Don't worry too much. You'll see the tribe members again soon. The blue moon is about to appear in a few days, so no matter what, you'll have to go down to the 85th floor, right?" Seijin offered a condition. If they help with the work here, he will give a lot of fish to bring back to the tribe members. Elka led the way, bowing on the ground first, grateful to the great black dragon. With things settled here, Seijin looked at the cat on his shoulder, suggesting they should also cultivate and harvest the delayed seasons. Theo, being the boss, agreed immediately, as it was a chance for him to show authority. It quickly waved for its wolf employees to get to work, and they were very excited, obediently responding with a resounding yes. Seeing Oxes 3 and 4 still chewing on the last few strands of onions, Seijin also reminded them to get ready to leave. "This place needs you tomorrow. Both of you will have to lead the way for me." The 2 bulls were surprised and puzzled. Why does this farmer need us to lead the way? Seijin's mysterious face seemed to wait for this question to be asked, so he could reveal the answer: to collect a debt from the Minotaur King. Seijin knew this answer would shock them. Indeed, Oxes 3 and Ox 4 shouted loudly. Their mouths dropped as they were eating, the onions falling out of their mouths in surprise. That's the leader of the highest level monsters of that tower. Why would you want to collect a debt from him? In the glowing transition point between the desolate area full of sand and wind of level 99, today was unusually quiet because all the bulls of the tribe had gathered in one place, eating and eating the pile of onion leaves was in front of them. The right hand put onions into the mouth, while the left hand already held a strand. They ate with a very serious expression, as if they were always studying something. After a few minutes, they all roared with joy and happiness, even shedding tears. How long has it been since we enjoyed the taste of fresh grass? We're so happy! Delicious! Other minotaurs cheered along. However, the happiness in their hearts couldn't dispel the darkness in the heart of the Minotaur King. He buried his face in his hands, muttering to himself, "I've messed everything up, right when it was important." Remembering when he went to the border to find Ox 3 and Ox 4, and then saw the red-furred bear and a few others. What made him distraught was that he had become too excited, to the point where he forgot everything after seeing a pile of delicious and nutritious grass to enjoy, stacked right in front of him, and he dove in to eat without being able to do anything else. The Minotaur King abandoned all dignity and risks just to bury his face in the food, in front of others, making him feel utterly collapsed. He should have been stripped of the title of Minotaur Warrior, not to mention the king of this species. The more he thought, the more he felt hopeless, so he had to switch to something more positive. He tightly grasped a strand of grass. At least he had found something. A bunch of grass grown nearby, which was definitely a field. But who planted them with the red-furred bear? The Minotaur King tried to recall the small creatures standing next to the red-furred bear, but couldn't. They seemed blurry and indistinct. Neither their shapes nor species were clear. The Minotaur King had no idea who they were. After searching his memory for a while, he suddenly noticed the playful face of the rabbit father with its distinctly farmer-like hat on its head. The Minotaur King concluded that it must be the white rabbit who planted that field. Chewing on the grass to continue thinking, he didn't know why the red-furred bear was in the same place as the rabbit farmers, but it was interesting, wasn't it? The thought spun with the chewing sound. As a Minotaur warrior, one should not steal from creatures smaller than oneself. The blue moon is coming. The time allowed to leave the transition point will be reset from the beginning. As the protector of level 99's transition point, the total time allowed to leave is only 1 hour. He clenched his fists determinedly. Even if the time is short, I will prepare to return to that place again to pay a price for the grass taken from the white rabbit and the red fur. I cannot overlook the negotiation to get that quality grass. But with the large number of minotaurs in this tribe, I don't know how much to exchange to satisfy this amount of food. So he contemplated, what should I use to repay them? The stone in the glowing transition point sparkled under the sun, as if answering the Minotaur King's question. What do you think? Far away from the transition point, on the onion field, another peaceful day came. The sun shone brightly on the plump onions waiting to be harvested. A swing of the sickle cut down nearly a dozen onion stems at once. The one who acted was surely a master in the onion-cutting world. Each swing was accurate, showing the graceful skill of the sickle rabbit. Nearby, the mother rabbit pulled out a large cutting knife to process them all at once. Although not as fast as the sickle rabbit, she was very methodical, and in a moment, the ground was covered with onion leaves for the yellow-furred rabbits to hug and carry away. They were still too small. Just the onions from 2 stems almost covered their sight. Just looking at them, you can see how diligent they are. The rabbit father in the tomato field carefully watered from the upgraded gold sprinkler. Every day he had to water enough for this patch of plants to rest. Under Sejun's prehistoric cave, since the beginning of the day, everyone had been working tirelessly to get juicy tomatoes, waiting for the harvest time. Sejun reached out to pick a bunch of tomatoes, chatting with the rabbit family. We'll have to go far for a while soon, so let's harvest as much as we can before leaving here. Cart Rabbit and Sickle Rabbit immediately agreed. They were ready to harvest tomatoes to bring back for storage. The queen bee couldn't help with the work in the field, but she enjoyed hovering around watching everyone work. Sejun quickly handed over his straw hat for it to hold, as working hard made him sweat too much. The queen bee naturally took it gently, letting the young man go back to harvesting. As the tomato bunches were about to leave the branches, the system immediately notified that he had successfully harvested 9 magical ripe tomatoes at once. Then a few notifications popped up. The experience points had increased slightly, the professional experience had increased, the D-rank farmer skill of the tower had been increased, and finally, there was a congratulatory notification. He had achieved the C-rank tower farmer skill. Sejun read it in surprise 2 more times, unable to believe it was true. I've been so busy lately that I didn't notice the professional rank was about to be promoted, but it didn't end there. Another notification popped up to let Sejun know that when the professional rank increased, the job characteristics also increased. As someone with unique job characteristics, you are becoming more intimate with nature, and hidden talents are being awakened. Sejun was amazed as he read it over twice. This hidden talent of mine has been awakened. What's that? I've never heard of it before. The first thing that quickly appeared to show him was that his nature-loving talent had awakened. This was a talent closely related to nature. Communicating with animals and plants without speaking the same language became easier and clearer than before. What's all this about, huh? Sejun could read every line, but he didn't quite get it. Making friends with nature, then casually chatting with trees and grass? Huh? Maybe it's easier to communicate with plants and animals? Gotta try it to find out, right? Sejun turned back to look at Papa Rabbit, calling out to him to give it a try. Unlike those chatty Pikachu kids, Papa Rabbit, being of a different generation, usually wasn't great at expressing himself with his paws. Yet here he was, grabbing his hat, skillfully asking Sejun with a bright smile, "Did you call for me, Sejun?" In that moment, the world of this country boy suddenly changed, surprising him so much he fell to the ground, mouth wide open in disbelief. No more Pika-copy sounds now. Sejun clumsily returned to Papa Rabbit, awkwardly pointing at him, asking him again, "Come on, answer me this time?" Papa Rabbit seemed not to have fully processed this strange state of the farmer yet, so he remained puzzled. Suddenly, he heard Sickle Rabbit stepping in, asking, "What's going on, Uncle Sejun? Is everything okay?" "Oh my, Sickle Rabbit can talk." "Wait, no, I heard him." Sejun was bewildered for a minute and 30 seconds before swiftly refocusing. He hugged Sickle Rabbit tightly, rubbing his cheek against the little ones with affection. "Oh, Sickle, tell me again. What did you call me?" "Oh dear, one must behave like a grown man. Not like that." The child squirmed and slapped him lightly on the face to push away the creepy expression a bit, begging, "Oh please, let me go, uncle, or I'll slap you." Being able to communicate made Sejun more confident. He put down Sickle Rabbit, suddenly adopting a serious tone, telling him firmly, "You mustn't hit me. Do you want to make a bald spot on my head again or what? Remember not to hit me again." Recalling the old incident made Sickle Rabbit startle, realizing that Sejun could smoothly respond to what it said. Sejun and the rabbits could only exchange a few simple questions and answers before. No wonder both rabbit father and son were bewildered. "Hello, he understands," they exclaimed. "He speaks our language." The inkling of hope made them leap for joy. Rabbit Mother, the most surprised, asked her husband, "My dear, you must be honest with me. Are you sure Sejun didn't pick up anything strange and put it in his mouth?" Suddenly being asked directly like that made Sejun hesitate. Was she afraid he would overhear? Like suspecting this young man was putting something hallucinogenic in his mouth? Sejun hesitated. "I didn't pick up anything strange to put in my mouth, nor did I eat anything." "Papa Rabbit, you have to believe me, right?" Mama Rabbit jumped when she realized Sejun was answering her directly. "That's the truth. He knows how to speak rabbit language." His beaming face was showered with rabbit love. "Oh, Uncle Sejun knows how to speak. He understands what we're saying. I've wanted to talk to you for a long time." It wasn't just Muck who wanted to talk to Sejun. He knew that, so he picked up the little one, smiling, calling each rabbit family member by name. "Hey Ink, Water Sprinkler, Shovel, Carrot, Sickle, you must have been very confused, right? Let's talk about things we couldn't talk about before." Of course, they all agreed. The whole family gathered around him like a family meeting. The bees flew over to Sejun's straw hat, buzzing softly to see if he'd respond. Seeing the farmer call them, Dio asked, "Hey, could you hear me too?" If the worker bees were not used to talking much, they had their own way of communicating, so usually it was just dance or buzz, but now it wanted to see if Sejun understood it. Sejun reached out and gently touched its head, causing the little bee to close its eyes, enjoying the touch. Sejun's gentle demeanor made it slow to respond. He nodded slowly. "Of course, worker bee. I can hear your voice very clearly." No need to say, it was overjoyed. It, like Papa and Mama Rabbit, wasn't good at expressing actions to tell Sejun about. But the fact that the farmer understood the language of bees truly enlightened everything. It threw the straw hat aside, rushed to Sejun, and hugged him tightly, rejoicing, "Mr. Sejun." The worker bees followed the queen's command and swarmed around him like a sweet flower. Each found a spot to snuggle against him, sniffing with pleasure to express their joy. Sejun surrendered to their numbers, lying on the ground laughing softly. "I like you guys too." It was truly a happy day. After getting to know all of them, Seijin sat up and announced that he had to share some very good news outside this cave. The old rabbit handed the straw hat to the farmer, and they all were ready to listen to him. As soon as he put on the hat, a system message popped up right in front of Seijin, blocking his view. It confirmed that the St. Patrick's Relic straw hat had boosted the work progress of the one wearing it. The farmer at Tower C had been confirmed, and the St. Patrick's Relic straw hat had been upgraded to Grade C. Looking at a series of consecutive notifications, Seijin was confused. After leveling up, did the hat's skills also get upgraded? It stated that the Grade C limit had been removed. The Grade 4 Earth Mother Protection skill limit had been lifted. The Grade 3 Farmer Body skill limit had been removed, and the Grade 2 Abundant Harvest Blessing skill limit had been lifted. The Grade 1 Growth Acceleration skill had been unlocked. This was something new to Seijin, who read it again in surprise. What is growth acceleration? The system responded immediately. Growth acceleration. Grade 1 is an active skill that speeds up the growth rate of 10 seasons within 1 week without any side effects. Skill cooldown time, 10 days. Wow, not only was it a new skill, but it was also very cool. Accelerating the growth rate of 10 crops within a week meant he would harvest many more times. In the farmer's mind, a new idea sprouted. Excitedly, Seijin stood up and clenched his fists, telling his rabbit friends that he had a new idea ready to announce to them. But to do that, Seijin had to lead everyone out of the burrow to the field of swaying leaves basking in the sunlight. The farmer planted a potato with 2 cute young sprout leaves full of hope. Alongside him, many notification boards popped up, indicating that potatoes and pumpkins had been planted. With the influence of level 3 planting, the probability of potatoes and pumpkins taking root had increased. The proficiency of level 3 planting had also increased slightly. With the effect of level 1 efficiency increase, the efficiency of level 3 planting had increased by 5%. Seijin pressed his hand against the ground, enthusiastically calling out, "Let's use the growth acceleration skill on the newly planted potato patch." The entire plot lit up with the magical color of the tiny sunbeams. The system board buzzed like a market, announcing that Seijin had successfully used the Grade 1 growth acceleration skill. The growth of potatoes and pumpkins would be accelerated for 1 week. Although it seemed like a long time to accelerate within a week, once this skill was applied, the potato leaves began to stretch out eagerly, growing taller every minute. From 2 leaves, they grew 3, then 4, then 5, quickly quadrupling in size. Seijin was very satisfied with this skill. Initially, he only planted onions because they needed a more suitable time for the potato and pumpkin seasons, which were much harder to survive outside the burrow. Now, with this growth season skill, they would quickly take root and stabilize. Looking across the rows of onions, he pondered, planting them next to the leafy fields because of the limited space. It should be fine, right? Wait, why were these onion leaves responding as if they were waiting for Seijin to ask? Suddenly, the leaf stems emitted light as if the sun were shining on them, sparkling like the nearby potatoes. But this time, instead of seeing the onion leaves grow or develop, the potato shoots started to stretch out. The young leaves on top grew larger when the light from the leafy fields shone down, quickly making them no longer just young potato sprouts. The leaf color darkened, the stems became stronger, anchoring nearly a dozen leaves on each root, leaving Seijin in awe. Now, looking across the entire field, there was a sparkling light of extraordinary growth everywhere. Who would have expected that the potato fields would grow even faster thanks to the growth from the leafy fields? Knowing he was surprised, the system board continued to pop up with explanations. Nevertheless, as it was a new skill, there were many mysteries to Seijin. It stated that the good harvest energy from the leafy fields had enhanced the potatoes and pumpkins. Until the good harvest energy from the leafy fields ended, the yield of potatoes and pumpkins increased by 50%. Wow! Hitting the jackpot. That's what they call a miraculous wonder, right? It's really lucky. Seijin and his friends would definitely harvest potatoes and pumpkins faster than they thought. Suddenly, a loud roar from the mother bear in the distance surprised Seijin as he turned to look. Before he could see clearly, he saw Cook leaping over his head like a frolicking lamb, shouting loudly, "Dad!" Cook's large shadow blocked out all the light above Seijin, leaving him in darkness. He could only let out an ineffective cry before the bear cub pinned him down, leaving a man and a bear tangled together, the giant red bear looking on, surprised. Wait, why was Cook calling him Dad? Pinning Seijin to the ground, the cub happily called out, "Dad!" You heard what the black rabbit said, right? Dad can understand what I'm saying now, right? Seijin stood there stiffly, wondering, which dad was he referring to? Does he look like he gave birth to a full-bodied red fur child? Cook didn't care about his expression, licking him affectionately, treating him no different than a furry animal. What now, Dad? Finally, Seijin understood who Cook was calling. Initially, he, like me, misunderstood the giant red bear as a dad, not a mom. But who knew the dad the little one was calling was actually him, a 100% purebred human farmer. Now Seijin understood the bear's calls better, turning to see the mother bear looking at her child and the bewildered human. She called him Dad while he had been single for nearly 30 years, never holding a girl's hand. So what about it? Cook's mom. She was even more surprised than her child, extending her claws in disbelief. Truly amazing. Kuang, do you really understand what we're saying? After saying that, she chuckled crazily, half closing her eyes as she answered him. I also like it. I think as long as it's you, Seijin, as long as Cook trusted and listened to him, as it said. While communicating, the mother bear politely bowed her head, thanking Seijin once again for accepting her and her child. She didn't roar in his face, so he felt quite okay already. Suddenly finding a red-haired son, Seijin happily patted its face and neck. If you say so, then okay. I'll just think I have an adorable and chubby son. From now on, Cook could express whatever it wanted to its biological father. It eagerly opened its arms, calling out, Dad, I'm hungry. I want to eat honey and leaves, and I also want potatoes and fish. I really want to talk about this. Seijin smiled. Our Cook wants to eat a lot of things, right? So, let's have something special today. The little one widened its eyes and asked, What's special, Dad? Proudly, Seijin recounted, We harvested new crops today. We harvested potatoes. After advertising, he stepped forward to pull out a large potato plant, its roots filled with plump potatoes of all sizes, clinging to the soil and looking very pleasing. It had been a long time since he could harvest a different crop other than onions. Seijin smiled happily at the long, nutritious potato vines, quickly checking the item information from them. These were grade C power potatoes, grown in the nutrient tower and taste delicious. Grown by a very skilled farmer, they had improved flavor and effectiveness compared to ordinary varieties. After eating, 3 grams of fat in the body were broken down, and strength increased by 0.5% in 10 minutes. Effects could be stacked up to 10 times within an hour. The grower, Tower Farmer Park Seijin, expired date 90 days. This was the special dish today, and what's even more special was it had to be cooked to be delicious. As Seijin said, it was indeed a special dish. He lifted the wooden lid of the pot, seeing smoke rising, faintly revealing the beautiful round potatoes inside. A large pot stacked full of potatoes, even those who knew about this tuber were amazed, not to mention the children who had never tried it before. He poured out the cooked potatoes into baskets, plates of onion leaves, and the rabbit pushed out trays of grilled piranha wrapped in onions for everyone to admire. Everyone, let's eat! The adult minotaurs and wolves were eager to eat, but just stood laughing. While Cook was already comfortable, the little one jumped up joyfully. Behind them, the rabbits also brought out grilled corn and piranhas, promising this would be a wonderful feast. Since the harvest of plump potatoes, Seijun's farming diary had taken a completely different turn. He increased the variety of crops. The swaying onion leaves were growing so well that the farmer felt like only good things were happening from now on. Even Aileen felt the same, enjoying a basket of boiled potatoes alone, while watching everyone through her crystal ball, feeling the joyous atmosphere flooding into her heart. This part should be the end of this story, and Seijun's prehistoric cave would start a new journey from today. Early in the morning, instead of the bustling atmosphere of trying hard in the farm, there was a small circle of minotaurs, a red bear, and 3 wolves gathering as if discussing something. In the middle, Cook lay on the ground, crying like a newborn baby, tears streaming down its face, making bubbles, its mouth open, crying out in extreme dissatisfaction. The minotaurs looked at it like a strange creature, and the mother bear was panicked, not knowing what to do, looking very confused, which made Cook cry even more, wanting to go with Dad. Its dad had packed up neatly, standing among the rabbits to inventory the items with Theo. You've brought a lot of onion leaves, haven't you? The cat replied. Yes, pointing to its pocket. I've brought a ton already, and in the wolves' space pockets, there are also plenty of onion leaves. After finishing that task, Seijun returned to where Cook had moved to sit and cry, because it seemed lying down and crying didn't attract attention. He sternly shook his index finger and called out Kukuk's name. "Hey, why do you keep acting like a child? Didn't Dad say we'll go together next time?" The little one tightly sealed its lips but still looked very upset, its eyes sulking and pouting. "Well, Dad said I have to protect the bee sisters." The affectionate words of the bee sisters clinging to Kukuk's head made the bear cubs stop crying, and the stern father asked again, "So are you going to keep making a fuss?" Kukuk replied, "No, I won't do it anymore, but in return, Dad has to come back quickly, okay?" Of course, Seijin lifted its furry face, indulgently saying, "I'll return as soon as possible. Can our Kukuk trust Dad and wait?" The bear's eyes sparkled brighter with its father's personal promise. It immediately stopped crying, nodding with understanding. The bee princess was very happy, gently stroking the little bear's arms, knowing it wouldn't be left alone in the cave. Elka approached and knelt beside Seijin's feet, respectfully saying, "It's time to go. Oh, great black dragon, we'll escort you." All right, Seijin had finished all the tasks here, bidding farewell to the little ones and climbing onto Elka with Theo. Compared to the wolf tribe leader, Seijin looked quite small. This time, besides the company president and the cat president, there was also a little black-eared creature following. Did you notice that? Theo jumped from Seijin's back to the gray wolf's neck. Of course, this trip couldn't be without Ox 3 and Ox 4. Seijin turned his head to tell them to come along. The two nodded obediently, leading the way, because no one here knew how to get to the Minotaur King's capital other than them. Slowly, seeing Kukuk waving goodbye, it was getting smaller and smaller. Ink and Theo lay on the warm fur of the wolf leader, excitedly about to embark on a great journey far away. A few miles away from the Red Bear's forest and farm, the land became increasingly dry and barren. The low mountains were just right, but there were no trees to provide shades, making the wind sound like a roar. In all directions, nothing could be seen except for the sand blowing into one's eyes. Looking back at the path they had taken, Seijin marveled at how fast they had arrived here in the blink of an eye. He wore a straw hat and sat higher than the little ones. Ink and Theo were all covered, and the dust falling into their eyes couldn't be seen. Suddenly, looking towards the distant horizon, Seijin saw something strange at the end of the sky. Saying at the end of the sky wasn't accurate. Those dark things piled on top of each other stretched out for a distance. He hesitated, thinking he might be mistaken. That couldn't be a forest, but its color made one feel like it was very dark there. Prominent under the blue sky and white clouds and the flat sandy ground, that place stood out completely, making one feel gloomy. Ox 3 looked at Seijin's direction with a displeased frown, explaining that the land there was where those bastards lived. Seeing Ox 3's rare, ferocious appearance, Seijin was puzzled and asked again, "Which bastards?" Ox 4 stepped in to explain from the beginning for the prehistoric farmer to understand. There were several different territories on the same level, and level 99 was no exception. The territory we're heading to now is the Minotaurs, and where he's currently located is called the Red Bear Territory. And that place is called the Lair of the Western Devils. Seijin didn't quite understand why they were called evil creatures. Hearing him ask, as if wanting to know more, Ox 4 turned away so as not to reveal too much disdain. "Yes, that's right, although we've heard they weren't like that from the beginning. But now it's different. It's best if you don't know the details of that place. It's dangerous, so don't wander too close." The warning sounded just like Ox 3's, with a strong scent of prejudice, so Seijin didn't ask again. He just found it strange. Why call them evil creatures? I'll ask about this later. While pondering, suddenly something blackish shot straight into Seijin's face like a fire hose. The force was so strong that it pushed him down, causing him to fall off Elka's back, flying out his straw hat. It seemed quite painful, not just a little. The whole bunch clamored for him, but Seijin couldn't respond. The young man struggled to push himself up, while the others around rushed over to inquire. Ox 3 and Ox 4 seemed the most confused. "Did you do anything about it?" Elka didn't dare to get closer. "Oh my, where on earth is the great black dragon's eyes, nose, and mouth?" Seijin assured everyone he was fine. The substance on his face flowed quickly when he sat up, easy to pick up with his hand. At first glance, it seemed like mud, but was it really? Now that he had a view, Seijin could clearly see in front of him a large mudflat, with dozens of dark minotaurs busily scooping handfuls and stuffing them into their mouths continuously. The sound of them eating, chewing loudly, was louder than the wind howling through the mountains, and they all looked starved to death. It seemed they had reached the Minotaur's territory, but Seijin didn't understand. Were they really eating mud? Because there was nothing else to eat on this dry and barren land. Was that why they were so excited to see grass? Theo, seeing the scene before him, immediately jumped onto the farmer's head, covering it with his straw hat. Ignoring Ink's suggestion to go down, he said he hated getting muddy. His 4 legs couldn't stand it. Elka didn't know what to say. The company president was covered in mud, lying on its back on her, and it felt partly responsible, continuously apologizing to Seijin. Ox 4 stepped forward boldly, loudly rebuking, "Who threw food at others like this?" From among the hurriedly eating minotaurs emerged one with healthy brown skin and stylishly dark yellow hair, striding out with a mocking tone like a racing boy revving loudly. "Oh my, look who's here, Ox 3 and Ox 4, huh? Where have you two been making friends?" He had just started asking when. Ox 3, "You brought toys that look so weak like this for what? Give them to me, I'll play with them." As soon as he arrived, he was punched hard enough to twist his face sideways, and the large figure of that minotaur was punched by Ox 4, driving his head into the ground, his butt sticking up in the air. Then, his hooves slipped on the slippery mud, and he fell on his butt with a loud thud, creating a loud noise that made the others eating look up to see what was happening. Besides Ox 4 using all his strength to punch in silence, she didn't want to have anything more to do with this bastard, so she told everyone to go on. "We don't have time anymore. Let's go straight to meet the Minotaur King right now." Ox 3 looked on admiringly, his eyes sparkling when looking at his crush in front of him so powerful. Only Seijin and Theo remained silent behind. Ox 4 was too scary. The chaos in the eating area was quickly reported to the Minotaur King by the subordinates. "Oh, leader, Ox 3 and Ox 4 have returned, but they brought some strangers with them too." Who did the subordinates say were strangers? Just as he was wondering, familiar hoofsteps pounded in front of his throne. Ox 4's decisive voice greeted him and immediately reported, "We have returned with guests from the Red Bear territory." Behind him, Elka lowered all 4 legs silently. After all, she was only a level 38 monster, standing in the lair of a level 99 monster, feeling uncomfortable. With the attention now focused on Elka and the small creatures in front of him more than ever since Ox 4's introduction, they whispered and looked at them with a mixture of surprise, curiosity, and even hostility. But after all, they were from the Red Bear territory. Hearing that they were from the Red Bear territory, the Minotaur King laughed. That's perfect. Just when he was scratching his head, thinking he couldn't leave the checkpoint to go back to the farm, now he didn't need to leave, but still get to meet them. He greeted the tiny beings of the red fur. "Oh, kind and gentle white rabbit farmer." Wait, Minotaur King stared at the approaching creature with great curiosity. "Who are you? You're also white, but you look very strange, and you have a cat on your shoulder." Seijin, upon arriving, stood sideways, showing an unfriendly attitude to the others. The Minotaur King was puzzled. "Isn't it a white rabbit? What kind of species are you?" He had never seen a human before, always wandering around protecting the checkpoint. He thought he knows every living things already. The farmer happily introduced himself. "I am Park Seijin." Theo, on his shoulder, also waved a hand to introduce himself. "And I'm Theo the traveling cat. Meow." Leaning back in his large chair, the Minotaur King pondered. "Park Seijin, huh? A strange species I've never heard of. Oh well, you must be very tired to have come all this way. A few days ago, I got to taste the wonderful taste of the grass your home grows. It must be difficult for you to survive on this level 99 with your weak strength, am I right? I'm not sure why you're working under the Red Fur Bear, but if you're facing any unfair issues, then Minotaur King here will rescue you from that darn red fur scoundrel. That's my thoughtful consideration for weaker monsters, so you can speak freely now." "Humph," Seijin retorted defiantly, looking straight at the towering figure above. "Minotaur King, I think you've got something mixed up, don't you?" Upon hearing a grunt, the young man slowly raised a finger to explain. "Firstly, I'm not working under the Red Fur Bear. The contract actually states that Cuckoo and Cuckoo's mother are assisting me. Secondly, I'm not here to seek help because of unfair treatment or anything. I'm here to get compensation for what you stole from my field 3 days ago, Minotaur King." After presenting his case, Seijin crossed his arms firmly, glaring at the other, while reiterating, "Unless you're a thief." One sentence successfully transformed the atmosphere from casual to heated. Minotaur King stood up abruptly, stomping one foot firmly on the tile floor in front of Seijin, shouting loudly, "What? Say that again with your own mouth." His roar was so fierce that it created a gust of wind sweeping Seijin's straw hat off his head. Undeterred, Seijin held onto his hat tightly, shouting back, "If you're not a thief, then what are you?" Despite the terrifying threat looming over him, he persisted, "You're a thief." Not one to be intimidated, Seijin pointed directly at Minotaur King's accusing face. "Aren't you Minotaur warriors supposed to be warriors of honor? Instead of feeling ashamed for what you've done, you get angry the moment I mention it?" Seijin's relentless berating left Minotaur King's subordinates whispering anxiously. "Hey, is that true? Did our leader steal the grass we ate yesterday?" The sense of confusion crept into Minotaur King's mind. Unable to let his subordinates see him that way, he quickly lowered himself, awkwardly suggesting that there might be a misunderstanding here, as the field owner claimed. "As defenders of the teleportation point, there are some limitations to my actions. I was just in a hurry and didn't have much time left to return." The more he spoke, the more embarrassed he became, even reaching up to scratch his head, insisting that he had already planned to pay Seijin back. "What?" Minotaur King asked again, and the farmer immediately extended his hand, asking, "Can I use the teleportation point?" Minotaur King looked at the glowing magic stone placed solemnly in a circle of stones behind him, full of suspicion. "So this guy just wants to use the teleportation point. All right then," Minotaur King agreed lightly, then stood up decisively, "allowing you to use it if that's what you want." Standing proudly like a true level 99 monster, Minotaur King declared, "For both my honor and yours, come here, Park Seijin." The young man hesitated for a moment, then clasped his hands together, rejoicing inwardly. He agreed. "Mr. President, finally the moment had arrived." Seijin climbed up the large stone steps alone, excitedly following Minotaur King's direction towards the glowing blue light. Here is the teleportation point." The blue light emanating from the stone looked incredibly surreal to Seijin, akin to stairs leading to heaven, or the magical door of Doraemon, whatever you call it. As long as he could get out of this tower. Intrigued mixed with a bit of hesitation, Seijin reached out his hand, feeling the wondrous glow on his arm. Amazed at seeing such a strange thing for the first time, he eagerly awaited. The usage was quite simple. Just touch the surface of the teleportation stone and think of the destination. Surprisingly, there was no magical effect, but 2 consecutive notifications popped up with the words, "You have saved the teleportation point on the 99th floor of the tower." Downloading the list of saved teleportation points from other floors. The sensation of confirming the teleportation point felt like an eternity. Seijin's heart sank when he saw a large X accompanied by the message, "You have no other teleportation points saved outside of floor 99. You cannot move to other floors." What's going on? Seijin read the message over and over, but still couldn't understand what was happening. "Can't I move?" Minotaur King stepped forward, crossing his arms, and explained a bit. "It seems the stone doesn't work because you weren't born in the tower. I'm not sure how you made it to floor 99, but entities from outside are required to register teleportation points on each floor. You have to start from the teleportation point on floor 1, then you'll be eligible to move to other floors. This is a pre-established rule of the tower, a limited invitation provided by the tower to outsiders. Currently, only floor 99 is in your teleportation point list, so you're not eligible to go to other floors." Minotaur King's statement was simple, easy to understand, but not easy to accept. Seijin clenched his fist, feeling helpless, and then painfully knelt down on the stone floor. He looked up at the beautiful and dazzling stone before him as his faith faded. "I thought I could leave this tower, but now all hope has disappeared without a trace." Minotaur King couldn't understand why this human didn't know the operating principle of the tower, but still appeared on the highest floor, floor 99. Now, seeing Seijin kneeling in despair on the stone floor, his eyes filled with despair as he looked at the teleportation point. All he could do was stand outside and wait. It had been a while, and he still sat in silent despair, surrounded by despair, to the point where even Theo, the cat by his side, began to feel something was wrong, raising his stubby legs and calling out to the chairman. Seijin didn't cry or lament in pain. He just smiled lightly. "After all, I've always known that I wouldn't be able to leave this tower since I found out it was floor 99. What's this emotion anyway? Anyway, now I've confirmed where I am." The man looked calm now, and Minotaur King, coming to offer condolences, said, "Park Seijin, I'm sorry for your situation, but I allowed you to use the teleportation point, and you used it. So between you and me, Minotaur King, there's no debt to be repaid anymore." "Sure," Seijin stood up, sounding comfortable. Theo jumped onto his shoulders, listening to him say that indeed, you don't owe me anything anymore. All right. Minotaur King was pleased to bid farewell, turning to leave. Suddenly, Seijin spoke up, causing him to stop. But let me make a suggestion. As if he had just mentioned a keyword touching some sensitive nerve of Minotaur King, he narrowed his eyes, glaring at Seiyin, growling, "What do you mean? How dare you make a suggestion to me?" Before Minotaur King got angry and wanted to smash them all, Seijin let go of Theo, letting him jump down, telling him to open the spatial bag to show him. Theo obediently jumped out of Seijin's arms, pulling the drawstring of the backpack on his shoulder immediately. From the bag poured a pile of fresh green onions, making Minotaur King look in amazement, unable to believe his eyes. The onions poured continuously, like a stream of onions, gradually stacking up into a towering pile, covering an area equivalent to 16 tiles of the Minotaur Hall. Not only was the king amazed, but his minions also turned their eyes to the green. They piled up so much that they overflowed to both sides, scattering a little on the real ground, a rare sight hard to find. The Minotaur group cheered in excitement. "Oh, is that the sweet-smelling grass we had yesterday? It must be delicious. I can't hold back the beast in me anymore." The excitement below the Minotaur group spread to their king, who didn't understand anything, but was still stunned by the pile of onions lying around, but still trying to keep calm and ask Seijin, "What's going on here?" The farmer introduced himself proudly. "This is a gift from a neighbor who wants to be in harmony with his neighbor for a long time." Minotaur King's mind began to wander. He didn't understand why he said it was a gift. His eyes kept staring at the onions, unable to look away, saliva almost dribbling down. Seijin didn't explain anymore, pretending to be indifferent, clasping his hands and sighing deeply. "Well, but I'm having trouble. We're currently expanding our fields, so we need a lot of labor, you know? We can eat onion leaves harvested 3 times a day if the field expansion is successful." Knowing that he had successfully diverted Minotaur King's attention to the topic, Seijin began to delve into the main topic right away. "So that's it, sir. Do you agree to make a deal with me?" Seizing victory, the farmer winked friendly. "Just make a decision, and Seijin's capital will have countless laborers to help expand the planting area." Holding on to his shoulders proudly, without any fear, he was also a savvy merchant. Just saying this would know the success rate is high. Seijin had been gone for almost half a day. Cook, along with the queen bee, sat gathering pollen at the edge of an empty field, looking out at the dusty surroundings, feeling strangely melancholic. He said he would wait for his father to return, but he couldn't help but miss him, and there was nothing else to distract him. The little bear's eyes started to well up with tears, and even the bee sitting nearby felt sad. She tried to comfort him by stroking his head, but it didn't seem to work. Suddenly, the two of them noticed a noise, like footsteps getting closer by the moment. Cook's eyes lit up with hope, and even the queen bee above looked in that direction with anticipation. Emerging from behind a layer of smoke, first came the gray-white fur of the wolf tribe leader, Elka, followed by the farmer riding on the wolf's back with a straw hat on. Who else but the farmer? Drawing nearer, Seijin saw his lost son waiting and waved his hand to greet him. Theo, sound asleep on the wolf leader's back, paid no attention to his father's greeting. Jumping off the wolf leader's back, Cook ran eagerly to his father, calling out repeatedly, "Dad! Dad! You're back!" Luckily, the bee could fly. Otherwise, if it were another creature, the little one would have been tossed aside. Seeing his father made him forget all his troubles. Seijin stood beside the wolf, waiting, and even Theo woke up and climbed onto Elka's head to watch the touching reunion. As soon as he hugged the soft, red fur, Seijun asked right away, "Did you behave well at home?" The little one nuzzled into his father's chest, laughing mischievously, saying, Cook didn't cry. Cook was very good." The bee and the other little ones waved their hands joyfully, happy that Seijun had returned. It was such a heartwarming scene that anyone would want to keep watching. Cook hugged his father tightly and then started to lick him. His tongue was as big as Seijun's face, making him want to escape. Just then, the rabbit father appeared. "Seijun returned early, huh? How did the conversation with them go?" Seeing even the rabbit mother come out to greet him, Seijun had to release his son and answer that everything went smoothly. Then he turned to look into the distance, waving his hand to signal someone. Here, thud. 2 large hooves landed on the ground as if waiting for Seijun's command. Besides Ink, who went with him on this trip and knew the situation well, Both the rabbit father and mother were amazed. In front of them were 4 tall black minotaurs, all of them young and vibrant, unlike the calm Ox 4 and the gentle Ox 3. As soon as they arrived, they showed various expressions instead of greetings. Some complained about hunger, some asked if they were starting to dig here, and one looked around at all the animals present and exclaimed, "This is my first time here." Looking down at the rabbit's house, Seijin introduced them as the Minotaurs who would help clean up the fields. "We've made a deal with Minotaur King to do whatever we can on this wasteland area." Seijin thought their excitement was normal, but why did Cook's eyes sparkle when he saw them start moving their arms and legs? A Minotaur spoke up. "Seijin, we're starting to dig from here. It's been a long time since we've worked. Our joints are all creaking, itching all over, eager to work hard." Suddenly, Cook approached, eagerly saying, "Brothers and sisters, your muscles look so cool." The little one placed his hands on his chubby cheeks, full of admiration, which the Minotaurs liked very much. Trying to act like grown-ups, the darkest Minotaur in the group looked down at the cute red fur, asking in a deep voice, "You're Cook, right? Ox 3 talks about you a lot, so I know you." The Minotaur next to him continued, "You seem braver than we've heard, don't you?" Cook excitedly raised himself up and asked, "Do you know Ox 3? I'm very close to him." Following him, it turned into a 4-legged run, calling everyone to move with him, full of excitement, saying that he had led Ox 3 around the field before. This time, he would show everyone the field, so come with him. Excited as Cook was, who wouldn't be thrilled? The group of Minotaurs followed him eagerly, ready to work right away. It's surprising to see so many workers for the bourgeoisie being so happy like this. The bull with cracked horns approached the chief who was watching the subordinates, laughing happily after a small game. In a low voice, it said, "Minotaur King, it's been a while since our place was so lively, hasn't it?" Seeing the chief not objecting, it continued, "If we clean up the fields, this area will return to being lush green meadows full of nutrients instead of mud pits, right?" The Minotaur King nodded in agreement. "I suppose so. And if that happens, no Minotaur will have to eat mud to survive another day." Suddenly feeling pleased, but not wanting its subordinates to notice, it just nodded gently. "Yeah, being good neighbors is nice. Floor 99 is going to be busy from today on." At the bustling transfer point where games were being held to find the luckiest 10 to work, up on the prehistoric cave, bees were diligently flying back and forth between the tomato flower fields and their hives above, pouring honey into large glass jars. Cook had grown up. If not allowed, it wouldn't take food as it used to, but its passion for honey remained strong. The little one watched the honey pouring from the bees' mouths with fascination, drooling around its mouth. Sitting atop Seijin's head, Deo praised, "I didn't expect you guys to collect this much honey. That's enough jars to last a while. I thought the bees wouldn't bring back this much honey because they were busy preparing for Blue Moon's arrival." Chubby rabbits stacked them on the cart to be pushed away. It would take 2 or 3 trips to finish. Considering today's work done, Seijin cheerfully looked at Dew above and spread both hands out. "Looks like our population has increased lately, Gio?" With only 3 jars of honey left, Seijin held them up to Cook. "Take a bit of this honey, don't eat it all at once, okay?" Waiting for its turn, Cook eagerly stretched out both hands to its father, overjoyed. Seijin promised to pack some for Cook and its mother to eat gradually, taking a few jars with him. So Cook got to eat half a jar, and the honey Seijin gave them would last them a week. Seeing the farmer seeming to have finished his main tasks, the wolf tribe leader, Elka, hesitated before calling out, "Ahem, great black dragon, I think we should also go down to prepare to face Blue Moon." Cutting his words short, Seijin understood right away. Of course, he didn't want the wolf tribe near his prehistoric cave on Blue Moon's day, so he smiled and reassured Elka to go ahead. "I've also prepared food for you guys." Seijin led them to a place with a mountain of high-quality food. With ink proudly on his shoulder, he told the wolves that the black rabbit had gone to the endless sea several times to catch a lot of seafood for them. Besides the stacked shrimp, there were many grilled and steamed piranhas, meticulously wrapped in onion leaves. Underneath were lots of bay tomatoes rolling around with spring onions, making the 3 wolves startled, amazed at such abundance. Thanking the black rabbit, Elka and the other 2 wolves bowed down to express their gratitude. How could they miss such a chance to be appreciated? Slowly nodding in acknowledgement, he said, "There's nothing special about this, but how could they carry all this food?" Seeing Seijin pondering, Elka pulled out a small backpack from the palm of his hand, saying it couldn't hold as much as Merchant Cat's travel bag, but they often had simple support packs. 3 bags were thrown up at once, automatically flipping open, and the deep space inside sucked all the food in at once. The food was evenly divided into 3 equal portions by the 3 bags, smoothly stuffed in and automatically sealed, falling into the hands of the 3 wolf brothers. They were so used to it, they just stretched out their hands and waited. With the preparations for Blue Moon satisfactory for both the bear and wolf families, they tidied up and bid farewell to everyone at the prehistoric cave to get ready to leave. It took quite a bit of time to return from the residential area to the cave. Perhaps many days later, they would see each other again. Moreover, the wolves looked at Sejin with extreme respect, so the farewell took a little longer, and the food he prepared would be enough for the whole tribe for a whole moon. Sejin stood waving goodbye to 5 people for a long time until they all disappeared behind the forest, then stopped. It used to be very crowded up here, but suddenly seeing everyone off made him feel a bit empty, didn't it? Sejin puzzled himself. He also had to prepare for Blue Moon, right? His face seemed more doubtful than just feeling empty, and as soon as he turned around, he saw the notification board asking if something was wrong because he looked strange. Was he worried about the fields too? Surprised? Eileen noticed him too much, didn't she? Scratching his head, the young man admitted that he did feel that way because Blue Moon was getting closer. Even Ink at the foot had bid farewell to his uncle to return to his parents, leaving Sejin alone to talk to the dragon. The notification board kept beeping continuously, asking if she hadn't told him to trust her yet. She was quite proud, asking if you noticed how she stood up and subdued the monsters during Blue Moon night, didn't you? Well, yeah, that's true. Sejin responded awkwardly to her excitement, unable to hide his worry but also not wanting to dampen Eileen's spirits. When Blue Moon appeared, the monsters all fell into a state of violence, or rather, uncontrollable frenzy. Under the blue moonlight, they turned into real monsters, fierce and ready to attack anyone they encountered. Even the cute Ink in Blue Moon mode might handle a Sejin if necessary. A month ago, during the Blue Moon period, Sejin had thought a lot about it since he saw the ox footprints trample his fields. He thought it was because the monsters here became violent, so he was always afraid. Everyone tried to minimize damage by hiding from the blue moonlight or staying away from the fields. The rabbit families hid in tightly closed houses. The traveling cat slept deeply in a tightly drawn space bag. But the fields on the ground were abandoned, with no defense whatsoever, only left under the moonlight. So Sejin worried that if he expanded the fields farther, there would be a risk of the monsters wandering and trampling. As a farmer, he couldn't go out to guard, so he could only share his concerns with Eileen. Suddenly, the black dragon appeared with firm words, "I will protect the fields." Sejin thought a lot, not sure how Eileen would protect the fields, but the black dragon he had seen in the first Blue Moon season seemed to be Eileen. And if so, she must be very strong. Sejin wasn't sure, but he had no other choice, so he smiled and nodded. "Okay, I trust you, Eileen." Finally, the farmer's expression turned positive, and the black dragon looked at him through the crystal ball. "Just believe in the great black dragon, Eileen Fratani, and plant many seasons, that's all. But if promised, it must be done." The black dragon stood up, stretching its tired skeleton on its back. It had been eating, reading, and chatting with Sejin through the crystal ball in this tiny room for too long. Now it was time to prepare for the Blue Moon. With its large hand, Eileen gently pushed open the wooden door. The door creaked lightly, then opened, letting in the light from outside, making everything white. It seemed that Eileen had been in the tower dungeon for too long, so the light felt strange, even though she hadn't gone outside yet. She had to go through the winding stairs to get to the exit with natural light. It had been a long time since Eileen stepped out here, the rooftop of the towering tower. In the middle of the ancient stone-tiled floor was a shifting stone suspended in the air within a circle of 3 smaller stones firmly embedded in the ground. It looked more modern than the Minotaur King's and was windier due to its height difference. The rooftop where the dragon's teleportation point actually lay on top of a sharply pointed tower, surrounded by a not-too-large forest and a round lake as clear as a mirror. From there, a steep stream flowed, rushing down into a small lake below. That was the entire area of the flying land where the black dragon managed the tower. It didn't belong to any floor, because it was basically a floating land in midair. Below, tens of meters away, was a thin layer of drifting clouds, below which was the vast expanse of the 99th floor, where there were both barren wastelands and lush forests divided into different territories of monsters. Standing from the railing, looking out at the lake, reflecting the sparkling sun, Aileen sighed. It had been a long time since she went out to enjoy such a fresh breeze, hadn't it? It was indeed too comfortable being a dragon, had to. She hung a hammock and lay there all day writing reviews for her friends. However, Aileen came here for a reason, not just to enjoy the breeze. She turned her head to look at the teleportation platform behind her, then stepped forward to place her hand on the empty space between the three stones. From the palm of her hand, a control panel with an interface and color similar to Seijun's notification panel appeared. With a slight turn of her wrist, another control panel appeared using the human eye teleportation. Well done. Everything is going as planned. A large blue screen made from the circle around the teleportation stone pulled down into the space between the three smaller stones, and the black dragon looked happily at the numerous notifications appearing before her eyes. Finally, it was her turn to perform, wasn't it? If you didn't pay attention, no one would know today is the last day of the sun before blue moon arrives. The sun still shone golden on the tomato fields, but today the atmosphere was unusually quiet. The friendly rabbit farmers had all been hiding in their houses since early in the day, tightly closing the doors and not receiving visitors, not even caring about farming. Seijun fiddled outside, stacking a few rocks for a while to keep the fire from going out, and to make it just enough to produce ashes. With this much, it should be okay to protect the ashes, right? Because after the blue moon period, there would always be some fruit or root vegetables that changed color. He would just eat them hot. Suddenly, Seijun heard loud crying and meowing below, indicating that Theo was also present. He walked over to where the cat was desperately clinging to a bunch of golden fur, sobbing uncontrollably. The cat was wiping its tears and nose on the fur, causing the little ones to push their faces away. Just the thought of these golden fur balls growing up made Uncle Theo emotional. Blue Moon was on her way, and they couldn't linger there any longer. Seijun approached, reminding the cat not to go out and to hide in the pocket dimension. The cat complied, making sure to remind Seijun to take good care of the little ones and to call if anything went wrong. Seijun assured him that he would. Before the cat hid in the pocket dimension, the young man handed it a small white roll, instructing it to keep it with it. Theo immediately recognized it as a honey pot. Seijun chuckled gently, saying that Dio had left it behind this morning before leaving. Perhaps because the bee colony was now too large, the honey pot kept showing up in his hands. Seijun liked having many bee colonies, but the space here wasn't enough for another one. Theo seemed to understand, using its chubby legs to tuck the pot into the fur layer, assuring Seijun that it would take good care of it this time. The sky suddenly darkened, and Seijun realized that Blue Moon is approaching. He immediately began to obscure the sunlight, urging everyone to stay put wherever they were. The light, like that of the night, shone down into Seijun's prehistoric cave. Though not much, it was enough to transform the cute golden furball babies into aggressive creatures with red eyes and muscular bodies. Their elongated hands with sharp claws and their threatening growls were all efforts to resist the changes happening within their bodies. Seijun knew this, but being the only one witnessing it, he couldn't help feeling uneasy. Instead of masking himself and sleeping until morning, he now grimly remembered the first time his rabbit family underwent such a transformation. He had seen this scene before, but getting used to it was quite difficult. Their rapid changes were unsettling. The cries of the rabbit herd were nothing compared to the intense noise coming from outside. Something was roaring loudly, making Seijun cover his ears in agony. He realized he had never encountered this creature before, accompanied by the sound of fast-paced footsteps above. He stepped into the illuminated area to get a better view, wanting to see what was happening, and Aileen hadn't arrived yet. Unexpectedly, due to Seijun's movement, he immediately became the target of the ferocious rabbits. They momentarily forgot their previous howls and stared at Seijun fiercely, and even he forgot he shouldn't disturb them while they were transforming. Now each of them seemed deranged, making Seijun fearful. Why were they taking so long to transform? Last time, the little ones turned into white rabbits as soon as Blue Moon appeared, right? Facing the menacing rabbit horde staring at him like a criminal, Seijun was confused. Why were they all still so violent? He was doomed now, helpless and unsure of what to do, besides covering his face and screaming in agony. At that moment, Blue Moon was partially obscured as a large dark shadow with long wings flew over the cave. The sound of flapping wings was unmistakable in the dark night, immediately causing the aggressive rabbits to stop and stare at Seijin. He turned around happily, calling out loudly, "It's Aileen!" The dragon had kept her promise to appear and guard him from worries. As soon as the dragon's shadow passed, a large tree root suddenly stomped heavily on the ground outside the onion field, where rows of onions were planted straight. It turned out not to be a tree root, but the two legs of the creature from the 99th floor, antler branch, with a design no different from a giant rooster combined with an ancient tree. Its eyes were shining with violence, and it stepped closer, about to trample Seijin's fields, when suddenly there was a noise above that made the creature look up. Under the blue moonlight was the powerful figure of the dragon, spreading its wings as it flew overhead, easily visible. Antler Branch was terrified by the appearance of the black dragon, fleeing the onion fields of Seijin. Even though it was violent, it knew it wasn't a match for the great black dragon, but this black dragon seemed strange. It was slightly blurry at the head in the projected image, with eyes devoid of any vitality. An AI black dragon? Indeed, Aileen was truly delighted, hiding behind the control panel and laughing in amusement. "Ha ha ha! What do you think of the appearance of Aileen Frittani, the masterpiece?" She skillfully manipulated the controls of the panels around her while keeping her eyes on the virtual dragon's flight path. It was a type of magical illusion tool created by my grandfather for me to use. It was extremely fancy for managing the tower during blue moon nights when I couldn't leave the management area. Just make it look exactly like me. Looking down below, seeing the large dragon spreading its wings in the wind, Aileen was extremely satisfied with the remote control technology that could operate up to the 99th floor. It was even feasible to touch the clouds. This illusion disappeared as soon as I touched the ground. Now it was comfortable to use. Aileen chuckled, thinking Seijin must think she looks super cool like this. So, the dragon became even more excited, maneuvering her illusion to soar a few more rounds under the night sky. Since the great black dragon had already appeared, let's fly a little longer until Blue Moon disappears. Seijin stood staring at the mouth of the cave for a long time, realizing that apart from the wind, there was no other sound. The monsters had truly become silent since Aileen appeared. Suddenly, white light emitted from the rabbits, making Seijin turn back in surprise. Their ferocious and menacing appearance had completely disappeared. The rainbow light appeared and faded, leaving a group of pure white rabbits rejoicing with their new appearance. They had all turned into adult rabbits now, each one looking different, slightly larger in size, and incredibly adorable, looking at Seijin with obedient expressions. He stammered emotionally, "You guys," then rushed over, trying to hug them tightly. They were all grown up now and didn't like being hugged. Some tried to avoid Seijin's face, saying it was too tight to breathe. The remaining ones looked grateful, but puzzled, asking what was wrong with Uncle Seijin. Before he could answer, Seijin heard the rabbits cheering joyfully behind him as a purple light appeared. Seijin looked, noticing the glowing spots shining among the tomato fields and mingling in his potato patch. Blue Moon's light had transformed the fruits and vegetables. Seijin happily watched the rabbits nodding in joy. Everyone knew this harvest would be abundant. With so much light, let's harvest the Blue Moon crops together. Without waiting for dawn, smoke quickly rose from the prehistoric cave. Under Seijin's pot lid were sweet potatoes next to purple potatoes, and newly picked purple potatoes bathed in steam. He laid all the cooked potatoes on the onion leaf tray, along with the green tomatoes from the field. The baby rabbits eagerly watched, excited to have something new to eat. The system popped up a message notifying Seijin of the items. These purple potatoes were called moon squash, containing Blue Moon's energy. Next were the strength potatoes containing Blue Moon's energy. And finally, the more familiar magical tomatoes containing Blue Moon's energy. If anyone buys purple potatoes outside, be careful to see if they're moon squash from Seijin's farm. He proudly displayed the basket in front of the system board, showing off to the dragon on the other side. This time, we harvested 13 magical tomatoes, 3 strength potatoes, and 7 moon squash. Aileen, you worked hard. Please accept this reward from the Blue Moon. Seijin kindly reminded her that the potatoes were still hot. Let them cool before eating. The system board immediately sent Aileen a message. thanking her for managing the tower. The tower manager even shouted loudly, asking her to let him take care of Blue Moon in the future. The onion leaf basket was quickly teleported back to Aileen's waiting outstretched hand. By now, the dragon had finished pretending to fly around in the sky to scare the 99th floor monsters and was lying on her back with a warm cloth over her face, feeling refreshed. Although tired, seeing what Sejin sent, Aileen sparkled with joy, truly deserving of it. Should she try it right away? She picked up a small green magical tomato. She had to try her healing potion for her dragon heart. Putting the tomato in her mouth with utmost reverence, Aileen chewed slowly and carefully to savor it before swallowing. Suddenly, in the space, she began to hear the thumping sound, continuing endlessly without stopping. Oh my, this dragon heart was beating now. Aileen looked happily at her inverted cage. Even if she spoke a bit louder, she could still hear clearly. Unlike last time, now she could feel the steady flow of energy circulation. Just as she was enjoying herself, the system board popped up a ding notification that made Aileen jump. What is this? She read through it and didn't understand at all. What was Honey Potato? The system reported that it had received an achievement for reviving a forgotten dish, Honey Potato. How could she eat that dish? She glanced at the globe, thinking the author must be on the other side. Indeed, as soon as she looked at the globe, she saw Sejin generously pouring half a jar of honey onto a still warm potato in his hand, making Aileen furious. He dared to give her only steamed potatoes while he was enjoying such a delicious dish alone. That was unacceptable. Aileen's anger subsided as soon as she saw another notification board. You can reward the one who completed the achievement of reviving a forgotten dish with a special professional skill. The confirmation bracelet for the special skill was already displayed on the board. Though she wasn't sure why suddenly everything was so exciting, the dragon immediately became enthusiastic. Indeed, it was a great reward for a tower farmer like Sejin. But enough about that. Speaking of honey potato, Blue Moon energy-infused honey potato was truly delicious. The strength potatoes marinated in honey not only tasted irresistibly good, but also permanently increased mana by 0.3. Sejin looked at the honey-drenched potato, preparing to savor it. Potatoes with salt were also delicious, but sweet ones were equally delightful. Such a delicious dish should be left for the little ones to enjoy first. They cheered when Sejin offered them skewers of honey-coated potatoes, urging them to eat first. However, as the food reached their hands, one of the rabbits ran out and stood between Sejin and the rabbits, stopping him. "Don't you remember what Dad said?" The whole bunch looked puzzled as the rabbit reminded them that Dad said they were only supposed to harvest all the Blue Moon produce for him. What? They couldn't eat it? The little ones crowded around asking why. Just one reason, pointed straight at Sejin. The rabbit stubbornly declared it was because he was too weak. It was a very reasonable excuse, but it felt like a direct insult, and being given the food by the rabbits made Sejin apologize profusely, admitting he was too weak indeed. So, even though honey potatoes were delicious, Sejin had to eat them with tears, while the rabbits surrounded him, cheering him on to eat well and healthy. They would eat regular potatoes and sweet potatoes to make way for him. The sadness quickly dissipated with the delicious sweet taste of the honey potato. Sejin carefully chewed it in his mouth, praising its deliciousness. The soft texture was upgraded along with the sweet taste of honey. Additionally, the continuous system notifications informed him that he had eaten a Blue Moon honey potato, permanently increasing mana by 0.3 points, enhancing the irresistible taste. Could he be addicted to this dish? Suddenly, a strange board appeared in front of him, making Sejin stop chewing because it wasn't the usual notification for eating a new item. Instead, it was a congratulations board for completing the achievement of reviving the forgotten dish. Honey potato? What's this? Sejin wondered, chewing hesitantly. This dish was quite popular, so why call it a forgotten dish? Moreover, it was called an achievement. Did pouring honey on steamed potatoes count as an achievement? The tower manager's message popped up as a replacement, confirming her approval upon seeing him eat, congratulating him on achieving a great accomplishment. A new task had appeared, giving the tower manager a portion of honey potatoes as a reward, plus a professional skill. The rejection line was longer than the content itself. Sure, he would be disappointed if he refused, but he wouldn't show it. Wasn't it showing annoyance? Sejin asked confusedly, couldn't all these appear just because he added a little honey to the potatoes? Well, even though he didn't understand anything, Sejin still accepted it. He was curious about the professional skill, so of course, he had to accept the task. He asked again, could he make this dish with regular potatoes? Sejun picked out a few beautiful potatoes, put them in a small onion leaf basket, then poured honey over them. After that, he handed the basket out, and it disappeared gently, returning with a notification that he had completed the task. Because he had completed the task, he had received a professional skill. He had achieved level 1 cooking skill, a brief explanation of which would slightly improve the effectiveness and flavor of dishes prepared from ingredients grown in the tower. Sejun was very surprised. A special professional skill for a farmer who spent all year selling his face to the land and his back to the sky. But that's not all. The system displayed a list of registered recipes, currently one, which was the honey strength potato infused with blue moon energy. This dish had a whole page with illustrations that made the viewer drool. Blue moon energy-infused potatoes steamed and marinated in honey. The combination of steamed potatoes and honey created a sweet and tender flavor. The flavor was slightly enhanced. Once eaten, it permanently increased mana by 0.3 points. Because the level 1 cooking effect was so small, the increased mana wasn't displayed. Sejun, the tower chef and farmer, with a usage limit of 1 day, grade C. It was quite a pleasant surprise. Sejun scratched his head embarrassedly. Could he collect more cooking recipes too? It was so magical that he didn't even need to be surprised anymore. At this point, should he become a chef as a side job after becoming a farmer? That was for later. Sejun stood up to inform the rabbit kids to make more honey potatoes for others first. Will you guys help me? The enthusiastic kids chorused. Yes, sir. They are both obedient and talented, truly adorable. And so, in the diary of Farmer Sejun's tower, another simple yet cheerful entry was added. The 8th day of Blue Moon passed by peacefully. Has anyone tried honey-glazed potatoes yet? Comment below to let me and Sejun know how it tastes. The western forest of level 99 seemed eerier than usual on Blue Moon night. For dozens of kilometers around, there was no sign of life, only the sound of wind sweeping through the mountains, which were incredibly unsuitable for the faint-hearted. The centipede-like monster, Antler Branch, returned to its forest with familiarity after being chased away by the 3D illusions of the Black Dragon from the farmer's field. It was just a bit scared back then, but now that it's back in the forest, everything seems fine. The rustling of leaves in the wind seemed to welcome Antler Branch home. It was moving slowly when suddenly, out of nowhere, a branch or root swept lightly against its leg, causing it to stumble and fall to the ground. Antler Branch fell like someone squatting down, not losing its balance or falling face first, but it hurt. Oh, it hurt so much. The creature muttered to itself as it tried to console its pain, while blowing air to soothe its throbbing legs. Suddenly, it heard the sound of moving air above. Antler Branch looked up in surprise to see what looked like a hand made of wood reaching down with enormous claws, grabbing it easily, squeezing tightly so it couldn't escape. Poor Antler Branch struggled to dodge the tree roots wrapping around it, but its large legs couldn't withstand the strength of the strange creature. The roots pierced into its body, gradually enveloping Antler Branch, weakening the creature as its leaves fell off. Soon, Antler Branch disappeared entirely, swallowed whole by the giant tree root, which thumped heavily on the ground in celebration. Emerging from the darkness, the root transformed into spider-like legs, propelling the creature far and fast. It hurried towards the forest's edge, just as Blue Moon ended, gazing ahead with an uncertain purpose. Suddenly, the wind was blocked by the forest, and behind the creature were many pairs of red eyes emitting light from within the tree hollows, resembling a menacing tribe observing their prey. It wasn't clear if the destination was the friendly farmer's field anymore. Meanwhile, Sejun was resting, waiting for his boiled food to cook behind him, unaware of the sprouting seedling amidst the burnt leaves. But how could a sprout emerge from a burnt leaf devoid of nutrients? The warm sun on level 38 was no different from level 99 above, where the wolf tribe was playing after a night of hiding from the moonlight. The villagers gathered around Elka as she distributed food to the children, all delighted to see the tribe leader bring back a pile of protein sufficient for everyone for a month. The young gray wolf saw grilled fish for the first time, gratefully receiving it from the tribe leader's hand, which also pleased Elka to see their expressions. Elka's wife gently asked if he had to leave immediately. Yes, Elka nodded. He had to leave as soon as Blue Moon ended. Understanding her husband's long absence, his wife held his hand, suggesting he stay a bit longer to watch the children wake up. But with a more important mission serving the Great Black Dragon, there was no time to waste. He would return soon enough. After changing into a coat for the journey, Elka led the wolves, full of energy, saying it's time to go, to level 99, with the tribe waving farewell behind them, perhaps not seeing each other for another month. The merchant village was bustling as usual, but today there was an unusual commotion that caught everyone's attention. "Run!" someone screamed, making the calm pedestrians quickly step aside. Compared to the dogs, the rhino, or the deer, 3 gray rabbits were running desperately on the ground, looking tiny. They reminded each other not to be caught, though each was already exhausted, their short legs running at full capacity, yet unable to leave the village area, filling the youngest with fear. It tried to chase after the 2 older brothers, calling and waiting for them, but no one slowed down, not even itself. Yet that brown dog caught up already, its long, sturdy legs swiftly reaching where the gray rabbit was fleeing, its vicious fangs dripping with saliva. With just one swipe, the brown dog easily knocked the brown rabbit off the dirt path. The poor little thing whimpered in pain, officially leaving the running path and falling flat on the ground. Its 2 older brothers were running ahead, continuously squeaking "pit pit" when they saw their sibling lying helpless. Their 8 legs gradually slowed down and came to a complete stop, the 2 brothers bewildered, looking back at their younger one, unsure what to do, when suddenly another menacing brown dog, with its fierce red-eyed gaze, approached menacingly. The large shadow of the dog loomed over the gray rabbits, making them too scared to breathe heavily. Now, even if they wanted to run, they couldn't outrun these dogs, could they? How could the horrifying pit sound of the gray rabbit's home transmit into the ears of the gray wolf somewhere not far away? Elka looked surprised, following the direction of the sound she had just caught, wondering what it was. The chief's focused expression made Elke curious. It looked but saw nothing, then asked, "Are we not going anymore, Chief?" The gray rabbit was gnashing its teeth, resisting the trembling, but it was futile. Its neck was firmly grasped by the large hand of the brown dog. Resigning to being lifted, its younger sibling was still under the feet of the ferocious dog. It growled with the rabbit in hand, mocking, "You miserable slaves, where do you think you're running off to? Do you know how many layers we had to climb to catch you?" The dog's comrades brought the younger rabbits closer, chuckling, daring to dream of escaping from us. Huh? One had fainted, the other was so scared it couldn't even move, which the 2 dogs enjoyed. "Perhaps today we'll have rabbit meat, huh?" Offering the smallest rabbit to its mouth with eager anticipation, the dog chuckled. They didn't know 1 rabbit missing wouldn't matter, did they? Before the food even reached its mouth, it received a blow to the head that made the dog snap its tongue. Elka's front paw struck straight down on its head, pushing the dog's face into the dirt in front of it, causing it to crack, enough to know the underestimated strength of the gray wolf lineage. The rabbit, propelled upward, then fell with a thud. Elka spread its claws wide to avoid injuring it, catching the tiny rabbit still unconscious and clueless. Seeing their teammates incapacitated, the brown dog's anger turned to panic as it realized that the one who attacked earlier was Elka. Isn't he under Master Grid's command? Its hand still held the gray rabbit, questioning why Elka had attacked them. These were the ones chasing and recapturing escaped slaves. If Grid found out about this, he wouldn't be pleased. No more threatening with Grid. Elka coldly replied that it didn't care whether it was reported to that boar or not. The gray wolf grimaced, growling menacingly, threatening, "Disappear before my teeth sink into your neck." Elka's dangerous demeanor made the brown dog retreat, no longer as aggressive as before. It reluctantly left with its unconscious companion from earlier. The brown dog couldn't match the gray wolf. It had to leave 3 rabbits lying on the ground for Elka to take away peacefully. Elke approached, calling the chief, hesitatingly uttering the words, as the chief had already intervened. In truth, Elka didn't want trouble on the way to the farm, but it ended up like this. It scratched its embarrassed face, apologizing. It just couldn't resist. Looking down at the awakened gray rabbits, too scared to move, the gray wolf curiously asked what to do with them. If left here, they would surely be captured again by those like earlier. Indeed, Elka watched them huddle together, trembling on the ground. These weak rabbits would either be eaten, beaten, or forced back into slavery by those brown dogs. Well then, since it had already rescued them, it couldn't leave them here. Elka made the decision with folded arms, taking them along. Who knows? They might be useful to the black dragon. The fake black dragon today gathered all the farmers from the field to enthusiastically announce something very important. With a proud face, Seijin solemnly informed everyone that his mana had reached level 10 after eating Blue Moon's products. He closed his eyes, enjoying the warm praise from the children in front of him, but they remained silent. Some rabbits looked bewildered, some smirked, and Theo raised an uninterested face, staring straight at the chairman. Seeing no one speaking up, he hesitated, then spoke on behalf of everyone. Is that something worth boasting about, Meow? Seijin asked curiously. Now we can eat the innards of that giant eel. He proudly displayed the sparkling golden sphere, meaning we would have a new skill. Despite the enthusiastic speech, Theo yawned without a care, asking if he could go to sleep. Meow, to which Seijin firmly refused. He stubbornly instructed everyone not to leave until they had seen his new skill. As he said, the farmer put the inner sphere into his mouth and chewed it up immediately. It smelled more like a bowl of thick grease, but Seijin didn't seem to mind. It tastes good, he mused, pondering. Kinda like the scent of orange soda, huh? The system panel popped up, notifying Seijin that he had finished devouring the internal organs of the giant eel and had learned level 1 rain and thunder skills. Oh, so it's learning, huh? Not just getting? Seijin questioned. Hearing his confusion, the system appeared again, explaining that he lacked a lot of mana to properly use level 1 rain and thunder. For user safety, rainmaking had been sealed. Another panel explained the same reason. Calling thunder had been sealed too. What in the world? Need more energy, huh? This wasn't a thing before. How can I make rain and thunder when they're locked? Dissatisfied, Seijin slapped his hand in frustration, summoning dark clouds with a hopeful heart. As the protagonist, he would truly command the elements. In Seijin's hopeful gaze, the clouds began to gather and condense into a mass. A rapid rumble echoed, the density of the clouds growing thicker until, surprisingly, a dark cloud formation emerged, as massive as a small hill. Quite impressive indeed. A polite clap echoed from a single audience member, Kook Kook, while the rabbits and Theo gazed in awe just like Seijin. Creating it himself made him kneel on the ground in self-blame. Oh heavens, I used a third of my magical power to create a cloud this size? The rabbits chuckled, bidding Seijin farewell to return to their duties. Suddenly being a farmer got called to watch a comedy show. Only Theo approached to comfort Seijin. Don't lose heart, boss. You're still the boss, no matter how weak. Huh, that's supposed to be comforting? Seijin grumbled discontentedly, extremely dissatisfied. Only Kuk seemed excited, extending its arms wide. Dad, you look so cool and it can even shade us from the sun. You'll do something even greater in the future, Dad. You're the greatest. Now that's more like it. Seijin chuckled and embraced the affectionate face. Only Kook understood him as he wished. Dad's so happy, thank you, son. The touching father-son moment was interrupted by Theo lying on his lap, crossing his legs, speaking as if he were a king. Yes, indeed. Good for the sun not to blind us anymore. Meow! Please move the cloud a bit. Meow! Seijin sneered at Theo's annoying face, about to spank him. Then suddenly a majestic voice exclaimed, "We're back!" Seijin joyfully welcomed everyone back. Then his eyes caught 3 trembling rabbit children under Elka's feet. They were all gray rabbits but huddled together in fear, except for Theo. They were all timid rabbits, so here it was all the scary ones. Even Seijin looked at them curiously, wondering who they were. Gray rabbits, huh? They shivered like a broken washing machine. Seijin's face seemed unfriendly or something. They clung to each other, sobbing. One rabbit knelt in front of him, clasping its hands in supplication. Please don't eat us, sir, please. Now Seijin noticed their injuries, not like the energetic rabbits on his farm at all. Wonder what happened to these kids. Surprised, Seijin turned to the tribe chief. Where did you get these kids from? Seeing his confusion, Elka was about to explain from the beginning when suddenly something nearby fell. It was the rabbit mother, dropping her pruning shears, along with the rabbit father, staring at the children in shock. They both looked like they'd seen ghosts. The mother even covered her mouth to stifle her cry. The father exclaimed excitedly, "They're still alive!" The attention of the gray rabbit shifted to the rabbit father, who suddenly shouted, "Uncle!" Tears welled up in his eyes, but he smiled, welcoming the rabbit couple into a warm embrace, confusing Seijin and the others. Everyone stood watching, from crying to laughing to comforting each other. Finally, Seijin approached to see what was going on. Why were they crying like this? Even the rabbit mother was crying now. None of them understood what was going on. Seijin turned to the tribe chief, wondering, where did they come from? Since the rabbit couple arrived at his prehistoric cave for the first time, he had suspected they intentionally sought him out rather than got lost, because how could there be rabbits on floor 99? The whole capitalist company of Seijin looked towards the source of the munch-munch sound with widened eyes. Even the tribal chief, Elka, who had wandered far and wide, had never seen such a strange scene before. What was even stranger was that the rabbit family seemed frozen stiff. The gray rabbit kids gnawed on carrot pieces, as if afraid someone would snatch them away. Not finished eating, the dark-furred one reached for another carrot, as if afraid of being robbed. It seemed they had all been starving for quite some time. They ate so quickly that they choked. Still, the mother rabbit dared not intervene, just handing them water to drink while they ate. Seijin feared they might get choked again, so he softly advised them to eat slowly. The eldest among them, nearly filling his stomach, dared to look up at Seijin with embarrassment, thanking the great black dragon as he sipped water. Seijin chuckled gently, saying to just call him Seijin. This startled Elka, the gray wolf chief behind them, amazed. The great black dragon couldn't be called by his name like that, but Seijin insisted it was fine. After all, the great black dragon wasn't that grand, only 4 words long. And here, there was no need to be so formal. We're all family now, so feel free to call me Seijin. The tribal chief bowed, wanting to call the great black dragon, but reluctantly changed to addressing him as Seijin. I understand, sir. The 2 little ones, Elko and Elki, giggled behind, saying they are family now, and the great black dragon seemed more easygoing than everyone thought. After the formalities were done, Seijin glanced at the gray rabbit still eating carrots and pondered deeply. Theo, indifferent to the chairman's worries, snuggled into his armpit, demanding soup rewards, paying no attention to anything else around. Thanks to the system, Seijin knew these 3 gray rabbits each had their own ability. The brightest colored one was an artist, the middle one licking its fur was a carpenter, while the eldest, still eating carrots with a full belly, was an architect. Essentially, they were all technical experts. Seijin pondered these matters while holding Theo. The happy cat continued to enjoy its soup rewards, paying no mind to the chairman's concerns. After the gray rabbits finished eating and the rabbit elders cleaned up, Seijin began to inquire. When the kids climbed to the upper floors of the tower to escape the farm's exploitation, did Elka save them from the pursuers? So, which floor did you run out from? Seijin looked at the carpenter rabbit wrapping a blanket of leaf onions around, and the architect rabbit recalled the torment there, wanting to shed tears in response to Seijun's question. From the 55th floor, sir. Before he could be surprised, the rabbit father exclaimed in horror. The loud noise made Theo, lying on Seijin's lap, want to flip over, but the rabbit father grabbed the little one's neck, asking incredulously, "What did you just say? You've been on the 55th floor all this time." Surprised, Seijin shifted to hold Theo with both hands. The cat still enjoyed its soup reward, watching the rabbit father grasp the architect rabbit's neck, shaking it back and forth. What about the kingdom then? The king, queen, and princess? What happened to the monsters there? Shaking the architect rabbit to the point of frenzy, Seijin had to hold the rabbit father back to advise it to calm down. What kingdom? And monsters? What are you talking about? In front, the mother rabbit held the gray rabbit's back again, and the rabbit father began to calm down. It still seemed very agitated, but it tried to control itself, quietly recounting a long-ago story, one Seijin had never heard before. The 55th floor of this tower was once the Kingdom of Rabbits, known as the Scarlet Kingdom. Just mentioning it brought a sparkle of pain to the rabbit father's eyes. The pain within still lingered, making Seijin hesitate to inquire further. So it used to be a kingdom, huh? What about now? Although he already knew the outcome, he still listened intently. Even Theo stopped eating its soup reward to listen to the rabbit father's story. Decades ago, the Scarlet Kingdom had fallen. Memories of the day when thousands of red hues filled the sky of the bustling kingdom flooded the rabbit father's mind. The event had occurred so long ago, yet it felt like yesterday, the feeling of sadness still intact. To start from the beginning, the Scarlet Kingdom was a place teeming with rabbits of all kinds. They lived in small wooden houses decorated with the vibrant colors of wildflowers growing on the roofs, simple staircases leading up to the palace at the highest point. There, young rabbits with golden fur had vast lands to roam freely, and mature rabbits had neighbors to chat with. They were farmers, specializing in cultivating seasonal crops on their fertile lands, eating delicious and nutritious fruits harvested from their vast fields. Apart from farming, The rabbit community also had a rich culture and beautiful architecture, cherished and passed down from generation to generation. From painting to sculpture to various handicrafts, the rabbit community could do it all. They lived peaceful and happy lives from one generation to another, partly thanks to the divine power bestowed upon them to protect themselves. It was also a gathering place for other black fur rabbits specialized in combat, trained and practiced in the use of weapons for attack. But then one day, when everything seemed normal, the Black Rabbit team unconsciously realized that something was coming to this kingdom. A creature with an appearance that terrified any black rabbit, no matter how strong a warrior they were. A horde of winged monsters with cool red eyes emerged in dense rows from nowhere. Their bloodthirsty look was so terrifying that it filled the serene blue sky of the 55th floor. As fast as they appeared, the red-winged monsters descended upon the rabbit village to attack. The rabbit clan was forced to flee, partly because their fighting population was not much. The Black Rabbit warriors became the only force capable of resisting, exerting all their strength to resist those dreadful red flies. The destructive darkness suddenly appeared, engulfing all those peaceful days, leaving only ruins, smoke, and fire everywhere, and the Red Kingdom officially collapsed. The sad rabbit father summed it up. The kingdom collapsed in an instant due to the sudden appearance of unidentified objects. Amidst that chaos, the king, queen, and princess disappeared, and the people lost their king, forcing them to wander everywhere to survive the monsters. The whole crowd listened silently as the rabbit father spoke. That was why Sejin first met the rabbit father and mother here. He said, "We're just like that, finally finding this place after a long search for stability." Sejin suspected, raising his hand to rub his chin, trying to piece everything together. It turned out that the place where the two decided to stay was on the 99th floor. No wonder I felt strange. Originally, the 99th floor wasn't a suitable place for rabbits to live. Looking at Sejun with a sad and melancholic gaze, the rabbit father thought that our family thought the monsters had swallowed the entire 55th floor. But who would have thought that some survived there after all? The carpenter rabbit added sadly, his family and the remaining rabbits couldn't escape through the tunnels, waiting to die at the hands of the monsters. But for some reason, the monsters suddenly disappeared, and the ones waiting for the rabbits in the desolate land were completely different. It's Grid. Elka frowned, suddenly blurting out the name of the landlord who haunted the wolf tribe for half of his life. Seeing Grid's unclear identity, Elka reminded him that he was a wild boar named Grid. Just imagining him sent shivers down everyone's spine. The architect Rabbit told Sejin that Grid led a tribe of giant wild boars and proclaimed himself the great landlord, then took over the lost 55th floor. The painful squeaks when the architect Rabbit recounted the day that changed the entire kingdom. Grid began to strip away each rabbit, turning the once Red Kingdom into a giant farm only producing food. Seeing the two siblings saddened and psychologically shaken, still crying, the architect Rabbit told them that even though it was reckless, they couldn't bear it anymore. So they escaped, even though the escape could mean death for all of them. Fortunately, they were rescued. Sejun quickly leaned down to comfort them calmly. "Rest first. You guys have been through a lot." Looking down at the black rabbit leading everyone into the prehistoric cave to rest, Sejun asked if they could lend some beds in the cave for these guys. Seeing the gray rabbits preparing to go down into the cave made him feel sorry for them. The rabbit couple came here in a state of exhaustion, while these kids were full of wounds on their bodies, surely having lived through months of hardship. Touching the straw hat, Sejun thought that Grid was also the one looking for this straw hat, right? Elka nodded in agreement. "Yes, sir. He's a wealthy and influential figure in the tower through providing food." After hearing the story, Elka wanted to curse that foul, stinking pig for intentionally taking advantage to exploit the residents. But then the clan leader felt he shouldn't speak like that. After all, he had worked for Grid to exchange food for the wolf tribe, so shame overwhelmed Elka's heart. Even though he only worked for a short time, helping the villain do such evil deeds was not right. Adding his words to comfort the clan leader, "You understand, meow. Most of the food is distributed throughout the tower through the merchant guild. Meow. And I heard that most of it comes from the farm of the landlord, Growl." Listening to the cat say that, Sejun turned to Elka worriedly, asking if that Grid guy could come up to this 99th floor, right? The clan leader said no, No matter how much money that guy pays, no mercenary would dare to go up to the 99th floor. Most mercenaries are just cowardly folks. Hearing that, Seijin sighed deeply, feeling somewhat reassured. He put the straw hat on the merchant cat's head, feeling less worried because that landlord couldn't chase after these gray rabbits all the way here. Meanwhile, on the 55th floor, Grid's castle was being rebuilt right on top of the former castle of the Red Kingdom, where Grid was now shouting angrily, casting his fierce red-eyed gaze towards the two brown dogs who had just returned to report the situation. Grid's furious appearance demanded they repeat everything again, and they told him it was all because of that wretched Elka. That old silver wolf betrayed us. He even took those rabbits we were chasing somewhere else. The brown dog beside him cried, pointing to his swollen face, saying, "He even attacked us too, sir. Look at this wound." Grid, sitting on his throne, listened to them speak, and that horrible Elka was never trustworthy from the beginning, sir. The wild boar exhaled unhappily. "Well, just let that gray wolf go. When food in the tower runs out, he'll have to come crying to me for help." Looking at his underlings beside him, Grid asked about the preparations. "Everything still going smoothly?" That guy replied, "Yes. Currently, we are limiting food distribution to the lower floors by sending people to wander and block the food supply. Complaints from the residents of the Magic Tower are increasing. Even the Merchant Guild is speaking up, but everything is still under our control. If so, that's great. Everything is going according to Grid's plan." He smiled with satisfaction. His sharp teeth were clearly visible behind his long, pointed tusks, as another opportunity was coming soon. Clenching his ambitious fist, soon this tower would be in his hands, just like how he took over the 55th floor decades ago. This time, he wouldn't stop at just one kingdom. This entire tower would be his. Grid's laughter echoed against the walls, making everyone's ears ache. But no one dared to complain because Grid's power had grown so strong that no one dared to touch or oppose him. Seijin's prehistoric cave was bathed in golden sunlight, ripening the juicy red tomatoes, unsure if it was part of Grid's upcoming punishment plan or not. Seijin wasn't sure, and he didn't care. He sat up, feeling refreshed after a long sleep. Beside him, Theo was still yawning. Seijin lifted him up, urging him, "Come on, merchant cat, it's already morning." Despite everything, Theo was still very sleepy. Rubbing his eyes, Seijin went to the pond to wash his face, suddenly feeling something strange. He couldn't believe his eyes. A small wooden bucket filled with clean water was supported by straight wooden planks, conveying water from the lake through bamboo pipes. Looking at the full bucket of water, the farmer exclaimed, holding the red scoop next to him in amazement, "Oh my, there's even a water scoop here." Seijin scooped up each full scoop of water onto his head immediately, humming happily, thinking it must have been those gray rabbits who built it. From now on, washing his head would be so convenient, he might even be able to bathe his back too. While massaging his wet hair, Theo called from the other side, "Come and see this, sir." Only food could wake up a sleepy cat, right? It led Seijin to a sturdy, gigantic stone kitchen that had just been newly built and was now operational. Above, the mother rabbit was stirring some soup, while below, the young rabbits were bringing more bamboo leaves to blow on the fire. Theo proudly showed the chairman, "They're doing something fancy, sir." Seijin couldn't believe his eyes. It was an extremely productive stove kitchen, not just an iron pot hanging on a wooden stick anymore. Seijin was stunned, looking at Theo. There was even a round table made from smoothed wood. Seijin sparkled with joy, picking up the chopsticks and spoon. From now on, he could eat properly with these. Beside him, Theo showed him a large wooden bowl, saying, "Look at this, sir. Pimik, Pibik, and Pirik made me a separate bowl, and there's even my footprint on it, sir." Surprised at the craftsmanship of the item, Seijun asked again what those three names were. "They're the names of those gray rabbits, nothing else." Theo held up the bowl as big as his head, pointing behind him, saying they can make anything because they're very grateful to stay here, sir. Over there, the architect rabbit was being given a beautiful dark blue towel by the gray rabbits. The architect rabbit scratched his head shyly, saying, "This is a gift to thank you for taking care of us yesterday, sir." They worked tirelessly, with hands and feet never stopping. The new cloth was so beautiful that Sickle Rabbit decided to wear it right away. At the same time, Seijun approached and called the kids, and immediately saw all three lined up, bowing their heads respectfully to thank him very much for his thoughtful care yesterday. "There are still many things missing, but we will try to help in any way we can within our abilities." Before Architect Rabbit could finish speaking, Seijun's big hand suddenly grabbed its hand unexpectedly. On his bright face was the key question. Do you guys need a job right now? A job? While the little rabbit behind eagerly wanted to say yes, Architect Rabbit felt something amiss behind Seijun's casual smile. Its ears twitched continuously as if warning, surprisedly asking, "What did you just say?" The prehistoric cave of Seijun still basked in the gentle sunlight pouring down from above, just like any other day. But today held a special event, an official announcement from Seijun himself. He eagerly informed everyone that Pimik, Pirik, and Pibik had decided to stay with them. The three of them extended their hands in front of their bellies to express gratitude, while everyone applauded, welcoming the three new members into the rabbit family with joy, especially the younger ones, who were ecstatic. With the addition of more workers to Seijun's private company, as the president, he would deliver a constructive speech. With such a talented technical team, our farm would surely flourish even more in the future. The gray rabbits listened intently, feeling empowered. "We can do anything," they chanted along with Seijun, sounding quite enthusiastic. Then the farmer knelt down, looking at the rabbits, and asked, "First off, could you build a house for the rabbits? The young ones are growing, and they need more space. Plus, you need a place to stay too. The second generation needs to become more independent, but nobody here knows how to build a house." Unlike their parents, who could build small houses with mud and leaves, the second-generation rabbits had some plans. Some carried leaves, others dug the ground, but they still couldn't figure out how to make a decent rabbit hole. It was exhausting, and some even lay down to sleep. Since the gray rabbits arrived, they had noticed the dug-up earth pile. They laughed and said, "That's our specialty. Leave it to us." Upon hearing Seijun discussing with the gray rabbits, Theo demanded to be carried, saying he also wanted a mobile home. "But you already had their own pouches," Seijun teased the cat. Initially, Seijun intended to decline to reduce their workload, but one of them suddenly suggested, "Can we build a ramen building for you, made of instant noodles or something?" It was just a whim. They didn't really need a house. When they slept on Seijun's leaf bed, while most of the time, they were on their merchant cat travels. Then the gray rabbits looked at Seijun's belongings, seeing only a bed of leaves neatly arranged with a blanket on top, and a bag woven from leaves stuffed with more leaves as a pillow, along with a backpack from his days at the Magic Tower and a plastic water bottle. They wondered if he made leaf perfume too. One of them asked, "Seijun, don't you have a home?" It was the first time someone had asked Seijun such a question. His living situation wasn't much different from that of a prehistoric farmer. He was used to it. He hesitated before replying, "I just sleep on these leaves." Then a small one suggested, "Why not build a home for Seijun too?" He hadn't thought about that before. Human homes surely needed larger dimensions than those of cats or rabbits. How could these kids build a house for him? There wasn't enough space inside the cave area anyway. Excitedly, the architect rabbit told him that even though they couldn't build a house inside the cave, they were confident they could build one outside. There were plenty of materials like wood that they could find and provide themselves. Hearing that, Seijun, excited, agreed. He would love to have a home instead of rolling around on a pile of leaves all the time. Just the thought made him happy. Seijun mumbled to himself, "I've only been able to expand the farm so far, so having some extra time to rest indoors would be nice." Not to mention, mother bear cubs and the gray wolves occasionally visited here too. With a house, all of them could rest inside and feel safer when coming to report work to Seijun on the 99th floor. So he eagerly leaned on both sides, extremely friendly, asking the gray rabbits for help in building a house. "What do you need?" The gray rabbits could get to work immediately, and the most needed material was bricks. Additionally, the architect rabbit asked, "Is there any fine sand or mud on the 99th floor?" Around the prehistoric cave and Seijun's farm, there wasn't any, but both he and Theo knew a place where they could find plenty. With just a glance at each other, they understood where that place was referring to, as they had visited it before. That same day, the Minotaur tribe on the 99th floor was surprised to see a human there again, but since their leader didn't say anything, they didn't dare to either. Thanks to Elka, the gray wolf leader, who brought both humans and rabbits and cats here, Seijun could travel far to request some sand from the Minotaur King's territory. He asked Elka to take everyone to the Minotaur tribe's mud pit to investigate the quality of the soil and see if the sand and mud there were suitable. Holding a handful of needed soil, the architect rabbit nodded in agreement with the quality here. The moisture was just right, and there were even dried leaves mixed in, perfect for making bricks. Seijun didn't know much about construction or pottery, but hearing the architectural rabbit's assurance, he was pleased too. Greenery was severely lacking in this place, while soil was in abundance. The friendly Minotaur King stood before Seijun, crossing his arms and asking, "Why do you need soil? Isn't that our Minotaur tribe's food?" In fact, Seijun knew that apart from the large amount of onions he provided to the Minotaur King earlier, most people here still had to eat soil instead of grass. That's why he came here today, to collect the soil already prepared for a new interesting deal. Pimmick would teach everyone how to make bricks from the soil here. If they made soil bricks and supplied them to them, they would pay a fair price. Just hearing that, Minotaur King immediately grasped Seijun's hand firmly and pounded his muscle with his other hand, eager to get started right away. If they could make good quality bricks for Seijun and earn money, surely the Minotaur clan would have plenty of grass to eat from now on, and no one would have to eat soil anymore. Having just made the decision with Seijun, the old Minotaur King immediately turned briskly to the soldiers working hard, grabbing large handfuls of soil to feed them, shouting, "Hey Minotaurs, no more soil eating. Otherwise, we won't have enough soil to make bricks for the farmers now." The whole group turned back in surprise to their leader, wondering what they would eat now if not soil. That settled it. Seijun nodded, and from now on, everyone would definitely be busy for a while. The other two rabbits on Elka's head couldn't help much, but they liked to wander around. Last time, Sickle Rabbit couldn't go. Now he was excited to go far. Once the brick part was done, attention turned to wood. To get wood, they had to chop down trees on level 99. Of course, the rabbits couldn't chop down trees, and Seijun didn't have an axe or a hammer to chop down these big trees, so it's surprising that Kuk is extremely useful in this. Looking so small, its muscle strength is really strong. Just putting its arms on the tree's body, gently lifting it made the rabbits below cheer, even pulling out the roots. But how much wood can that tree make? Look at the mother bear. She can pull out 2 tall trees with her own size, and each time she pulls out, she can double the number of trees Kuk can make in no time. There will be enough wood to make several houses for Seijun. Outside the expanding field, the Minotaurs were using their strong horns instead of plows to dig out moderate-sized but extremely long holes, expanding and creating plots for the upcoming planting seasons. The Minotaur's powerful strength was truly suitable for the work of plowing here. In stark contrast to that speed and strength were the rabbits. From the first generation to the second generation, they painstakingly dug small paths, shoveled soil, and sowed seeds for onion fields. Now, besides the digging rabbit, it also has 2 younger siblings, one using a hoe and one using a shovel to assist it. Not far from there, on the sweet potato field with lush green leaves, the father rabbit was using his magical watering pot, along with his children, to moisten the entire soil of the large sweet potato field. Currently, the area here has expanded 3 times compared to before. The long stretches of dark green sweet potato fields reach to the foot of the stone mountains. After hours of farming or gathering materials to build houses for Seijun, quite far away, Kuk was practicing a few moves with the Silver Wolf tribe leader Elka, this little one. Even though his mother is the owner of a dense forest in the territory of the Red Bear, but of course it will accumulate more experience if it learns a few punches with Elka, who has traveled to many places. And Elka, being the tribe leader of a large wolf tribe, was also very happy to play with this mischievous little Kuk. It looked more like playing with a nephew than training. Seijun couldn't participate, but he cheered from afar, cheering on them. And after a round, Kuk would be rewarded by the farmer with a jar of delicious honey to replenish his strength. He probably worried that the little bear would lose weight from all the exercise. Just that's enough for Kuk to play with Elka all day. Usually only a little honey licking. Now it gets a whole jar. It must be happy. Watching the little one suck on each piece of honey with a mix of pleasure and gratitude in its sparkling eyes, the tribe leader Elka looked at it, seeing it so delicious, wondering what it tastes like. In the menu of the wolf tribe, there was never any honey. So Chief Elka could only watch the little one lick his lips, drooling with desire. Craving honey, suddenly a jar full of honey was presented before Elka, making the chief bewildered and unbelieving, his eyes fixed on the golden shimmer inside the jar, along with the enticing aroma emanating from it. What surprised him even more was Seijun holding out the brimming jar of honey with a radiant smile. Without saying another word, or needing any further invitation, the chief was utterly astonished to realize that the farmer truly wanted him to enjoy the top-notch honey from his farm, suddenly finding him adorable. With that settled, Seijin moved on to the fields above, assisting Cart Rabbit and Pouch Rabbit in planting sweet potato seeds on the newly formed plots, followed by harvesting the new sweet potato seeds from the nearby farm. Just lifting a sweet potato plant gently revealed roots full of tubers swaying among the soil, emitting an extremely appealing and tantalizing light. The system panel popped up a notification informing him that he had harvested 10 sunflower sweet potato tubers. His farming experience slightly increased. His harvesting skill level increased by 1 level. His level 4 skill was also raised to level 5, and he received 450 experience points. Thanks to the promotion, Seijin received an additional skill point, but that wasn't important. What mattered was that he had pulled out so many sweet potato vines, with as many as 10 tubers on one vine, making the harvest exceptionally abundant. Although the name was quite long, sunflower sweet potato, its appearance resembled its peculiar name, both in color like nutritious red pumpkins and in shape like sweet, tender potatoes. This sweet potato vine was the most abundant, but most other sweet potato vines also had between 5 and 7 tubers. He worked tirelessly all afternoon, sweat dripping down his face, only then starting to feel the heat from the never-setting sun at the towering night tower on his head, if standing working for a few hours under the sun. If he couldn't block out the sun, then he had to create something to provide shade. With his current meager magical ability, Seijin gently raised his hand and used magic to release a small black cloud directly above his head. Cart Rabbit suddenly saw the sky above him darken and looked up to see. It turned out to be Seijin's strange cloud. After all, he was Korean. There was no sunscreen here. He didn't want his skin to burn and become African, so unintentionally creating a cloud to cover his own appearance, the system notified him that his cloud-making skill had significantly increased. Looking back at all the vegetable leaves harvested today, piled up a bunch, enough to feed a dozen minotaurs for a whole month. Watching Cart Rabbit pushing his little cart, he wiped his face and muttered to himself, while building a house, it would be best to build a sturdy warehouse on the ground to store the harvested goods. Although the shelf life of Seijin's farm items reached 60 days or more, he couldn't just let the vegetable leaves dry up, losing moisture under the sun from this day to that. Sitting resting under the cloud that had formed into a dark rock-like shape on his head, Seijin contemplated the next plans he wanted the gray rabbits to build, when he saw Theo coming to him with his hand raised, waving, "Hello, Chairman Park. The travel-ready cat looks neat like this. Seems like it's ready to hit the road." Seijin set aside all the work he was doing. Turning to the cat, "When are you going down there?" he asked. "I'm trying to slowly make my way down there." While carrying a bunch of stuff from the cave outside with the little bag of the merchant, Seijin wanted to know if the cat's luggage had room or not. "Would you like to bring some antidote vegetable leaves, just in case? Maybe some hunter might need it. Just made some vegetable leaves, and they're growing a lot." Of course, Theo never ate antidote vegetable leaves, but hearing the farmer say so, it waved its hand and left, saying, "Does any hunter look for that antidote vegetable leaf, huh? If someone asks, I'll sell it for 100 coins, okay?" Of course, that's it. No one gives anything for free. Seijin agreed right away, also telling it to bring some and try it with soup to see if it's good or not. Approaching the pile of vegetable leaves, Theo dropped its purple space bag, truly curious whether it could sell this thing or not, if antidote vegetable leaves were something the market needed or not. But in the end, it followed suit, because once Seijin said it, it was never wrong. What did he say earlier? Bring it along and try it with soup? Theo picked up a stalk of vegetable leaf and brought it to its nose, letting out a genuine ew sound. It smelled awful, just a whiff, and it felt like it lost all taste buds already. It didn't understand why the chairman told it to eat this stuff, representing all the cats in the world. It declared, "Theo doesn't want to eat this stinky thing." Afraid that Seijin would think it was criticizing his brand of vegetable leaves, just as the farmer waved from a distance, "Hey, Theo, come here now." It hurriedly stuffed the pile of vegetable leaves into its space bag, afraid that if the chairman saw it criticizing the product, he wouldn't let it sell anymore, and that would be exhausting. Besides, Theo was quick partly because it was afraid others would eat its share of fish, so it turned its head and shouted, "Hey, don't eat my fish," while quickly grabbing and stuffing various things into its space bag. How did its hand end up grabbing a sweet potato vine, not realizing it had taken the wrong thing, stuffing it in along with some vegetable leaves, pushing everything to the bottom of its own space bag. Theo's disastrous mistake went unnoticed by anyone, not even itself, just pulling the bag shut, running to where everyone was gathering to eat the main meal of the day. The wolf chief, along with Kook Kook and the rabbit family, were all present. Even the Minotaur workers were eagerly stepping forward, excitedly awaiting the farm meal from Sejin's farm, because it wasn't easy to come here, had to win in gambling to come here to work. While on the 99th floor, there was always golden sunlight shining down along with drifting clouds. On the 67th floor of the tower, there was also sunlight penetrating through the dense canopy, but not always reaching the moist grass patches that reptiles like to hide in. On the calm, mossy lake, occasionally a few reptile calls echoed, and a green frog sat on a branch full of moss, bulging its belly and croaking continuously. It was enjoying such a leisurely day when suddenly an arrow pierced straight into the back of its head, pushing forward, and immediately fell. The one who shot down that large green frog was another creature proficient in using a bow and had only 2 arrows in its quiver behind its back. Its body covered by clothing identical to a hunter's, a few pieces of leather covering vulnerable areas along with its widespread claws. Unexpectedly, it was a lizard person. Seeing its prey fall, it licked its lips with pleasure, feeling the thrill of hunting its own dinner and rewarding itself for its achievement. This 67th floor forest area was already familiar territory for it, coupled with its skilled archery to bring down the large green frog in just a moment. Immediately, leaping from the tree branch to the rock, then down to the other side of the clear water pond, the lizard placed its muscular legs right next to the prey that had been felled by just 1 arrow. Before retracting the arrow to retrieve its prey, a red-armored insect flew straight to it, landing right on the green skin of the frog, sticking its proboscis directly in front of the lizard's surprised eyes. It looked like a mutated beetle, with its entire armor being a fierce red color, its eyes full of vigilance looking at the one who brought down this green frog, while it sunk its fangs into the green skin and tore it apart. This insect was devouring like it had been starving for a long time. For this kind of insect, with just 1 hand, the lizard could easily capture it, being lifted up like that, and the red insect still refused to release its piece of frog skin, stubbornly ignoring. As long as it was still in its mouth, it would continue chewing, eventually becoming the lizard's prey forever. It put the whole head along with the upper body of the red insect into its mouth, using its few but extremely sharp teeth to bite, easily digesting it with great pleasure. Then it used its tongue to curl lightly around the lower body of the insect, quickly putting it into its mouth to finish the appetizer quickly and neatly. Just before moving on to the main course, there was still a piece of skin peeled off lying over there. Seeing the scene of its comrades being digested by the lizard so easily, the group of insects of the same kind on the tree branches above hurriedly moved away in fear. But actually they weren't afraid at all. They fluttered their wings like signaling to each other, and just as they were about to swallow the last leg of the red insect, suddenly a loud roar rang out from above the lizard's head, getting louder and louder, as if someone was turning on a giant fan next to its ear. When it looked up, it saw a dense black swarm of red insects, like the kind it had just chewed and swallowed, except that they covered all the branches, the dense trunks right in front of the lizard, with an immense number, sometimes even hundreds of thousands, looking at the lizard with eyes full of hatred. Surely lizards aren't the prey they usually hunt, but with this many of them, just taking off and flying once is enough to strike fear into all the animals. Still maintaining their formation, they leave the tree trunk at an incredibly fast pace, using their large wings to propel themselves downward while raising their claws, simultaneously charging towards the poor green lizard in a terrifying whirlwind, the sound of millions of wings flapping together. The green lizard looks at the scene in front of it in disbelief. It only now realizes it's encountered a ferocious species. Just a moment ago, it was preying on these insects, and now it's the one paying the price. One insect is an easy meal for it, but it becomes prey for tens of millions of flying creatures, like a storm. The lizard opens its mouth wide in horror, but eventually accepts its fate. It can't resist the overwhelming power of such a terrifying creature rushing towards it. Where the lizard stood, a powerful wave of earth and sand rises as the insects swarm down to devour it in just a moment, leaving behind a deep hole in the ground. Not a trace of the green lizard. Just a few wooden tubes containing some bows lying on the ground. Those red insects fly higher than the tallest ancient tree branches, obscuring some of the sky's blue light from the 67th floor and gradually disappearing without a trace. If one hadn't witnessed this from the beginning, they wouldn't believe that there was a creature walking on the grass before. Now, not even a scrap of skin or bone remains, as if it never existed. At that moment, Aileen was enjoying a deep sleep on her bed full of pillows when she suddenly heard the vibrating sound of her magic orb, accompanied by beeps urging her black dragon to wake up from her dream. Aileen, annoyed, covers her eyes and ears, but the more irritated she gets, the louder the bell seems to ring. It's too noisy. The black dragon finally can't stand it anymore and sits up, sighing deeply with regret. It's the first time she's slept so well in a long time. Why is this bell ringing now? Not only is the bell ringing, but the magic orb on the table is emitting a bright light, as if inviting Aileen to come and see. Well, since she's awake anyway, Aileen reaches out with her right hand to take the orb and uses her left hand to activate the magic with the Pimity ring, confirming her identity to access the information the orb is sending. As soon as the effect is activated, dozens of notification boards suddenly pop out of the orb, as if they had been held back for a long time. She thought there was a very serious event happening, but in fact, all the boards here have only one message, but it has appeared so many times that it shows the urgency. When one of the boards finally stops for Aileen to read, she sees a staggering number. Over 5.3112 million red grasshoppers have invaded the 67th floor of the tower. What's going on here? Why are there red grasshoppers here that she doesn't know about? The black dragon reads and rereads each notification board that appears in front of her in a panic. This isn't an invasion from outside the tower, is it? Thinking back, this isn't the first time Aileen has read about red grasshoppers. Thanks to the books in the library, she knows that 100 years have passed since the grasshoppers attacked the tower after destroying the 55th floor. If it weren't for her grandfather's solution, they would surely have caused more trouble elsewhere. But that happened decades ago. If it happens again now, will Aileen know how to deal with it? Thinking so, the black dragon immediately calls for notification, requests administrative authorization, and connects communication to the outside. But the response to Aileen's request is the line, "unable to connect," leaving her extremely frustrated. It can't be like this. Can't she open a way out of the tower on her own? Just as she finishes saying that, the system displays purple warning boards for the panicked black dragon to continue watching, stating that 0.1% of the area on the 67th floor has been destroyed by red grasshoppers. Just as she glances at that line, Aileen is stunned and speechless. She's only had one nap, and things have changed so drastically. In just under 2 minutes of being stunned, the notification board continues to jump to 0.2% of the area of the 67th floor being destroyed by red grasshoppers. Everything is happening too quickly, too dangerously, right in front of the black dragon. Managing the tower when they only begin to receive reports of the invasion, but after furrowing her brows for a while, the black dragon hesitantly tries to think about whether this might be a good thing. But why does Aileen think so? That day finally arrived. The day when half of the electric eel turned into a delicious fatty meal, inviting everyone to dig in. Thanks to the skillful hands of Farmer Sejong and the rabbit family, the eel meat had been carefully carved into small pinkish blocks, looking mouth-wateringly good, neatly arranged next to the eel's body on a bed of onion leaves. Most importantly, a delicacy like this couldn't be eaten raw. For the first time in the prehistoric cave, the enticing sizzle of the golden and crispy eel fat being flipped back and forth in the pan was heard. As the meat met the high temperature, it immediately turned golden and released a pile of fat to cook itself. The aroma mixed with the sizzling fat, making Sejong close his eyes and inhale deeply, savoring the smell endlessly. It had been so long since he had eaten something fried in oil like this, especially pure fat from a plump eel. Following closely behind Sejong, Theo watched as the farmer just tossed a bunch of onion leaves onto the golden eel meat, causing droplets of grease to splatter his shoulders. The scent wafting from it was truly appetizing, and the dish looked incredibly delicious. A foodie like Theo couldn't resist. It felt like he was about to faint from craving it. Just as both of them were entranced by the aroma, they heard Sickle's voice carrying a large wooden bowl, calling out, "Uncle, here are some sliced sweet potatoes and potatoes." Sejong scooped some pieces of eel meat into another bowl, thanked the kid and took the bowl of potatoes from Sickle. Arranging the fried eel meat separately, Sejun warned everyone to take them further away before eating. It's dangerous to get splashed with oil here. Ink, surprised, chirped, asking Sejun if he was preparing another dish. Wasn't the food already done? Meanwhile, Theo, beside himself with excitement over the skewered eel meat in his hand, dripping with saliva, thought Sejun could do anything. Just let him eat these 2 pieces first. Sickle, just like the cat, immediately put a few pieces in his mouth to savor, unable to resist. Sejun, of course, had an even better dish. He claimed it was tastier than honey-glazed potatoes, leaving Ink wide-eyed in disbelief. How could there be anything tastier than honey-glazed potatoes? So, have you guys ever heard of sweet potato soup? Sejun brought out a plate full of neatly cut sweet potatoes, which were the main ingredient of today's new dish. He dumped all the neatly cut sweet potatoes into the sizzling eel fat in the pan, spreading a delightful aroma. Theo, who knew nothing about cooking, clung to Sejun's shoulder, watching him turn the sweet potatoes, feeling lucky to have kept all the eel fat. It was really useful. It had been so long since he had eaten anything other than grilled or steamed food. The farmer used 2 chopsticks to flip the sweet potato pieces while muttering to himself about following the correct procedure. First, fry the sweet potatoes until they turn golden brown on the outside. Then pour a whole jar of pure honey into the eel fat in the pan and mix all the sweet potatoes to soak up the honey, then cover and simmer over low heat for a while. When he lifted the lid, Sejun's chopsticks could pick up each piece of sweet potato soaked in thick, shiny fat and honey, creating an amazing sweet potato stew. Each bite felt like a blossoming flower. Suddenly, the system popped up to notify him that 2 recipes had been recorded. The second one was the robust potato packed with the energy of Blue Moon, called sweet potato stew. 7 pieces of sweet potatoes were fried until crispy, then added with roasted peanuts and simmered until well infused. The taste of a complete meal both inside and out. Then there were many notifications informing Sejun that he had achieved the forgotten dish achievement, sweet potato stew. The sweet potato soup recipe had reached the level of a master chef, a significant increase in cooking skills. The rabbits had never seen any dish that made them drool so much. Just looking at and smelling the fragrant aroma of the sweet potatoes made their mouths water uncontrollably. But it wasn't over yet. Following Theo's request, after seeing the effect of deep frying, it wanted Sejun to deep fry the entire fish. Normally, piranhas were low in fat, only suitable for grilling or steaming, but this time, with a pan of eel fat, Sejun threw in a whole fish. When all sides were dry, he sprinkled some shredded onion leaves on top, and there you have it, crispy fried piranha. Theo drooled uncontrollably, staring intently at the fish, while Sejun kept looking back and forth, feeling somewhat puzzled. So frying fish didn't count as a recipe? Then what standards were there to turn a dish into a recipe? To find out, he had to roll up his sleeves and get into the kitchen, one hand flipping food with a spatula. Sejun enthusiastically prepared to turn sweet potatoes into a delicious soup. Searching for cooking recipes was really fun. Theo also wanted to enjoy delicious food, so it suggested, how about trying honey on the fish? Unfortunately, that bold idea was rejected by Sejun. A moment later, he laid out many trays of exotic food for the workers to see. From minotaurs to wolves, they all drooled with excitement, no different from Cook and the rabbits cheering at the sight of the fragrant grilled eel and the aromatic tomato juice alongside the crispy fried fish. Nearby were 2 large bowls of sweet potato stew, emanating a tantalizing aroma. Fortunately, minotaurs primarily consumed the onion leaves. If Sejun had flipped the potatoes for them to eat, he'd probably lose his arm. The entire pile of onions had been meticulously arranged, and they eagerly grabbed the leaves, holding them in their hands with delight. Nothing was better than enjoying good food while working. The wolf clan, needless to say, were true omnivores, so they devoured everything, whether it was vegetarian, salty, stewed, or fried. Each of them savored the delicious and unfamiliar flavors they had never tasted before. Today's meal seemed to take the longest time ever. Every drop in the bowl of onion leaves was scooped clean, and not until the cat couldn't lick anymore did it stop. It lay on Sejun's lap, satisfied, rubbing its large belly, saying, "I can't eat anymore." Theo had eaten from start to finish, so where was the room for more? Meanwhile, Cook was still enjoying a jar of honey for dessert. Seeing the cat's enjoyment, Sejun asked if it was ready to go downstairs. It was true, but now Theo was too full and needed some time to rest. After a quick stretch, it got up, neatly packed its belongings, and called the employees. Let's go, meow. The clan leader respectfully acknowledged, yes, representative, appearing more and more like a competent manager. Before leaving, Theo noticed there was still a whole tray of untouched food left, so it curiously asked the chairman, what are the leftover dishes for beside you? Sejin replied that those were for Aileen, recalling that he hadn't received any notifications from the tower manager since earlier. Pushing Cook's drooling mouth away, who thought no one was eating it, Sejin explained to Theo that he had called Aileen earlier, but she didn't respond, and now the food was cold. Could Aileen have overslept? Hearing this, Sejin pondered. If it was just oversleeping, then it was simple. The food could be reheated later. Nothing strange was happening. Poor Aileen struggled with the screen since the system error notification until now without success. Despite trying repeatedly, many pop-ups appeared, stating that it couldn't connect, making Aileen even more confused. Oh no, I can't control anything, and I've only just restored the dragon's heart a bit, so useless. I don't know what to do to restore the system to its original state. Aileen sadly muttered to herself, feeling lost. Despite trying over and over again, the system couldn't boot up and connect to the outside world. Aileen pitifully didn't know what to do. No idea seemed feasible, except for blaming herself. Suddenly, a completely different system board popped up with a line of text. Floor 10 on the 67th floor of the tower has been devastated by the Red Locust disaster. On that day, at the headquarters of the Central Directorate of the Trade Route, the atmosphere was extremely tense in the main meeting room. A long rectangular table filled with various creatures sat around on the chairs. Everyone wore a serious expression because everyone present here was an influential figure in the Black Tower. Leading the meeting today, seated at the head of the table, was Mason, the head of the female clan, also representing the Traveling Merchant Association. Next to him, an empty seat was reserved for Hannibal, the head of the Freelance Mercenary Guild. Wearing nothing but clothes was Iona, the hamster mage from the Wizards Guild, sitting comfortably in a green cushioned chair. Despite her small stature, she was a key figure invited to this conference. Gathering the most influential figures of the tower required guard agents. Zerath, standing next to the dog agent, secretly wondered why the heads of the tower were gathering like this. Finally, what had happened? Mason was the first to speak, informing everyone that the reason for the summons had passed several days since the Red Locusts appeared on the 67th floor of the tower. According to information from our Traveling Merchant Association, 2/3 of the 67th floor of the tower has been completely occupied. From then on, everything present in the invaded area would be devoured by the Red Locusts. Mason also shared that currently, the lizard people were gathering around the outbreak point. We were desperately trying to protect ourselves, but no matter how hard we tried, the situation didn't look optimistic at all. At this point, Hannibal found himself a seat and spoke up, asking about the merchant route, whether it was still under control. Was there a possibility that the Red Locusts would invade another territory? Mason reminded the Tiger Tribe representative that the Red Locusts were invaders from outside the tower. Didn't he know that the merchant route didn't allow outsiders to use it? Because the operation of the merchant route had been like that for a long time, it was temporarily safe. However, Mason's eyebrows furrowed as he warned that if the outbreak point was occupied, they would try to infiltrate another floor. Hannibal continued, suggesting it would be floor 68 and then floor 69 of the tower that would be invaded next. What could we do about it? The merchant dog sitting across the table objected loudly, as that was one of the 5 main grain areas of this tower. Wasn't that where the Draken agricultural estate of the Lizard Kingdom was located? This wasn't just the lizard people's problem anymore. Revealing this truth, Mason grimly informed everyone that this could lead to another major famine. The shocking news left many leaders looking at each other in dismay. If a famine were to happen, the tower would descend into chaos. Suddenly, amidst the murmurs, a loud voice from under the table interrupted, reminding them that 200 years ago, at floor 55, the destruction of the Crimson Kingdom had occurred. Didn't anyone know about that? The astonished hamster voices echoed as they saw the bewildered faces around the table. Iona continued, explaining that currently, food reserves were distributed across multiple floors of the tower. At that time, the Crimson Kingdom was the largest food supplier in the tower. When the giant red locust suddenly invaded, she recounted the outcome. The Crimson Kingdom was destroyed. If that boar hadn't taken advantage of the vacuum and seized the land, things might have been different. Before she could finish, Mason's delayed voice interjected, correcting her, saying that Grid was actually a good person. Wasn't she the one who rebuilt the food reserves of the destroyed kingdom back then? Mentioning that, Iona's expression soured, and she scoffed disdainfully. What, he's a good person, you say? It'll be a while before he meets the standards of a good person. Aren't they exploiting the human tribe and monopolizing the entire food distribution network of the tower? Hannibal retorted immediately. Hey, president of the Mage Guild, your words and actions have gone too far. Mason tried to calm his head of the mercenaries, but couldn't stop the mixed panic and urgency of the remaining residents at the meeting. What about the Great Black Dragon? Isn't the Great Black Dragon supposed to protect us? Someone agreed. Yes, the Great Black Dragon will protect us. The whole meeting room erupted, calling for the tower management, leaving Iona with a pounding headache. It seemed she was the only one with enough tenure to see that these people didn't know what they were talking about. Rising gently from the cushioned part of her chair, Iona stood on the table, facing forward as she lectured the tower leaders. 200 years ago, even thousands of years ago, there were invasions of red locusts. Indeed, it was thanks to the appearance of the Great Black Dragon that the red locust scourge was quickly eliminated. Stepping forward while recounting with a mournful tone, however, the last time the red locusts appeared, for some reason, the Great Black Dragon didn't show up promptly. The situation was only brought under control after half of the kingdom's residents disappeared. All food reserves were destroyed, causing severe food shortages throughout the tower. Looking at the raccoon tribe in front of her, Iona sternly reminded them, some places still haven't recovered from those losses. The appearance of the red locusts on floor 67 had been going on for a few days now, and once again, there was no guarantee that the Great Black Dragon would appear quickly and resolve the situation. The whole meeting room fell silent as Iona reminded them, we must do everything we can to stop this situation until the Great Black Dragon appears and intervenes. Otherwise, just waiting like this, the order in this tower will surely collapse. Clenching her fist with determination, the mouse boldly declared, as the 7th Tower Magic Association under my leadership, that is, the president and leader, we will send out 200 battle mages. What do you want to do, all of you tower leaders present here today? While the entire tower was buzzing with resistance against the invasion, Theo was lounging with his feet up on a pile of hay, waiting for the clan leader Elka to inquire about the situation of the village folks and playing with his own kids a bit before starting his trade downstairs. Seeing Elka lovingly carrying her son, Theo impatiently thumped his tail on the hay below, urging her, we're here to take a break. How much longer do you intend to stay? There's no time. It's over. Suddenly, nearby, a hesitant child's voice called out, excuse me, are you the Great Black Dragon? Sitting up and looking at them, he realized it was the Wolf Tribe kids sneaking over to ask. They seemed to be the same age, calling each other to inquire about the creature in front of them. But where did they see anything black about him to mistake him like this? Nonetheless, the proud cat stood up and introduced himself to the kids. I'm not the Great Black Dragon, but a loyal servant of him. I'm Theo, a mid-level traveling merchant. Admiring the cat's gallant appearance, the young wolves were impressed right away. Their eyes sparkled as they looked at Theo, faithful servants of the revered Great Black Dragon. Their sparkling eyes made Theo very happy. Pretending not to hear, he put his hand to his ear, tilting his head as if deliberately asking the kids again, what was that? Say it again? They shouted the slogan again, making the cat laugh heartily. I'll give you something delicious as a reward. Being praised and flattered, the cat happily reached into his pocket and pulled out some skewers of grilled fish for the kids to enjoy. He delightedly watched them jump up to catch them, wanting to reach into his pocket for more skewers to reward them for being too cute. But wait, what's this? Theo's hand involuntarily stopped when he grabbed something strange. He didn't expect to find a potato in his hand now, which he mistakenly took from the onion basket last time he ate in a hurry. Theo's reaction to seeing the sweet potato was one of shock and disbelief. Oh my goodness, why is this devil thing here? His shout made the clan leader run over to see what was going on. Elka's concerned inquiry made Theo jump as if caught red-handed stealing. The cat quickly jumped up, rolling around and laughing loudly, pretending like nothing had happened. He repeated over and over that nothing had happened, laughing unlike anyone else, making Elka extremely puzzled but still nodding along. If you're done, let's go. Elka wanted everyone to leave immediately, making Theo's inner turmoil surge even more. He agreed, grabbing the leader's fur to get her ready to go. silently cursing his luck. It seemed he grabbed the wrong thing from the onion bunch, didn't it? Gone, gone. Theo's heart was full of worry. He had to dispose of the evidence. He eagerly urged Elka to run faster, faster, to floor 38. Elka raced below at Theo's command, while how Theo would dispose of it would be revealed in the next episode. Seijun's prehistoric farm wasn't as peaceful today as it usually was. Tons of his onion leaves were flying wildly in the sky with a panicked cry. There was nothing here, not a bit, nowhere to be found, despite searching everywhere. Farmer Seijun frantically dug up everything on the ground to find the one thing different among these onion leaves. Panic filled his mind. Does he have to plant new ones? That was the only thing he had left, after all. Searching tirelessly, Seijun grew impatient and fearful, clutching his head and screaming. Why couldn't he find the sun-faced red sweet potato he harvested when collecting the detoxifying onion leaves? Damn it, Seijun seemed to be going mad. The neatly stacked onion leaves now looked like a pile of garbage scattered all over the ground, and Seijun had lost something incredibly precious. Reflecting on it, he wondered if it was Theo. That cat was the only one who took the onion leaves to trade. Could it have taken the wrong thing? If so, at least Seijun wouldn't be as upset about losing the sun-faced red sweet potato sprouts. He stood with his hands on his hips, looking at the onion leaf patch he had just dug up, sighing in relief. Maybe that cat had taken the sun-faced red sweet potato sprouts to another place while he was harvesting the onion leaves here. However, now he wanted to try planting 1 or 2 bulbs, but couldn't find them. He would definitely punish that fat cat once it came back here. As he was thinking about how to punish Theo, the system board suddenly flashed a notification that the seed store is now open, and the seed system would display a list for him to see. Ah, that's right. Today is the day the seed store reopens. He was so busy that he forgot about it. I wonder what it's selling this time? Before displaying the list of seeds Seijun could buy, the system notified him that his level was still normal, so it would continue to show randomly available seeds for him to choose from. At his current level, he could collect various seeds as long as they were within the 5 tower coins limit. As usual, 4 seed tables appeared for Seijun to choose from. The first one at the top of the list was a flame bean seed, the most expensive at 5 tower coins. Next were 100 strawberry seeds for half a tower coin, or 20,000 carrot seeds for 4 tower coins, and finally 100 Chongyang bell pepper seeds for half a tower coin. The first item, the most expensive, surprised Seijun greatly. What is a flame bean seed? This is the first time he's heard of it. He doesn't know what it is that costs a whopping 5 tower coins, equivalent to all the other items combined. He rubbed his chin. Although he had enough money, the system limited him to only being able to buy within the 5 tower coin limit, so he wouldn't be able to buy other things if he bought this flame bean seed. It's too risky to gamble with this many seeds just to buy something he doesn't know about. Seijun has never liked gambling, so he decided to skip the strange-sounding seed and instead on strawberries, carrots, and Chongyang bell peppers. Although curious, he reminded himself not to take too many risks. Familiar flavors are always better than unfamiliar ones he's never known. Besides, with more and more rabbits appearing on the farm, he'll need a variety of seeds to feed them. Buying all the carrots, strawberries, and Chongyang peppers now would be a very wise choice. The system quickly notified him of the successful purchase of 20,000 carrot seeds, 100 strawberry seeds, and 100 Chongyang bell pepper seeds. 5 tower coins were deducted from Park Seijun's seed bank account, and he gained 50 points accumulated in the seed store, totaling 56 points successfully accumulated. Thank you for using the seed store service. When 3 seed bags fell into Seijun's hands, weighing as much as a successful harvest season, he finally smiled. So now, in addition to the sun-faced red sweet potato sprouts, he has many things to plant for the new season. Just thinking about eating strawberries and Chongyang peppers fills him with energy. He ran excitedly across the sweet potato field and found the father rabbit sitting leisurely nibbling on leaves. "Hey, Mr. Rabbit, I bought more carrot seeds at the seed store." At the mention of the 2 words, carrot seeds, the rabbit's ears perked up, surprised. Of course, how could a rabbit resist carrots? Handing him the bag of carrot seeds, Seijun enthusiastically made plans. "Let's plant them now. Can I give you carrot seeds to plant?" The rabbit was very excited. "Of course, let's do it right now. Let's increase the number of fields on the ground together. Let's work diligently." Looking into the distance, The onion leaf fields, along with Sejin's potatoes and sweet potatoes, stretched out to touch the green of the mountains in the distance. Since the Minotaur came to plow, this area has become larger and larger, truly resembling a perfect farm. Meanwhile, outside of Gangnam, on a clear day, a view straight to the Black Tower stood tall amidst the clouds, separated from the skyscrapers. Taejun admired the distant rooftops and the magical Gangnam Tower, marveling, "What a beautiful day today, isn't it?" He was still dressed in his usual attire, retired as he was, wearing flip-flops, standing in front of his student, clasping his hands behind his back, looking respectful. Placing his feet on the railing, he sighed, "It's been a long time since I left that freezer and had a chance to admire the tower from afar. Do you see it too, Siyuk?" Taejun's student, Cha Siyuk, upon hearing his teacher's question, bowed his head and replied cautiously, "I don't know about anything else, but you are not well enough to be outside right now. If you let your guard down, you won't know when the fire curse will spread, right? Please go inside and rest." Glancing at his student with a face no longer cheerful, Taejun muttered as if talking to a rock, "You'll always find a way to ruin my mood, won't you? Are you that kind of person?" Siyuk was at a loss for words at his teacher's rhetorical questioning, but maintained a respectful attitude without responding, which made Taejun more frustrated. Too familiar with Siyuk's lack of humor, the teacher switched to business. "There will be a deal with a free merchant soon, right? Is Dongshik on the 38th floor now?" According to Siyuk, Dongshik was indeed on the 38th floor. He said he was having a hard time conquering the boss on the 38th floor, called the Underworld Poisonous Spider, because it had built its nest around the floor's teleportation point. The poison gas emitted by the Underworld Poisonous Spider was extremely difficult to neutralize, even with a specialized healing mage. They said it was impossible to approach the spider's nest without the antidote made from the blood of those poisonous spiders, which could be obtained from the guards of the nest. However, finding an alchemist capable of making the antidote was incredibly difficult. Many adventurers had gone to the species specializing in selling poison and antidotes in the Black Tower, but received only headshakes, ultimately fighting without antidotes. Hearing this, Taejun guessed that the exploration team still hadn't made any progress on that tower floor. "And you are guarding Sejin's family while Dongshik is in the tower, right? Report the situation to me. Has anything unusual happened?" Just as his teacher had said, Cha Si-yuk reported that Sejin's family had moved to Hanam-dong district. All three of them followed a consistent travel route and wanted to live a normal life as before. They were also escorted by bodyguards when going out, minimizing public exposure or revealing related information to avoid future troubles. Recently, Sejin's younger brother, Sedol, had been approached by foreign associations while hanging out with friends. They even sent pretty girls to get Sedol's phone number and ask about the tower's situation related to his brother. Luckily, Sedol was very cautious and, along with his friends, didn't drink alcohol or associate with strangers, so they were reassured that the issue was resolved before it became a real problem. Hearing this, Taejun laughed heartily. At least Sejin's family cooperated well. Unexpectedly, in the midst of his laughter, he couldn't help but cough heavily, clutching his chest and stepping back several paces, causing Cha Si-yuk to panic. Pulling a small, round red pill from his pocket, Taejun rasped, "I'm fine," then popped the cherry tomato pill into his mouth with a crunch, his face showing clear relief as if he had taken a miraculous medicine. Cha Si-yuk, astonished, asked, "Is that a cherry tomato?" He replied, "Yes. After eating this, overcoming the fire curse becomes much easier. This is a truly useful item, and it tastes good too. It will definitely help many people in the future." Placing his muscular right arm on his broad shoulder, Taejun considered Park Sejun to be an exceptionally talented person not to be overlooked in Korea. "I've spoken with your senior, but remind Dongshik to bring Sejun to my office as soon as he leaves the tower. I won't go in there first," he waved to Cha Si-hyuk before having to return to his freezer room. Although his teacher always seemed cheerful, Cha Si-hyuk couldn't help but worry, watching his teacher's back as he walked away, muttering to himself, there must be a way to break the fire curse on him. Looking again at the Black Tower standing tall in the Gangnam sky, he was filled with hope. Yes, if Senior Dongshik could sniff out even a slight chance of breaking the curse, he would definitely find it. Speaking of Dongshik, here he was, battling fiercely with formidable opponents for hours. Having continuously slashed with the sharp weapon in his hand, Dongshik's face never lost its tense expression. Each time he defeated one spider, another emerged. For hours, Dongshik had been cursing, "Damn it, they keep coming non-stop." Watching the mages and warriors fighting a giant spider in front of him, Dongshik shouted, "Everyone, retreat. We'll regroup to avoid further casualties." Before he could finish speaking, a team member shouted, "Captain Dongshik, above you." The warning came too late. By the time Dongshik heard the noise above him, the giant spider was already descending rapidly, its pincers just 10 centimeters from his head. He turned around in shock, but couldn't react in time. Luckily, a gloved hand pushed Dongshik backward, and a female figure leaped forward, blocking his view. Suha quickly drew her sword and directly confronted the spider's pincer, aimed to kill her captain. The clash was intense, and thanks to her weapon, Suha wasn't caught. But a smoky scar from the poisonous spider appeared on her face. At the moment, her main concern was using her weapon to counter the weight of the attacking spider. With plenty of combat experience, Suha decisively slashed across the spider's pincer, severing its left one. Before it could strike back, she swiftly drew a glowing green sword from her waist and stabbed it into the spider's soft underbelly, its weak spot. She pushed the blade in until the hilt, holding her position until she saw the spider screeched in pain. When it finally stopped struggling, she pulled out the sword, and blood gushed out. The giant poisonous spider collapsed to the ground. The team members rushed over, shouting, "Are you both okay?" Dongshik was temporarily fine, and Suha had no new wounds, but as soon as she withdrew her weapon, she staggered, and Dongshik had to support her. He realized she had been poisoned by the spider. "Call a healer quickly," the team shouted in panic. They laid Suha on the ground and used all their healing magic, but the young woman felt the pain of the spider's venom spreading through her body and began to lose consciousness. Dongshik searched his pockets for an antidote but found none. The healer urgently said, "We can only stop the poison from spreading for a short time, but once we stop, it will spread again." Cursing under his breath, Dongshik thought they had used up all their antidotes. It was too late to go to the alchemists for more. What could they do? In his moment of extreme confusion, he heard a familiar voice. "Hey, isn't that Dongshik here, meow?" It was Theo, the cat, who didn't know a fierce battle had just taken place. Seeing Dongshik's panicked face, it asked, "Why are you here, meow? Shouldn't you be at the trading location?" The trading spot wasn't far, but the cat probably hadn't seen Dongshik arrived as usual and went looking for him. "Oh right, today is trading day," Dongshik muttered, confused, his words stumbling. Theo didn't care about his explanation. Spotting the person lying under a heap of magic, the cat jumped onto Suha and, unaware of her condition, asked, "Why are you sleeping on the road? We need to take a picture. Get up, meow." Suha, affected by the poison and feeling the weight on her chest, groaned and woke up slightly, mumbling, "Heavy, but so soft. It's fine." She lifted Theo off her face, the cat patting her cheeks with its front paws. Dongshik quickly explained, "Theo, Suha is affected by the spider's venom." Hearing about the spider, the cat got frantic. "It must hurt a lot. Are you okay? Just lie down, meow." Suddenly, Dongshik remembered Theo was a merchant cat who knew many locations in the tower. He urgently asked, "If this continues, she will die. Do you know where to find an antidote for spider venom?" Theo rubbed Sua's face, then told Dongshik, "There's no poison master nearby." Wait a minute. It suddenly recalled its purpose for today's trade. The cat climbed off Sua, rummaged through its space pouch, and happily announced, "I have this." It pulled out a nearly half-height onion leaf, introducing it with great excitement. "This is a detoxifying onion leaf, meow." Just hearing the word detoxifying, Dongshik's team gathered around to see. Dongshik hesitantly took the leaf. The system board notified him that this onion leaf was extremely nutritious and delicious, capable of detoxifying D-level or lower poisons within an hour of ingestion. Eating 10 or more could extend the effect up to an hour. It was grown by tower farmer Park Sajan with a 60-day shelf life and classified as D-level. What mattered most to Dongshik now was whether this detoxifying onion leaf could neutralize the venom from the underworld poisonous spider. The only way to know was to try it. Helping Suha up, the captain told her to try eating it. Luckily, Suha hadn't fallen unconscious, so she managed to chew a bit of the onion leaf. Amazingly, before it even reached her stomach, she opened her eyes wide in surprise. The spider's venomous cut on her cheek faded away as if nothing had happened, leaving no scar. She sat up in shock. "My body feels so light. I've never felt this way before. Seeing the effect, Theo the cat came forward with a big smile. Suha hugged Theo, rubbing her face against the cat's soft fur with affection. Thank you so much, Theo. You saved my life. You're the best cat in the world. Despite not liking to be hugged, Theo decided to enjoy the moment. Putting on a formal tone, it said, "Ahem, no problem, meow." Spreading its chubby paw, it added, "Just give me 5 tower coins and I'll provide extremely cheap healing services. That's a special discount just for you, meow." Suha lifted the mischievous cat, examining its face. "You saved my life, and now you're asking for money? You're a wicked merchant." More importantly, Dongshik asked, "Where did you get this detoxifying onion leaf?" Only now did Theo remember to explain, "This is a new crop that will be sold this time." Everyone gathered around in surprise. A new crop? Really? Dongshik felt like he was holding good luck in his hands. The underworld spider's venom was classified as E+, and this onion leaf could detoxify poisons up to D level. If he could get this detoxifying onion leaf, conquering the 38th floor would become very feasible. Now, Captain Dongshik is no longer afraid of the poisonous spiders surrounding the teleportation point. He felt incredibly excited, ready to fight with this savior in his hands. As expected, Dongshik stared at the cat in admiration. "Theo, you're a 10-point merchant cat." Not understanding Dongshik's look, Theo felt uneasy and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Jackpot! It was truly a combination of the right time, place, and people. Just when everyone was racking their brains trying to figure out how to get past the 38th floor, Theo brought an amazing product that could neutralize the E+ grade poison of the monsters on that floor. Dongshik immediately asked Theo, "Hey, how many antidote green onions did you bring?" Hearing the cat say it has 100 antidote green onions made Dongshik very happy. That would surely be enough for everyone's expedition. Getting past the 38th floor without poison issues, he happily told Theo, "I'll buy them all." But before he could get his hands on the green onions, a stern voice from behind interrupted. "Hold on." The voice was sharp, clearly not wanting Dongshik to close the deal with Theo. A group of warriors and wizards with mocking smiles approached. "Phoenix Guild, I've been wondering why the Wandering Cat Merchant hasn't opened for business yet, but it seems you're doing something unethical, huh?" Shocked, Dongshik recognized the antagonists right away, not expecting the Royal Knights and Wizards to show up here. He couldn't hide his surprise. How did they find their way here? Were they following us to sabotage our 38th floor conquest? Ignoring Dongshik's puzzled expression, the opposing guild members pushed past him and sternly spoke to Theo. "Hey, Wandering Cat Merchant, if you only sell to one guild, others will complain and you'll lose many customers. Is that so?" Theo immediately believed them. As a Wandering Cat Merchant, the more it sold, the more Chairman Seijun would favor it, and its abilities would be reflected in its sales numbers, which customers value highly. Dongshik didn't want to interfere, but he looked at them with displeasure. "Ridiculous. We can only buy cherry tomatoes and green onions from Chairman Seijun and Theo. No matter what, people will come to Theo to buy these two things." Outside the tower, cherry tomatoes are hot. If people knew the green onions sold by Theo could detoxify and help ascend to higher floors, they'd go crazy. Seeing Theo in a dilemma, Dongshik decided not to intervene. With many people watching, fairness and trust directly affect the reputation of the Wandering Cat Merchant. The antagonist was clearly putting Theo in a tight spot, forcing it to comply. After a moment of apparent confusion, Theo proposed, "Let's hold an auction as usual, okay? Anyone opposed?" Naturally, this was better than letting Dongshik buy all the cherry tomatoes and green onions alone. Soon everyone agreed, as it was the best solution since they couldn't prevent Dongshik from buying from the Wandering Cat. So, the cat rummaged through its space bag and told everyone, "Now I'll sell magical cherry tomatoes and detoxifying green onions." Setting down a basket full of green onions and a bunch of cherry tomatoes bouncing in rhythm as the basket landed, Theo announced, "First, I'll sell magical cherry tomatoes of C grade in lots of 500. I have 6,000 tomatoes in total." It wasn't the number of tomatoes that shocked everyone, but the grade. What? C grade? Just this piece of information caused a heated discussion. Not to mention the green onions, magical cherry tomatoes of C grade were a whole level above the D grade ones previously sold. An undercut-haired man started the bidding at 350 tower coins. Instead of discussing the new appearance, they immediately took the opportunity to bid. As soon as he made his bid, many others raised their hands towards the Wandering Cat Merchant, shouting, 370 tower coins, then 400 tower coins. The price kept rising, reaching 450 tower coins, then 500 and 600 tower coins. Even members of Dongshik's Phoenix Guild participated fiercely, prompting him to look around and urgently advise, "Everyone, we need a strategy. We still need green onions to conquer the 38th floor." But the bidding continued relentlessly, accompanied by Theo's shouts of, "Sold." The 6,000 cherry tomatoes, sold in 500 lot batches, amounted to 12 rounds, with the price of later batches always higher than the earlier ones, quickly selling out in a flash. Theo watched the jubilant winners carrying their baskets of cherry tomatoes, cheerfully thanking everyone for attending. "I've sold everything I had." It just said that, in fact, it had just finished with the magic cherry tomatoes. Next, the merchant cat reached into its magical bag and introduced, "Next will be the detox onions for sale. We have a total of 100 bunches, selling in lots of 10 bunches at a time." Oh, so it's not 100 onions, meaning one lot of 10 bunches can be used more than 10 times. Dongshik was determined not to let anyone else get this. He hurriedly shouted, 130 tower coins. The captain's face turned as red as if he could live or die with these onions, making the younger one beside him stunned. The brown-haired guy from the Royal Knights Guild seemed to be watching Dongshik, immediately shouting 135 tower coins. Dongshik didn't think anymore, over 20 coins so that this guy couldn't follow him. Dongshik was very nervous until Theo shouted, "Anyone else bidding?" Meow! It counted 3, 2, 1, and then decided the first bunch of onions was sold to Dongshik, moving on to the next bunch. At this point, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Dongshik was sinking into a bit of regret mixed with a lot of joy because he won the bid for the first time. Although the amount spent was a bit more than expected, but he couldn't miss the detox onions. The knight from the Royal Guild seemed to have some plan in mind, grinning at Dongshik as if he had figured out that Dongshik was planning to buy more onions. Surely next time he would be quicker than this time. Unexpectedly, the Royal Knight hurriedly gave a very high first price, 160 tower coins, making Dongshik's 150 stuck in his throat. Such a price Dongshik couldn't follow. The traveling merchant cat only needed a good price. It immediately agreed to sell. No one bid. Then this would belong to the one who offered 160 tower coins. Playing that tactic again, the Royal Knight immediately bid 170 tower coins for the third bunch, cutting off Dongshik's chance. He thought this time the guy would start at 160, so he hesitated to bid 161, but still couldn't outbid, so the third bunch went to the Royal Knight. Theo decisively closed the price. This bunch was successfully sold. The higher the price, the faster it sold, so a smile was always on the merchant cat's face. As soon as it finished selling the third bunch, Dongshik angrily shouted 175 for the fourth bunch, his face red. Having lost 2 bunches, he couldn't lose the fourth one, or else the team wouldn't have enough. Unexpectedly, he bid 175, but the brown-haired guy from the Royal Knights Guild shouted 180 tower coins, shocking him. The 175 in his mouth immediately went down his throat, while the seller felt this was extremely good. Even better, to thank the customer for buying at an extremely high price, Theo hugged 2 bunches of onions and danced a happy cat dance for everyone to see. Never before had it sold a new item so quickly. Joy was all over the Cat Lovers Guild's faces. How could they miss this adorable moment? This trip back, social media might be flooded with hearts. The most pitiful was Dongshik, feeling extremely despondent and desperate. With only 10 onions he bought in the first bunch. This was the entire amount he could fight for his Phoenix Guild. No wonder he felt so defeated. Floor 38 didn't just have one poisonous spider. Seeing him like that made the Royal Knight laugh with joy. The guy holding his lush green bunch of onions mocked. Now what would Dongshik do? He joyfully stroked his bunch of green onions, deriding, surely the Phoenix Guild was very poor at collaborating with other guilds. That's why no other guilds helped them bid to get more onions. The Mage Guild members laughed along. We will be the first to climb to the next floor, not them. All this time it was all Dongshik's savings to buy onions. So now, watching the Royal Knight and Mage Guild leave, the members were sad and regretful. Sorry, Captain. We were blinded by the magic tomatoes and spent all the money. Couldn't help you. Well, what's done is done. Dongshik wasn't the type of leader to scold his subordinates. Anyway, the earth wouldn't stop spinning if our guild was a few steps behind others. Comforting words, but everyone was still sad. Just then, Suha came up calling, "Captain, Theo has something private to talk to you about." Dongshik hurriedly left the Phoenix members to a hidden rock behind the bushes to talk privately with Theo. The cat had been waiting for the captain for a long time to inquire about Sejun's family's situation, as instructed by the prehistoric farm president. It repeated the captain's words. "You mean Sejun's family is living in a place called Hanyadong?" He corrected. "No, not Hanyadong, but Hanamdong." Of course, Theo didn't know this place, so it pulled out a piece of paper and wrote down the name carefully to avoid confusion. As it spelled out Hanamdong, it wrote it on the paper with great care. When the cat stopped, Dongshik continued. "Since the Korean Association is taking turns closely watching the family, Mr. Sejun doesn't need to worry, because Mr. Sejun is a very important talent for our Korea." Theo didn't care about that. It put the paper into its spatial pouch and suddenly remembered that Mr. Sejun wanted to reward him for protecting his family. Being remembered like that made Dongshik very embarrassed. After all, he was protecting Sejun for the future of Korea, so he scratched his head, intending to decline Theo's offer. No need for that. Unexpectedly, the polite words got stuck on his lips when the little cat pulled out a large basket filled with cherry tomatoes and neatly arranged onions. So many that when the bottom of the basket touched the ground, a few cherry tomatoes rolled out. According to Theo, Mr. Sejun gave him 50 cherry tomatoes and 50 detox onions. Good heavens, this was equal to 5 bunches of onions that he had to bid for with tears earlier. Dongshik's mouth gaped wide. Surely Sejun didn't know what these 50 onions meant to him. It was a matter of life and death. Well, let Dongshik accept this gratitude without any further polite refusal. Theo reminded him. Mr. Sejun said that in the future, if he needed any vegetables or fruits, he would sell them to him at a cheaper price. It was like a reward for protecting his family, but this had to be kept a secret. Dongshik laughed happily and agreed immediately. Keeping a secret surely is not a problem. The important thing was that he had a very cool deal with Mr. Sejun. At least the earlier incident wouldn't happen again. He was referring to the auction where he didn't have enough money to buy the food he liked from Sejun's farm. Besides, Dongshik thought Sejun's family story was also top secret, so it was like an equal exchange of information between him and Sejun, and both would build better trust with each other. After finishing what the president had instructed, the cat put its hands on its hips and let out a big sigh, as if it had been waiting for this moment for a long time to talk to Dongshik. "I have a secret item that I can only sell to you today." It raised its chubby hand, making a very mysterious face, and asked in a low voice, "Dongshik, are you interested in this? A secret item?" Dongshik was stunned, not understanding what the traveling merchant cat was talking about. But I knew for sure this time the orange cat would get in trouble with the farmer. Who knows, it might lose the president position just given by Sejun a few days ago. On the 99th floor, everything was still very peaceful. Minotaur's big hands placed bricks with adhesive together into a solid wall. Nearby, a few minotaurs were carrying large boxes of bricks tied securely with onions to the house being built by some other minotaurs, giving the architecture rabbit more time to ponder. Thanks to their large size and sharp tools, minotaurs could help the architecture rabbit carve giant logs from trees pulled up by Mother Red Bear, making the roof very graceful. Standing in the shade of the house was an architecture rabbit painting the outside, making the bricks shine, while beside it, a minotaur followed orders precisely, handing the bricks as requested. Sejun was amazed, not expecting the house the architecture rabbit said it could build to be this grand. He might even get married and have children here. Besides Sejun, Kook, Ink Rabbit, and Dang were also staring wide-eyed at the rapidly completed house, knowing there was another architecture rabbit checking the plans nearby, but couldn't hide their surprise and let out a loud "oh!" In just a few days, the exterior was almost completed to this extent, which was incredible. Pimik at his feet smiled with his eyes closed, thanks to the Minotaur's hard work. The progress was faster than initially expected. Pointing in that direction, it continued. Anyway, the interior details must be done by the three of us, so I think it will take some time. Specifically, we need to discuss the room structure that you mentioned earlier. Kook watched the farmer go into the sturdy house ahead with Pimik and Ink, not understanding why, but still followed with Dio on its head, mainly to join in the fun, as it couldn't really help with anything. He pointed to a corner of the house and told Pibik, I want to put a bed here. Above all else, Seijin would obviously prefer a bed that's wide and soft compared to the green onion mat he's been sleeping on for nearly a year now. Although he could still sleep after a tiring day of farming, having a bed would make him feel more human. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound. Turned around, curiously, and saw Cook trying to squeeze through a small door that only rabbits and the farmer could enter. Normally, Minotaur don't go inside, so this door is extremely narrow for Cook, and with Dio on its head not stopping it, by the time Seijin saw it, it had already managed to get both front legs through. No, Cook, he panicked, running to push the bear outside and told it, "You can't come in here." The little one looked sad, gazing at its father, and asked, "Why not?" Seijin tried to find the right words, but essentially said, "You're too big. This house might collapse, so you can't come in." Cook looked confused and asked, "Am I a bad bear? I'm not a bad bear who destroys Dad's house, am I?" It suddenly bowed its head sadly, not understanding Seijin's words, and repeated with a guilty look, "I'm not a bad bear. Bad bear and big bear don't mean the same thing, right?" Seijin knew it didn't understand because it was still a child, so he didn't explain further but patted it gently. "You can eat honey over there, okay? Let me check the house a bit more, and then you'll be a good bear, all right?" Although it still looked guilty, as long as its dad didn't scold it, Cook obediently took a jar of honey, sat aside with dough on its head, and watched its dad go to another pile of green onions for the bed materials. Explaining to them about the size and design of the desired bed, they had to make the bed quickly, or else the minotaurs might lick off all 4 bed legs. Cook hugged its honey jar, but didn't enjoy eating like usual, held the jar with both hands, and whispered to Dio on its head, "But I want to go inside Dad's house to play." Dio patted its head comfortingly, but couldn't make the red bear happy, and in a moment its tears and snot flowed in large streams. It kept sobbing, "I want to be really small. I want to sleep with Dad in that house too." Dio kept rubbing its head, but it couldn't cheer the cub up, and it cried, making the bee sister startled. It cried for a long time, feeling no way to get smaller. It emptied the honey jar into its mouth, gulping down to forget the sorrow, looking just like how adults drink wine, which was quite funny. But strangely, suddenly, the right arm of the little bear emitted a beautiful, dazzling golden light, making Dio stare in amazement. Cook had never been in such a state before, looking dazed without understanding why it was glowing like that. Meanwhile, the father was busy making the bed with the kids on the other side, unaware of anything. The minotaurs just rested, munching on the crispy sweet green onions, so Seijin pointed to the materials for the architect rabbit, asking if this stuff could make a bed. It inspected for a while in a professional manner. "If we put the green onions on top, the bed will be too hard." Both were finding ways to make the bed softer, suitable for Seijin's back, when he suddenly heard Cook calling Dad in a drawn-out manner. He turned around in surprise to see what the kid wanted, and suddenly saw a small red ball like a bouncing ball thrust into his mouth. Almost choking, he would need surgery to remove it. It looked like a stuffed bear, but before Seijin could take a closer look, it hit his belly, bounced into a nearby minotaur eating green onions, causing it to topple into the pile of green onions, scattering everything. The 2 rabbits stood still, watching the farmer fall into the pile of green onions, making the leaves flutter in the air, and even his precious straw hat flew outside. Seijin had never been hit by something so big and heavy. It hurt so much he couldn't open his eyes, panting and groaning. "What's that?" No one answered him, but he felt something wet on his face. From this angle, it looked like the mouth of a red bear licking its dad's face. Unexpectedly, Cook, in a tiny form no different from a teddy bear, stood on 2 legs right on its dad's chest, proudly calling out, "Look at me, Dad." Swear to God, Seijin had never seen anything more astonishing than this. On Cook's chest now appeared 3 hexagons of different sizes, looking like a shirt, which startled Seijin. The most surprising thing to him was why the red bear had shrunk to such a size that it could stand on his chest. Of course, Cook didn't know or care about the reason for becoming tiny. It was just delighted that its wish had come true. It raised its front paws excitedly and showed off to its dad, "I'm smaller now." Cook repeated, "Dad, look, I'm much smaller now." Seijin stood there, mouth agape in disbelief. He leaned against the pile of green onions, astonished, looking at the tiny bear standing on his stomach, arms spread wide in excitement. Finally, Sejin snapped out of it, picked up Kuk-Kuk, and asked, "What happened? Why on earth are you so tiny?" The two rabbits holding Sejin's hat were equally surprised, having witnessed Kuk-Kuk shrinking right before their eyes. The small bear didn't know why it had shrunk, just smiled happily at its father's astonished look. At this point, Sejin noticed Kuk-Kuk's info panel had changed. It now read Giant Honey Bear Crimson. He mumbled the name repeatedly, realizing that honey had been added to Kuk-Kuk's name. As for the hexagons on the red bear's chest, the system didn't explain anything. Sitting atop the pile of green onions, he wondered aloud, could it be that you've evolved into a honey bear, like how the rabbit dad changed and how Ink has a hammer? Can you grow back to your original size? While Kuk-Kuk didn't care why it had shrunk, Ink was delighted, as it was now only slightly bigger than the rabbits, making it much easier to play with. Being a concerned father, Sejin was curious if Kuk-Kuk could return to its original size, wondering if it would stay small despite all the food it had eaten. Kuk-Kuk tightened its lips as if exerting effort, and a determined hum came from its mouth. Its red arms clenched tightly, showing great resolve, prompting Ink to poke its head in for a look. Suddenly, with a pop, Kuk-Kuk grew big again, like a balloon being inflated. The force was so strong that Ink, standing nearby, was thrown high into the air. Sejin, startled, fell back into the green onions, thinking that if Kuk-Kuk kept changing size like this, he might have a heart attack. But Sejin was happy to see Kuk-Kuk could revert to its original size, exclaiming, "You're even bigger than before, so you can change your body size at will?" Seeing Sejin's amazement, Kuk-Kuk put its hands on its hips, looking very proud. It was now almost as big as the nearby Minotaur. Ink jumped down, looking at Ox 3, and chimed in. It seems that the desire to become small has put pressure on its growth. Sometimes this happens to small monsters who don't want to grow up, hindering their growth. Sejin, hearing this for the first time, stared at Minotaur and asked, "Pressure on its growth?" Right beside him, Kuk-Kuk clenched its fists and shrank again right in front of its stunned father. Shrinking and growing so quickly, it seemed Kuk-Kuk had mastered this new ability easily. Seeing his father at a loss for words, the little one ran to him and buried its face in his leg. Hugging Sejin's knee, it was now the same size as when he first met it. With sparkling purple eyes, Kuk-Kuk asked, "So, I can go into your house now, right? Can you hold me like you do with Ink and the cat?" So, it had always been worried about its size exceeding Sejin's embrace, always thinking about how Ink and the cat got to be cuddled. Hugging the adorable little bear, Sejin felt a surge of affection. Because it couldn't enter the house, the child had suppressed its growth. Now, Sejin could hold the little bear in his arms. He looked into Kuk-Kuk's eyes, lovingly asking, "So, our Kuk-Kuk just wants to be loved by Dad, right? I'm sorry for not understanding your feelings." With one arm holding Kuk-Kuk like a child, Sejin took his straw hat from the architect rabbit with the other. He lovingly suggested, "Shall we go inside and take a tour of the house together?" Kuk-Kuk immediately agreed, joy evident in every move. It became even happier when Sejin told the two laughing rabbits below, "We'll add another bed for Kuk-Kuk in the house. I'm so excited to see the result." Suddenly, the little bear reached up to touch Sejin's face, whining, "Dad, I also want to go into the cave." Huh, the cave? Sejin knew that was Kuk-Kuk's secret wish, but thinking about how he discovered the little bear had eaten all the farm's stored food in one afternoon, then put on an innocent face as if it didn't understand anything, left Sejun speechless. He had explained to Kuk-Kuk countless times, but it never understood. Afraid to refuse and hurt the child's feelings, Sejun hesitated, not answering, and glanced at Ink for help. Seeing the rabbit shaking its head vigorously with a similarly bewildered expression. "That much food is enough for the rabbit family to live on for half a year. Please don't do that." The farmer knew this but didn't want to make Kuk-Kuk cry, so he whispered hesitantly, Well, maybe it's okay, right?" Ink shook its head even more vigorously. "Okay, what? Don't take that risk." Before Dongshik were more than a dozen large, plump, golden sweet potatoes. However, he had never seen anything like this in the Black Tower, so he curiously asked Theo, "What is this?" Holding one out to show Dongshik, the cat introduced, "This is called Pumpkin Sun Sweet Potato." Dongshik had never heard such a long and strange name for an item. Was it a sweet potato, a pumpkin, or a sun? As soon as he touched it, the system panel opened, showing the correct name. It read, "This is a type of mutated pumpkin sweet potato that has been sun-bathed from the highest point of the tower, absorbing solar energy. Pumpkin sun sweet potato grown in the tower is nutritious and delicious. Upon consumption, 200 grams of fat will be burned, and fire resistance will increase for 5 hours. Additionally, you will not be susceptible to cold for 24 hours. Grown by Tower Farmer Park Sajin. Shelf life, 90 days. Grade C." Dongshik was astounded by the system message, his mouth wide enough to fit an egg. A food item that could increase fire resistance? Why was Dongshik so surprised, even though he hadn't encountered any fire-related floors in the Magic Tower? Because Han Taejun, a living legend of Korea known to every hunter entering the Black Tower, was the first to reach the 52nd floor. Taejun fought a wild boar guarding the teleport point on that floor as soon as he stepped onto the 52nd floor. The boar, with 2 long tusks, was engulfed in flames, appearing terrifying. It charged at Taejun, who, unafraid, swung his fist in response. He battled the 52nd floor monster alone, without any team support, always fighting solo. The epic battle lasted 3 days and nights without rest, ending in a draw. Both sides retreated after sustaining critical injuries. No one knew the boar's fate, but upon returning, Han Taejun had to endure treatment for the fire curse inflicted by the monster. The fire continuously burned his body, so even the doctors treating him got burned. At that time, only sorcerers using suppression spells could temporarily control the flames. Later, they found the only way to slow the curse was continuous spell casting or lowering Taejun's body temperature. Since then, he had stayed in a room with an extremely low temperature and never returned to fight in the tower. Everyone thought Taejun had retired after that accident, but he couldn't forget his connection to the Black Tower, staring out of his window at the tower every day for decades. His disciple, Dongshik, always wanted to find a way to lift the curse. Unexpectedly, the solution came suddenly. Holding the pumpkin sun sweet potato, he thought, "With this, we can make the fire curse in Master Sleep for a while. Our guild can defeat that wild boar too. Once it's defeated, the curse will be lifted, and Taejun, the living legend, will return to conquer the tower. His presence will definitely boost everyone's morale." Looking at the basket of green onions mixed with cherry tomatoes, Dongshik thought to himself, "We have enough green onions to detoxify the 38th floor. We can start right away." Glancing at Theo, Dongshik smiled broadly. "Thank you. I really needed these." Theo, hands on hips, replied proudly, "Meow. It's nothing." Besides making good money selling to Dongshik, Theo secretly smiled, relieved that no one would discover its mistake, thinking how smart it was. Receiving a large tower coin bag from Dongshik, it figured the matter was settled. Its mistake successfully buried. Meow. After chatting with Theo for a while, the Phoenix team leader cheerfully stepped out of the forest, waving to his team members, asking if they had waited long. One sorcerer replied, "Captain, we're preparing to go down to exit the tower." Dongshik silently placed a huge basket of onions in front of the team, causing them to stare in amazement. "Is this what we're thinking?" someone asked. "Yes, it's detoxifying onions," Dongshik responded. "Not just a few, but a lot of them, surrounded by cherry tomatoes." "Did you get these from the merchant cat caravan?" "Yes, I did," Dongshik replied as he struck a pose, urging the team, "We've got this one-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do you really want to head downstairs and leave now? We should clear all the warp points before leaving, right?" The team exchanged excited glances. Who would leave now when they had detoxifying onions? Without a word, they all knew and agreed. Dongshik took an onion and peeled, later said, "Let's go." The Phoenix Guild followed Dongshik to face the deadly venomous spider on the 38th floor. This time, its aura wasn't as terrifying as before. The guild members defended against other attacks, holding their swords ready to kill it as they did initially, timing their bites of detoxifying onions. With onions in their mouths, they confidently charged forward, shouting, "Phoenix Guild, let's conquer the 38th floor together." After parting with the team, Theo quickly moved upward, passing through the bustling merchant market on the 75th floor. Outside the square, people bustled about with various goods on their shoulders, mostly small and gentle monsters. Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned towards the cobblestone path where 3 gray wolves in tribal cloaks walked beside a tiny orange cat. Theo, used to the admiring glances, strode proudly with his large entourage, occasionally waving and singing. Elka noticed and asked, You seem to be in a good mood, Merchant Cat? Theo replied, Yes, I sold some good stuff today. To share his joy, Theo announced, Wolves, today I'll treat you to something delicious, meow. They eagerly responded, showering Theo with thanks and discussing what to eat. Elka suggested, I heard there's a good noodle shop nearby. Shall we try it? Theo, not listening, noticed something to his right. Elka saw the cat moving strangely, stepping forward with hands as if touching something, eyes closed in bliss. Elka asked, What are you doing, Merchant Cat? Theo, not embarrassed, said, Wait a bit, I feel something. Meow! Theo followed the sensation and found a simple ring with a red diamond, realizing it wasn't soup or gourmet pâté guiding him. Theo grabbed it, knowing it was what he sought. Just then, a smaller hand reached for it, a creature half Theo's size under a black cloak, with determined eyes wanting the ring. Theo pulled the ring close, holding it tightly, and asked, Who are you, meow? This is mine, meow meow! The shop owner, an ordinary-looking dog, couldn't believe his goods were being fought over. Iona, holding a staff, firmly but politely said, You don't need that item, give it to me. Thinking Theo might be a mid-level merchant cat, she held her ground. Theo, clutching the ring, refused. Who are you? I got it first, you little thing. Go away, meow! Iona, tightening her grip on her staff, repeated Theo's words with displeasure. What did you call me, little thing? Her face showed clear annoyance, but Theo didn't back down. Even when Elka approached, Theo watched Iona cautiously, fearing she might snatch it. Seeing Iona, Elka turned pale and stepped back, feeling as if struck by lightning. This mouse? She's the great archmage of destruction, Iona? Thinking he might be mistaken, as how could the great archmage randomly appear in this bustling merchant market? Elka looked closely once more, and was shocked to realize there was no mistake. The staff she held with its deep purple stone shining in the sunlight, how could Elka confuse it? It was the legendary Staff of Calamity, created within this very tower. Why was Iona called the Great Archmage of Destruction? Because the embodiment of destruction with just a light wave of the staff could turn an entire mountainous region into flat land in the blink of an eye. With the staff in hand, Iona could simply raise it to create a second wave, summoning waves enough to turn a river into a sea. Elka was stunned, watching the cat loudly argue with the Great Archmage, not understanding why she was in this market. Iona, at this moment, asked Theo sternly, Do you not know who I am? The air around the Great Archmage became tense as she gritted her teeth, warning the impudent cat before her. I was going to give you a chance to retract your words and actions, but now I'm in a bad mood. I'm very tired. Stop messing with me, damn cat! Iona hissed, stepping forward, as a small vortex of wind formed around her with her call, I will take your life. Raising the Staff of Calamity high, her eyes gleamed dangerously as the wind swirled perilously. Hovering before Theo, the mouse declared, Apologize with your life. Just as the magic was about to strike the foolish cat, Chief Elka rushed in to shield them both. He shouted urgently, Stop, Lady Iona. This one is a servant of the Great Black Dragon. The magical energy on the staff decreased significantly as Iona asked in surprise, What did you say? A servant of the Great Black Dragon? Elka stood silently as the Great Archmage descended, her staff returning to normal, realizing he had narrowly avoided disaster. Glancing at the creature before her, Iona wanted to know who Elka was. Elka bowed respectfully and carefully replied, I am the chief of the Silver Wolf tribe, Elka. Acknowledging his not insignificant status, Iona frowned and asked again, Do you understand what you just said? If you dare lie to me, you'll be guilty of impersonating the Great Black Dragon and won't escape death. Elka carefully chose his words with special respect. It's true, Lady Iona. I swear on the name of my tribe that I'm not lying. Theo, not knowing who Iona was, only saw the mouse before him soften at the mention of his boss's name and boldly declared, Yes, yes, I am a servant of the Black Dragon. Meow, I'm not lying. Meow. The Great Archmage calmed but made a demand. If that's so, prove you are a servant of the Great Black Dragon. Theo curiously asked back, Prove it. What do you mean, meow? Simple. Iona looked at Theo like an idiot. Take me to the Great Black Dragon. Theo indignantly questioned loudly. You mean for free, meow? Elka couldn't stop him. His face turned pale, realizing the cat didn't know he had narrowly escaped death, and now the Great Archmage had softened, but Theo was demanding back. Elka felt a heart attack coming, screaming internally, Oh my god, this dumb cat, do you even know what you just said? If she gets angry again, what do we do? Theo, oblivious, stood hands on hips, glaring at the mouse, exhaling firmly, looking like he was dealing with a freeloader demanding a buffet. Using his chubby right arm, Theo pointed at his chest while lowering his voice as if he was revealing a great secret. I am a servant of the great black dragon and a traveling merchant cat. He suddenly pointed straight at Iona's face and boldly declared, so if you want to meet the great black dragon, you must pay me a price. Elka couldn't stop it in time. The chief of the Silver Wolf tribe stood there, mouth agape in astonishment, his face pale. He couldn't believe it. The great wizard of the Black Tower was being pointed at by a traveling cat, demanding a price to meet its master. Instead of getting furious at being disrespected, the mouse wizard's face scrunched up into a smile, as if looking at a fool. Finally, Iona couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into laughter in her cat-like voice, losing all her majestic demeanor. Laughing so hard that tears almost came out, Iona wiped her eyes quickly and commented on Theo, "You are very confident. I like your unwavering eyes. All right, what do you want?" Hearing that the other party agreed to his terms, Theo excitedly asked, "Earlier you said your name was Iona, right? I've been buying some things to bring to the great black dragon." The mouse wizard cut him off. "You mean the ring you were looking at earlier is for the black dragon? If so, I'll buy it for you then." The traveling cat looked down at the small mouse in surprise, asking, "Really?" Iona nodded affirmatively. "Yes, if you need anything else, just tell me and I'll buy it for you." The mouse wizard calculated in her mind, if she could really see the black dragon, this would be her only chance. That's why she was being so generous. Otherwise, who could negotiate with the great wizard herself? Theo didn't think that deeply. He just felt the other person was so naive. With just a few words, he could make them buy the things he needed. He laughed joyfully, leading the great wizard to the bustling market on the 37th floor, filled with people and laughter. At a stall filled with bottles, the chubby cat pointed at a counter run by a black pig lady and boldly said, "Give me 100 of these bottles." Then, he comfortably chose hats from the neighboring stalls. This one and this one. As long as they were different colors, he took them. Elka had been following in silence, watching the cat lift a straw hat with a pattern and smile, calling out, "Hey Wolfman, don't you need anything here?" I think this would suit Elka's son. The chief quickly waved his hands. All right, with visible anxiety on his face. He didn't want to spend any of the great wizard Iona's money, fearing they would all be in trouble if they offended her. Watching the cat try on one straw hat after another, as if shopping, the mouse wizard curiously asked, "Didn't you say you were buying things for the great black dragon? Do you really want to buy this trash?" The cat nodded repeatedly with a straw hat on his round head. "Yes, these are necessary items, and I want this one too. Pay for it, please." Starting to sense something was wrong, Iona clenched her fists, her face showing frustration with a big vein popping on her cheek. If she found out the fat cat was lying, she wouldn't let him off easily. While scolding Theo, she suddenly heard him call, "Iona." Then he put a pointed fabric hat on her head, enthusiastically praising, "This hat suits you. Wear it." Iona's words of scolding stopped immediately. She reached out and touched the soft hat on her head. It really suited her style and body. But she would never admit this, folding her arms and turning away. "Thanks, but just so you know, we wizards don't usually wear hats like this." The traveling cat didn't care, laughing. "What are you saying? Go pay for this hat." It turned out he wasn't buying it for himself. Iona, furious with her teeth clenched, barely managed not to scold the clueless cat. Finally, she gave in to the cat's carefree attitude. Iona approached the shopkeeper and asked, "How much in total?" Theo had heard the price was 20 coins, but even though he had bought a lot, he didn't say anything until he saw the mouse wizard hold out a bag full of coins. "Here, take it." The cat wasn't amazed at how much money the great wizard had, but he rushed over saying to the owner, "No, I want you to give me a discount right now." Both the black pig shopkeeper and the mouse wizard stared at the cat in disbelief. "Bargain here?" Theo glared at Iona like looking at someone who's shopping for the first time, asking her why she bought stuff without bargaining, which was unacceptable to the merchant Theo. Seeing her bewildered face along with Theo's grumbling, the stall owner hesitated and then decided to lower the price to 18 tower coins, but that still didn't satisfy the traveling merchant cat. Theo clenched his fist and growled that it was still too expensive, demanding a further reduction. The black pig, unsure of what to do, stammered and said, "All right, 17 coins," but even that didn't quench Theo's bargaining spirit. The market resounded with the cats haggling for almost half a day before they finally left the merchant area with their goods. Theo walked beside the 3 silver wolves of the Elka tribe, who were carrying crates full of goods, while he swaggered alongside, now donning a straw hat similar to Sejun's. He raised the hat to thank the mouse girl for being the diamond sponsor of today's shopping spree. Walking behind Theo, Iona smiled gently and told the cat that offering a gift to the great black dragon would require much more. After politely speaking to Theo, she thought to herself, "What's with this cat? At first, I thought he would ask for something grand, but he only asked me to buy a few trivial things, and he even made the seller lower the price to save me money." Iona stopped and asked, "Where is the great black dragon?" expecting Theo to hesitate, but he promptly replied, "On the 99th floor." This puzzled Iona even more. Why the 99th floor? The black dragon can connect to any floor of the tower. Aren't you one of the tower's assistants? How could Theo know such things? Not only did he not know, but he also spoke boldly, hands on hips, inviting the great wizard to find out for herself. With nothing more to say, Iona murmured that this was suspicious, but decided not to ask for more, as this was her only chance to meet the great black dragon. On the 38th floor, the path leading to the teleportation point was a long, rocky cave. The air was thick with gas from the demonic spiders, slashed deeply in many places. The last of them wheezed a few times before collapsing in front of the Phoenix Guild members, led by Dongshik with his sword and shield in hand. Putting his weapons back into his bag, the team still couldn't believe they had finally dealt with all the demonic spiders on this floor, munching on green onions as they celebrated. The kids behind the captain gaped in disbelief, feeling like they were dreaming, until Dongshik raised a green onion high and declared, "Our Phoenix Guild has successfully conquered the 38th floor," prompting everyone to jump up, shout, and hug each other in joy. The ordeal was over, and they had successfully passed this floor. Glancing at the glowing teleportation stone in the Dragonstone cave behind, Dongshik grinned, gripping the green onion tighter. Thanks to this, they could easily reach the teleportation point. Leading the group, the captain advanced to the next floor. It had been a long time since they had seen the light of a teleportation point in the tower, and everyone's face was full of joy and anticipation. They would be the first guild to conquer the 38th floor, moving to the 39th floor to make their mark in history. As soon as Dongshik touched the stone, the system immediately displayed a notification. "Congratulations! The 38th floor teleportation point has been successfully recorded. Do you want to go to the 39th floor?" While the Phoenix Guild climbed higher, the headquarters of the Gazelle Tower Farm project on the first floor began receiving shocking news. Michael raised his golden eyebrows in surprise and asked the subordinate before him, "What did you say?" "The Phoenix Guild has conquered the 38th floor. How did they do it so fast?" According to the report, they succeeded thanks to a new crop. The item was called Detoxifying Green Onion, which apparently helped speed up the guild's progress through the tower. The vice president clenched his teeth in frustration, cursing, "What the hell is detoxifying green onion? Despite pouring a lot of money into the project, I still can't produce the desired crops, and now they have a new crop already." The subordinate looked at Michael, who was lamenting, and didn't know what to say. If the Gagel Corporation's director hears this news, he won't remain silent like before. Somehow, we have to show results. At the most troubling moment, a scientist in a long white coat with red hair burst through the wooden door, urgently calling, "Vice President." Without further words, he led Michael to the outdoor garden, leaving him astonished and incredulous. "What is this thing?" "A tree planted right in the middle of the cherry tomato area. Now there are no swaying bright red tomatoes in the wind, but some strange creature is opening its mouth and screaming strange noises, like a small-sized carnivorous flower. Its color looks similar to cherry tomato flowers, but each one has sharp teeth that look very dangerous." Michael looked down in amazement and asked the staff, "Is this a cherry tomato? It looks just like a crab wanting to crawl towards a person and snap at them, except that its stem is too short to reach Michael's legs." Jenny asked if this was caused by growth stimulants causing mutations. Holding a dagger in his hand, Michael thought she was right. If so, this must have happened a long time ago. So should I leave it like this? As he sat down and grabbed the stem of that weird flower with his right hand, it screeched like someone was grabbing the neck of a wild animal. With his left arm, he cut the base of this thing decisively, concluding it wasn't a plant, but a monster that could live and move. What surprised Michael the most was that the system notification popped up right at that moment. Although it still talked about cherry tomatoes, it said you successfully defeated a cherry tomato and gained extra experience points. Does this mean if you cut down a plant, it still gives you experience points like killing a monster? That's not quite right. Jenny thought that the thing in his hand seemed to have mutated into a monster due to the tower's influence. So it's no longer a plant. This thing clearly needs more than water and nutrients to survive like other plants. They need food to maintain their lives, like bugs or smaller monsters. As a warrior, Jenny found this very exciting. Thanks to these mutated plants, I can enter the tower and level up without facing life-threatening dangers. This is great, actually. You can see the results right before your eyes when you start harvesting. Look, Jenny pointed to a trembling branch sprouting from the ground, right next to Michael's foot after the main body was cut off and bleeding sap. Although this cherry tomato field didn't develop as we wanted, they're indeed regenerating. From her perspective, this was a very new discovery that no one had made before. Vice President, if we can continue to develop this, the order of this tower will surely be rewritten by your hand. Michael looked around in amazement, feeling Jenny was right. Then he smiled agreeably. This is clearly our opportunity. Waving his hand to introduce Jenny, the entire hundreds of hectares of cherry tomato fields here will be transformed into the type of monster we just saw. This is the signal for us to replace this whole field with the surprising invention we just got. Squeezing the newly created monster in his hand, Michael showed the face of a true businessman. If we can't grow magical cherry tomatoes, let's grow something else. The Experience Point Farm will surely be a huge business source. It's lucky their cherry tomatoes didn't succeed, or Sejan's prehistoric cave would be overshadowed in the market for selling this product. Today he was free, staring at the bee cocoon that was gently moving, and self-separating the head into different pieces like a blooming flower. Sejan's voice sounded excited, looking intently above. This is the bee cocoon that the 3-year-old poisonous bee gave him after the recent blue moon cycle. Sejan stared at it, waiting for the moment it would hatch, squeezing his hand as if watching a football game, continuously cheering, "Keep going, come on, 3rd-generation poisonous bee." As the crackling sound of the bee cocoon echoed, the light from inside was blinding. The soft bee cocoon suddenly turned into a clay block and shattered, revealing a complete poisonous bee, breathing the air of this tower for the first time. The system notified Sejan, this is the 3rd poisonous bee, and he realized that this bee's interface looked different from the previous 2. The system popped up, notifying that you have successfully rescued the queen poisonous bee. The newly born queen poisonous bee will see you as its owner. You have achieved the accomplishment of making other creatures recognize you more. Whether it's the master effect or not, the 3rd poisonous bee stared at Sejan with amazed and curious eyes as he cheerfully greeted it. Turns out, it's because Sejan was holding a bunch of golden tomato flowers as a meeting gift for the 3rd poisonous bee, along with B1 and B2 joyfully greeting above the farmer's head. Its eyes lit up when it saw the vibrant cherry tomato flowers mixed with green leaves. There was no better gift to welcome a new life than the sweet nectar from these flowers. Afterward, the 3rd venomous bee was taught by the previous 2 queen bees how to use its wings to soar into the sky with them. Currently, the size of the 3rd queen bee was much smaller than that of the 1st and 2nd bees, but it quickly learned how to use its body. Sejan lay under an umbrella woven from green onion leaves, watching the 3 bees joyfully in the sky, feeling a sense of peace. Unlike the previous 2 times when he had to familiarize himself with the 1st and 2nd bees, the 3rd bee was now guided by its own kind. There was nothing better than enjoying a beautiful and peaceful sunny day on his green onion leaf chair. At this moment, Sejan was probably thinking about naming the 3 brown bees because calling them B1, 2, and 3 forever wouldn't work. If you come up with any good names, let Sejan know. For now, the farmer closed his eyes, whispering to himself, enjoying this wonderful time to rest a bit. Unexpectedly, just as he finished his sentence, something thick and black splattered onto Sejan's face, startling him. He quickly jumped up, feeling the sticky substance all over his face. Luckily, his eyes were closed, so when he opened them, he saw something red approaching his folding chair and waving excitedly. "Dad! Dad!" He was speechless, with the black liquid running down his face, and looked at his mischievous son, who also had half his face covered in that black substance. Cook enthusiastically held up something almost as big as himself to show his father. "Dad, I found this friend in the pond. I've never seen this friend before." Sejin looked at his excited red bear cub, whose face was gradually being covered by the black ink, then down at the innocent squid in his hand, undoubtedly pulled out from the prehistoric pond by Cook. Why was there a squid in his pond? Just as Sejin followed Kwang into the prehistoric cave, he widened his eyes at the sight of some creatures that seemed strange, or rather very familiar, but strange. The white rabbits looked like they had sunbathed for over 180 minutes in Africa. Their fur completely turned black, except for Sickle Rabbit, easily recognized by the green cloth it often tied around its head, now stomping its feet in extreme discontent. They were even blacker than ink, each one looking up at Sejin, waiting for an explanation that he found amusing. After some cleaning, they'd return to white, but they all just turned into black rabbits, didn't they? Seeing the mother rabbit wiping Ink's face was even funnier. She consoled, "Oh, my handsome son." But he quickly protested, "I didn't get any of that on me. This black is natural from birth." At this moment, Sejin and Kwang approached the pond. Looking down, they clearly saw 2 or 3 squids swimming very fast. Sejin was wide-eyed, while the red bear beside him was 10 times more amazed. These creatures were something Kwang had never seen before. However, these squids couldn't hurt him, so the small bear kept holding on tightly. These must have come from the endless sea through a hole in the pond. Sejin didn't expect there to be so many. Kwang held out the squid in his hand, recounting that Black Rabbit once said he caught this while hunting by the pond because it looked strange, but it kept squirting black liquid. The rabbits had never seen them before, so they didn't know what they were. Ink cautiously eyed the creature in Kwang's hand and added grumpily, "These things are weird. They're all squishy and slippery." Ah, now Sejin understood the kid's attitude. He realized they probably didn't know what a squid was. The two of them widened their eyes, surprised, and asked in unison, "A squid?" Introducing what a squid was would take a long time, so Sejin suggested a more memorable way. "It's really delicious. Do you want to try it?" Actually, the farmer probably wanted to try it more. Almost a year since entering this place. He hadn't tasted squid at all, right? Let the farmer and chef of this cave show his talent for everyone. Sejin started cleaning the squid and cutting it into even rings. Not far from him was a pan of eel oil boiling vigorously, exuding a fragrant aroma of scallions and a few other ingredients to enhance the flavor. The shiny squid rings were immediately dropped into the eel oil pan. They sank a bit, then quickly floated up, blending with the bubbling oil, looking glossy like they were shining bling-bling. In no time, Sejin plated the finished dish, proudly placing it on the wooden table, presenting, "The squid dish is done." None of them could define the dish as fast as the system. It immediately jumped in to name it as stir-fried squid. "You have completed the spicy stir-fried squid. Cooking level 2 has slightly increased. The spicy stir-fried squid recipe has been registered with cooking level 2. That's not all. Sejin still had another dish. Keeping the squid whole, it was shining invitingly, and according to the system definition, it was called grilled whole squid. Nearby was a large plate full of fresh squid rings, neatly arranged next to beautifully cut squid tentacles, not to mention a bowl of bright red dipping sauce that looked extremely appetizing with some fragrant roasted white sesame seeds. The sashimi squid dish looked simple, but anyone who ate it would be highly addicted, and the rabbits in Sejin's cave were from the Black Tower. They ate everything, not to mention raw squid. Seeing the strange and eye-catching food laid out, Ink's ears flapped continuously like a fan, its mouth gaping, ready to drool. Kwang beside wasn't much different. The little bear's eyes sparkled with excitement. Both let out a dreamy, "Wow!" The whole family each took a piece to enjoy all 3 dishes, but perhaps Sejin was the happiest. He had just taken a spoonful of spicy stir-fried squid into his mouth, chewing deliciously, wondering how long it had been since he last ate squid. This spicy flavor really made him crave a bowl of white rice to eat with. Beside him, the rabbit siblings were each given a whole grilled squid, munching happily. This squid was chewy and crispy, very different from the fish they had eaten before. Kwang alone could eat a whole plate of raw squid, eating directly without caring about the sauce, only knowing this dish was super delicious. After finishing the grilled squid, Ink ran over to try some raw squid from Quang's plate. It ate with focus, thinking that to have such delicious things, maybe it should consider the endless sea more carefully. The little bear laughed happily with arms wide open. "Brother, brother, let me go with you." The rabbit couple fed each other affectionately, not caring about what the little ones were doing. Sejin, seeing Kwang's eagerness, asked, "Do you know how to dive?" Suddenly, the child's face drooped, as if realizing for the first time that to go with Mr. Squid, they had to know how to do that, meekly replied to his father, "I don't know." Unexpectedly, Sejin's voice sounded extremely enthusiastic. "All right, after we finish cleaning the field today, I'll teach you how to dive." Of course, the child agreed. He exclaimed excitedly, not hiding his enthusiasm. After getting a bunch of stuff from the Supreme Witch Iona, Elka led 2 young members of the Silver Wolf tribe, carrying piles of things on their backs, straight to the merchant's path to return to the farm. Besides the cat on the chieftain's back, there was also a tiny hamster next to it. Suddenly, he looked up in surprise when he heard the chatter. Seeing a lot of merchants and all kinds of monsters buzzing in front of the entrance, but no one going inside, the tunnel was empty, not a soul in sight, all gathering outside, where 2 figures, one tall and one short, were announcing discontentedly, "This high-speed passage is closed. Please take a detour." These guys weren't wearing government uniforms, but dared to prevent others from entering. Immediately, there were voices of dissatisfaction in the crowd, demanding to move aside to let people through. Seeing the chaotic situation, Theo poked his head down and asked Elka, "What's going on, Meow?" He didn't know what to say, told his subordinates to go ask around, while honestly responding to the traveling cat that he didn't know either. "The path manager is controlling traffic here. The subordinates will gather information and report back immediately, Chieftain. I have asked around, and they said red locusts have also appeared on the 69th floor." "What?" Elka asked in shock. "Red locusts?" Seeing the chieftain's astonished expression, Theo the cat didn't understand, lowered his head and asked, "What's that?" Before the Silver Wolf tribe leader could answer, the hamster beside him replied, "They are pests known as the Shadow of Destruction." The great sorcerer looked extremely serious, with a bit of displeasure when informing the cat. Their appearance signals the beginning of a catastrophe. Theo didn't understand, tilted his head and asked again, "Pests?" It didn't understand why mere locusts could cause such harm to the extent that Iona made it sound so serious. However, the hamster didn't say much, just, "That's how it is. They are creatures created to eat and destroy everything. That's it. They are beings that try to take away the homes of those living in the tower. Right now, the Magic Tower and the Mercenary Guild might be controlling movement in the passages to combat the red locusts." "I see." Iona was not surprised at all upon hearing that the paths were blocked. It turned out she already knew why they were doing this. Explaining a bit more to the still confused traveling cat, Iona said, "At first, I was supposed to join the guild, but meeting the Black Dragon is the top priority. So let's quickly move to the Lightspeed Passage." Theo frowned in confusion. "Meow? Isn't the Lightspeed Passage a special path reserved only for high-ranking traveling merchants? I am an intermediate traveling merchant, so I can't go through that. Meow." Iona bowed her head, didn't explain much, just said it would be fine because she's here with them. "Let's go." To stop the cat next to her from asking nonsense, little Iona pulled out a badge as big as a wagon wheel from her cloak. It bore the emblem of the Merchant Guild, adorned with an impressive red tassel. Theo's face was in total surprise when it recognized the item. "What's that? Isn't that the golden badge only high-ranking traveling merchants receive? A symbol of power allowing unlimited use of all shortcut routes." The cat suddenly looked all lovey-dovey. It softly called, "Iona, let's get along well, Meow." Suddenly changing attitude like that, Iona think is not stupid. The hamster immediately wanted to hide the badge. "I don't care what Theo wants, but I must refuse first. I don't want to." Meanwhile, in Sejin's endless field, a hard-working day began with harvesting green onions. His lush green onion field stretched to the horizon. Looking up, Sejin felt his day was so long. No matter how skilled a farmer he was, it was still very hard work. He glanced at the bunch of green onions he just cut, now tucked under his sweat-drenched armpit. Green onions grew so fast that the intervals between harvests became shorter. "We keep separating and planting them, and before I realized it, the field expanded to 2,000 pyong. This unit is used in Korea, roughly calculating it to about 6,600 square meters, everyone. What Sejin said was true. He shouldn't call it a green onion field anymore. Calling it a green onion forest would be more accurate. Only now did he realize why there were no rabbits around him. Where did everyone go that no one ran past here? I heard the sound of green onions being cut, but I didn't see them. Amidst the rustling, a panicked voice suddenly cried out, "Pika," which Sejin immediately recognized. It was the sickle rabbit. Looking over there, he couldn't see any rabbits because the green onions were too tall, so the farmer had to squeeze through and ask what was wrong. The sickle rabbit looked unusually confused, as if something wasn't right. Seeing Sin, it sorrowfully called out, "Uncle, these green onions are strange. We can't cut them." The sickle rabbit pointed to the onion stem next to it, making Sejin look down at the sickle in his hand and the scissors of his little brother in surprise. "How could that be?" he chuckled, reaching out to the onion stem, thinking the rabbits were just teasing him. But as soon as he grabbed the leaf, a sharp pain shot through his hand. He yelped in surprise, realizing that the green onion was cutting into his hand, and quickly pulled back, clutching his hands together in pain. The rabbit siblings panicked along with Sejin, hurriedly looking up and crying out, "Pika, what's wrong, uncle? Are you okay?" Looking at his palm with a small but bleeding cut, the farmer was amazed to realize, "The green onion cut through my skin?" Sejin cautiously approached it again, using his index finger to tap on the stem, realizing this green onion's stem was hard, almost like a piece of painted iron. He tapped it several times, muttering, "Don't tell me I guessed right!" Bending down, he pulled out the entire green onion, and luckily, the white root part in Sejun's hand wasn't hard, so he could easily lift the clump of roots from the ground. The system immediately popped up with continuous notifications. "You have harvested the hard-blade green onion, achieving the feat of creating a new plant species in the tower. The tower grants you exclusive planting rights for new species. No one is allowed to plant hard-blade green onions without your permission." Then the system displayed the item information in front of Sejin for him to check immediately. Hard-blade green onion. Due to continuous cutting, this is a mutated green onion that has metallized its leaves to protect itself. This item is grown inside the tower, using all nutrients from the soil to make the leaves sharp and hard, reducing its flavor and nutritional value. No effect when consumed. Grower, Tower Farmer Park Sejin. Shelf life, 90 days. Grade C. It was indeed a pleasant surprise, seeing the shiny leaves under the sunlight. Sejin exclaimed, "Just as I guessed, this is a new species." But what should he do with it? Sejin flipped the green onion leaf back and forth in his hand, realizing it had no consumable use, and it was even metallized. Suddenly coming up with an idea, he swung the green onion leaf in his hand, slicing through the nearby regular green onions, seeing them cut effortlessly in an instant. More than 10 leaves were cut smoothly. The farmer exclaimed in delight, seeing a pile of white roots exposed in the field. "This is perfect. I used green onions to cut green onions." Clearly, the speed was much faster than using a sickle, scissors, or knife. Sejin held it up excitedly, thinking, "This could be useful wherever I go. I need to plant a lot of these." Just then, the system notification popped up right in front of Sejin's eyes, and the only notification that dared to block his way could only be from the tower manager. He was surprised to read the message. The tower manager is tearfully requesting to consult about their worries. Sejin was stunned, inadvertently calling out, "Eileen, she didn't answer when I called. I'm very worried." Just as he finished reading the message, he bewilderedly asked, "Consult about what? What's going on?" Suddenly, a stream of something dripped onto the notification, dripping down below, trembling violently. It was marked with indentations like tightly closed eyes from crying, with 2 huge bubbles looking like a face of a dragon sobbing. Sejin exclaimed in shock, "What is this? Are you crying?" Not receiving a response, he became more panicked. "Aileen." A while later, the matter was clarified. Sejin sat cross-legged on the grass with the rabbit family and Queng on his lap. It turned out red locusts had invaded the 67th floor of the tower. The system notification confirmed it. The system manager nodded, affirming that the red locusts had made the mother rabbit so stressed she felt dizzy. Those things entered the tower again. Still can't forget that scene. The father rabbit immediately comforted his wife, saying, "Calm down, dear. It's not good for the baby in your belly." Sejin worriedly asked Aileen, "Are they the creatures that destroyed the rabbit kingdom before?" Another nod from the tower manager, so he continued to ask, specifically, What are they like? On the other side of the globe, the black dragon replied, a single one is not really dangerous, but when they eat everything, the swarm evolves as their numbers increase. Furthermore, they will invade other floors, one by one, through the checkpoints. The thing that worries everyone is if this isn't resolved quickly, no living creature on the 67th floor, where the invasion has occurred, will survive. All will perish. If that happens, this place won't be safe anymore. Never encountered them before, but the information sounds urgent. Seijun rubbed his chin, thinking, a swarm of locusts that evolve by eating everything? Aileen, sitting on the stone floor, gloomily told him with hesitation, I have a situation that prevents me from acting on the 69th floor right now. The dragon's meaning was conveyed by dozens of notification panels displaying, cannot connect, wanting to cover the entire wall behind. Unable to specify more to Seijun, she could only roughly inform him and apologize. Seeing Seijun's worried face through the sphere, Aileen finally timidly spoke. I'm very sorry, but I need your help. Her tiny claws on her big hands scratched each other, showing extreme confusion that Seijun couldn't see. Despite this, the farmer still nodded. Don't worry, Aileen. If there's anything I can help with, I'll do it. Then Seijun immediately stood up, clenching his fist to show his determination to the dragon. You don't need to apologize. I'm the farmer of this tower after all. This place is now my home too. I can't let it become unsafe. Looking down at the tiny creatures at his feet, Seijun excitedly informed Aileen, Theo and the rabbit family, and also the wolves and minotaur, they'll also set aside other matters if it's for the tower. Ink shouted the loudest among them, representing everyone to affirm, That's right, Lady Aileen. Please trust the residents of the tower. The black dragon felt warmth as she saw the image of Seijun telling the rabbits, Let's discuss how to solve this together. The rabbits hopped around his feet in agreement, significantly easing her worries. Aileen was just a very young dragon, with many things she didn't know how to handle and had no one to confide in. Seeing she wasn't blamed for being a great black dragon but unable to do anything properly, she suddenly felt so moved she wanted to cry. Thanking Seijun was one thing, but she also had to thank everyone very much. However, the farmer, after making grand proclamations, suddenly paused. But how do we solve this? I can't even go down the tower. Just at that moment, Seijun heard an extremely familiar voice. It was Theo waving at him. I'm back! Meow! Seeing the cat's cheerful face, just in time as he had something to tell it, Seijun happily prepared to speak, only to notice another creature beside it, making him stare wide-eyed at the tiny being next to Theo. It extended a hand toward the mouse, revealing 2 ears under the cloak, looking up at Seijun with evaluation. May I introduce, we have a guest! Meow! Iona very politely bowed and spoke. Nice to meet you. Not wasting time, the mouse looked up and got straight to the point with a crucial question. Are you the great black dragon? What? Seijun was shocked to see the mouse suddenly appear, even more surprised by Iona's question. This was clearly a hamster, speaking to him so formally. Queng, meeting a cute little mouse for the first time, hid behind his father's leg, peeking out with curiosity, also wanting to know what a mouse was like. Iona looked at him, and he looked back at the little mouse. Before knowing about Iona's identity, in his eyes, this was the first hamster to appear on the 99th floor. With such a particularly formal demeanor, Seijun found it strange and asked the cat, Who is this, Theo? Excitedly jumping straight to the point, Theo explained, I told her that I'm a subordinate of the Great Black Dragon, but she didn't believe me, so I brought her here. See, I did a good job, didn't I? To show that she was indeed here to meet the Great Black Dragon, Iona immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings.